If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 426, Chapter 385. My eyes blinked open and I looked around at my surroundings, not quite recognizing where I was. Not to mention, I was fairly sure I went to sleep with someone in my arms, but my head was still so hazy last night that I didn't entirely remember the minute-to-minute moments of going to sleep. However, this situation also felt familiar. I kicked off the blanket around me and stood up. Looking down, I realized I was in a clean set of clothes. I adjusted my tie slightly and felt good enough to walk out the door. What should have been Izzy's house was different and the reason was obvious. "Good morning, Muse Tenge." I greeted my Zanpaku't spirit that was once more sitting at a quaint little table drinking a cup of tea. He set his cup down and smiled my way. "A good morning to you as well. Would you like a cup? Does it actually do anything for me?" I questioned, plopping myself down opposite of him. "It tastes good," he offered. "Good enough for me," I hummed, looking at the steam wafting off of my cup, and took a sip. "Is this pulled from my memories?" "Of course." He nodded. "Is this going to be a common occurrence?" I asked. "Pulling me from my dreams or while I'm asleep?" "You were bound to wake up soon, I simply expedited the process and took a moment of your time. Physically, your body is still sound asleep, but your subconscious was active enough that I could pull a little trick like this." "Interesting. I wondered if this could be used in different ways. And this house, is it a representation of my inner world?" "A small piece." He waved his hand, causing the building and everything around us to shatter like glass, reforming to another view. "Welcome to Salem's castle." He grinned. "As long as the place holds sufficient meaning, it has a reflection in your inner world." "Really? Anywhere. Where would you like to go?" he offered. "That old house in Kuahu," I stated. He tilted his head and silently weaved the surroundings again. We were now standing outside of that same house that I burned down, except now, it was wholly intact. "Well, have at it. You know what I'm going to do." I eyed him. "Who do you think I am?" He shot back with an eye roll, which looked strange with the pulsing nebulas for pupils he had. I shrugged and slowly wrote out a runic sentence in front of me. Once I finished what I wanted, I flicked it towards the house and a massive fireball converged and shot off towards it, immediately setting it alight. "Done?" he asked as we watched it start burning away. "Yup." I stretched my arms. "That was fun. How about Mom's grave?" "Of course." He nodded and he produced that same mirror from before and he ushered me through it. The mercury-like liquid enveloped us and the surroundings changed to the familiar resting place of my mom. There were fresh flowers prepared as well. The flowers were a nice touch. "Thank you." I knelt down and ran my hands along the letters of her memorial. "They were her favorites," he said softly. "Ah, I think I forgot about that until you mentioned it now. Did I ever ask her why they were her favorites?" He silently shook his head and I clicked my tongue with a sigh. Not how I expected to spend my morning, but it's already been a fulfilling day. "What did you need to have pulled me into my inner world, Muse Tenge?" "A couple of things I wanted you to be aware of. However, let us change the location. Lead the way." I gestured and he produced the mirror again and it reflected Kyoto. That alone would not have elicited a response from me normally, but it was on fire. Is this supposed to be some kind of representation of my inner turmoil? Like some kind of hidden uncertainty or premonition? "No, Drake is just having fun." He chuckled. "What? Fear me?" A loud roar resounded above the two of us and a massive red dragon flew down, spraying fire onto the city. It paused mid-city raising and looked over at us. "Really? No heads up?" He sounded exasperated. The massive red dragon seemed to sag as its wings flapped and it fell to the ground with a loud thump, crushing several buildings. "Hey, a brat. Drake. In the flesh, relatively speaking." He corrected, voice rumbling. "I was able to pull Drake's consciousness into your inner world as the boosted gear also exists within your soul. The sacred gear still believes that Drake is within its grasp, so it did not fight me. I was unable to undo the bindings around his soul, unfortunately." Muse Tenge explained. I walked up and touched his side, feeling the scales of the true Red Dragon Emperor, or at least how he was supposed to be. "It's good to finally meet you, Drake. The real you. Hey, don't get sappy on me." He blew out a burst of air with his nostril, nearly knocking me on my ass. Should I fear you instead? Bite me. The massive dragon huffed. I've been stuck in that damn gauntlet for so long, and the only freedom I've had is when I come out with that spell of yours. And I can't exactly go wild while I'm in that state. Muse Tenge waved his hand, and an aurora-like light ran through Kyoto, fixing and returning everything back to how it was supposed to be. That same mercury-like liquid would consume and reform anything broken or burnt down and readjust itself to the proper shape. No harm is done. Will there be an issue if I tried to use the gauntlet while you're like this? My Zanpakuto spirit and Drake shared a look. We do not believe so. Muse Tenge replied. Drake also opened his massive jaw. My essence still persists in that prison. This is merely a wisp of my consciousness that I'm focusing on. I could more or less understand the details when explained like that. So this is what you wanted to show me? I asked. Among other things. Muse Tenge nodded. I mainly wanted to have a chat about how we arrived at this point and what to do about the future. By this point, you mean you? That is correct. I admit I'm surprised with how fast I was able to achieve Shikai. Your Yuaki told me that it usually takes months to years for a Shinigami to even hear their Zanpakuto. Most Shinigami who receive their Zanpakuto are still new to wielding their Ryoryoku and don't understand themselves in the proper mindset to facilitate the connection so quickly. He replied. To you, it was merely a lateral step rather than a staircase that others must climb. And the Hogyaku helped, I'm sure. Indeed. He didn't deny it. It would have taken me much longer to form without it. And what exactly is the Hogyaku? Have you assimilated it? He hummed noncommittally for a moment before answering. The name implies its purpose. The Hogyaku, the breakdown orb. The purpose is to facilitate the breakdown of boundaries between two concepts. Shinigami and Hollow was the original intent, but it's obvious the creator did not anticipate you. Therefore, we're breaking new ground. I can say that it's not complete. Once I took it in, I realized that there was a lot missing about it, like it's only half of a whole. It has room to grow. Was that supposed to sound ominous? It has fearful potential. Should I be worried then? It will never harm you. To be cautious is never a sin, but do not fear your own power. It is now a part of us. Well, since that's settled. I have a couple questions about your ability. I want to know the limitations. I felt the backlash by forcing certain phenomena to happen against Indra, but was I pushing the peak of what was possible, or can I go beyond that? I said before that there is no true limit, and I meant that. The only constraint is what you can endure in bearing the changes and altering the flow of the world to fit your desire. I will warn you, however, that there is a price to pay as in all things. I will not tell you never to do it, but you should know the taboo with undoing death and creating life. To force into existence a living being that did not previously exist, or to return from death something that died. You don't have to warn me about that. I reassured him. I'm well aware of the cost of messing with the natural life and death cycle to that degree. Hell, I would sooner start practicing necromancy than touch that with a 10-foot pole. Hell, it almost knocked me off my feet to make Indra hit himself with his weapon, because that was so far off the probable outcomes that I really had to dig for it. To undo someone's established death, or to create something from nothing, would be so catastrophic that merely dying would probably be the best outcome. Those abilities existed within the realms of true magic for a reason. So no bullshit way to give me a new body and life. Drake grumbled. I'm afraid not. Muse Tenge smiled wryly. Whatever. Drake huffed. But your ability is still bullshit. Thanks for your input, Drake. I said dryly. You're welcome. He smiled, as much as a dragon could. So now, do we start Bankai training? I asked towards my Zanpakuto spirit. You just got out of a fight with Indra and you want to start doing something like that? Drake looked at me like I was an idiot. I'm just asking. I defended myself. And I feel a lot better now. To achieve Bankai will be a long and arduous journey. Muse Tenge replied rather cryptically. So what you're saying is that I should cheese it like Ichigo did? I only know the same details about that process that you do. From our understanding, it should force out the latent potential of the user and amplify it for a certain duration. Yet, the arbitrary 3 days at first glance was probably the longest it could last before suffering consequences for the user. Hence, if the person failed, they would lose the opportunity forever. I continued his train of thought. Overstimulating someone's soul or potential like that was not without risks. An admittedly genius concept, but not applicable for the majority of those who wield Zanpakuto. I can say for certain, that if you attempted to use that same device, you would not succeed. Really? No faith whatsoever. I deadpanned. I am being realistic. It's your choice to make. Nat, I'll trust you. I was mostly kidding. If he said that it wasn't a good idea, I would listen. So the long and hard way then? How exactly do we start? You're still missing a few steps to truly begin, but I can give you a taste to know what you're in for. Muse Tenge stated. Oh, this is gonna be good, I can feel it. Drake chuckled mirthfully. Alright, let me see where I need to start. I ignored Drake. My Zanpakuto spirit obliged. He summoned the mirror again and stepped away. Curiously, I walked up to it and my reflection stared back. No, that wasn't my reflection. It looked back at me and copied my movements, but there were differences. It wore a set of robes more indicative of a general spellcaster and held the staff of Magnus in his hand. I put my hand to the mirror and he reached forward too. Startled, I pulled back as I felt his touch. He smiled and pushed through the mirror. Well, this is a strange feeling. My mirrored copy commented, looking at himself then around. Driag? Hello there. Sup? Driag greeted my copy. You know your purpose. Muse Tenge said simply. My copy nodded at him then turned to face me. Should I introduce myself? Well, far be it for me to refuse another me from giving an introduction. I gestured for him to continue. How polite. He chuckled. I am Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Spellcaster extraordinaire, delver of mysteries, and master of prestidigitation. He waved his staff and a plethora of magical effects actualized. A dozen doves flew out, sparks shot up to the sky and a wind suddenly flowed, bellowing his robes. I held up my hands to keep the birds from flying into me and merely looked on at his little show. That's different. I commented. So, what now? Now, we have a proper duel. He leaned on his staff. A duel then? That doesn't seem too difficult. I went to take out Mirage, but realized my mistake. Can I have my weapons? I turned towards Muse Tenge. He held up his hand, and another staff of Magnus dropped down in front of me and I caught it quickly. This is the only weapon you are allowed. Ah, I get the game now. I gave the staff a little twirl. Do you know? My copy tilted his head in amusement. A fiddle of gold against your soul that says I'm better than you. I chuckled. You catch on quick. Let's see who the better mage is. He held the staff up then set it down. Or we can just have a nice chat and talk this out. Is that a valid way to duel? A duel of words is still a duel. He offered. Muse Tenge didn't respond as I looked to him for directions. How would that even work? Do you want to trade insults? I think your mother won't hit quite right in this CIRC* misdance. You bring up a valid point. I suppose we should go back to a magical duel. He hummed. But there's something you seem to have forgotten. What's that? Talking isn't a free action. He tapped the staff on the ground and then they appeared. 6 massive magical circles appeared around me in the shape of a cube. Under my feet, above my head, and at every side. Just at a look, I could see what was woven in, primordial runes of every type, and I looked in horror as I realized what spell this was. I didn't even notice. I whispered as realization set in. The doves, the little introduction. You set this up while I was distracted from that. But still, I didn't notice until you already actualized it. An illusion woven over the casting of the spell? No, not only that, but you hid it in a pocket of space then brought it out altogether. The spell that Culane taught me during the Singularity, one of Odin's own spells. Prestidigitation. He emphasized. The words barely sounded human as he invoked the primordial runes together, invoking the spell that qualified as a noble phantasm. And I felt myself ripped apart on every conceivable level. Muse Tenge POV. Well, that was interesting. Drake spoke up. A surprisingly powerful spell. Even with my full strength, I would not want to be hit by that. I could barely even tell what happened. It's a spell that attacks one on every level of their existence. The great god carved seal, tears apart space within its domain. Unravels the axis of time, and even attacks one's soul and spirit through an interplay of matrices. The copy of my wielder explained to Drake. Oof, the brat is going to feel that for a while. It is quite painful. You're not just a copy created by the sword over there, are you? Drake inspected the mirror of his wielder. You figured that out, did you? He leaned against his staff. What are you? Are you alive? Who knows? I am someone that doesn't exist, but might exist depending on the CIRC ** misstances. What is real, what is fake, it depends on your perspective. To me, this is but a dream. But to you, it's real. More cryptic bullshit, you're definitely the brat. Haha, that's one way to look at it. The copy chuckled. Well, he should take the future fights seriously at least. He took too lackadaisical approach to his Bankai training. Thank you for your assistance. I bowed my head towards him. I hoped he would understand that the future Bankai training will not be easy. Feels weird being thanked by you. I may have never wielded a Zanpakut, but after receiving the memories needed to understand the situation, it makes it awkward. He scratched his head. Well, since my job is done, I guess I'll head out. Feel free to call me again when he's ready for a rematch. I bowed my head in thanks and helped him recede from my wielder's inner world. That was neat. Drake shrunk down his physical form. An easy enough maneuver seeing as he was but a wisp of consciousness within this world. Want me to keep it a secret? If you wouldn't mind. No problem. It's not one of those things I should interfere with, I get it. Drake was agreeable to my decision. From what I understand, the brat needs to figure out things himself as part of this training. You're very perceptive. I smiled. You don't survive as long as I did without being able to read the situation. He flew around my head in a circle. Can you make me some food? I made sure that every place that would have food is properly supplied for your pleasure. It was the least I could do and took very little effort to pull the memories from my wielder. You're the best, sword boy! Drake exclaimed, flying off towards the nearest restaurant I would presume. I smiled wistfully and moved towards a more secluded area of Wilhelm's inner world. The Hagyako hung up in the air and I was not the only one present. 2 other figures sat at each corner of the room and I took the 3rd spot. They both silently opened their eyes as if greeting me. Odin, Meridia. I spoke softly to 2 figures. They didn't respond, but I knew that wasn't because they were unable. I wondered if Wilhelm would ever figure out that the 2 blessings he received from them were a bit more than just a favor bestowed. Meridia, perhaps he had a smidgen of knowledge about, but simply didn't mind nor care to investigate. However, the other one was a bit more surprising. The elderly man silently sat cross-legged, focusing almost entirely on the Hagyako in front of us. I too turned my attention to the Hagyako and began my own work. It was only a matter of time before we got this object to evolve to the next stage. Wilhelm POV. Waking up for real this time was much more pleasant. It might have something to do with the fact that my face was firmly squashed between a pair of boobs. Even the residual feeling of being utterly torn apart by my copy couldn't take away from this heavenly experience. These are mine. I squeezed them between my hands. And good morning to you too. Venelana's soft giggle reached my ears. If that's what I think it is poking me, I think you're feeling much better. You make it sound as if that's a hard threshold to reach. Izzy also softly spoke next to my other ear. I begrudgingly pulled myself out of this wonderful bosom to turn my body around and see that Izzy was laying down on my other side. This is a surprise. I didn't expect to wake up with both of you together. Should I ask if my innocence was taken advantage of? Don't talk nonsense. Izzy huffed. And I did not intend to join you two in bed. You pulled on her and refused to let go while you were half asleep. Venelana explained. It was rather cute, so she just relented and joined in the cuddling. Did someone take my clothes off? I peeked under the covers. But my eyes were drawn more towards the 2 women at my side. I've seen Venelana naked before, and would always appreciate the sight of her in nothing but a bra and panties, but I was genuinely surprised to see Izzy the same. Stop staring. Izzy turned a faint rosy red and pinched my cheek. That's impossible. I nudged closer to her and proceeded to bury my head between her boobs as well. This is mine too. Fine. She huffed again. Let this be your reward then. I didn't want Venelana to feel left out, so I did the mature thing and reached back, groping her legs. What happened last night? I'm vague on the details. Not much. Venelana snuggled in and laid her head on my shoulder. You were clearly very tired, so after we all made sure you were okay, we had you go to sleep. Izanami was kind enough to offer her guest bed as you were already here, and I promised you a warm body to hug, and you know the rest. I need to go see Salem. I was supposed to check back in a lot sooner. She's probably worried, or angry. Jin has it covered. Izzy interrupted me. She is with Salem at the moment, you need not worry. Everything is being handled, just rest for now. She took my other hand and moved it so it was resting on her ample rear. You deserve a nice rest, she added a quick kiss onto my cheek. I shifted myself so that I was staring up at the ceiling. We haven't talked yet, have we? I asked Venelana, but it was rather rhetorical. We've just been talking around you about certain things and you've been very polite and patient. Trust isn't something that can be forced. I don't deny that I want to know about many things, but I don't want you to feel pressured. You're an amazing woman and I'm lucky to have you. I leaned forward, kissing her softly on the lips. I'll gladly tell you everything. I'll make sure he doesn't exaggerate. Izzy snorted, settling in next to me. I didn't expect this so soon, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Venelana smiled beautifully. The truth is, I'm an alien. Izzy pinched my cheek. Tell her properly. Venelana giggled so it was worth it. Where to begin? I breathed out, relaxing with both of them cuddling with me. Do you understand the concept of parallel worlds? Oh dear, this is not going to be what I imagined, is it? Venelana asked. Prepare yourself, even I have trouble believing half the things he talks about, and I've lived a very long life. Izzy replied. I'll keep an open mind. Chapter 427, Chapter 386. I think I kind of knew how Artoria feels when Medea gets her hands on her now. So big. Venelana cooed. It feels strange as well. Izzy agreed. And these are so rough and hard. They feel good to touch though. Venelana continued. They are very charming, I can't seem to stop myself. What is it with you all and my horns and tail? I said emotionlessly as they groped my new devil parts. Even Skathik didn't hide how enthusiastic she was about touching them. You say that after you had your hand on my ass for the entire time you and Venelana talked about your history. Izzy deadpanned. That's different. How so? Venelana tilted her head. I find these parts just as attractive as you most likely find our feminine parts. Really? I questioned skeptically. Oh yes. Venelana smiled beautifully. I admit I'm very taken with this form of yours. I already thought you were a handsome man, but seeing these makes me feel a very pleasant tingle. Did you not get it out of your system in the shower? Izzy snorted. 3 hours you spent in there with him. If this was a normal house, you would have long ran out of hot water. She added with a roll of her eyes. And while I don't quite feel the same way, I do think they are interesting, and they are cute. Oh dear. Venelana giggled. It's never out of my system. She grinned lasciviously. And it helps coming to terms with the fact that my world seems so much smaller than it was yesterday. I know the feeling. Izzy huffed. And he was much less gentle with the revelation than he was with you. You took it very well, merely asking a few questions. I'll probably take some time to really ponder it later. It makes sense in a strange context. Everything that's happened, the weirdness that suddenly occurred with the Yukai faction that has everyone in a tizzy. Odin knows, by the way. I remembered that little tidbit as well. Just thought you should know. Otherwise, pretty much everyone around us knows bar Kunu. He is a wise god, I'm not surprised. Venelana nodded, rubbing her thumb against the tip of my left horn. And are you waiting until Kunu is older? I can imagine that's a difficult subject to broach. Yet, Yasaka and I mentioned telling her without any real substance to the talks, but I'll probably bring it up again soon. Kunu's birthday is later this month, so we may tell her then. I'm glad that nothing had really changed between us after telling her my full story. She took it probably the best out of everyone that didn't already know the concepts so widely known such as the servants I'm acquainted with. She merely asked some questions, asked for some evidence, and such along those lines. Some clarifications and explanations as well, but that was to be expected. Artoria responded to a message about her true identity did wonders to convince her nearly instantaneously. If I had to guess, I think she sounded more enthralled than an asterisk bared by the revelation. She is a bit old, not in a bad way, so I suppose it's not unexpected that something so new and different would be a welcome surprise. Anyways, are you two ready? I'd been their personal doll for about an hour now. I'm not sure. Izzy hummed, gripping my tail, an action she knew still made me feel weird. That little smile of hers was telling in that she was doing it to get a reaction out of me. It makes me happy to know that I can return the favor for all your little touches. I'd remember this. As much as I would genuinely like doing this for longer, I am a little excited for our date. Venelana leaned against me and smiled brightly. Good point. I don't want to keep you from that, and I do wish to have a talk with Meridia. Izzy agreed, relenting. She was vague about this supposed talk, merely saying something that both as gods, for lack of a better word, on Meridia's part, that they needed to have a talk now that she was officially my woman. I chalked it up to some nuance that I wouldn't understand as a non-god and something I shouldn't stick my nose in, as it was a private matter they needed to settle between them without my presence. I only met her for a brief moment not too long ago. Venelana chimed in. I had thought I did something wrong on our first meeting, as she quickly left once I arrived. But your explanation set me more at ease, knowing that she can't easily leave her realm for too long. I'm not sure how that works, in detail, but I am curious, does it not get difficult to continue being together if you are both separated for long periods? I guess the definition of long is subjective here. And I would of course prefer to have her at my side every waking moment, but it simply can't be helped. I was aware that there would be times where we wouldn't see each other for weeks, months, or even years if things happened. Imagine if Nurarihayan could and would usurp Yasaka's position if she left Kyoto for a period of time or saw the slightest signs of weakness. That sounds awful. Yup, and it's a game between beings of similar power. Of course, she doesn't simply leave when she shows up around here, but you get the general idea. It's a power struggle and she doesn't really have any friends in the game. I already have a warped perception of time compared to mortals, but even I cannot fathom her entire existence from start to this point. I would imagine that a week to a month is very similar to how we would feel about a day, or even less. Izzy also shared her unique perspective. I have personally not noticed the passing of years on occasion. I suppose it's a matter of perspective, as you said. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with what was happening. I don't want you to feel lonely without her around. It's hard for me to feel lonely when I have both of you here with me. I smiled at them. But I understand that everyone has their life to live. Hell, Artoria, Reikau, Jin, and Skathik are still discovering what it means to live their lives as is, and I wouldn't want to get in the way of that. You have your own family and responsibilities that I wouldn't want trample on. I would absolutely love to have Meridia here every second of the day. I'm selfish like that and would never want to let her leave from my sight. But the rational part of me recognized her own independent existence. Venelana hummed and looked pleased with what I said. You mentioned during the talk, offhandedly, that you had a immortal peach that you wanted to ask me to make a wine out of. If we're going to see Meridia, and knowing what she is, I would have something to ask her in that regard. Oh? Something she can help there? I rubbed my chin. Color me intrigued. Speaking of, are you two ready to go? Izzy stood up, straightening her clothes. I am. Venelana kissed my cheek and climbed up off the seat. I'm ready to go explore the unknown. I merely waved my hand, producing a portal to the colored rooms with Meridia's instant attention locking onto me. After you. What a gentleman. Venelana winked, walking through. And Izzy was about to follow her, but I stopped her with a little smile of mine. She raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Honey, I'm home. I declared, walking through the portal and closing it behind me. Welcome home, dear. She deadpanned, staring at me. You brought the others with you then? You've briefly met Venelana. I politely introduced her, even if Meridia knew we were coming. I have. I am to assume she knows everything now that she is here? Meridia questioned from atop her throne. Yes, we just finished that talk. Venelana politely bowed her head. And I thank you for entrance to your realm, Lady Meridia. Your gesture is appreciated but unneeded. Wilhelm is my lover, thus his other interests are welcomed. Meridia's attitude leaned towards casualness, but there was a clear hint of approval for the way that Venelana didn't just assume on her part and went through the proper gestures. And I brought one more that you've met already. I informed her. I see that. Meridia said dryly, staring at said death goddess who was currently being carried in my arms. This is Izanami, my death goddess. There are other death goddesses like her, but this one is mine. I introduced. I hate you. Izzy huffed. A tiny blush covered her cheeks as she looked away from me before wiggled out of my arms and standing by herself. Thank you for the invitation. Izzy was a tad more casual than Venelana, but she knew Meridia a little bit more. Perhaps an unspoken respect between two beings beyond mortal standards. Even if Meridia was even far beyond Izzy as well. Meridia nodded again. Pay no heed, our mutual lover has a tendency to embarrass others for his own amusement. I don't deny it. I noticed Venelana covering her mouth to lightly giggle. Meridia shook her head, standing up from her throne and walking towards us. Give me a kiss, then depart. You will be a distraction. How assertive. I liked it. Love you. I fulfilled her request with gusto. Yes, I love you as well. Meridia's expression softened. And don't think I'm ignoring your decision to fight recently. If I had my way, I would have marched over there and taken the head of that god who dared act so presumptuous. It's handled. I snuck my arms around her waist. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. You've been busy recently, yet. Merely some nonsense with Hermaeus Mora. The Daedric Prince of Knowledge, right? That is correct. Meridia sniffed in annoyance. His desire was, you and the others. I took offense to his attempts and rebuffed him. Things escalated to a point, and we had a discussion and settled on a duel between two champions to decide terms. Her lips curled up into a smile. That child you brought me served her purpose well. You used off-eyes. Indeed. Meridia looked rather smug. I see, this is what you meant when Yasaka said that off-eyes was taken off the board. Venelana whispered from the side. Ah, I had forgotten to mention that. Well, it's not like I could talk about every tiny detail in the time we had so far. Is she behaving? She simply sits in her small void and stares silently into the nothingness. Meridia shrugged. In terms of existence, she is truly a child still, so I'm not surprised. She is something that will outlive your planet and welcome what comes next. I would not be surprised if she's still in her first kulpa. That's too long for me to process right now. But I'm happy she's a boon for you. Yes, and stop distracting me. She pulled my hands away that had been sliding downwards through our conversation. You are going on a date with Venelana to that mortal city, correct? That was the plan. I confirmed. But is there something wrong for you to bring it up? Just some annoyances there at the moment, but nothing you cannot handle on your own. Well, a heads up was appreciated. Oh, before we go, Venelana wanted to ask something I believe. I gave her an opening. Venelana perked up once the attention was set on her. I had a thought, I don't know if it's proper or if I'm stepping over a line. You may ask, I will tell you if I dislike the request. No distasteful feelings of mine will befall you. Wilhelm asked me to brew him a wine using a few ingredients. One of which is an immortal peach, and the other he suggested was some water from the river Styx. Conveniently they both align with life and death, would it be bad if I suggest a small blessing from both of you on them? She asked. I have no problem with this request, Izzy replied first. I had assumed it would be something more complicated. While I do not give out my blessing lightly, this is not something worth noting as it stays within the group. I agree. Meridia responded next. Bring me the object, I will give it a touch of my light. I hadn't thought about it. There was a reason that Venelana was the expert on brewing here. I stepped away from Meridia's immediate space and held my hands out, producing a vial of water from the river Styx, and the peach of immortality. Amusing produce. Meridia took it from my hand, eyeing it. It is basically a bundle of life force molded into the shape and identity of a fruit. I can see why such a thing is an object of desire for mortals. It is unfortunate that it has no viable seed to reproduce. It would be an object I could use to bring more to my side. She turned her gaze towards what Izzy was holding now. That is the water of death. It's a bit more complicated than that. It is imbued with the aura of death, but it also has connotations with life. It is the river that separates life and death in the Greek underworld. Izzy explained, her divinity flashing briefly as she focused it onto the vial of liquid. It aligns with me as well and took my blessing without problem. Some of the negative effects should be remedied, but it is still a volatile substance. She warned, handing it back to me. Shall I offset that then? Meridia asked. I worried I would give too much of my power, but it will need to complement the substance if you wish to have mortals ingest it. She spoke, but it was more rhetorical as she didn't wait for a response before a bright light enveloped the peach. There. She simply put it back into my hand. I did not change it overly much, but the life force is pure now and will not lose effect from the process of dissimulation. There was a small flaw that I corrected, it should be a degree more potent. Thank you. I smiled towards both of them. I would not suggest more than 3 drops of this for the vat of wine you would make. Izzy looked at Venelana. Don't worry, I'll experiment a little bit before making it properly. Venelana reassured me. And thank you from me as well. I'm looking forward to making this and putting it all together. I've never brewed wine with such valuable ingredients before. Meridia allowed herself to smile ever so slightly. There is no need for a thanks. It was a simple matter. You are together with him as well, such things are not worth mentioning. I'm glad that Meridia was so accepting. I knew she wasn't keen on dark-aligned creatures. And that was a very polite way of saying it. But she recognized things outside of her sphere of existence and was willing to give them a fair chance. However, I believe we have skipped over something much more important. Meridia continued, her hands now grabbed at my horns. These are amusing. Venelana and Izzy just left me to Meridia's groping, much to my chagrin. Sorry for springing this whole thing on you last minute. What are you referring to? The existence of things beyond my imagination as you described in your explanation. Or are you talking about this impromptu date? Venelana asked as she leaned into me, her arm wrapped around mine. I was talking about the date, but I suppose the former does deserve acknowledgement. I don't think there's a good way to drop all of that on someone. Ripping off the band-aid in a controlled and intimate way like you did was probably the best I was going to get. As for the date, I'm not complaining. It's not as if I had any plans today, and I do enjoy the spontaneousness of it. And you're fine with where we're at? I asked. Dear, I was around long before society was civilized. She giggled. Believe me when I say that this is nostalgic and in no way unwelcomed. Honestly, it's better than I remember back home during the same type of period. Well, if you're sure. Venelana and I were currently strolling around the streets of Skyrim. Oh this. Venelana's eyes lit up, pulling me to a nearby stall. Is this wheat? You never seen wheat before, lass. An older woman looked at her weirdly. It's a bit more golden than what I'm used to. Venelana took it in stride. I'll take a few bundles, please. 6 septims for each wrap. The older woman grunted. I happily handed over the money and Venelana claimed her new prize. I can't wait to try and make some mead with this. She said happily, stealthily hiding it away in the bracelet I gave her. She practically glided over to another one, dragging me along. I've never seen these kind of berries before. I just picked some fresh juniper berries coming from Helgen. Pose you not from Skyrim if you haven't seen them yet. They got a nice bitter taste that makes for a good mead and some good pie. The stall owner responded. And is that fresh honey? She asked, pointing to a few jars at the corner. Miss. Cousin said it was harvested this week. He nodded. The supply from Riften started up again. Still be costing a pretty coin, but 'tis not hoarded anymore. Damn dragon burned down the biggest farm in the region some months ago, but I heard they got the hives back up. Well, I will certainly take your stock then. Her eyes lit up. And what else do you have? The stall owner grinned wide, like he found a prize. Got a bit of everything, miss. If you got a hankering, I got some mammoth meat, fresh. I have a few bags of freshly picked apples and potatoes. Also got me some cheese wheels, goat and. I'll take all of it. Venelana cut him off. The man blinked, but quickly recovered, leaning on his stall. You got a good eye for quality, miss. Now, how's about we talk about price? I simply sat a sack of septims on the stall. He paused, looking at it, nudging it a couple times and peeked inside before nodding to himself. Pleasure doing business with ye. Do ye need a help moving the goods? Oh, no thank you. Venelana rejected. I got a nice strong man here to help me with everything. She jokingly nudged my shoulder. Ya got a cart? He eyed me skeptically because there was quite a lot of things around his stall. No need. I held my hand up and quickly took everything I wanted into my ring as I got close to each item. Mage. He blinked, then his eyes widened slightly. Ah, I knew I recognized you, lad. The Red Dragon Emperor, at my stall. I'm gonna tell the boys at the tavern about this tonight. He laughed, slapping my shoulder heartily. I rolled my eyes and set a few more septims down on the stall. Drinks are on me. He grinned happily and slapped my shoulder again. Ha, what a good lad. If only more outsiders were like you, then Skyrim wouldn't be turning to shite. The man pocketed his money and cheerful left now that his day was cleared up, and Venelana just looked at me with a rather amused look. Red Dragon Emperor, hey? I guess even here Drake has a reputation. And don't you forget it. Said Dragon proudly proclaimed. Drake likes to show off. I grumbled slightly. And I may share that sentiment. I think it's sweet. She grabbed my arm again. He wasn't the only one. You said you were known here, but I didn't realize it was like this. Ever since we walked inside, people have been whispering and glancing our way, I thought for entirely different reasons. Well, I have a beautiful woman on my arm. I would stare too if I saw you walking down the street. Oh, you flirt. She giggled. This is so much fun. Mammoth meat, I didn't know that was even possible. To be honest, I haven't tried it either. I think I knew that there were mammoths around here, but my mind didn't put two and two together until just now. Tell me what you think of it when you try it. I'm sure Artoria will be ecstatic that there's an animal that comes in a size she prefers her meals to be. Want to go see that friend of yours now? I'm afraid if I look around any longer, I'll buy up everything and we'll be here all afternoon. Sure, we can go see Thorum. And I really don't mind if you want to buy everything, seeing you happy means more than any insignificant amount of money. Such a sweetie. She squeezed my arm. You called it a boat building offhandedly, are you referring to that one just over there? She pointed to the Horvaskr that was barely peeking over a few roofs a bit further away. That would be it. I leaned over, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. Shall we? Lead the way, dear. She smiled beautifully. The companion's building was only a block or so away from the market area, which was rather convenient. But as we got close, we noticed a crowd somewhat forming. What's going on? Venelana asked one of the people as we snuck up. Damn Thalmor, thinking they own the place. They just barged right into the Horvaskr and won't let anyone get close. The man didn't even turn back to face her but responded anyway with a low hiss in his voice. I looked ahead and saw two elves wearing clothes similar to that one guy back at the College of Winterhold. I forgot about the Thalmor. Cliff notes. Venelana asked. Racist elves? Don't want one of the Nord's gods worshipped for some vague reason. They were warring with the Empire for a while and all that. It was part of a treaty that Talos worship would be outlawed in the Empire. I whispered. Are you going to do something? Thorum can handle himself and... Let me reiterate, I don't mind if you do something. She corrected herself. I didn't want to ruin this little date we had, but she gave her blessing. And she wasn't someone who would say something was okay and not really mean it. All right, follow my lead. I moved my arm to take Venelana's hand into mine and we began pushing through the couple dozen or so people gathered. The two elves guarding the door looked at us as we approached and moved to stand in our way. Halt, this place is... the Horvaskr, I know I've been here before. Let's go inside, dear. We just pretended to ignore them. They seemed utterly confused that we didn't acknowledge their presence, for good or ill. We just pushed right past them and threw doors wide open and walked inside. The scene that greeted us was tense. There were 8 more Thalmor inside and it looked like they were having a standoff with Thorum and the companions. It looked like we came in right during the heat of an argument. Will. Thorum was the first to exclaim. Hey Thorum, it's been too long. I came to visit to see how you were doing. My friend. He brightened up and then just as quickly regained a rather serious expression. The timing is poor. You. The Thalmor that looked to be the leader turned to address me. Another on the list. Your description is a perfect match. His eyes ran up and down me before turning back to Thorum. And you claimed that you did not know his location, Dragonborn. The Thalmor scoffed. What's going on? I asked. Immediately the doors swung open again and the 2 Thalmor from outside barged right in. Captain. One of the ones who entered had politely greeted the head elf. These 2 just pushed past us. We'll immediately send them out. He put his hand on my shoulder and I noticed the other did the same to Venelana. Who gave you permission to put your hands on us? I grabbed it and twisted. The elf let out a surprised shriek of pain and tumbled over as I twisted his hand. Nearly instantaneously, the one who dared to touch Venelana also followed suit. Though he looked a bit worse if I were to be honest. As much as Venelana was one to slum it with us and get her hands dirty on occasion, she has a sense of propriety and did not abide by certain actions. Such as strangers touching her without permission in an aggressive way. You all saw it, they assaulted us. We were simply defending ourselves. I deliver a perfect case for self-defense. A close encounter with some would-be assailants. Ela delivered with a dry tone. Don't be ridiculous, they merely placed their hands on them. The Thalmor at the front scowled. Release my men or I will have you arrested for assaulting. They even have weapons on them. I grabbed at the dagger hidden under the coat of the one struggling in my grasp. A dagger. A tool of a thief or an assassin. Clearly, they were up to no good. I mean, look at the colors they're wearing. Black. The colors of thieves, and assassins. Wilhelm, dear. Venelana spoke up. You're wearing black. And I have stolen things before. I pointed out. Do you think this nonsense will stand? You will surrender yourself to my custody and I will be merciful not to inflict a stricter form of interrogation on you afterwards. Should you come quietly, that is. What's he going on about? I asked Thorum. He claims to be carrying out his duty to search for any Talos worshippers and he claims that the companions are a refuge for it as well as a list of other names. Thorum clarified. Mine, I presume. And Artoria and Rin as well. And everyone else I'm acquainted with. What a dumbass. Of course such curt and uncouth behavior would come from one of your kind. He sniffed. My kind? I questioned. A Daedra worshipper. He spat out. I'm not a Daedra worshipper. I replied. We have a significant number of reports contradicting that statement. Well, let's agree to disagree. I love to tease Meridia, but not at the expense of her standing to others, unless they were my other girls. To the people of her world, as much as I wanted to joke about what I did to her was not worship unless the bedroom counted, I wouldn't voice it out loud. It matters not, we will have answers one way or another. He snapped his fingers and the elves around him looked ready to fight. Come along quietly or we will use force if necessary. Does he even have the legal authority to apprehend us? I asked. It depends on your interpretation. Ela gripped her sheathed blade. Technically no, but technically yes. Have they proven themselves to be Thalmor then? What? The head elf guy scowled again. You dare question? I let my riot soul seep out and it descended upon the elves present in the room. The full weight of my soul was brought to bear against theirs and they were found wanting. Nearly all of them had their eyes rolled back and they dropped to the ground. The only one who didn't was their leader who was showing admirable resistance. Why he trembled, his knees buckling and it looked like he was having trouble even speaking. Even some of the most generous and good-natured people I've met in Skyrim hate the Thalmor. So. I took out my old trusty brick that I nicked before leaving Soul Society and threw it at his face. It made a wonderful sound on connection and the elf was taken out immediately. My friend, did you just throw a brick at him? Thorum asked. I did. I didn't deny it. Ela was the first to snort out a little bit of laughter, then they all joined in, the tension easing immediately. Serves those damn elves right. A fitting way to quiet the dishonorable Thalmor. Farkas chuckled. What should we do with them now? Thorum asked. So, send them to the Jarl. I offered. The Jarl. Ela mulled it over. He might be put in a bad position if we send them to him. Tell him they didn't identify themselves and assaulted us. I'm sure he's savvy enough to use that to get them out of his city. He's probably aware they're here already and is barely tolerating their presence. They all looked at each other and shrugged. Sounds good, my friend. Thorum walked up with that big goofy smile of his and wrapped me up in a big hug. It's good to see you again. You too, buddy. I chuckled, patting his shoulder. He was stronger again. And let me introduce my companion to you. Venelana Gremory. She held out her hand. Wilhelm speaks very highly of you. Lady Gremory. Thorum politely took it and returned the greeting. It is a pleasure. What is your? She's my woman. I clarified. Another one. Ela snorted, tossing one of the elves out the door. Can this one even handle a drink? Looks like she belongs in the Cloud District with the other pompous fools. Oh sweetie, I can handle my drink much better than you can. Venelana rose to the provocation, good-naturedly. Ela paused and stared at her with an amused grin. Let's see it then. Give her some good Nord mead. Ah, Lady Gremory, I apologize for Ela. She can be a little brash. Thorm whispered an apology. It's no problem, I knew what I was getting into when I came here. Don't worry, this is far from the first time I've been in a situation like this. Venelana seemed unfazed. You know, I'm surprised things turned out the way they did. Farkas fixed the chairs at a nearby table, making sure there was enough room for all of us to join him. Didn't expect the Thalmor to just sit there after being messed with. They usually don't take being insulted well and all that. They probably had a script in their head about how things would go and planned accordingly. Sometimes, just acting so blatantly audacious can throw someone off enough that they don't know how to properly respond. I replied, pulling out a chair for Venelana to sit down. It's how I managed to win over Meridia. Always a good option now and then. My friend, you came at a good time then. Thorm smiled again. We did not know how to handle them without causing an incident. I voted to just beat them up and throw them out of the city. Ela tossed a round of drinks onto the table and fell into her chair. Bottoms up. She took a swig of her drink, eyeing Venelana. You don't need to drink this if you don't want to, Lady Gremory. Nordmead doesn't. No need. Venelana smiled, taking her own into her own. In one motion, she threw her head back and started downing it. We all looked at her as she downed the entire thing in one go. Not bad. She said simply, setting the empty bottle down. Have anything stronger? Ela slowly opened her mouth and closed it again. She looked competitive of all things, then followed suit, quickly chugging down her own drink. She let out a burp, slamming her bottle onto the table. 4 more bottles down here. That sounds wonderful. But why don't you order some for yourself too? Venelana's eyes twinkled in amusement. I like her. Thorm whispered towards me. Yeah, she's great. I couldn't help but grin stupidly. I don't know why Thorm approving meant so much to me, but it did. I ain't too hard-headed to admit when I'm wrong. Ela grunted. I take back what I said, you're okay in my book. Handled that elf well too. Quick, someone go check outside. Are there any pigs flying? Ela just apologized. Farkas spoke up, but Ela quickly jabbed him in the shoulder. Quiet, you big lug. She huffed. I just realized, every time I end up here, regardless of who I'm with, we end up getting rather deep into the drinks. Oh well, they all seem to enjoy it. I accept your apology. Venelana giggled. This date of ours wasn't planned, otherwise I would have worn something more appropriate here, so I can understand your skepticism. Got yourself another one, milk drinker. Ela accepted another bottle that was handed to her. He sure did. Venelana scooted a tad closer as if telling all of them that she was claiming me. My friend. Tell me how you two got together. And what you have been up to. Things have been quiet around here and I've only been hearing rumors of things. A man with a spear and a caget at his side warding off dragons in the west and laying low the Dark Brotherhood. Then I hear of a man in Riften wearing armor black as night and another in naught but cloth and a strange sword felling a dragon there. I admit I prefer the city to be safe, but hearing such exciting rumors has made me feel conflicted about keeping still. Tell me of your own adventures, let me relish in your triumphs, my friend. Those sounded rather familiar. I would need to check up to see how assassin, rider, and archer were doing while playing around here in Skyrim. Oh geez, where to start? I popped the cork off my bottle and I was about to answer until I felt a buzz on my kaleidophone. 1 second. I quickly checked it to see what message I received. Zelretch, I'm done. I finished a method for you to re-enter the world line undetected. Come see me when you have time. I felt a mix of excitement and anxiety fill me, but I pushed it to the side for now. I was with Venelana and I would finish this date of ours before letting my mind be taken over by thoughts of Chaldea and that world. Sorry, where was I? I asked. You were speaking of your adventures. Thorm helpfully replied. Right, how about how I almost died recently? Chapter 428, Chapter 387. After dropping Venelana off from our short but wonderful date, I immediately skipped over to Zelretch's place and what greeted me wasn't what I expected. Good, you're here. Zelretch acknowledged my entrance, but he did not look normal. His hair was a bit disheveled and his normally tidy appearance leaned towards the unkempt. Frankly, he looked like he had been working without sleep for days. "Are you all right?" I asked out of concern. He looked down at himself and waved it off. "I've been working on this for about 40 hours now and it's been both physically and mentally exhausting. But I finally finished the calculations and theory after creating my initial hypothesis." "Gramps? Oh, don't even start." He chuckled. "This is just as important to me as it is to you. I still need a couple days to finalize the results and gather what I need, but it's safe to say that I managed a way for you to return without being detected." He let out a tired breath as he nearly collapsed into a chair at the dining room table. "How was your date?" I humored him, sitting down across from where he was. "Short, but nice. I would have loved for it to be longer, but it was rather spur of the moment after telling her everything and she had to go back for some family stuff. And catching up with Thorum. I was elated that Venelana enjoyed that environment and she had easily meshed in with the rougher society. It's funny how visibly out of place she was there, yet if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. A shame, I would have loved to meet her." Zelretch hummed. All right. You're intentionally keeping me on edge. Explain what you did." He chuckled again but acquiesced. "I had to take many different approaches. I decided to work based off the assumption that both I and my teacher would simultaneously be on the lookout for you, thus I worked backwards from that. Both Zelretch, the Kaleidoscope, and Solomon the King of Magecraft out to look for me. Are there actually any holes in this hypothetical net to catch me that I could slip through?" "A good analogy." He rubbed his beard. "To continue with it, there are no holes for you to sneak through per se. If we go with the net analogy, let's call that world line a world full of minnows, and you're a shark. The net only allows minnows inside and keeps out all other sea life. No matter what I thought of, I could not come up with a way to get through this proverbial net without detection, even only using the methods my teacher had from my memories. Combined with many things I've learned myself over the years and my mastery of the second, well, the nearly impossible became infinitely smaller. The obvious approach then, would be not to push through the net, but let the net take me willingly. Bingo! He snapped his fingers, pointing at me. You, Wilhelm, will become a minnow. Sounds easy. I rolled my eyes. But seriously, what did you figure out? It's actually fairly simple once I worked through everything I could think of. An oversight I believe, both my teacher and I would have missed had I not been on the outside looking in. Are you going to keep me in suspense? You need to enter that world line during the singularity. At the same exact moment that it would take place on an adjacent world line. He replied. Will that work? I furrowed my brow. I don't know the exact time and date, but to pick an arbitrary time and place. If the singularity was taking place on December 1, 2000, would I need to also be on a parallel world at the same exact date, and if it were midnight in the singularity, would I need it to be midnight there as well? Correct. He nodded to my understanding. Obviously that isn't the entirety of everything. But we're going to hide your entrance in a single moment of time to not cause any ripples on your re-entry. Metaphysically speaking, the singularities are creating their own ripples, distinct ones. And your entrance would be like driving a speedboat over them, making it rather obvious that something was amiss if one were to stare at the river of time there. What we're going to do is make it so you align perfectly with the already established ripples and hide your arrival in such a way. All right. I said quietly, pondering what he just said. I feel like we're making a lot of assumptions with this. It can't be helped, we're working against mostly unknowns. I'm taking every precaution I can think of to make this as safe as possible. I know, and I trust you. I'm just concerned is all. Understandable. He said softly. Have you finished all the calculations? Those are going to be a nightmare, especially if you can't delve too deep without being discovered from prying eyes. That was what I was going to wrap up over the next couple days. I need to figure out the point where the best arrival time would be to mask your presence. He explained. I will also be giving you several devices to gather information. We don't know entirely what's happening and I can't poke at it too much, as you said. Shouldn't be a problem. But what about once I get there? Wouldn't someone be able to point me out? My presence isn't exactly subtle, especially if I need to help resolve the singularity. My teacher's clairvoyance was second to none. He said nostalgically. But it wasn't unbeatable. If the entity I believe to be is using my teacher's clairvoyance, then I have an idea how to overcome it. That spear of yours may be the key. It should be able to cloud you from vision, but I will also see if I can't get something to help further. That being said, that only gets around outside perception. If they physically look your way, you're going to stick out. I suppose it's a risk we're going to have to take. I'm guessing that I can't bring anyone along with me, right? Maybe. You may be able to bring Rei Kao with you due to your master-servant bond. The link should make it so any smoke and mirrors I use to mask your presence also falls on top of her. I will double-check some things, but I'm fairly confident on that front. That's a consideration, but I likely wouldn't ask Rei Kao to come with me. Maybe I'm selfish, but I didn't want to put Rei Kao in that kind of situation. I like the happy Rei Kao that didn't have to draw her sword, that could live a more normal life. Alright, what do you need me to do? I allowed myself to relax. I was happy that there was a method he had some confidence in. Nothing. He said simply. I just wanted to inform you that we're nearly ready. You have the party to attend. Go there, have fun, relax a little bit, and then afterwards, I'll be ready for you. You get me riled up then tell me to relax. I said dryly. But fine, I won't look over your shoulder while you finish up. Just tell me if you need anything. Will do. He smiled. And you were taking Salem, yes? How is she doing? You haven't gone back after you fought with Indra. Oh, he already knew about that then. She's doing good. I was assured that Jin was keeping her company and helping her with everything that needed to be done. I offered to relieve her of her duties, but Jin rebuffed me and told me to let her handle it as well. I think she's having fun bothering Salem, so I left it at that. I'm sure that's going well. I should go check up on them. Jin POV. Alright, time for a pop quiz. You're enjoying this far too much. Salem lifted her head out of the book she was reading. I ignored her. What are the three major families that hold the most sway in the clock tower? The Bartholomew, Trambalio, Valualetta. Salem said in a monotone. Is this really necessary? Yes. I hummed, looking through my own notes I had prepared. Here, look over this too. I pushed it over to her side of the table. She scrunched her nose and grabbed the paper, looking over it. The political spectrum of this clock tower, Joy. Hey, you're the one who wants to go. I'm just making sure you're prepared and don't look like an idiot. Very well. She grumbled. I would be remiss to make myself or him look foolish in the eyes of his peers. Peers is a strong word. I was under the impression that he was representing his family. Either way, it would not do good for me to bring any rumors upon him through my ignorance. Yet, you should probably know just the basics. No one would really bat an eye if you didn't know the third cousin twice removed of the fifth child of the current lord of a department. That being said, you should probably look deeper into the mineralogy department since that's grandfather's. Noted. She paused and looked up at me. Do you truly call him grandfather? I'm Wilhelm's woman, so why wouldn't I? Will this be a necessity for me as well? She looked hesitant, asking. Of course not. I giggled, finding it funny how the usual calm and confident Salem could be nervous about something. Though he's probably older than you, if that makes you feel better. What do you mean probably? You know my exact age to the second. She scoffed, then paused again. You better not have told him how old I am. She narrowed her eyes. First, I don't just go around revealing secrets. I assured her. Unless it's funny. How reassuring. She drawled. Second, he wouldn't care. Do you have any idea how old Meridia is? Older than Remnant. Seriously, the brothers are like infants in front of her. She is a goddess, it is not the same. You do realize he likes older women, right? I held back another giggle at her hint of worry. Third, he used one of my questions to find about you, remember? He should have a vague idea. Does it really bother you when I'm barely younger than you as it is? Or Skadik is over 2000. I didn't bother mentioning Izanami since she already brought up the whole goddess thing. I suppose I am overreacting. She said softly. And you didn't answer my question. Grandfather's age, if you look at it from his birth to the current year in the world he lives in, is less than yours, yet, but he doesn't exist in only a linear state. Take it from someone who perceived every second of Remnant, he is far older than what's on the surface. Then should I address them as such? She again nervously looked to me for guidance. I do not wish to make an improper impression. Seeing her like this was odd. Seeing her worried about how others thought of her, as funny as it was, really threw me for a loop. It reminded me of when she was younger. I could still recall those memories of Remnant just as vividly as I was around to witness them. If you want my honest opinion, do a proper introduction first if it bothers you so much. He's easygoing to those he thinks of as family. As soon as you and Will started dating, he already thought of you as one of his own. He won't begrudge you if being firm and respectful is more comfortable to you. Thank you. Oh wow. What? It's just, I'm surprised I got a genuine thank you from Salem, the Grim Queen. Salem huffed and scowled, not bothering to answer me. Such an impossibility that I would have thought the brothers returned. I met her eyes as she stared at me in annoyance. Don't worry, they haven't. I would know, the lamp in my ass wouldn't be nearly as still as it is right now. That's a thought, I wonder if I could get it to vibrate? Though I might just become useless if it started doing that all the time. You do that on purpose. Of course. I gave her a wide smile. I love how much it flusters you. I do not get flustered. Clearly. It must be that I, the spirit of knowledge, knowing everything, present or past, am wrong. You are the most infuriating spirit in existence. Salem scowled deeper, pulling her book back in front of her face. Your annoyance fuels my existence. It was much too fun to poke at Salem, I simply couldn't help myself. We covered a lot already, and Salem was by no means a slouch when it came to this stuff. Still, we should probably make sure her thaumaturgical foundation had some bearing on their world in consideration for the absence of the human order and inherent mysteries in line with the engraving of unnatural phenomena onto the greater world. However, even with the divergences between vastly different systems of thaumaturgy, the most fundamental rules remained the transformation of one's internal magical energy to affect the outside world. I suppose it doesn't really make much of a difference in this case. Have you thought about what you are going to say to people who ask what your craft is? The idea that everyone has such a narrow craft is odd. She returned to normal as well. Well, not everyone has the benefit of godly magical abilities. It's honestly impressive how far the humans in Wilhelm's world could take their mage craft in comparison. I think the fact that we were handed so much kind of stymied our potential. Not that the old humans here weren't capable of similar feats. But when anyone with mediocre talent could control the elements with relative ease, well, what was the point in pushing beyond that? Even Ozma and Salem with their vaunted and self-described mastery, they didn't really push the boundaries of what was possible. Well, I suppose Salem had started doing that in her boredom over the centuries, but even then she didn't really get that far into it in comparison to those magi. Now, barely a few months after meeting Will, and Salem is already doing ridiculous things. Hiding Grim in her shadow? That's terrifying in terms of potential. Who knows what else she's going to think of next? It's like a painter not having the proper canvas to work on, yet all the brushes and paint they could ask for. Opposed to the humans on Earth who had a canvas laid out for them, but only a tiny amount of paint and only a single brush of poor quality that would break if used for too long. Once Salem was given a canvas of sufficient potential, she thrived. Perhaps if your creators didn't throw a tantrum and killed off all of humanity, we would have reached higher levels. Salem scoffed. However, such innovations and strides for improvement are praiseworthy. It is humbling, in a way, to see those with less accomplish more. I was merely going to be vague and say that elemental manipulation to be my focus if it got into it. I won't mention that it was her actions that technically led to that conclusion. Well, you're already going to be the center of attention, even if it wasn't as Wilhelm's date. No doubt it's going to come out that you're from the age of gods or something like that. It may not be necessary to lie about a craft or whatever. Regardless, it is appropriate to have plans for the most obviously likely scenarios. Salem responded. Whatever floats her boat. It's not like there aren't other old monsters in that place. And she could handle herself, even without Wilhelm's assistance. All right, what do you want to cover next? I think we touched the most important things. We can review the basic. Mistress. Cinder opened the door, peeking through. Cinder. Salem closed her book, setting it on the table. You've returned. The new half-maiden took that as her cue to walk into the room. Yes, mistress. Salem respectfully replied, eyeing me suspiciously. Well, it couldn't be helped, the last time we met wasn't exactly a pleasant experience for her. Hi Cinder. I cheerfully waved regardless. Hi. Cinder stumbled out in surprise. Salem looked utterly amused as much as I was. Did you complete your objective? Salem asked, barely paying attention. We were unable to locate the one responsible. The lead we had turned out to be a dead-end mistress. She straightened herself. But we're already working on a solution. She quickly added. No need, just forget about it. Salem dismissively waved her hand in the air. It does not matter anymore. Mistress, it was only one failure. I'm confident that. Cinder, you misunderstand. It simply does not matter any longer. Salem interrupted her, eyes staring into the younger woman's. And abandon any of your other plans you currently have. Your only duty right now is to practice your magic. If you are learning under me, I will not have you be seen as incompetent. Mistress. Cinder's eyes widened in shock. Does this mean you will be teaching me? Of course. Salem scoffed. Wilhelm went through the trouble of even providing you with a practice staff. How would it look upon me if I let you whittle away after his generosity? Now, go retrieve it and begin the practices I showed you previously. I will check your progress in a few days. Cinder looked elated, but kept her expression mildly under control. I will not disappoint you, mistress. If Salem and I weren't watching, I bet Cinder would have skipped away happily. That's nice of you. I hummed, looking at the grim queen. To see you actually care about your subordinate. I believe it is what Wilhelm desires, so I will make an effort. She said simply. If her use for acquiring the relics is now for naught, she may as well become an accomplished magic user under my tutelage. You're not worried she's going to be pissed to learn that you're basically giving up on everything? You know, in her eyes, she was expecting something like world domination. I informed her, while also keeping it rather vague. Even if my parameters were heavily loosened, I found it wrong to openly talk about others' secrets. Don't take me for a fool. Salem huffed, rolling her eyes. She flipped a page and barely cast a glance back at me. That woman only cares about her own personal power. Her deference to me doesn't contain an iota of actual respect, absence of fear. That could change if you were willing. I began writing down a few magic formulas onto some parchment. Is that a suggestion then? Salem raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Take it as you will. I didn't elaborate on the specific subject. I just think it might be worthwhile to try. Personally, I feel sorry for Cinder, knowing what I do. But even ignoring that, it might be beneficial for you to consider. You believe she is talented and may prove useful to me in the future? I was under the assumption that you had no bearing over future events. You're assuming I'm considering her potential value. I paused my pen strokes. I meant that it would be good for you. Elaborate. Are you really this dense? I slapped my pen down on the table, giving her a look. You're a complete loner, and not by nature. How long has it been since you've actually had bonds with people beyond master and disposable subordinate? How long has it been that you've had someone at your side that you wouldn't toss into a fire if it meant keeping you a little warm? What use is that for me? Salem snorted. Besides, I now have a relationship, as you very well know. Obviously, so do we all. Even I have friends, Salem. I've only been out of my lamp for months and able to move around freely, and I have had more social interaction than you have for the past 1,000 years. I have friends, work colleagues, rivals, acquaintances, etc. I wouldn't say anything if it was just in your nature, but you seclude yourself out of loneliness and hatred. Do you really want to continue like that? Why do you care? Salem whispered, scowling but not meeting my gaze. Besides the fact that Wilhelm now cares about you. I rolled my eyes at the obvious. Just like when we met the first time. It's hard to ignore everything you've done in the past, but seeing you trying is worth the effort returned on my end. I will take your concerns under advisement. Salem said softly, surprisingly she didn't argue with me. It'd probably help if you got laid too. Cease your nonsense. She huffed in annoyance. He, I giggled, finishing up another drawing. Hey, wanna see a couple spell sequences I made? Salem blinked, pulling her book down again. Is this relevant to what I should know? No, I just wanted to share. Very well, let me see. I happily pushed them over for her to review. The idea of spell circles is fascinating. Salem muttered, looking them over. Right. I exclaimed. I mean, I can calculate nearly anything on the fly, but it's so helpful even for me. For a normal human, they're a godsend in comparison. Complicated spells become easier to cast once you can memorize the majority of the structure and not need to mentally account for all the variables every time you cast a simple spell. Granted, basic elemental manipulation in our case would be quicker without spell circles, but going beyond that they begin showing their worth. It also opens up the possibility to interrupt the spell casting. Salem gave in return. Yeah, counter spells are a thing, I've discovered. But you can also make allowances for those. A simple method of layering a false spell over top will usually stop the majority of attempts. And if that doesn't work? Salem asked. Well, then you just have to get creative. If a master sees the obvious false spell and hits the true casting behind it, then just shift to make the false spell the real one. Or there's a ton of other ways. You're smart, you would easily be able to figure out your own means that works best for you. You've given this much thought. Salem praised. Of course, I've been studying so many different types of magic since Wilhelm took me. I smiled happily. I can't wait to show you everything I've learned. We've barely even scratched the surface of Wilhelm's home magecraft foundations, let alone Skyrim and his birth world. So many possibilities that I can finally share with someone. No one else cares about magic in the group the same way that I do, but now I have you. The closest would be Skathuk, but she's more of a warrior in that sense, not a scholar who likes sitting down and reading a bunch of old tomes for days on end. Obviously Wilhelm shared my enthusiasm, but he has had own responsibilities at times as well. Oh, have you picked out what you're going to wear yet? I perked up again. Yes, I have a dress in mind that I have not worn for many years. Salem nodded. I think I know which one you're talking about. The one with the high cut on the right thigh. That is correct. Oh, Wilhelm's going to love that. I cooed. I was hoping he would. Salem whispered. Kaya, I'm so excited for you. What else are you wearing, jewelry? How are you doing your hair? What about makeup? Would you like to assist? She hesitantly asked. Yes. I jumped out of my chair. This was going to be fun. I mean, we had a bunch more to go over and plenty of time to kill before the party tomorrow, but still, this was turning out to be a fun get-together. Something I never thought I would associate with Salem of all people. Wilhelm POV. Answer me honestly, Medea. It wouldn't work between us. She replied without missing a beat. Cute. I snorted. But seriously, Bowtie. Am I wrong in feeling that it's not just me? Spin around. Medea demanded, and I turned to face her. She bit her lip, giving me a once-over, a very scrutinizing gaze. Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not great. Honestly, you'd be better in a formal event where you wear a tie. But it's not as bad as you're probably thinking. Well, of course. Regardless of what I'm wearing, I'm always going to be dashing. But I don't have that same feeling. You have such an inflated ego. She rolled her eyes. And it's obviously my work that makes you look good. Credit where it's due. I spun around, looking myself over in the mirror. You do phenomenal work. Of course. She glowed under the praise. And where's your date? The brat is bringing my precious saber to that shindig, but who are you bringing? Salem, you haven't met her yet. I replied. Does she not need something made for the occasion? It's nice of you to offer, but she's probably going to take a little while to warm up to that point. Jin is with her and said they were handling that aspect. Oh well. She simply shrugged, not too concerned. Even the brat asked me to make her dress without any fuss. Well, color me surprised. I didn't think Rin would swallow her pride like that. Yup. Medea popped. Took me by surprise too. Didn't even argue when I quoted her a price. I took pity and didn't antagonize her too much, but she seemed overly concerned about this whole thing. I don't get it, but then again, most of the people there would be like children to me and I would mostly have fun watching them try and play grown ups. Rin is still pretty young, you know. Oh, I know. Medea grinned. That's why I enjoy getting under her skin so much. Like riling up a little sister. She paused. Don't tell her that. Your secret is safe with me. I knew that Medea had a small soft spot for Rin. The barbs they traded back and forth never devolved any further, like there was silent understanding between them. Truthfully, I think both of them realized that the moment the other took a step beyond the normal barbs, it would mean the other won. And that was far worse than any physical damage the other could do. How's the teaching gig been going over in Skyrim? I began messing with my bow tie, because it still just felt off. Stop fiddling with that. Medea slapped my hand away in annoyance. And it's been going good. Hubby and I have been saving up quite a bit of money. Honestly, we could buy a house right now and get everything sorted, but we're deciding on where we actually want to settle down. Fuyuki not looking good anymore. Don't get me wrong, I adore Fuyuki. It has everything I want as a magus and a future wife, but it doesn't feel like home. I could maybe guess her sentiments. I know it sounds silly, but I want a place that belongs to me and hubby. Maybe it's just that I feel like a guest there. She sighed. While I don't think Kyoto is where you would want to settle down, I would offer it regardless. I knew that Yasaka would welcome her with open arms. She smiled, her expression softening considerably. Thank you for offering. To be blunt, that place is much too hectic for my tastes. But your offer is genuinely one I appreciate. Thank you, again. Completely understandable. You deserve a nice and quiet life that's yours. What exactly are you looking for, if you don't mind me asking? I can always be on the lookout in my travels. I want to be able to practice my magic openly. She held up a finger. Or at least, openly in the sense of Kyoto, even if I can't do it in the mundane cities. Understandable. And I understand why Skyrim wouldn't be the place as well. Again, I do adore it there. The people, the scenery, the peace and quiet, but I refuse to live in a place without plumbing. I am a princess and I demand at least that much. How did you do it back in the day then? I questioned. Gods, please don't ask that question. She covered her face. The answer would not be one you want to hear right now. Noted. I wisely decided not to push. Anything else? I want hubby to continue to teach. It's something he loves doing and I don't want to take that away from him. Modernish conveniences, teaching job for your fiancé, magic existing in some form of society. Anything else, or are those your non-negotiables? No gods. She said softly. If I could help it, I would like there to be no gods existing in the world. Ah, that would be a big selling point for her. I'll be sure to keep my eyes open for any worlds I come across that match your preferences. She chuckled, patting my cheek. Earn that wedding invitation, boyo. Well, every world I'd been to so far hadn't matched her preferences, so I'd keep looking. Wilhelm, are you here? I heard Artoria call out from upstairs. I'm here. I hollered back. She didn't respond, but I heard the steps as she approached. She wasn't wearing a dress, which I had expected. She was in a suit as she was acting as Rin's servant. Even so. You look beautiful. There was a flash of pink that appeared on her cheeks, but she squashed it rather quickly. I am not dressed beautifully. She said sternly. I am Rin's servant, thus I am required to look the part. Keep telling yourself that, Saber Medea cooed. You're going to be cute in anything you wear, just accept that. I am a knight. She demanded. And you're foolish if you think you don't look absolutely adorable in your armor. W. Wilhelm, correct her. Artoria looked to me for help. I am a proper knight. Can't it be both? Seeing her puff up just proved our points. I honestly have no idea how history recorded you as a man. You have a bow in your hair for Hestia's sake. Medea huffed and went to tug on said bow that Artoria generally kept in her hair, but the cute knight slapped it away. Medea looked at her again and tried to reach for it again, only to be slapped away once more. They continued the back and forth a few more times before Medea grumbled and dejectedly stopped. From some of the stories I've heard, her knights weren't exactly the brightest bunch. Will. Artoria took her stern voice. Don't insult my knights. Her lips quivered slightly. Even if such a statement is accurate. Well, from what I've heard about your son getting up to in Skyrim, I would agree. Medea chortled. What is that supposed to mean? You haven't heard. Medea tilted her head. No, I have not. Explain. Medea just started giggling. Explain to me what you mean. Medea started laughing louder. You better not be bullying my saber down there, you witch. Rin shouted from upstairs. We all stopped as the sound of heels hitting the wooden floors echoed out. I think we were all a bit speechless once we finally saw her. What? Why are you all staring? Wow, I do good work. Medea breathed out. Screw off. Rin huffed, carefully walking down the stairs. Rin wore a very elegant dark blue dress. I admit to not knowing about the finer details of women's fashion, but I could honestly say that she looked phenomenal. Her hair was done up elegantly, and even her earrings she wore matched the mystic code she got in Skyrim to the point where it all came together perfectly. Rin, you look very good. I complimented her. Yeah, thanks. She smiled somewhat nervously. Let's just get this whole thing over with. I glanced at Artoria and I sort of silently asked her approval and she gave me a nod. Rin, seriously. I gently put my hands on her bare shoulders. You look beautiful. Thanks Shwinorg. She sounded much more genuine. No need to be nervous. If anything, everyone else should be nervous when you're around. She snorted, barely holding back a growing smile. Stop being an idiot. Fine, fine. I held up my hands letting go. Rin walked over to the full-length mirror setup and looked herself over. I do look good, don't I? She stated, her confidence returning quickly. 5 out of 10. Medea replied. I tuned out the back and forth Rin and Medea got into and instead focused on Artoria who grabbed my hand. Thank you. She said quietly standing on her tiptoes to give me a kiss on the cheek. I love you, Wilhelm. I love you too. I whispered back. Everyone clear out the way. Jin burst in through the front door, slamming it open. Jesus fu * King Christ, Jin. Rin grumbled. You scared the shit out of me. I apologize later. Introducing, Salem. Jin moved to the side. Salem stepped forward. She obviously was nervous herself, but she took confident strides despite it. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. She walked forward, wearing a beautiful black dress. Different from the more standard one she usually wore. This was the kind meant for very special occasions. It had a high cut on her right side that revealed far up her thigh without coming off as crass. Her hair was done up in an elegant bun, and she had on a faint amount of makeup that only seemed to accentuate her natural features. Might wanna close your mouth, Shwinorg. Rin poked me and I didn't even realize she was at my side. I think you nailed it, Salem. Jin giggled and I was brought back to my senses. How do I look? Salem asked. I think I need to find a dictionary to properly articulate how stunning you look right now. I responded. Smooth, Shwinorg. Rin said quietly. And goddamn, you really know how to pick them, don't you? Salem was it? Medea took a head start. Medea, Princess of Kalkus. Salem, Grim Queen. Salem gave her own introduction. And this is Artoria. Jin grabbed the Shy Knight and practically dragged her up to Salem. Greetings. Wilhelm has told me much about you. Despite being pushing forward, Artoria quickly composed herself. You as well. Salem replied sort of stiffly. Cue the awkward silence. How much trouble did you cause Salem? I grabbed hold of my genie into a hug. I didn't do anything. She quickly denied. Salem, tell him. The corners of Salem's lips twitched in response. Do you wish me to lie? You traitor. Jin whined. This girl. Medea chuckled, pinching Jin's cheeks. Hey Medea. Jin smiled. Hug. She held her arms out. Medea of course couldn't resist Jin when Jin was being so adorable and happily hugged the genie. Why don't I steal her away while you all finish up? I've been meaning to spend some time with her anyways. She's all yours. I replied, giving Jin a kiss on the forehead. And thank you for helping Salem, Jin. Of course. She smiled wide. Have fun everyone. She waved as Medea pulled her away and out of the room. I loved seeing Jin be so vibrant and happy like this. She can be as silly and playful as she wants. I much prefer this to how I first met her with her stoic and expressionless dutiful appearance. And she's a master at cutting through any kind of awkwardness or tension in a room. You cleaned up well. Salem commented, giving me a look over. Though I suppose it is not much different than your normal appearance. Not all of us can put on makeup and a new dress and dim the sun by just existing. God damn, Shwinorg, it's just a constant thing with you, isn't it? Rin snorted, walking towards Artoria. He certainly has a glib tongue. Salem said softly, a faint pink adorning her pale cheeks. Artoria smiled humorously. Yes, Wilhelm is much too practiced in swaying women with honeyed words, it seems. So you're the newest of Shwinorg's harem. Rin walked up to her. Rin Tosaka. I'm the student of this idiot's grandfather. She jabbed her thumb towards me. Wilhelm told me about you as well. Salem smiled gracefully. If I am to understand correctly, Salem glanced at Artoria. Is your servant and acting as your bodyguard? That is correct. Artoria nodded. While there should not be too much concern for Rin's safety at this event, I will ensure nothing amiss happens. And you need not worry, I will not interrupt your date with Wilhelm. Of my concerns, that was not one of them. But nonetheless, I thank you for your thoughtful words. Salem replied. All right, if you both are done staring each other down. Rin interrupted their little thing. How about we get this show on the road? I adjusted my bow tie and held out my hand to Salem. Shall we? Let us depart. She smiled, taking it in hers. If there would ever be something to make a man hold his head up high, it was having a beautiful woman on his arm. Hold your head up, Rin. Shoulders back, and keep your stride longer. You must show confidence. Artoria lightly chided Rin. Easy for you to say. Rin grumbled, but fixed her posture. Any final reminders that you wish to speak before we enter? Salem asked as we approached the obvious venue ahead. It was a building co-owned by both the Bartolomei family and the Trambolio family. Owning buildings on property designated as under the umbrella of the clock tower was considered a status symbol. This one in particular was reserved for grand events or gatherings. I don't even recall the last time it was used, perhaps when they hosted some bigwig who came to give a lecture to a larger audience. At this place, no one is allowed to get away with disrespecting any of you. But make sure your response is measured against any slight appropriately. That was the best last-minute advice I could give. Are they not going to check our identities? Salem whispered as we got closer, noticing the blatant guards near the front doors. There aren't any actual invitations. Those who should be here know, and those who know they shouldn't be, aren't. I said simply. If you turned up to this event when you have no reason to be here, well, you can kiss your time at the clock tower goodbye. They didn't stop anyone because if someone was stupid enough to try and crash the event, it was just an easy way to thin the herd of idiots that make it past the initial testing and scholarships. The guards, however, were polite and opened the doors for us. As soon as we entered, it was like a different world. The decor that merely greeted guests was more expensive than what most mundane families made in a year. Extravagance was the name of the game with a lot of these old families. A power move to show off their wealth is such a ridiculous manner. Are those gold candlesticks? Rin whispered. So it appears. Artoria nodded in confirmation. How ostentatious. Salem pursed her lips. Trying this hard brings about the opposite effect. Agreed, but it's not about class. They're literally trying to show off how wealthy they are. I replied. Pick a random art piece in this hallway, and it's probably worth more than the next car you see driving down the road. That being said, as we walked, I began slightly tilting the paintings. You are childish. Salem commented on my actions, however, she was very clearly holding back a giggle on her part. Times like this that I remember your relationship with the old man. Rin snorted. You think anyone would call me out if I nabbed something? Rin. Artoria puffed up. Nope. I immediately replied. Think about it. If they made a scene about getting back whatever it is you took, how would that look to others? Interesting. Rin said expressionlessly and casually grabbed a golden candlestick and quietly made it disappear into her storage bracelet. Artoria let out a sigh. You are a bad influence on her. Rin smirked, shooting me a thumbs up behind Artoria's back. I can see you. Artoria covered her face. You have any idea how much that witch charged me for this dress? I think I deserve some kind of compensation for showing up. Rin tried her best to justify herself. Salem had a smile the entire time, even if she didn't speak. I think she was enjoying being amongst the group. Here we are. I declared as we approached another set of doors with another set of guards. They opened them as we approached and once more, it's like the world changed. A subtle tone filled the entire building, a live performance off to the side with about a dozen people playing instruments of varying shapes and sizes. A section dedicated specifically to food and drink with long tables containing all kinds of delicacies that money couldn't buy in most places. Of course there were plenty of waiters walking around with platters of champagne and various bite-sized bits. The most eye-catching thing, however, was a specially designed arena set up right in the middle of the venue. And of course, the hundreds of people around couldn't be ignored either. There were many familiar faces that I recognized from my memories. And as soon as we walked in, nearly every set of eyes in the building turned to greet our arrival. Well then. I ignored the gazes and focused back on the nearest server. He noticed me and I gestured for him to come over, carrying his tray with him. Champagne, my lords and ladies. He smoothly lowered his head, presenting the lot for us to pick. Don't mind if I do. I grabbed one and sipped it. I will take one as well. Salem also partook. Both Rin and Artoria as well followed suit, and it seemed like the scrutiny on us lowered exponentially. I have been poisoned. Salem abruptly declared. What? I blinked, looking at her glass. She swirled her champagne lightly. It's not particularly strong, and I believe it has an effect to make me susceptible. If it would have worked properly, that is. Poison is perhaps the worst method to kill me due to my curse. Mine is fine. Rin muttered, casting a quick spell on hers. As is mine. Artoria chimed in. Ah, I see. I looked down into my drink. To our left, about 9 o'clock. See the woman and man whispering and glancing at us. Salem handed me her glass and took out what looked like a hand mirror and pretended to fix her makeup. I see. Should I return the favor? Honestly, in the eyes of most of the people here it's a small thing if it wasn't inherently deadly. I'm guessing they spiked dozens of glasses and were waiting for anyone who didn't think to check and swoop in to convince someone of all kinds of things. Essentially, since this event was catered towards the younger generation, the idea was to take a wide shot and hope any scion would be a noob and thus they could get them to sign some guise or contracts while they were inhibited. Highly unlikely that any higher-end family would attempt this kind of method as the potential to backfire was substantial. There was security all around the place. Very obvious security as they dressed in black suits and were up against the walls, scanning the entire venue. If something was an issue, they would have stepped in. The fact that this happened, under their nose, meant they were staying out of things unless they escalated further. How disgusting! Artoria scrunched her nose. Amusing. Salem didn't get upset. You are not upset. Artoria looked at her. Oh, I'm furious. Salem said calmly. If this was Remnant, I would certainly not be this passive. However, I will play the game here as it's supposed to be played. If that's how you want to handle it, then let me join in. I took a drink of Salem's glass, visibly so the ones who were not quite so subtle could see. You two have fun with that. I see some people I know and I'm going to say hi. Rin informed us as she went to join the crowd further away with Artoria following closely. How do you wish to handle this? Salem asked, snapping her mirror shut as the two we noticed before started making their way over. They clearly have no idea who I am, so let's just play stupid for now. Fun. A rising grin, she had looked rather malicious. And by not immediately mingling with the groups gathered, we probably looked like we were easy targets who were in over our heads. Hello there, you must be new to this kind of party. The woman was the first to speak. Is it that obvious? I chuckled, putting on a fake smile. When you've been at this as long as me and my brother have, you tend to pick up on a few things. Don't worry, you haven't done anything to overly stand out. But if you take too long to gravitate towards one of the factions, people will start to notice. Oh, the factions? I didn't realize a party like this would be so political. That was a shared look between the woman and her assumed brother. A flash of excitement, very briefly, like they just hooked a fish. Are you new to the clock tower then? Oh, where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Adriana Weinitz-Waltzen, heir to the modest Waltzen family. Even when she was trying to reel me in, the arrogance in her tone shined through. And this is my brother, Victor. She bluntly introduced him, and he remained silent. The Waltzen family? I apologize, I have not spent much time in the clock tower, so I am unfamiliar with the name. She pulled a fan out of her long sleeve and held it in front of her face. It's no problem. We're just a simple family with only 300 years of history. Not worth mentioning. She spoke with obvious false modesty. 300 years, how impressive. Salem chimed in. Why thank you. Her smile could be seen hidden behind her fan. She gave Salem a scrutinizing gaze, which wasn't odd in of itself considering that Salem was visibly different from most normal humans. The red eyes, pale skin, and black veins running up her arms were a pretty big giveaway. It's not much compared to the true lords of the clock tower, but we have some power and position we can call our own. Well, I'm certainly envious. I can only boast about being a second-generation magus myself since I was adopted by my grandfather. Unfortunately, neither of my parents practiced, so I am a first-generation myself. Salem played her part well. Oh my, well, every great family certainly has humble origins. She was subtly mocking us. However, my family is always on the lookout for talent. She finally started to make her move. Perhaps coming under the wing of another greater family is the path you should choose. Well, I don't know. I tapped my chin, pretending to be deep in thought. The Weltson family even has a seat beneath one of the advisors for the Democratic Factions Board. To say we have sway is not an understatement. We also provide all kinds of resources and benefits to facilitate the advancement of crafts far beyond what a lesser family can manage. Of course, this comes with a certain cost. You would be required to sign a contract stipulating an oath of fealty to the Weltson family. Just the normal formalities, mind you. And I can assure you that you would not receive a deal like this from any other family. Ah, that's their angle. They're just snatching up any free hands they can get their hands on that aren't already claimed. Even a first or second generation magus can have value to them if they get them to sign a slave-like contract. Well, I think I would have to ask my grandfather first. He has a certain position here and I wouldn't want to harm his prospects. Of course, of course. She mockingly laughed again. I'm sure your grandfather's position is a noble and honorable one that you wouldn't want to besmirch. If you desire, I can speak on your behalf. I'm sure he can see reason after you sign a few special documents ahead of time. What is your grandfather's name? She asked, with a tone of dismissiveness to it. Like it would be a chore to go deal with him afterwards. And she was operating under the assumption that the drug we took was affecting us. What an amateur! Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. Pardon. She blinked in confusion from behind her fan. My grandfather's name. He is Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. I paused, letting that sink in. Oh, I apologize, I never introduced myself. How terribly rude of me. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. It would also be impolite for me to not introduce myself either. Salem's aura seeped out slightly with her words. My name is simply Salem due to the fact that I was born far before the idea of multiple names was a concept that humanity embraced. For added effect, Salem drank from her glass again. My, this sure does taste strange, don't you think, dear? I thought the same thing. Should I go complain to the hosts that we were served something so, sub-par? I believe I can go find the Bartholomew head here somewhere. That will not be necessary. The woman's eyes widened in realization, which quickly turned to fright. My drink was fine, why don't I go retrieve you another glass myself? No, I think we should have words with the host here. Salem gently denied her. It would be quite the scandal if there were more drinks being presented to their guests like this. Why, you rewrite? The woman squeaked out. I will take care of this. How kind. Salem drawled. Don't you think, dear? This Weltson family certainly is one that should be remembered. I'm sure my grandfather will wait with anticipation to hear the recruitment pitch from them. I nodded along. Well, the Wizard Marshal is surely too busy to deal with such a small and insignificant family such as mine. Why don't I handle the matter of the champagne? It would be shame if the party was ruined for something so silly. She grabbed her brother's collar. Come along, brother, we're going to do our civic duty and make sure everything continues smoothly. They ran away in a hurry. Salem and I glanced at one another and barely stifled the accompanying laughter. I admit, that was humorous. It almost makes it worth it to get poisoned by some fools. Salem smiled happily. Almost. Salem hummed as we watched the two run towards one of the waiters and start grabbing at glasses of champagne, filtering through them until they found the one they were looking for and moved on to the next waiter. Almost. She repeated, holding her hand up. I could feel the faint gathering of magical energy and the tiniest of spells cast. A cantrip, but a powerful one. Just the tiniest burst of condensed gravity on a singular spot. Specifically, the woman's foot. Her heel snapped, and she fell forward, right into a waiter with a tray full of champagne glasses. They fell down and splattered all over her, causing quite the commotion. There we are. You are a vicious woman. And you are a terrible flirt. She smiled back at me. God, I wanted to steal those full rosy lips right at this moment. But I knew if I did, it would go far beyond what was appropriate for this setting. Seeing as we dealt with the annoyances, would you like something to eat? I eyed the foodstuffs at the side and it was fairly empty of people. I would not mind trying a few things. She nodded. I'll be right back then. I did sneak a quick kiss onto her cheek, making her puff up cutely. Before she could get a response in, I stepped away towards the open buffet. I could honestly smell it the moment I walked into this building and my gluttonous side was calling out to me. Really, it wasn't until I got closer that I realized why there were so few people crowding the food. Or rather, there was only one person putting stuff on a plate. I was wondering why everyone was avoiding this area. Now it makes sense. I grabbed a plate and placed a few items onto it. The woman, who was chewing on something with a plate stacked high, turned to look at me inquisitively. Miss Ayako Ayazaki. She chewed a few more times, swallowing down with a big gulp. You know me. I'd have to be rather foolish not to know the blue. I responded. But I do, sort of. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself. The blue. The other name of the fifth true magic. One of the strongest beings on the planet. If she was more mature in her abilities with it, I would genuinely be threatened by her if we got into a fight. Oh, you're the old man's grandson. He was talking about you the last time we met. Wait. You're the one who got that red syrup, right? Can you get me more of that? I'll pay. I was a bit taken back by the sudden shift in attitude. Sure, just ask Gramps, he has plenty. Thanks, kid. Now that old man can't be stingy with it when I ask him. She smiled happily. Though she paused, looking at me with furrowed brow. You're weird. Sorry. No, your causality is all weird. She muttered, her eyes glowed in an iridescent blue light. Muse Tenge. How do you know that name? It was practically shouted at me when I looked at your causality. She shrugged. But you seem to know what it is, so it's none of my business. Did she look further into me? My Zanpakuto would be something that could interfere with her magic. Don't take this the wrong way, but, why are you here? I questioned. What, do you think I'm too old to be here? She put her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes. There's no correct answer to that question. She chuckled, dropping the serious look she had. Don't worry about it, I'm just here for the free food. I don't really get involved in this kind of crap if I don't have to. She was rather easygoing, just as I remembered. As long as someone didn't try to stand on their noble pedestal, she was content to keep things casual. I'll leave you to it then. I wasn't going to continue bothering her, and I had a date to get back to. See you later, kid. She turned back towards her free meal and was fine to ignore me. I merely shook my head and walked back to find Salem with now a plate full of goodies. It didn't take long as she stood out among the crowd. And she was now mingling with a few people I didn't recognize. I am not dismissing your path, child. I merely stated that your description is wasteful. Salem's tone as I got close had a small bite to it. You speak of creating a creature that requires abundant magical energy and natural energy in the form of food and water to operate. Why not simply cut out the second? I told you, that a proper chimera is a living breathing animal. Without the ability to eat and drink to process the necessities of life, it's pointless. A woman I didn't recognize argued back. Salem glanced at me happily. Wilhelm, settle this debate. She speaks of a chimera being a perfect amalgamation of parts, yet said beast still has the weaknesses associated with all living beings. The woman turned up her nose towards him. It is not a weakness. Without the ability to live it can't evolve. Preposterous. Salem countered. Evolution is not dependent on something so basic. Even a facsimile of life can break free of those perceived bonds and gain intelligence and purpose. That's impossible. If something only fakes life, then it's not living, so how could it suddenly become living? They're arguing about whose monsters are better. By that logic, a tree is not a living being. That's. Nor would certain creatures that do not rely on the same gathering of energy through physical matter. There are plenty of sea life that don't consume other organisms to continue their existence, yet they have changed and evolved since creation. Salem continued. Your premise is flawed and the result of narrow thinking. The mere childish desire that blinds you to the obvious. Why you re-insulting my department? Don't be absurd, I'm pointing out the inconsistencies in your path. Salem scoffed. What would some unknown woman know about my craft? I bet you're not even from a prestigious family. The woman turned her nose up with a harumph. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I will be submitting a report about your insults on our department to the head. Now, let's not let this get too heated. We're here to enjoy a party and exchange viewpoints. I'm sure she meant no harm. Lady Eleanor. A man with long hair walked up. He had a tired look about him, yet at the same time, he was very attentive and aware of his surroundings. Lord Elmeloy too. The woman's attitude did a quick 180 and she bowed respectfully towards him. She insulted my craft and called it childish. No, I called your logic childish. I very much do not dismiss the idea of chimeras. Salem reiterated. See. Lady Eleanor, perhaps we should take a break and cool our heads. The woman scowled and stomped off once she realized she wasn't going to get her way. If she cannot even handle any criticism, then she should simply cease her studies now. Salem huffed, crossing her arms. Be that as it may, perhaps it's not a good idea to antagonize Lady Eleanor. She is considered a genius in the zoology department and is very skilled in the making of chimeras. Hers are considered the premium product for those looking to purchase. Premium among trash is still trash. Salem said dismissively. The man coughed awkwardly, seemingly having no idea how to respond. Waver Velvet. I spoke up instead. I've heard a great many things about you. Should I take it as an honor to be known by the grandson of the Wizard Marshal? He said rather emotionlessly. I'm surprised, it seems like not many people actually know who I am. Your appearances thus far have been minimal and regulated to rumor. I just happen to be acquainted with a Miss Tosaka and I am more privy to the details. He replied coolly. But I do not know your companion. Salem. She introduced once more. Waver Velvet. Also known as Lord Elmeloy II. I am the head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Your reputation precedes you, Lord Elmeloy II. And I have heard of this modern magecraft theory, a fascinating concept born out of necessity. I admit confusion on the matter as I am not entirely familiar with the modernity of magecraft as it is. In my time, it was simply called magic. His eyes widened slightly and there was an obvious understanding based on what she said. I would enjoy speaking at greater length about our objectives. To compare notes with someone who lived in the previous era of magecraft would be beneficial to our studies. If you were ever so inclined, the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory would be more than willing to host you should you desire to give any lectures or classes. He held out his hand, producing what looked like the Magus equivalent of a business card. Salem took it, eyeing it for a moment. Your request has piqued my interest. I will consider it. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a familiar blonde woman arguing with Rin and Artoria trying to mediate the situation. I was tempted to go over there and get involved, but I didn't want to step on Rin's toes. Mr. Waver, I got a plate, do you want? I froze, staring at the woman who trotted over. Lord Elmeloy too must have noticed my staring because he shifted to sort of stand between us. Grey, put your hood back up. He chided. The young girl, who was wearing a large cloak, pulled the hood up, hiding her features. But at this point, it was too late, I saw. The coloring was off. And she was a bit smaller, more petite. But besides that, there was no mistake. Why does she look like Art Saber? I corrected myself at the last minute. The young girl flinched and hid behind Waver. She was the spitting image of Artoria, minus a lighter hair color bordering grey and paler skin and eyes. That is, private. The Lord steeled his expression. Does Saber know? I stared at him in the eyes. She is aware. The Lord kept his response to a minimum. I let out a breath and relented. Then I won't ask any more on the subject. It was clearly something sensitive and magi aren't known to reveal secrets easily. If Artoria knew, that means it's something she wasn't comfortable sharing, or it wasn't something for her to speak about openly. I would talk to her later about it. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Schweinorg. The department head spoke with a genuine hint of thanks in his tone for not pursuing the subject. Come along, Grey, we should. The doors to the venue were practically blown off their hinges as a woman with several people flanking her burst into the room. The Queen. Waver furrowed his brow. I recognized her quickly as well. A well-kept ponytail. A tan-colored jacket and white pants with matching boots. A mithril gauntlet on her left hand and a riding crop in her right. Lorelei Bartholomew, also known as the Queen of the Clock Tower. Its vice-director, technically a position even above Gramps. Why is she staring at me? Salem asked, and we were about to find out because she practically zeroed in on Salem and marched right over. Waver wisely disappeared when none of us was looking. The music stopped right as she entered, and everyone stared as she approached. She stopped a few feet away, locking eyes with Salem. You are not a dead apostle. The vice director voiced rather loudly. How astute. Salem returned without missing a beat, the sarcasm clear. I don't know who was more surprised, the surrounding people or the vice director herself for the rather impolite retort to the abrupt statement. She grabbed her riding crop, a frown adorning her face. Someone bring to me the one who made the report about a dead apostle appearing here. The vice director, it was me. A familiar voice rang out amongst the crowd. The young woman Salem had been arguing with not 30 minutes ago quickly pushed through to come forward. Explain to me why I received an urgent report about a dead apostle appearing in the heart of my territory and I find nothing of the sort. She didn't sound too pleased. She's right there. The woman from the Chimera department jabbed her finger in accusation towards Salem. Salem merely raised an eyebrow. I am being insulted and slandered. She is not a dead apostle. The vice director said sternly. But. I do not appreciate having my time wasted. The vice director narrowed her eyes down at the girl. And I do not appreciate the insults. I demand satisfaction. Salem crossed her arms, looking at the trembling girl. A punishment will be decided. The vice director glanced in Salem's direction. An accusation such as this cannot be levied lightly. Into the arena. Salem said simply. It was placed here to settle disputes or what not of this variety. Bring her up. The vice director paused, pondering what Salem just said. A simple and sufficient response. I approve. Wait, no. I'm not a fighter. I refuse. It is your right to refuse. The vice director stated. However, my annoyance will be brought up with the head of the zoology department. And you can be assured, if I am forced to waste more time settling this matter, it will not be to your benefit. If we're throwing our weight around, I'll step in as well. I spoke up amongst them for the first time, making them turn their heads towards me. Get on stage per Salem's demands, or you'll find Zelretch paying the zoology department a visit. He wouldn't mind if I used his name here like this as a threat. The vice director raised an eyebrow in my direction. The wizard marshal spoke of you. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lady Bartholomew. I greeted her politely by her family name, which to her family was the most respectful greeting. For someone who was purely human, she was frighteningly strong. By the standards of my birth world, she's easily ultimate class. Wizard Marshal. The Chimera girl squeaked out. He is my grandfather. And you have insulted the woman I'm in a relationship with. If Salem did not wish to handle this herself, then you can be assured that I would have in her place. Choose carefully your next words. I will, fight. She shook as she finished the words. Well, I couldn't blame her. Perhaps two of the most influential people in the hierarchy here were breathing down her proverbial neck about how she handled this whole mess with the false accusation. Her career here was basically over after this stunt. Let her fetch her pitiful creations. I would not be seen as bullying an unprepared child. Salem crossed her arms defiantly. Funny enough, the vice director looked amused for the slightest moment at Salem's request. I suppose it's not unexpected coming from the woman who intentionally goes out to hunt dead apostles due to a generational hatred passed down her bloodline. An undeserved mercy. The vice director grunted. Very well, send some people to bring her personal creations from the zoology department to participate in this duel. We shall reconvene shortly. At. It didn't take long for them to start rolling in. Large cages, small cages. They were of all sizes as various roars and ungodly noises emanated from within them. Salem stood impatiently at one end of the arena while the Chimera girl took the spot opposite of it. She took out what appeared to be a flute and played a few notes on it, making the creatures in the cages calm down quickly. I almost felt bad for the girl. She didn't seem too old, perhaps a year under Rin. But far old enough to know what to say and not say around here. And accusing Salem of being a dead apostle, and reporting it to the vice director of all people, that was just plain stupidity. She striked me as the sort of person who hasn't been told no much in her life. A genius, constantly praised, gets what she wants, etc. Such a type of person wouldn't take being insulted lightly. I may have felt a bit bad, that is, if she didn't look cocky as hell now that she had her pets behind her. "Open the cages!" she demanded. The staff pulled giant metal spikes out from the hinges, the cages practically destroyed as the creatures filled out at the melodic music coming from the girl's flute. The tune was somewhat familiar. Was that the Pied Piper's tune? Credit where it was due, that's a pretty smart idea to control a bunch of mindless beasts with. Weaving the control of magecraft into the inherent concepts of manipulation and hypnotism of that infamous character's notes. There was one massive one with a scorpion's tail at the back, and the body of a lion with the head of an eagle. There were several smaller ones with the bodies of crabs, but mixed with the appendages of spiders. All manner of Frankenstein horrors were presented here for everyone to see. "Stupid, you let me bring out my chimeras!" the girl gloated. "These are some of my better ones too." They filed out and lined up in front of her. "Is it my turn then?" Salem asked, ignoring her. "You showed me your pets, let me show you mine." Salem's shadow began to distort and enlarge, covering her entire half of the arena. It began with red eyes appearing in an uncountable number. And slowly, things began to emerge from within it. A couple dozen alpha beowulfs. A handful of alpha ursas. Some borbadisks, to fill in the gaps. There were more, so much more, hiding in her shadow that poked out but silently faded back inside. "It seems like my bigger ones can't fit here, a shame. But I suppose this will be enough." Salem casually spoke. That's not fair!" the girl exclaimed in shock amongst the whispers of surprise in the room. "What are those? Why do you have so many? I believe we are both ready." Salem glanced at the vice-director. "Very well." They both ignored the Chimera girl's protests. "As vice-director, I will oversee this duel. Death is forbidden. I will declare the winner when it becomes clear." She raised her riding crop up in the air then slammed it down. "You may begin," she declared with a gust of wind echoing her voice to every corner of the building. The girl quickly moved to use her flute and Salem simply sat there again, letting the girl make her move. The chimeras, as outnumbered as they were, charged at Salem's grim. The outcome was expected. There was absolutely no expense. Grim met chimeras, and the tide of black creatures very quickly overwhelmed the animal amalgamations. The Grim tore into the fleshly creatures with blatant disregard to their own well-being while the chimeras could still feel the pain and fear of their bodies being attacked and attempted to return the favor. An Ursa went down, but so did half of the chimeras in its place. The biggest beastie present, the tiger-bodied scorpion-tailed creature collided with another alpha Ursa, but the alpha beowulfs lashed out, clawing into its hide and cleaving away its flesh. And the borbadisks charged at the remaining chimera with reckless abandonment. Their only purpose was to pierce their mighty tusks into the hides of their foes. The fight didn't last long. The Chimera girl just stared in shock as her supposed best creatures were overwhelmed and annihilated by Salem's own Grim. A roar of one of the Alpha Ursas signaled the end of the match, and another slap of the vice-director's riding crop confirmed it with the announcement of the Chimera girl's defeat. "This fight is over. Victor goes to the insulted." Her response was simple and direct, a satisfying conclusion for both Salem and the vice-director in this case as the girl had been humiliated in public and committed what was essentially political suicide with her stunt. Salem recalled her Grim, her shadow expanding, and they silently dove back into her shadow before it receded to its proper shape. She stepped off the stage with elegance and grace befitting one who called themselves a queen. "Well done," was the vice-director's only words of response to Salem's victory before she departed from this party. But just that was enough for many more people here to pay attention to Salem for more than just a curiosity. "That was fun," was Salem's response to this whole incident. "What next?" "Well, I doubt anyone's going to come pick a fight anymore. But there's still ample opportunity to talk to the people gathered." I held out my arm. "Why don't I introduce you to some of the people I recognized?" "That would be lovely." She smiled beautifully, despite the many stares that were on us. This was a lovely moment for us. I was still worried about Chaldea and the singularities, but there was still nothing I could quite do about it at this particular moment. So I would enjoy the rest of the part with Salem and see where Gramps stood on it tomorrow. Chapter 429, Chapter 388. Salem POV. How long had it been since I had woken up with someone else sharing my bed? There was a moment once I realized that someone was touching me that I nearly called upon my magic in surprise. The feeling was too foreign until I recalled what occurred. Once the initial startlement abated, I was left with another strange feeling rising in my chest. I couldn't recall the last time I slept so soundly and peacefully. To wake up and not simply feel tired regardless of how long I rested. I am still skeptical of how long this would persist, this desire to delay my own death that I have sought for an uncountable number of years. But if this is what I am to look forward to, perhaps it would not be a challenge. Even more odd was that I did not mind that there was a man currently groping my behind. Beyond the principle of it that was. I did not find it disgusting that some other person touched me in such an intimate way. How long ago would I have incinerated someone for merely thinking of doing something such as this to me? No, if I were to be honest with my feelings, I found it pleasant. Perhaps not gratifying in a physical way, but emotionally. I was pleased that this man that buried his head in my bosom was desiring me so. However, with the passing minutes the amusement and feelings in my chest slowly faded and were replaced with something else. How long do you plan to squeeze my rear? I demanded. And be more gentle, my behind is beginning to sore. He didn't respond, so I pinched his arm that was reaching around my waist. I know you are awake. I'm sleeping. He giggled into my chest. I would not be surprised if this is something you do unconsciously in your sleep. I released his arm as he relented and became moderate with his fondling. I would not stop him if he was more modest, a reward for the pleasant evening he gave me. Oddly, I was attaching some importance to physical relations now that I agreed to a relationship. I felt almost embarrassed that I would have willingly offered my body in exchange for what I desired previously. However, I was content at this moment. As much as I enjoyed the evening and to experience the magical environment with other practitioners, I was exhausted by night's end. I wished to retire for the night, but I also desired his companionship, thus I allowed him to enter my bed with the agreement that no coitus would transpire. I did not even need to dissuade any attempts to push beyond what I dictated. He was a perfect gentleman, as much as one could be while also having a hand firmly upon my derriere. Are you okay? He peeked open one eye to look at me. You've been silent for a little while and just staring at me. I am merely lost in thought. I assured him. Am I bothering you? I'll stop if that's the case. You may continue if you desire. I truly did not mind. However, instead, he leaned forward to lightly kiss me and then wrapped his arms around me and pulled my body closer so that I was now resting my head comfortably on his chest. A warm sensation soon flowed through my body as I settled into my new position with content. We didn't really talk about it, but how was the party? He asked. You lied to me. I looked at him accusatory. I lied. He blinked in confusion. I was told that someone was going to die at a minimum. Yet, there were no dead bodies present by the end of the night. What a dull evening and an utter waste of my time. Did the person who had their arm exploded not meet your requirements, oh grim queen? He snorted. Or the person that got shot in the heart after those two people had an old-fashioned duel. I did not understand the logic of such a thing, but it was amusing to watch regardless. Some perceived slight and the other challenged them to a duel of pistols, no magic involved. Perhaps I will make an exception then. It would be remiss of me to blame you completely for such an unexciting evening in this case. I thank you for your generosity. He said dryly. As you should. I replied curtly, however, I felt the corners of my mouth twitching into a smile. I had a wonderful time. I whispered after a moment. I have not been this happy in recent memories. Thank you for bringing me. Seeing you happy makes any effort with it. He said with true sincerity. Even with my inherent skepticism, I could not detect any falsehood in his words. Why must he say these kinds of things to me when I am unable to separate myself from him? I felt silly letting myself be led by the nose by someone so much my junior. I would have laughed at anyone who told me I would be in this position merely a year prior. Being intimately embraced by another person whom I willingly allow without ulterior motives. Do you wish to remain here for a period longer? You spoke up important matters before the party that would take you away for a time. I do not wish to intrude upon your responsibilities. Even if I didn't quite understand the peculiarities of what he deemed important in this case. I would have to ask the spirit for more information. Are you asking me if I want to continue cuddling? He looked at me in amusement. Do you want to keep cuddling? Don't turn such a ridiculous request back on me. I huffed in annoyance. I merely do this for your own satisfaction. So you don't like me holding you like this? I don't want to make you uncomfortable, should I stop? Don't tease me. I said softly, not wishing to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, You're just so cute I can't help myself sometimes. I, the Grim Queen, am not cute. Ahoy! Stop that! I scowled. Cute. You are infuriating. I growled. Kiss. He asked with a sincere and idiotic grin on his face. Do what you want. I huffed in annoyance once more, finding it difficult to levy any sort of resistance to his antics. He wasted no time in claiming my lips again, and I felt that warmth flow through my body. Still, he shall be punished for daring to insinuate something so absurd about me. I would continue to ignore the very hard object currently pressing against me below. I do have something important to do. To err on the side of caution, I would give myself 2 weeks before I can check back in while occupied. I would assist if you require. I found myself offering without a second thought. And it was strange for me to speak the words so easily. Thank you. He smiled towards me again, and it melted my earlier annoyance. But in this particular instance, bringing others along is problematic. I see. I could not claim to understand the intricacies right now, as I am still catching up with his culture's magic. Very well then. I slowly pulled myself from his arms, allowing my feet to touch the ground at the side of the bed. Come along, I will not laze about for the remaining time we have together. I paused, opening a drawer nearby. Why are you staring at me? I shot him an inquisitive look. Just etching into my memory, how well that nightgown hugs your curves. He said without an iota of shame. Instead of getting annoyed, I found myself swinging my hips just a bit more than usual as I retrieved a proper garb to change into for the day. I took more pleasure than I should have, letting him watch me drop my nightgown to the ground. I will take my morning bath. I will perhaps relax for a longer time than I usually do. Providing you well enough to enjoy your new memories so you can take care of your own excitement in the meantime. I glanced down at the obvious bulge pushing up from beneath the covers of his. You are a very cruel woman. He breathed out a sigh of acceptance. And don't you forget it. Once more, I swayed my hips as I made my way towards the bathroom, in nothing but my undergarments. Unfortunately, my confidence was merely a projection, as I would require a long bath for my own needs. That foolish man brought about these feelings too easily in me. Wilhelm POV. Morning everyone. I stepped out into Gramps' home, seeing a slew of faces I wasn't expecting. Gramps peeked his head out of the kitchen. I was hoping you would be back soon. I'm making breakfast, it'll be done shortly. He stated before ducking back in, and I could smell the bacon and eggs cooking. Take your time. I replied, going around the table to everyone present. Good morning, Jin. I kissed her forehead. Back already? Did Salem kick you out? Jin asked, brightening up. Cinder and her 2 minions saw me and Salem walk out of her bedroom together. She did, actually, something about ruining her image in front of her subordinates. I chuckled, moving on to the next. And Ray Cow. I was surprised to see my servant at this particular moment, but it was welcomed nonetheless. Master Ray Cow shifted so that it was not merely a kiss on the cheek, but her grabbing hold of me and deepening it for her own pleasure. She only released me once she was satisfied. Artoria. I gave her a quick peck on the cheek as well. Wilhelm. Artoria smiled, happily accepting the morning greeting. And Rin. I swatted her loose ponytail. Schweinorg. She grunted, nursing a cup of coffee, not even bothering to get annoyed with me. I took the empty seat between Jin and Ray Cow. How's everyone doing? Well. Artoria said simply. Rin is recovering from the party. Oh. How did that go? Jin excitedly asked. About as well as expected. There was so much to say, where to even start. Someone picked a fight with Salem. That was fun to watch. I heard about that. Zelretch exited the kitchen, several plates floating next to him as they glided to the spots in front of us. I will be paying a much-needed visit to the zoology department in the coming days. Kind of feel bad for that girl. Rin muttered. What happened? Jin asked specifically. Well, Salem got into an argument with someone from the zoology department, someone who makes chimeras. She was, probably a year or 2 younger than Rin, and a bit of an ego to go with it. She didn't take it well and claimed that Salem was a dead apostle based on her looks. Oh dear. Ray Cow said with some concern. Did it turn out well? The vice director arrived. The one with a hate boner for any dead apostles. I paused, looking at Gramps. How does that work in other world lines? We have an agreement. He said simply, not elaborating. Well, I don't remember much of that, but whatever, I was getting off topic. Suffice to say, she was upset for being lied to and her time being wasted. It ended with the Chimera girl meeting Salem in the arena with the vice director overseeing the fight. I added air quotes to the word. I can guess how this went. I admit not having much experience with chimeras, it wasn't really a practice over on Remnant due to Grim running around. Sort of a taboo to make monsters when they're so prolific in a sense. That Chimera girl got demolished. Rin blurted out. Serves her right though. Met her before, in one of Waver's classes. Head was so far up her ass that she insulted him then left after insulting everyone else that was taking the class seriously. Well, you shouldn't be concerned about her any longer. She basically committed political suicide. I would be surprised if you even see after the next few months. Really? Rin looked skeptical. I mean, yeah, it was pretty embarrassing and got people pissed at her, but I would begrudgingly admit she was a genius in what she did. Perhaps it is my perspective as an outsider, but I feel this event was counterproductive to the continued prosperity of the association. Artoria commented. You're not wrong, but there was more to it than that. Zelretch stated, taking a sip of a cup of orange juice next to him. It was intentional. To weed out the undesirables and to be on the lookout for other talents. The young woman in the zoology department was much too old to act the way she did. Her attempt at revenge was also much too childish and ignorant to ignore. She was on the short list for the next department head seat for the department, but after this event, no one will consider her for any practical position. Makes sense. I grabbed hold of my knife and fork, cutting into my perfectly cooked eggs. Everyone there had some semblance of talent in magecraft, so they were looking for the ones who could navigate the political spectrum and eke out benefits properly. So they knew who to look out for when filling the upcoming positions of their department as the old generation goes away. God, I'm happy I don't have to deal with most of that. Rin muttered. I just had fun getting one over on that bitch for once. Oddly enough, I had fun too. It was entertaining watching people fumble over themselves once they learned I was related to Gramps over here. And to see Salem tear apart some of the really arrogant ones. I wasn't even the one to get into fights. That had to be some kind of new record. Did Salem have fun too? Jin inquired. She had a blast. And people there were fawning over her after what happened too. Lots of people were trying to win her over and it didn't even have anything to do with my status. I'll go over there and bother her about the details later. Jin giggled. Right. Zelretch clapped his hands, finishing up his meal. Shall we talk about the thing that's on your mind? Am I that obvious? Yup. Jin cheerfully replied. I pinched her cute blue cheek. Did you get everything settled? Nope. Zelretch replied. But I realized that I couldn't do everything myself, so I enlisted the help of someone else. With their help, everything should work correctly. All right, can we cut to the chase? Very well. Zelretch turned a bit more serious. Everything is prepared. Or as much as we can. I calculated the optimal time, and to line everything up, I went to great lengths. It will be enough for both of you to sneak in undetected. That's great. I sighed in relief then blinked in confusion. Both. I will be coming as well. Reika replied, as if it weren't even an argument. But I will be coming. She didn't even look up from her meal. I am master's servant. Don't argue. Jin's silly tone was nowhere to be seen. None of us are happy about what happened last time. And you will be taking Avalon. Artoria also chimed in. You will be taking Avalon. I was going to say thank you. Artoria cracked a small smile and nodded. How much time do I have? I haven't exactly gone to say goodbye to everyone and I don't think it'll be a short trip. We already took care of it. Jin spoke up. They're all aware of how important this is to you, so you don't need to worry. Just focus on the mission that you're going on. You all are too good for me. It sounds like everything is settled then. I relented. Enjoy the meal, we'll head out once we're done. Zelretch announced. And it was a pleasant meal before heading out. I'm a bit confused, I thought we had to cross over at the exact same moment in time. Why did we only come to France and not a different world line where we could access that time period? I looked around at the wheat field we found ourselves in. The scenery was nice but, that's about it. I said I acquired some help. Zelretch chuckled. Yes. That would be me, kiddo. A woman's head popped up from the field, clearly having been laying down before our arrival. Miss Ayako Ayazaki. I greeted the woman I had met at the party. Now this makes a lot more sense. She brushed herself off, standing up. Quite the group you got here. 2 servants. She eyed Reikao and Artoria. Probably the most talented magus of the generation. She glanced at Rin, making the girl blush. And, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you are. Hi, I'm Jin. She waved. The blue tilted her head and laughed. Hello Jin. She returned, walking to Gramps. And then we have whatever the hell he is. She jabbed her thumb my way. Handsome? Charming? Handsome. You said handsome twice. She pointed out. It needed to be said twice. It's hard to believe he's your grandson. She snorted a chuckle again. Alright, so let's get this show on the road, I got other things to do today. One moment, your addition was a last-minute detail I have yet to explain. Zelretch stated. Let me at least go over the barest important information. That would be appreciated. I nodded. I realized that if we tried what I suggested, it would still leave room enough for error that there was a significant chance that while not outright shining a beacon on your entrance, that it would be noticeable through certain means. Thus, after hearing that you had a chat with Miss Blue during the party, the idea popped into my head. Who better to manipulate time? Compliments aren't going to lower my price, Zelretch. Worth a shot. He hummed, then continued. It's simple really. And by simple, he means for you. The other magician interrupted him. What we're doing is anything but simple. The old man said that you've mastered the magic to a degree, but I wouldn't trust you in his place, so be grateful. Is it alright if we watch? Rin asked sort of meekly. Yeah, it's no problem. But you're just gonna need to stand back. She shrugged. But for a simplified explanation, Zelretch is going to shift the area off the x-axis of the world, and I'm going to pull you both back to the needed time period on the y-axis while he maintains the shift. And it needs to happen faster than you can blink. But, the amount of energy you would need to maintain a temporal stasis like that. The old man offered his own time to use. She stated. Gramps? I looked at him. It's not a big deal, I still have plenty of life ahead of me, a few hundred years is nothing. He said dismissively. I refuse. I crossed my arms. Take my time instead. Don't be ridiculous. Zelretch frowned. This is my business, so I'll pay the price. I shot him an annoyed look. Miss Blue, please take my time instead. The blue was one of the only ways that time travel like this could work, but it had a heavy cost to it. Especially if she was using it on other people. It used the most appropriate cost, to use someone's own time, not to be confused with their lifespan. While they're nearly identical, there was a difference to them as she could take already established time from someone, rather than future time. It's literally to burn away parts of someone's time, converting it to fuel the use of the magic. And now that I think about it, that's oddly similar to what was happening in the singularities that the creature posing as Solomon was doing. I don't really care who pays the price, but do you got enough? She raised an eyebrow. A devil, a campione, a dragon. Yeah, I got plenty. I held out my hand and she shrugged, taking it. Whoa. Her eyes widened. You weren't lying there. I normally have to be careful, like taking a single drop of water from a cup. But for you, it's like I could use a bucket to scoop out of a lake. Since we're not making a permanent change to the world, I don't have to take as much as I normally would have. We can shunt most of the burden off to this singularity or whatever, and from what the old man says, it'll rectify itself and bear the majority of the burden after it's resolved. Happy to help. I could feel something strange escape from me. It quickly disappeared and I returned to normal, but it faintly felt as if there was something missing inside of me for that brief moment. All right, Zelretch, I got enough here. Very well. Gramps relented. Let us begin. But, please hold on to this. He tossed me a strange-looking cylindrical device. It will record the state of the singularity you are going to. Can I keep it in my ring? That's fine. He nodded. The last preparation we'll need is this. He held up a cloak of some sorts. I had to call in a few favors to acquire a holy shroud from the church to hide your existence. I think some people would be rolling in their graves if they knew I would be wearing this. I chuckled, accepting it without reservation. I put it on and it felt a mite uncomfortable, perhaps the holy nature was clashing with my devil side. Call upon the spear. You don't need to take it out, but let it resonate with the shroud and cover you. I didn't even need to reach out myself, as if listening in, I felt the spear within my ring resonate and fill the shroud with its holy light. If the creature was able to use Solomon's clairvoyance, this would hide me from his sight. And prepare yourself, there will be no threshold, no indication that something occurred. Once we activate the required spells, you will simply open your eyes and you will be where you need to be. If there's anything you wish to say or do, you have a few moments. I grabbed Rei Cao's hand and pulled her to my side. With one last look at the others, they gave all an affirmative nod of encouragement. I'm ready. Miss Blue, I will follow your lead. Zelretch retrieved his jeweled sword, an indication that he was serious about this endeavor. Everyone else, stand back. She closed her eyes and an iridescent light began to manifest. There was a reason her magic was called the Blue. Hear me, Lord of all creation. I announce. In my name representing order, I announce. Everything will be corrected. Order has now fallen. My vision was overtaken with the blue light, everything became indistinguishable from the all-encompassing iridescent aqua glow. The blues chant still rang in my ears as the light died down and I blinked to see that the surroundings were utterly different. Master! Rei Cao whispered, pulling on my shroud as she looked to the sky. What is that? I looked up to see that same ring of light from before. Indication that we're in the right place at least. I admit I felt a tiny bit fearful after seeing it. Being hit by something so powerful left an impression. This does not look like the same location. Rei Cao noted, as we took in our surroundings. Everything looked like it had been burnt down. The fields of wheat, surrounding forestry, any kind of life was but ash that sat upon blackened soil. Master! Rei Cao tugged on my sleeve again, pointing beyond a few hills ahead to what looked like a caravan of sorts. Those are not birds, Master. She spoke with a hint of worry at some large flying creatures above them. It wasn't until I reinforced my eyesight that I noticed what they were. Wyverns. The hell are wyverns doing in this time period and place? Even Drake sounded confused. Rei Cao, let's go. I commanded and she followed me as I moved with a burst of shunpo to cover the distance as quickly as possible. It took moments to come upon the caravan, people huddling behind or underneath wooden carriages and those wyverns spewing out flames from above with the occasional dive to attempt to grab one of the people. There were only a handful of people with actual weapons, one with a bow and arrows, one with a pike, but most with pitchforks or farming instruments. My first instinct was to cast some magic, but that thought was squashed due to the nature of where we were. This time period, showing off magic? That's just asking for people to assume the worst. Instead, I withdrew a handful of spears, just random, sturdy weapons that were among what I hoarded. And one by one, I threw them at the flying draconic creatures in the air. There were only 5 wyverns in total, but that was still a significant amount to a mundane human. While 4 of my spears landed true and impaled the creatures, causing them to fall from the sky, one of them dodged out of the way and instead dived down to scoop up one of the people hiding below. Rei Cao was quick and before it could get too close, she cut its head off, making the large beast flop to the ground to the side. Which? The man that Rei Cao saved was trembling, pointing his hand at Rei Cao, perhaps due to the tiny bit of lightning that arced along her blade before she dismissed it. She's a witch, I saw it. Knock it off, you daft cunt. A bulkier man in what appeared to be some rusted armor carrying the singular pike from before slapped him on the back of the head. But she saved ya damn life, he said gruffly. Sorry my lady. The armored man bowed his head in apology. 'Tis horrid times and the people are on edge. Thank you for helping this ungrateful brat. His father saved my life, I'd be ashamed to meet him in the Lord's kingdom if I arrived after the idiot. The caravan was obviously weary of our arrival and I stood next to Rei Cao as they sized us up with clear skepticism in their eyes. No, it was more than that, there was a genuine fear present amongst everyone. It's no trouble. Rei Cao replied. Ah, more than this one deserves. He slapped the younger man's head again. Get back to your cart, ya brat. The younger man scurried off with haste to the rear of the caravan. If it weren't for you two, we'd not have made it, thank you both. He lowered his head in thanks again. If you don't mind me asking, why were there wyverns attacking you? There, Shouldn't be wyverns here. I tried to choose my words carefully, but it just seemed silly to even ask this kind of question to an obvious non-magically inclined person. You new around here? He stared at me weirdly. They're the minions of that cursed witch. The scourge of France. We've been running away since they burned down our village. Sorry, we just arrived in France and we don't really know what's going on. Just saw some people in trouble and wanted to help. Blessings to you then, strangers. His expression softened. You look like outsiders, but I didn't want to be rude to our saviors. He obviously glanced at Ray Cow's probably bizarre outfit in comparison to what he's used to. That or her very generous figure. If you just arrived, I suggest leaving all the same. This land is cursed. You mentioned a witch, what's going on? He let out a tired sigh. Those damn fools. They burned that poor lass and now incurred the wrath of hell itself. She returned after being touched by the devil. The dragon witch, Jeanne d'Arc. What did you just say? Chapter 430, Chapter 389. Repeat what you just said about Jeanne d'Arc. I demanded. He took an unconscious step back and I didn't even realize I was nearly in his face. The dragon witch. After she was burned at the stake, they say she was raised from the fires of purgatory itself, wielding the cursed flames as her own. The ones responsible for her death, and even the king himself were all burned in her unholy wrath. Ridiculous. I muttered after understanding his words. Jeanne d'Arc going on a murder spree. Just saying it out loud was absurd. I'm just telling you what I heard. The man grunted. And then the flying beasts appeared. And you just have to look up to the sky to see that something is wrong. Right, from his perspective, I supposed they would believe such a rumor just from the fact that wyverns appeared that coincided with that stupid rumor. Not to mention the ring of light is noticeable to everyone, so that's not helping matters. Absolutely no way this was Jeanne. The Jeanne I knew was, beyond reproach. Those angels I met at the peace conference were less in my eyes in comparison to her. I was confident that she would emerge from the corrupted Grail's mud of Rin's Grail war untainted if she were exposed. But, it wouldn't do any good for me to get upset over this. There was obviously something wrong, beyond the obvious of this place being a singularity. I would just have to figure out the details myself. Shouldn't there have been a treaty signed between the French and English at this point? I started pacing back and forth, thinking aloud. At this point in history, I can't say it has overtly significant. It's obviously important enough that a singularity formed a distortion, but compared to other events in the past, it's not very substantial in weight. The only notable occurrence that had ramifications beyond the borders is the ending of the 100-Year War through an agreement signed by both the English and French kings. The English king bastard died as well. The man spit out. Good riddance, I say. Only good thing the witch did was scare off them English armies from the lands. If she didn't start burning down cities too, then everything would have been fine. Right. I took a moment to process that bit of information as well. Just going by the process of events, history is entirely *ked up due to this sequence. The English armies would return, the next heir would swear vengeance, and I wouldn't be surprised if the church joined in due to their people being burned in revenge. That's not even considering the fact that there are goddamn wyverns flying around in mass enough that people are calling her the Dragon Witch. How long before the clock tower of this time period would get involved? No wonder this was a point of singularity in the timeline. What a damn mess. At least everything wasn't literally on fire like Fuyuki. You said this witch was burning down cities. Can you tell me about that? He grunted with a nod. Heard Orleans was burned down by the witch and she raised a castle on the ashes. Lyon too, got a couple yunjins from over there and they said that the city was mostly destroyed and burned by the witch. And something about a knight protecting them or something. He said gruffly. Nonsense if you ask me. Maybe other places too, but we didn't stay to wait. As soon as those monsters appeared, we packed up and ran. I looked back towards the remainder of the caravan. Probably a dozen or so carts pulled with horses, oxes, or donkeys. A lot of them looked held together only by prayers at merely a glance. Where are you all going then? If France is suffering at the hands of this witch with dragons that can fly across the land faster than people can flee, where will you go to escape her? He leaned on his spear. North. He said simply. Lots of people saying that the witch won't go up north, eastwards that is. They say that the Duchy of Lorraine is safe from her, that for some reason she can't step foot on the land. We are headed for Nancy, the capital city of the duchy. Why did she leave it untouched? I furrowed my brow. If she was burning down most of France, from what you said, it didn't make sense. What was there that would keep this supposed Jeanne d'Arc at bay? The Holy Roman Empire? Did they set up there and are pushing back against the Dragon Witch and using some of the Church's secret weapons? They have plenty of weapons stored away that even I would be fearful of. I don't know myself. He shrugged, not giving it too much thought it seems. You're welcome to come along. I'd be a shit man if I didn't offer our saviors a ride. Sides, I wouldn't turn down the extra help if you wanted to come along. We be almost to the borders of what's safe. Once we get to the nearby village, we'll gather some more supplies to make the journey further north. But don't worry, they say the wyverns don't dare to come close. Master. Ray Cow's voice entered my head through our servant link. Do you wish to follow? It seems we have an immediate destination if you want to find the source of the conflict here. However, there is something unsettling going on. Let's get our bearings first. After what happened before, the last thing I want to do is rush into anything at the moment. I sent back through our link. I'll gladly take you up on your offer. I held out my hand and he happily shook it. It seems like he really appreciated the extra help after dealing with those wyverns. What's the name of the place we're stopping? Maybe I could inquire about some things there if they got a bunch of other people traveling through like them. What was the name? He scratched his head. Damn kids said they got some family there and suggested we stop to refill supplies. Do. I stiffened in realization. Domremy. I offered. That's the one. He smiled happily. Master, why did you react that way after hearing that? Does the name mean something to you? Ray Cow asked. I supposed most people wouldn't know, especially the peasants of this era as it only got popularized long after her death. It's the place of Jeanne's birth, and where her family should still be living. Well, I wouldn't want to keep everyone. I looked up to the sky. There were a few figures miles away in the distance. By the size this far away, I could guess they were more wyverns, but they didn't seem to be coming our way. Let's not wait for more of those monsters to come along. I'll make sure the others are ready and we will get going. Should make it there before nightfall. He nodded in appreciation. You two can get on my cart, I'll take you there myself. He walked over, patting a nearby cart full of random items tied to it and a horse that looked rather tired. I climbed into the back without argument and Ray Cow soon followed. Ray Cow probably sensed my annoyance and discomfort because she pulled me down to lean on her shoulder while she took my hand affectionately. By the sounds of it either Chaldea was keeping a low profile, or they hadn't arrived in the singularity yet. I would check out this village and see the situation for myself before planning our next move. Thankfully, we didn't have to deal with any more problems for the evening. The several-hour ride was long and rough, but we finally arrived at what looked like the village. It was very different seeing it in this era compared to when I took Jeanne to visit her hometown. They called it a village, but perhaps a town might be appropriate. At least, it was bustling enough that it could be mistaken for one. But there also appeared to be a noticeable amount of refugees and travelers camped up in the area. Not only that, but there was a large wooden wall erected around the perimeter. The wood itself looked like it had just been cut apart from the nearby forestry. And there were plenty of people being denied entry by some armed guards. Shoulda known something like this would have happened. The old man driving the cart let out an annoyed grunt. Unlikely we getting any help here. You should be good from this point regardless, right? I asked. Without those monsters overhead, we should be fine. He nodded. We can figure out it from here if you are settling down here. Thanks for the ride. I nodded towards him in thanks, stepping off the cart. I held out my hand, helping Ray Cow off a moment later. I should be thanking you, lad. He gave a good-natured smile. We'll hunker down for the night at the least. If you change your mind, I'd be happy to have you. I thanked him again, but this was enough. Besides, the people with him were keeping a wary distance from us the entire time. Was pretty obvious that they didn't trust us even after saving them. Oh well, not much you can do. People in this era were very superstitious and ignorant about a lot of things. No fault of their own, but simply the way things were. Before the crowd could stare, and I was more than aware that we stood out, especially Ray Cow, I weaved an illusion around us. Let us in. You can't keep us out here. I just wanna buy some food, we're starving out here. Ray Cow and I snuck up on the people crowding around the immediate entrance to the village where there were armed guards holding their weapons tightly, staring at the aggravated people. "The village is full, we can't take anyone else in," one of them declared. "Lies!" someone from the crowd shouted, and they started all throwing insults and threats towards the guards, but no one was brave enough to start anything. We just sidestepped the ones standing up front and walked into the village. It was about the same as we could see from the outside. After walking a few minutes, it was as that guard said, pretty damn crammed full of people. Plenty of which were just sitting around setting up camp for the foreseeable future. Camping up against the side of buildings, pitching makeshift tents to hide from the elements. Children covered in dirt and grime while their parents are just happy that they're all alive. Refugees. Made it really sink in how bad things were around here. Damn my bleeding heart. They couldn't see me, but I didn't care to deal with the slew of thanks or gratitude. I began taking out items from within my ring, foodstuffs that I had extras of, and placed them next to families with children or those looking like they were in need. This was Jean's home, the least I could do was honor her memory by doing something like this. Ray Cow didn't say anything, merely smiling and mimicking my actions, going around to place food and water near people who were truly in need right now. There were way too many people here, we barely helped even a fraction that we merely saw right in front of us, but once the majority of the families in our immediate vicinity had something to fill their bellies, it was enough. "Let's go, Ray Cow," I whispered towards my servant. "Yes, master." Ray Cow grabbed my arm as we made our way further through the streets, which was partly laid with stones, partly muddy from a recent rainfall. I vaguely recalled the direction her house was in from being there before. It was a bit up the hill that the village was situated along. "Can you astralize for me?" I whispered again. "Yes, master." Ray Cow followed my orders, disappearing into her spiritual state. I dropped my own illusion after turning onto a street so that people could see my approach. I wanted to gauge my surroundings and possibly interact with some people. Simply appearing in front of them would be a formula for disaster when there's a supposed witch running around. I glanced around, and the further I went, the more things turned weird. People did not hold back their stares and watched me intently. I knew it was sort of getting dark out with the sun setting, but the way they were watching me made me think something else was going on. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a few whispering to others, and they glanced at me before a few of their number scurried off down between a few houses and disappeared. More and more seemed to be there, watching me, peeking out of the nearby homes, and just staring blatantly. And they were not normal peasants. I could see the scars, the calluses on their hands, and the overall demeanor of trained soldiers. Not to mention the barely hidden weapons under their shirts. I continued walking up the hill, and I sensed the people from before slowly following in a group, just out of my peripheral view. I ignored it, pretending that I hadn't noticed their presence as the building in question came into view. It was nearly identical to every other home nearby, and I wouldn't have been able to pick it out had I not been here in the future. There was the same tree out front, the same stone decorations that weathered the ages, looking much more clean and well kept in comparison to my time, but it was nearly identical. I walked up and knocked on the door. Barely once or twice, and the door was pulled open with a fury, and there was a man there, looking right pissed and practically ready for a fight. "What do you want?" he demanded. I could see the faint outline of a dagger under his shirt as well. "I'm looking for a family that lives here. The father's name should be Jacques, and the mother should be Isabella." "Never heard of them." He interrupted me. "Who are you?" His eyes narrowed. "I'm friends with their daughter." I ignored his obvious provocation and continued as I was. "I'm hoping that I can meet." He said they don't live here. Another voice sounded from behind him, and a couple more men walked forward behind the one who answered the door. Their faces were hardened from years of fighting, along with noticeable wounds. One was missing a leg, another an arm. The one who originally answered, well, his pupil was a pale white with a scar running along the length of his head. Right then, I took a deep breath. If I don't receive an answer in the next few breaths, I'm going to assume the worst. Which is not something you want. So please answer my question. I would not hold back if I found out that these people were bandits and did something to Jean's family. She may be a saint, but I sure as hell was not. She could choose to forgive them or not after their last moments on this earth were as excruciating as possible. "Didn't you hear what I said, boy?" He reached under his shirt, pulling his knife out. "If that's your answer." I smiled politely, then lashed out with my leg, sending him flying into the house from the threshold. The other two reacted pretty well for mundane humans. However, they were severely outmatched. Before they could draw their blades, I already pushed them back, letting them slide across the ground, joining their friend. I grabbed one of the knives that were discarded in the heat of the moment and held it to the neck of the closest man. Let me be clear, if I found out you did anything to the family that lives here, you will beg me for the hell you're doomed to. Please stop. I paused, hearing a gentle and warm voice to the side. A woman stood there, in a green and white dress with a brown veil keeping her hair back. There's been a misunderstanding. However, those were secondary to her actual looks. You look just like her. I said softly. Madam. One of the men climbed to his feet, looking ready to attack me. I side-eyed him, but my focus was still on the woman. Philippe, please stop as well. She looked at the man. He doesn't mean me any harm. Her words seemed to reach them as they looked hesitant, but didn't immediately jump at me again. Master. Ray Cow called out in alarm. I noticed, Ray Cow. Just, try to find them and keep watch if you can. I replied, also noticing the fact that what was most likely a servant appeared nearby. You must be Madame Romy. I ignored the death glares from them and continued to focus on the woman. Jean spoke about you. It's an honor to meet her mother. You knew my Jeanette. She smiled bitterly. I apologize, I did not catch your name. How rude of me. I took a step forward and gently took her hand, placing my lips against the back of it in a gesture of respect. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service, madam. She seemed amused by my action. Isabelle is fine. Come, I have tea brewing, you can tell me why you came all the way here and how you know my daughter. Madam, are you sure? If he wished to harm me, he would have done so already. Jean's mom interrupted one of the men about to speak. Just to double-check, they're here as guests. I eyed the suspicious men. She cracked a smile, giggling softly. They are worried that someone was going to harm me. They are all former comrades of my daughter who retired and came to settle down here. Oh, that's awkward. I apologize for my actions, I assumed the worst. I bowed my head towards them in acknowledgement for my assumption. They glanced between themselves and there was a noticeable amount of tension that eased up. All right, I guess you have a point about everything. The one named Philippe scratched the back of his head. You two go out and scatter everyone else, tell them the madam is fine. The other two grumbled and hobbled out the door. I glanced around the corner and noticed just how large the crowd forming outside had become. I was broken from my musing as the man slapped me on the back. Apology accepted, boy. Now get over there, the madam offered you tea and you're not going to spit on her hospitality. Philippe, be nice to our guest. He grumbled but nearly dragged me to the table where she was set up, a warm cup already set out for me. Thank you for the tea. I politely expressed my gratitude while taking a sip. Fairly watered down and lacking much of the taste that I'm used to, but there was a certain warmness to it as well. If you don't mind me asking, what's going on with? I glanced at the man hovering nearby, leaning against the wall, staring at me. They all seem to think an old woman like me is in need of protection. Isabella chuckled. Truthfully, I don't think I'm worth all this trouble. Madam, any of the men outside would gladly lay down their lives to protect yours. None of us believe those rumors about this dragon witch. We all owe your daughter too much to allow even the chance of you getting harmed because of it. Philip responded. You all are former soldiers that served with Jean, weren't you? I summarized. He nodded proudly. After hearing what happened in Orleans, we all gathered her to protect her family. It was the least we could do. He sighed, slumping his shoulders. Suppose I should give an apology for the treatment too. We've had a cloaked stranger appear the other day, and they nearly slipped inside the madam's home under our noses. We've been keeping a closer eye on the place for outsiders ever since. Assumed you were involved. It was understandable. I waved it off. But hearing about a stranger and knowing there's a servant nearby, well, 2 and 2 wasn't hard to put together. Madam Isabel, I apologize if my question comes off crass, but where is everyone else? My husband took our children to his great-aunt's home further north. She looked down at her tea sadly. After hearing that Jeanette died, then everything that came after. We couldn't simply leave under the hope that our daughter wasn't truly gone. We decided that he would take the children to safety and then he would come back and we would wait to see if our daughter came home. Philip looked away, obviously not believing she would. And I knew the truth as well. And the look on her face, well, she knew she was holding out for a miracle. I'm sorry for your loss, I said quietly. She was an amazing young woman. She called me a friend once, and that's a memory I'll always cherish. Thank you, your words were very kind. She smiled warmly, despite the sorrowful topic. I was always worried that Jeanette was having troubles while fighting, but to hear she had friends makes me very happy. I don't know how she's holding herself together so well. I've barely been a dad for months at this point, and I would be an uncontrollable mess if I found out that Kunu passed away. Master, I found the servant. Ray Cow called out. Can you see them? Do you recognize them at all? I asked back. They are covered with a hood over their head, Master. Ray Cow stated. I stood up from my seat. I barged in and brought up some bad memories. Please allow me to offer up something as recompose. You said there was someone suspicious poking around? I'll go grab them right now. At the very least, I wanted Jean's mom to not have to live like this. I didn't wait for them to answer as I was already flying out the door. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I moved with a burst of shunpo hopping along the nearby rooftops until I could catch up to Ray Cow who was on the move. Apparently, this other servant noticed something was wrong and was running away. Why they didn't astralize, I didn't know, but I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. It didn't take long for me to catch up. I could see the figure that Ray Cow was trailing as they weaved between houses. They weren't fast, relatively speaking. As far as servant parameters go, I felt like they were near the lowest end as I was easily gaining on them without pushing too hard. I eventually jumped off a building and summoned up Mirage, half-heartedly swinging it downwards at them. I merely wanted to disrupt their attempt at fleeing rather than go for a kill. They swung their body around and materialized a weapon into their hand. My eyes widened because I recognized it. A long pole with a point at the end, but it wasn't a spear. It was still furled, but the coloring of it was something I wouldn't forget. A banner. I could get somewhat of a look at her face now, covered by the shroud and hidden under the moonlight. Blonde hair peeked out from under the hood, and a familiar pair of blue eyes stared back at me. Jean. Chapter 431, Chapter 390. She hesitated, looking surprised. Who are you? I felt my heart drop hearing that. I knew it had been a long shot. Generally servants don't recall their memories from previous Grail Wars for many different reasons. There are always exceptions, and rulers can fall into the category. Master. Ray Ka returned to my side and Jean stepped back warily. A servant. She whispered. I see, you're her master. Attacking the overseer for the Grail War is against the rules. If you continue, I will have to use my authority to stop you. She held up her banner, ready to fight. I think it's a misunderstanding. I put my hands up to soothe her hesitation. Saber and I were just surprised by another servant. Master. Ray Cow whispered through our link. I knew what she wanted to say. Jean didn't even bat an eye when I called Ray Cow Saber when her class was still Berserker. She slowly lowered her banner. Very well, I can understand your wariness. Well, now that this is settled, I think I'll go back and spend time with that wonderful woman I just met. What was her name again? Isabel. Wait, what are you saying? Jean immediately became flustered. Why you can't? She never acknowledged that I called out her true name. Was she going to try and play that she wasn't Jean d'Arc? Adorable. Why not? I tilted my head, acting confused. Do you have some sort of relationship with that woman? How convenient that I may have happened upon rulers' living relatives. I have no idea who they are. But, they are civilians. She seemed to blurt out some half-assed reasoning with the worst lie I've ever heard in my life. You can't involve them in any Grail War. Why did she think there's a Grail War going on? Lots of questions here. Regardless, there was something amiss and there was the perfect way to figure it out. Sorry, I can't do that. I denied. How come? She looked at me. Simply, I think I've fallen in love. I dramatically place a hand over my heart. That warm and gentle woman just swept me off my feet. She was so sad and depressed over her daughter's death, I simply can't leave her alone. She's married. You can't court a married woman. Jean practically screeched. I assure you, I am quite capable. A romantic dinner, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, giving her all the attention she deserves. I'll make sure to treat her like the queen she is. I've been told I'm very charming. Rei Kao was silent, but her expression practically screamed amusement. She has children. She's old. Jean whined. I'll let you in on a little secret. I gestured for her to lean in. I like older women. Naya. She pushed me away, letting out some weird noises. I miss this so much. Tell me, as a servant, do you know the term MILF? I asked. A look of horror that flashed across her face informed me that she did in fact know what that word meant. I just couldn't help myself. I think it was my devil nature. But enough fooling around, I wanted to verify something. You know what? I changed my mind. She looked a mite happy. You're going to leave Mo the woman alone? No, not that. I dismissively waved my hand. I still want to take your mom to Pound Town. Pound. She paused, letting the words sink in as her face turned a bright red. Why you can't just say things like that? I ignored her outburst. I meant I changed my mind about fighting you. I decided that I want you to punish me for breaking the rules. What? She blinked in confusion. Go ahead, use your authority as a ruler. Use your command seals, force me to stop. Why would you want that? I like being punished. I winked. Don't kink shame. Stop. Rei Kao, prepare to attack ruler. With pleasure. Rei Kao smiled happily. I'll really do it. I'm waiting. I held my arms out. Don't test me. I'm waiting. If you try to do anything I'll force your servant to stop. I'm waiting. I continued to hold my arms out. Please don't attack me. She said quietly. You can't use any of your ruler authorities, can you? And no. She looked away. Again, seriously? Why is there always something wrong with your summoning? I let out an exasperated sigh. First time you needed a vessel, now you can't even use the abilities of a ruler? What's next? Are you going to be summoned without any noble phantasms? Again. She looked at me in confusion once more, her brow furrowed. Do you know me? I felt another twinge of pain in my heart hearing that again. In another time and place. We participated in a Grail war, you were the ruler then as well. I couldn't help but smile as I reminisced. Our time together was short, but in that period, I grew to admire you greatly. And at the end, I like to think that we were good friends. I'm sorry, I don't recall. I have no memories of participating in any other Grail wars. And to be honest, my head has been muddled ever since I've been summoned. She replied gently. It's all right, I knew it was a long shot. Perhaps, something happened and my memories were lost? It's possible that if I fix what happened, it might let me recall. That was just like her to try and soothe me while I was obviously distraught. I felt a vibration within my ring, making any more words die in my mouth. Call upon the spear. Muse Tengay spoke from within my soul. It's reacting to something. The spear was pushing against the folded space, and I allowed it to exit by its own will. With a bright light, the holy spear of Longinus shot out and floated between us. Jean was enthralled by it, she stared without blinking. She reached for it as if in a trance. The holy light enveloped her, illuminating the night sky. It kicked up a huge whirlwind with her at the epicenter, and I could see the holy light infusing into her servant container. I didn't interrupt it, but the phenomena only lasted a few more moments before the light began to recede. Jean held the spear, looking lost. Her eyes refocused and they landed on the spear then back to me. Wilhelm. I needed no other proof, within a breath, I already wrapped up the saint in my arms. Welcome back, Jean. I'm back. She spoke softly, returning the hug. Will. Yes. Why is your hand on my butt? Just, making sure it's the real you. How would that confirm my identity? She sputtered. I'm genuinely surprised you had the foresight to ask me that. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, I don't know. I rolled my eyes, releasing her from my arms. I cleared my throat almost comically. Oh yes, that woman that looks exactly like you obviously has no connection whatsoever. I panicked. She squeaked out. Some strange person was around my mom, what was I supposed to say? I can't interfere if the rules aren't broken. So you would have to watch me while I put the moves on your mom. I questioned. Stay away from my mom. She whined, swinging around the spear wildly. Oh no, look everyone, the ruler servant is attacking me. Breaking the rules. I raised my voice. Nah! She cried out, swinging the spear at me still. Rei Cao, subdue her. Be berserker. Jean squeaked as my server grabbed Jean and pulled her into her own hug. Hello again. Rei Cao cheerfully greeted the saint. It's funny, even with her madness before, she had a good opinion of Jean. That should tell anyone what kind of person Jean was. You should feel honored. I pat the back of Jean's head that was buried firmly between Rei Cao's large breasts. Not many people get this kind of service from Rei Cao. Yufu. Rei Cao giggled at the squirming Jean. I did take the opportunity to retrieve my spear. I felt a little threatened letting Jean have it while her mom was the subject of as much teasing I could. Rei Cao did let the ruler go a moment or two later. Jean puffed up in embarrassment, but Rei Cao and I just shared a laugh. Berserker. Jean eyed my servant and her eyes widened. My true name discernment is back. She cheered. Wait, what happened to you? Your mad enhancement, it's gone. Rei Cao finished for her. Master and grandfather removed it after the war. I am no longer polluted by those intrusive thoughts. Her gaze towards Jean was filled with warmness. Thank you for putting up with me when I was not clear-headed. This time, Rei Cao gave her a real hug. The saintess happily accepted the apology and intent behind it. And your class, it's strange. It reminds me of that assassin that had dual classes. We altered her saint graph a bit while snipping away the mad enhancement. I replied. And it seems like you're back to normal now. Yes. She beamed. I don't have access to any command seals, but my parameters returned to normal, my memories returned and my other abilities as a ruler are back as well. Awesome, so what's going on? I don't know. She said sheepishly. I was kind of messed up, so I was just working off the assumption that a Grail war was going on because I can sort of sense a Grail somewhere. Really? Your first thought was a Grail war? Why else would I be summoned? She huffed cutely. I pointed upward and she followed my gaze. Did that big ring in the sky not tip you off that something was wrong? It did give me concern, but I couldn't do anything about it and I was already confused about my summoning. She pouted. Do you know what that ring of light is? Does it have anything to do with what's going on? Probably, but it's a bit of a long story. What exactly do you know about the situation? I was summoned, I remember that, but then something happened and I think someone used the Grail to take part of my saint graph. Other than that, I've just been stumbling around. I heard about this, Dragon Witch, and people are calling her me. They say that Jean d'Arc was touched by the devil and turned into a witch. Is that what happened, Jean? That's nonsense. Right, because Jean d'Arc wouldn't consort with heinous devils. Stop teasing me. She puffed up. I'm technically a dragon too. Stop. Just saying. I truly miss this. But to summarize for now, this is a singularity. A point in time that was altered off the correct path. Usually the counter-force would purge something like this with prejudice, but I'm guessing that the Holy Grail you sensed is propping it up. We need to retrieve the Grail and stop whoever is causing the mess and fix things. Fix things? Will everything return to normal? She asked hopefully. I won't lie and say it'll be perfect. But the majority of the damage should be undone. The concern of the greater world is that the natural course of history isn't altered too much. Unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, the deaths of some thousands of random people during this period wouldn't amount to much. But seeing her face brighten up, I kept that bit of information to myself. For a self-described heinous devil, you're very kind, Wilhelm. She smiled brightly. Sure, keep telling yourself that. I rolled my eyes. Didn't you say you admired me? She stepped up, smiling right in my face. And that we were friends. You probably heard wrong. Considering how bad you tried to threaten me with your supposed authority, I wouldn't be surprised if you were hallucinating. Nope. I heard it. Stupid spear. I grumbled. It waited until after I said that to do whatever it did to fix Jean. Speaking of. How were you fixed, exactly? I don't know. She tilted her head. There was a bright light and a warm voice and I felt memories flood back and her eyes widened. The spear. The Lord spoke to me. He must have fixed me too. It would be easy for the Lord to fix my saint graph. Sure, let's go with that. Should I tell her that God was dead back home and I had his ghost in my spear? Big G doing something proactive for once, I guess. Don't be disrespectful. She puffed up again. How am I being disrespectful? He's technically my many times great-grandfather, you know. You know what you were doing. She poked my chest. Be nice. Yeah. I rolled my eyes once more. I was actually invited to become an angel. What? She blinked. The Archangel Michael, he invited me to join the heavenly host and become an angel. I don't believe you. She crossed her arms with a huff. You're teasing me again. It's true. I quickly defended myself. Ray Cow, tell her. Ray Cow looked away. I knew it. Jean exclaimed. Lies are not nice, Wilhelm. Says the saintess who tried to lie to me face. I countered. I didn't lie. And there's another one. La 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 la, I can't hear you. Jean covered her ears. Also, why do you still look like you're using that girl as a vessel again? What do you mean? Jean tilted her head, foregoing ignoring me. I told you before that the reason she was able to host me was because of how similar we were, even down to our looks. Yes, but you said your chest was smaller, but it's the same size now. I pointed out. Wha? How would you know that? She demanded. Do you think I don't know your sizes? I gave her a look like she was stupid. Don't just admit that so blatantly. Do you still have that school uniform? I miss those booty shorts of yours. I half-heartedly joked. But then I noticed her go stiff and look away again. You do, don't you? I don't know why it's there. After getting fixed, I can dismiss my servant clothing and I'll be in that school uniform again. She whined. I take back everything I've said about Big G. I put my hands together and silently sent him a prayer as thanks. If I had to guess, I think the last time that Jean held the spear, he basically did the equivalent of snapshotting her saint graph and then pasted it back onto her as she is now, fixing all the issues, but a few other things came along with it. That raised quite a few questions about the nature of the consciousness inside the spear. And also about what happened when the one inside the spear sort of, linked up with its counterpart back during the Grail War. I felt a poke at my cheek again and Jean was currently staring at me. You were staring off there. Are you okay? Yeah, I just got lost in thought. I was imagining your mom in that school uniform. She proceeded to pinch my cheeks with a huff. You're not really going to try and, with my mom, are you? I put the teasing to the side for now and I pulled her into another hug. Jean, I'm many things, but a homewrecker is not one of them. Ignoring everything else, your mom is happily married and I wouldn't ruin that. She sighed happily. Thank you, Wilhelm. For what? Are you thanking me for not banging your mom? She let out an exasperated laugh. For still thinking of me as a friend and remembering me. You're the saintess that accepted a half-devil like me as your friend. I pointed out. I don't care about you being a half-devil. I care that Wilhelm is a kind and wonderful person and I cherish you as a friend. She smiled warmly. What a weird saintess, not caring that I'm the antithesis to her beliefs. Come on, let's go back to your mom. I said I would catch the suspicious person rummaging around. I assume that was you and you were looking for the opportunity to check up on her. With everything going on, it must have been hard. I can't. Pardon. I blinked. I'm dead, Wilhelm. It's not proper. You're going to need to explain this to me. I'm more than aware of what year it is, and the date. I died very recently. My parents, my family are already mourning. If I just appeared in front of them, what do I say? They wouldn't understand any of this. It's best that they believe I died how history remembers it and move on. I heard about the Dragon Witch and was just worried about them. I never intended to show myself. I would have left soon had I not noticed you and your servant approach Mother. I took a moment to process what she said. To try to understand her reasoning and her logic. And I came to a simple conclusion. Are you an idiot? I flicked her forehead. Ow! She squeaked out in surprise. Reikau! I called out to my servant who had been very gracious in allowing me this uninterrupted reunion with my long-lost friend. Is she being stupid? It appears so, Master. What do you mean? She looked confused. It's weird because I can't get mad at you. I know you're doing it because you believe this is the best way. If it were anyone else, I would have smacked them silly already. Jean, in trying to be kind to them, you're instead being unbelievably cruel. What are you saying? I put my hands on her shoulders. I would have given nearly anything to see my mom again after she passed. To have some kind of closure so that I didn't stumble through after years of depression and sadness. But, if I go back and they see me, it'll just make it worse. It's best that they continue grieving. You're saying that from the perspective of someone who has died. It's cruel of you, because you don't have to grieve, they were left behind and they have to deal with everything that comes after. Are you going to deny them the chance to say goodbye to their daughter that ran off to war at a young age? When was the last time they even saw you, Jean? To her credit, she did waver and there was a genuine desire to see her mom, she truly just didn't think it was for the best. One of those times where someone so kind and thoughtful can get stuck in their own mentality and instead cause harm, even by accident and unknowingly to everyone involved. I can't, it's not proper. I'm dead, I can't just walk up to my mom after everything like it didn't happen. There are rules. Her arguments were half-hearted at best. You know what? You're right. I acknowledged. I am. She questioned. There are rules. And I doubt a servant has been put quite into your position where they get summoned within days of dying and hanging around their family members. But it's not proper for the dead to influence their living relatives. So you understand my reluctance then, I held up my hand to silence her. So, I'm going to take the decision out of your hands. What? Ray Cow, get the rope. Chapter 432, Chapter 391. Yasaka POV. Hello, Venelana, thanks for coming. Oh, it was no trouble. I'm always happy to spend time together. She sat down opposite of me at the table. It's a nice break too. With everything going after the recent incident. Don't even get me started. I exhaled in exhaustion. I've had many different people bugging me since, and even my family were getting a lot of interest, more than usual. I can't imagine everything you've had to deal with. How bad has it been? About what you would expect. We weren't even technically involved, but after publicly making it known that Wilhelm was my man, well, the proximity and everything made it worse. We've had to escort a ridiculous amount of spies out of Kyoto, for starters. And we've had many kami gods, coming and going. Some being discreet, others not so much. Oh dear. Dealing with gods is never easy. Funnily enough, Susanoo had come around Kyoto a couple times keeping the peace. I chuckled at the absurdity of it. I even asked Izanami if she was telling him to and she was just as surprised as I was. Ignoring his divinity, at the end of the day, he's a boy. I wouldn't put it past him to think of Wilhelm as someone close to him now that he's both with Izanami and fought together. I'll never understand boys. I groaned. First they fight like they did, then they fight together and suddenly they're friends. Otherwise, how was the fallout? It's been hectic down in hell and we weren't directly affected. For us, not too bad. But there is a tension that wasn't there before. Which doesn't help matters when we're getting prepared for a war. Oddly enough, it was somewhat of a morale boost too. The young lord fighting with Susanoo against Indra? I could only imagine why. She giggled. Thankfully, there wasn't much damage across the globe either. Most gods of other pantheons acted quickly. Poseidon over in Northern Europe and Greece personally stepped in, earning himself a lot of praise. Zeus shortly followed once I assume he realized his brother would outshine him. Thor, and some other Norse gods also lent a hand. Aztec, African, Chinese, Korean, etc. This was far from the first time that beings of this caliber came to blows and others had to offset the destruction that ensued. The Shinto pantheon aren't the only ones going to go after the Hindus for reparations. Wilhelm is going to be watched much more closely now. That was inevitable. Our man doesn't have a habit of staying under the radar. I sighed in mild exasperation. Even the Susanoo fight caused a commotion, but nothing on this level. Thankfully, nearly everyone is laying the fault at Indra's feet, for good reason. At least they had the good sense of fighting away from civilization. For good that did. I sighed again. Have you seen the human news talking about it? It's non-stop about the weather that happened and there's only so much we can do. Oh dear, I didn't even think about that. What's the plan there? I spoke to Amaterasu briefly. When she handed over her. Please don't even say it. My head fell to the table. I don't know how I'm supposed to even face my goddess in the future. You could always use Wilhelm as a shield. She offered. That's probably my best bet. She's still embarrassed at flashing him. If I have to deal with my own embarrassment, then she has to as well. And what was the word from the goddess on how things will be settled? She's going to have a few aquatic volcanoes stimulated to make them look like they erupted in unison. The humans will find them soon, and that should be enough to answer many questions that the general public has with some nudging. Smart? I suppose so. It's above my pay grade, so I'm not even bothering to keep up with it. I shrugged. But I called you because I wanted to talk to you about something. Threesome. What? I blinked. No. But, well, I wouldn't mind. But that's not it. I paused. Oh, you're a bitch. She giggled, covering her mouth. You look so serious. I can't help it, I've been so busy and dealing with this nonsense on top of it. I don't blame Wilhelm, mind you, but being his woman does come with its own difficulties. I wouldn't trade Kunu's father for anything at this point, but I still want to pinch his cheeks every time a new stack of paperwork lands on my desk. All right, what is it you wanted to talk about? She asked. It's about Kunu. As a mother yourself, I felt like you would be the best one to talk about with this. Reikau is unfortunately not here, so I can't get her opinion at the moment. It's good that she's with Wilhelm though. Agreed. I expect that man to get into trouble, but I'll feel much better knowing one of us is nearby. What about Izanami? Her perspective is warped. I paused again, trying to choose my words correctly. Not in a bad way, mind you. But she isn't immortal like us, despite how long-lived we are. Gods think and act differently. Understandable. I have not interacted with gods until I joined in the harem, so I'll take your word for it. I won't presume to use the stories and such I've heard. Probably for the best. Not many gods like to be compared completely to the stories that humans passed down unless it shows them in a good light. Right, I'll just cut right to the chase. I'm worried about what to do with Kunu. What do you mean? Venelana tilted her head. I don't want my little fox to be in Kyoto while we're in the middle of a war and it's getting close to when we'll begin fighting. I feel like you can understand me the best right now. I do. She said quietly. I could not imagine my daughter being born during the Civil War, much less the Great War. I was lucky that Serdzks was a monster in his own right, that I didn't have to worry too much about someone hurting him. But I'm also scared of just putting her somewhere for a period of time. I would offer them my own home and lands, but I would assume you would reject it. I will politely decline. It's not you, I trust you. It's just devils. Yes. Oh dear, it's nothing to be worried about. She waved it off. I can completely understand your point of view and there are no hard feelings over your reluctance. You must have an idea of what you want to do though, if you called me. You said you wanted my opinion. I was thinking about asking Wilhelm about maybe finding another world she can attend a boarding school or something like that. Maybe somewhere that she can learn magic since she's been getting very interested in that subject. That's not a bad idea. She offered. I'm worried that she'll think I'm abandoning her. And I'm scared about not having her within arm's reach. She's old enough to understand the heavy responsibilities of an approaching war. I think you may be coddling her too much in this case. Do you really think so? I asked, hesitantly. You need to sit down and talk to her about everything properly. Make her a part of the conversation and she will appreciate it much more. Be honest with your worries so she understands that you care about her. That makes sense. Maybe I am just being overprotective. I want her to make friends too. I know it's been difficult here since she's my daughter, not many people are willing to treat her as just a child. There's that too. I had the same concerns when Rias was born, both for myself and Serdzka's position. Luckily there were other pillar families we were close with, but there doesn't seem to be anything similar in your case. It would do good for her to leave home and see a bit more of the world, relatively speaking. She's going to be 11, I guess it's time for my little fox to step away from the nest. Within reason, of course. I'll wait until Wilhelm gets back so we can talk to her together and I can run everything by him as well for. You know, if you're looking at friends for her, my grandson is her age. I admit I forgot about that. That wasn't a bad idea either. We would obviously have to talk to Wilhelm. Of course, he needs to be part of the conversation there. Milikas also wanted to meet his half-brother. Wilhelm didn't seem entirely against it, I just think he's been too busy to think about it. That's adorable. I know. Venelana giggled. You should hear him, Milikas keeps wanting to hear news about Wilhelm and he even started trying to copy him with magic and swordsmanship. Ever since Wilhelm saved us both, he's been non-stop about it. Kunu too. She wants to be just like her daddy. So she's been practicing magic all the time. Do you have pictures? Do I have pictures? I threw a stack onto the table before she could even blink. Look at the top one. That's one of my favorites. Oh my, the look on Wilhelm's face. Venelana cooed. That is a proud dad smile if I've ever seen one. Don't worry, I have plenty more. Olga Marie Animus Fear POV. Are you sure about this, director? Roman continued to worry about my decision, but I took it in the good nature that it was intended. Who else but me, Roman? We have Hinako. And you've seen her leadership skills in the simulations previously. I said dryly, staring at the clearly exhausted man. Still. I've already made my decision, Roman. I clenched my fists but released them a moment later, letting out a long breath. I know my situation didn't change much but please let me have this. I'm just worried, director. He smiled awkwardly. You still can't summon a servant. Even if whatever Wilhelm did made it so you're a viable Rayshift target now, which we're still not entirely sure about. There are still tons of. Are you questioning me, Roman? Da Vinci poked her head into the room, staring menacingly at the physician. And no. Roman quickly corrected himself. It's just. I triple-checked, Roman. The combination of the director's existence as pure spirit Ron's being forced through a successful Rayshift, combined with the process of semi-actualizing her soul created a qualitative change. Isn't that hilarious? All it took for me to be capable of Rayshift was being technically killed by the person I trusted most, then to be saved by the grandson of the wizard marshal. The latter of whom did something only thought under the umbrella of true magic and did what could only be described as a semi-actualization of my soul. A nonsense term if it had been spoken before this discovery, as you can't be semi-actualized. You either are or you are not, there was no in between, or so we thought. But here I am, able to project a physical representation of my very soul outward in various forms for use. Rigorous testing showed an increase in physical capabilities, and a visibly increased healing rate. Not to mention all the more nuanced uses for this energy we've discovered over the past month. And he just casually handed it to me, saving my life in the process. I have so many questions if I see him again. When I see him again. Whatever happened, I'm sure he survived. Roman, if you give me any other viable suggestion, I'll list it. I paused for a moment to let him retort, but he simply slumped his shoulders in acknowledgement. The members of B Team have been progressing greatly but they're still new to everything, Roman. And as I said, Hinako has the leadership skills of a baked potato. I think that's an insult to the potato. Castor chirped. Fine. Roman threw his hands up. But I'm doing this under protest. Your protest is noted. I rolled my eyes. Has everyone gathered? We're just waiting on you, director. Castor stated. And I ran the test you asked for. That quaint little storage space in the hatch should hold up through a Rayshift, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, Castor. I nodded towards her. I was glad that the hat would survive the Rayshift properly. It would make it easier to gather supplies on the return, as otherwise we'd have to physically carry anything we wanted back with us, and that was a whole other set of problems. Well, Castor did say she could make something similar, but we don't have the resources to waste when we already have a viable mystic code ready to go. I was hesitant, but I would not second-guess my decision. Even if I couldn't summon or forge a contract with a servant, I could still help. I won't waste this opportunity that bastard Lef gave me. Are you going to take his familiar with you? Castor pointed at Schweinorg's rabbit that rested within my arms. He should be able to survive the process. And you would know that how? Roman questioned. Do you think I wouldn't look into the only other creature besides the director that had their soul semi-actualized? Castor looked offended. As if to reply, Sir Wiggles moved from my arms to atop of my head. An action that was commonplace at this point and no one batted an eye at it. I believe he stated that he intends to follow. I glanced upwards. He was intelligent, he wouldn't come if he didn't think he could handle it. I trusted Schweinorg to not have an incompetent familiar. And Sir Wiggles has proven himself in his owner's absence. The others should have finished the last-minute preparations as well. Let us depart. Good, everyone is here. I looked around, entering the room with the coffins. I had not been in here since the explosion, but the majority of things looked to be fixed at first glance. However, that was not true for the coffins themselves. We still only had a portion of those available. Thankfully, Wilhelm provided not just foodstuffs but materials of different kinds. Among them being some metals of interesting properties that allowed us to fudge some of the requirements to get these coffins back online. But I ignored that for now. I trusted Castor to go over this place with a fine-toothed comb. Fujimaru. I called out. Yes, Director. He stood up straighter. I was impressed with how quickly he took to everything. If a month or so ago someone told me he was a complete novice, I would believe them, but I would also have had hoped that he could be more with time. The ray shifts are going to be timed so that you and Mash will appear 20 seconds before everyone else. This is the largest gap we can manage, and in that time frame, your job is to clear the ray shift point of any hostile entities, if there are any. There shouldn't be, but in the event that we seemingly fall right on top an enemy servant, keep them away from our point of entry long enough for everyone else to ray shift without the chance to be killed on the spot. We'll handle it, Director. Fujimaru nodded. You can leave it to us. Mash joined in, looking serious as well. Good then. Hinako, you're up next. In the event of hostile servants or other entities, you will be immediately engaging them while we prepare the summoning for our servants. Yeah, just leave it to me. She shrugged. It's still taken me some time to wrap my head around the fact that she is a being similar to a true ancestor. While she didn't explicitly give the details, she did say her origins were Eastern, obvious in hindsight, but it narrowed down her race extensively. She was something that could fight servants equally. A boon in this situation, and a welcomed one at that. Next I looked at the other two B-team members, the American and the Frenchman. A stroke of luck that we had someone whose nationality aligned with the singularity. It may make getting information from the natives easier if someone they recognized as one of their own approaches them. Samuel, Pierre, and myself will be appearing as well at that time. I stated the obvious just to clarify any details. Once we establish a foothold, we will focus then on securing a ley line to begin the servant summoning. Director. Samuel raised his hand. What? When you say servant summoning, do you mean a fresh summoning, or summoning the servants we already have here? I stopped myself because it wasn't as stupid a question as I almost blurted out. The conditions for summoning become favorable during a singularity, however, we also have limited power reserves focused on the return ray shift. Due to this, we will only be summoning the servants already present within Chaldea to minimize the strains on our systems. You want all of us there at the same time, Missy? Castor leaned against his acquired red spear. I felt my face twitch at his way of calling me. Saber will be summoned first in the minuscule chance that an issue occurs and the next summoning fails. I eyed the former enemy of ours that stood silently near Ritsuka Fujimaru. She was oddly cooperative after her summoning despite trying her best to kill us. For some reason, the mention of Wilhelm Schweinorg calms her down whenever she gets irritated. Or the opposite when Castor decides to rule her up. Makes sense. Castor said nonchalantly. I'd be mad if I was a lancer, but as a caster, yet. The little lass over there brings more muscle than me, unfortunately. He commented, making the saber servant frown, but I was thankful she was biting her tongue. That being said, I did teach farm boy over here a few things. Noted. I replied evenly. And wasn't that a surprise to learn that Samuel Washington was talented in the old druidic arts? Perhaps that's why he was able to summon Castor. He even carried a mystic code, a staff that Castor Culane made him from some materials he salvaged from the botany department of the facility. I read the report. In the case that Castor Culane is unable to be summoned, he will take over the role of searching for the nearest ley lines. I take it this will not be an issue. No, ma'am. He politely shook his head. There was something to be said for southern manners at least. Castor taught me a few things, I can find a ley line with some effort. Among other things. I was almost envious of his tutelage under a magus from the Age of Gods. How comical it is, that given enough time, they could have been a proper team that might have had the potential to fill in for a team under the right CIRC misstances. Did Wilhelm know this when he was teaching them? I wouldn't be surprised, he was keeping a bunch of secrets already. And he wasn't the only one that had access to a caster from the Age of Gods. And caster media. I looked at the final servant that was summoned since we completed the Fuyuki singularity. I understand that you were only recently summoned and this is not the ideal CIRC misstances for your deployment. That's an understatement. The hooded woman scoffed from a bit further back with her arms crossed. I'm not like that muscle head over there who thinks hitting things with a stick is magic. Wanna go, witch? Caster Cu Kulane gestured towards her. If I wanted to play with pigs, I would have stayed on Circe's island. Oh, want some burn cream for that one, Cu? Da Vinci dipped her head inside at the exact moment. Enough. I interrupted them. If you can't put aside your bickering for something as significant as saving the world, then I would rather be a servant or two down from this operation. Ugh, being chided by a girl barely an adult. Medea huffed. Fine, I'll behave. She waved her hand flippantly. But you're right, this isn't a very good place for me to deploy as you said. However, I understand how unorthodox my summoning was and how desperate you all are, so I'll bite my tongue for now. I expect to be used better when the situation calls for it. That was a given. She wasn't a caster like Cu Kulane that focused more on fighting. She was the traditional sort that set up a workshop and won her battles through ample preparation. Unfortunately we didn't have time for any of that. And she was barely here for a week at this point and did not mesh well with the others. The only ones she seemed to even have a smidgen of respect for were Da Vinci, as someone who could keep up with her. And surprisingly, Pierre was able to rein her in at times. A report about how they got into an argument and how she threatened to turn him into materials for research and he didn't back down and threatened to blow himself up via reinforcement just to spite her. Even so, we've been unlucky with the repertoire of servants summoned. For deployment, 1 saber and 2 casters, not ideal by any means. Hopefully there will be servants within the singularity open to negotiations like last time. And it was getting tiring referring to multiple servants as the same class title, we would have to do something about that in the future. If there is nothing else, begin final preparations for rayshifting. I ordered. See you on the other side, Director. Da Vinci waved before leaving the room. The other servants followed after, going to their designated locations to prepare for their own summonings. I walked up to my personal coffin. What an apt term for such a device. I brushed my hand over the newly noted name tag on it. Director Olga Marie Animusphere. Looking around at everyone else semi-stumbling into their devices as we've practiced a few times thus far, I waited until they were safely in place before I pressed the release button to open the hatch on mine and I stepped inside. I wouldn't allow any of them to see my anxiety. Wilhelm's familiar moved back to my arms, even within the confined space, it nestled into me and I felt myself calm down while running a hand through its fur. Wilhelm POV. Do I really have to be tied up? Jean whined while I carried her over my shoulder. Yes. Will. Ray Cow did a good job. Very S**XY. Does it hurt? Ray Cow asked, mildly concerned. Oh no. Jean blinked, her wiggling stopped. It's actually kind of comfortable. I think the Saintess just discovered a kink. No. That's not what I meant. She went back to struggling. Fu. Ray Cow giggled. I can teach you later. The patron saint of bondage. Nah. She wiggled even more. Calm down there, Miss Saintess. I pat her butt. I don't want to drop you. Do I have to see my mother like this? You had your chance, now we're doing things my way. I informed her. What's she going to say? Jean cried out. Probably something about not showing your kinks in public. At least, I think that's what my mom would say in your situation. It's not. Jean puffed up, but her indignation quickly dissipated. Hey, Wilhelm, did you really mean what you said? About your mom and mine, was I doing the wrong thing? There's no real answer to your question, because it's subjective. From your perspective, you did have a logical and thought-out reason for not approaching them. From the other side, well, you already know my feelings. I personally think you were in the wrong, but someone else might think that you were doing the right thing. I gave a more objective and honest reply. But what if I do more harm? Wouldn't it just be even more selfish for me to go through with this? I know my parents cared about me, and I know they must be hurt, but they continued living. I could be changing things. Jean. I stopped, putting her down so we could talk face to face. Humans are selfish creatures. That's not true. Isn't it? I questioned. Tell me, why do people give to charity? To help people. Which people? Well, exactly. They're donating a pittance to some far-off family or people that most likely need the help, but it's probably infantile in scope. It's because it makes the one doing the donating feel good. That's a depressing interpretation. Even if they do it for the wrong reasons, they're still providing help to people in need. I don't deny that. I fully acknowledged her argument. But that's not the point. Humans are selfish. Why was there even a war happening in France that you needed to get involved in? That's rhetorical, by the way, we both know the answers to that question. Is that how you look at everything? Just everyone being selfish? Do you hate humans? I think you're misunderstanding something. I booked her nose. I don't hate humans. I actually love humanity. And yes, I think humans are inherently selfish, and I don't separate myself from that category. I'm a very selfish person. Aren't you here, helping right now? She retorted. Because people I care about are here. I countered. I don't believe you. She frowned. I've seen the good in people. Ah, you're misunderstanding me again. I couldn't help but poke her again as she was being cute. I don't disagree with that. I think it makes it all the more wonderful when someone performs a genuine act of charity or is good just for the sake of goodness. That's why I admire you so much, because you are someone who wholeheartedly is selfless. I don't think I'm worth admiring though. She said quietly. I know. I felt my expression soften. That's what makes you so beautiful. You don't put on airs, you don't even see yourself as a saintess. You would offer up your life if it meant saving a complete stranger on the other side of the world. You're the kindest and most compassionate woman I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. The saintess who willingly called a devil her friend. And that's why I'm forcing you to go through with this. Her cheeks turned a faint pink. What does that have to do with forcing me to meet my mother? Do you remember what I told you when we parted during the war? I asked softly. Forget about the rules or consequences. You're human, you're entitled to your own selfishness. But I know what you'll say, because you are the most selfless woman I've ever met. I can't imagine a woman like you not wanting to see her mother. I could see the pain in your eyes when you were trying to convince me through your stupid logic. So, like what I told you before, I'm going to be selfish enough for the both of us. You, dummy. She whispered, trembling slightly. I shouldn't, it's wrong and I'm already dead. But, I really want to see my mom. And that's why I'm kidnapping you. Your protests are ignored and struggling is futile. I hefted her back up. Thank you, Wilhelm. She whispered again. Can I please walk? Nope. Master, did you need to cast an illusion? Well, I didn't want the entire city hounding me for carrying their saintess around like this. I think there would be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I couldn't see why. Jean pouted. Is that sarcasm? I blinked. Ray Cow, is that allowed for a saint? I don't believe so, Master. Perhaps we should file a complaint with the church. I'm allowed to be sarcastic. She whined again with a huff. And I'm surprised to see so many faces I recognize around here. Why are so many of my former comrades living here? Why else, you silly girl? They're here to protect your family. But, why would they? Do you not realize how much you meant to them? Ray Cow, if she says something about not being worth it or anything else like that, tighten the ropes. Nay. Will do, Master. I swear, you're like an idiot savant sometimes. Don't be mean. Jean puffed up. I hefted the saintess off my shoulder and plopped her onto her feet in front of the door and knocked. Wait, give me a moment. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Jean started panicking, which was rather cute. Don't worry, I'll help. Really? She looked relieved. Yup, trust me. The door opened up, revealing a mature woman that looked nearly identical to Jean. I believe you lost this, madam. I pushed Jean forward. Jeanette! Her mother exclaimed. Once the brief look of betrayal disappeared, Jean's expression shifted exponentially. She began trembling again, and in front of her mother, that sort of aura of a saintess dimmed quite a bit. At this particular moment, she was just a little girl again. Mama! She called out. My baby! Her mom wailed, grabbing her and not letting go. I don't think she even processed that fact that Jean was still tied up. You're here. What happened? Are you okay? My little Jeanette. Mama, I can't. Don't worry, Mama is here now. This is sweet. I said quietly as I watched them both. You did a good thing, Master. Ray Cow leaned up to me, sharing the same happy look. You think so? I have met people in the past who were too caught up in helping others that they forget their own happiness. Why are you tied up? Jean's mom eventually blurted out. Oop, that's our cue, I believe. I stepped forward, interrupting what was otherwise a heartwarming reunion. That would be me, Mama Jean. I waved. She looked at her daughter with her face scrunched, then at me. Jeanette, I love you but be honest, are you pregnant? Mom. Your chest looks fuller, and you come home with a man. It's not like that. Are you sure? It's all right, we can have a quick wedding so you don't have a child out of wedlock. Jean, don't lie to your mother. I put a hand on her shoulder. Let's just be honest. Don't you start. Jean tried her best to be intimidating. We have a saying back in my country, Mama Jean. I cleared my throat. The rice has already been cooked. No, Mom. Don't believe him. Regardless, perhaps we should take this inside. I offered. Of course. The madam smiled warmly. Come in, come in. I'm so happy to see my Jean, I thought the worst. Your father and siblings will be so happy to hear the news. She prattled on as we followed through the threshold of the door. We heard that you died and, it was hard. But that's all right, once your father comes back. Mama. Jean interrupted her. Those weren't rumors, I did die. But, you're right here. Her mom looked confused. I don't understand. I'm dead. Jean looked down. I will help. She looked to me with pleading eyes. Madam, if you would let me explain, I'm a bit better at this. She didn't respond but she looked at me expectantly. Bear with me, because I'm going to be talking about things that are secrets. There exists a place, when people die, sort of like heaven. It's known as the throne of heroes. When someone famous and heroic passes on, they can end up in this place, and they become something known as a heroic spirit. It's possible, under the right circ mistances, for a heroic spirit to return to Earth. I don't understand. She said quietly. God tasked her with stopping the dragon witch, so he allowed her to return temporarily. I tried again. There seemed to be some faint understanding there, but still not something she was fully grasping. It was one thing to read the Bible, to hear the stories, but another for their daughter to tell them to their face that they died and God brought them back to save France. Then again, that's very similar to the reason she gave to ride off into battle. You're saying that my Jeanette was sent by the Lord because she's a hero? She repeated. That's close to accurate. I nodded. That means you're gone. She looked at Jean. I'm sorry, Mama. The tears then started falling down her cheeks. My poor Jeanette. I know this was a bad idea, I shouldn't have come. Will, please take me and leave, You weren't going to come. Isabel's eyes widened. I am not supposed to interact with you now that I'm dead. Jean whispered. And now I just opened up old wounds by being selfish and seeing you, and I should have just stayed away, and... Jeanette, my precious daughter. Her mother interrupted her. The wounds from your passing will never be old. I will carry them with me until my death. This is hard for me, yes, but this is the greatest blessing I've ever been bestowed by the Lord other than you and your siblings being born into this world. I've had so many things I've wanted to tell you. I wanted you to know how loved you were, but I never had the chance to tell you. A mother should never have to say goodbye last, Jeanette. I'm so sorry, Mama. Jean's eyes watered. Hush, dear. You are forgiven. Her mom gave her another teary hug. But why are you tied up? She was resisting. I said simply. Jean's mom looked at me in amusement. She's not really pregnant, is she? She is not. I replied truthfully. A shame. Mama. I told you to find a good man early, Jeanette. Why did you take so long to finally bring one home? It's not like that. Jean's face flushed. Weary friends, Mom. Just friends. Seems like I'm not the only one that likes to tease Jean. Even if the reunion was bittersweet, Jean's mom was seemingly happy at the return of her daughter. Overall, I think I made the correct choice. While the two of them were still going back and forth, I took Ray Cow and snuck away. Let them have a little while by themselves, they surely have a lot of things that need to be talked about between them. In the meantime, I think we should plan our next move. What did that person say? Something about a strange night in a city south of us? Might be worth checking out before heading to Orleans. Chapter 433, Chapter 392. You have very pretty hair, you should let it out more often. I eyed Ray Cow as she brushed Jean's hair. It may have been odd without the context to go along with it. Currently, Jean was dressed as a peasant girl, looking a far cry from her servant self, and presumably, how she looked during the campaign. If people assumed that this dragon witch was Jean, then it's not a hard conclusion to make that they look similar. Therefore, making Jean look different was the most obvious course of action. How many French women had long blonde hair? They probably haven't seen either of them up close enough to point out any differences. Do you really think so? Jean asked, smiling brightly. You need to take better care of it though. Ah, this era isn't very good for that sort of thing. Jean said softly. It's weird that I know about this stuff even though this was my home. I can relate. Ray Cow hummed, continuing to brush her hair. The modern era that Master and I live in has many accommodations that even the great families and shogunate couldn't even dream about. The hair products I use are so wonderful, and they smell nice. Is that what I was smelling? What is it? Lavender with a mix of other things. Ray Cow replied. It is nice, I like it very much. Jean continued to be carefree as they casually chatted. It was pleasant. I very much liked seeing Jean like this rather than the mess she was while talking to her mom. They had a much-needed talk, and there were many tears on both ends, but they both looked exceptionally better once everything was settled. She barely let Jean go off again, only the promise that I would bring her back before everything ended. And I was going to keep that promise. Wilhelm. I heard Jean speak up. Yes. I turned my head around towards Ray Cow and Jean. Not that I'm uncomfortable, but why are we riding a cart when we can run many times faster? I adjusted the reins of the horse that was pulling the wagon we were riding. I wanted to make it obvious we are coming and give whoever this dragon witch is the chance to either ambush us or prepare for our arrival in Lyon. Then wouldn't it be better just to rush to Orleans and confront this dragon witch? Jean asked. Usually, that would be my first choice. However, I thought back to the demon. I think it's better to play it safe for the moment and investigate a little. If we're going to be attacked, frankly, I would rather we confront the dragon witch outside of the supposed stronghold she created. Even the weakest servant can potentially be dangerous, even to me, especially me if they had the right attributes. Granted, I was fairly confident against nearly any servant we would run across, but again, I wanted to be cautious. The experience that Shakespeare gave me during the Grail War drove that point in. I could have ended him with a flick of my wrist at nearly any moment, yet he managed to get me in such a vulnerable position. Add in the fact that Jean was certain that this dragon witch possessed a holy grail, yet, caution was perhaps the best course of action. That, and I was hoping to hear news about Chaldea. Speaking of, now that you have your ruler abilities back, can you sense the location of servants? Vaguely. Jean frowned. They are much too far away to pinpoint. I am impressed that you are able to sense servants when they are potentially tens of miles away. The city of Orleans is more than a day rides to the west. Ray Cow praised. I can sense several servants at Orleans, or rather in that direction, and I'm just assuming. Jean responded, clarifying her words better. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to the distance. At least 5 I want to say. There are a few scattered servants in the west that are constantly on the move, but they seem to be avoiding Orleans, I believe. And south, the direction we're heading to Lyon, I can sense, 1? No, it feels like a handful more. 4, maybe 5 servants as well. Interesting. I said simply. Master. Ray Cow spoke up this time. If she can sense the location of servants, would we not know if they were going to ambush or attack openly? I feel your plan is flawed. Unless you believe them able to hide from Jean's perception. It's a possibility to consider. This dragon witch presumably cannibalized part of a ruler's Saint Graph, I honestly have no idea what they're capable of. What if there's a link that she's able to manipulate from her head that gives a false positive? You never know. I shrugged. But I'm not being intentionally lazy. Once we get to Lion, I don't plan on being idle. We will. Several more servant signatures just popped up. Jean's head jerked to the side. More. I raised an eyebrow. This is starting to get out of hand. I was waiting for a sky attack or a servant ambush to ascertain the Dragon Witch's abilities, because if she had access to ruler's powers that would be difficult. I didn't know if she would be able to affect Rei Cao with her command seals. I wanted to nip that kind of possibility in the bud. Honestly, there are way too many factors to consider, and I was just taking a shot in the dark here. My only thought was that it was best to let her make the first move. But honestly, if she just kept summoning servants, we may just have to throw caution to the wind and make a dash towards her presumed location. I definitely didn't want to fight against an army of servants. I do not believe they are with the Dragon Witch. Jean's gaze fixed towards the distance. I felt it southwest, far enough away from any other servants that it seemed like they just appeared. That was when I also felt a strong link that was rather weak until only a moment ago. Ah, it looks like they've finally arrived. I could feel my familiar miles away now instead of worlds away. We would meet again soon. This is terrible. Jean covered her mouth as we looked at the ruins around us. The city of Lion was burnt to a crisp. I couldn't see a single building that wasn't half destroyed or falling apart amongst ashes and dust. And this was just the outer perimeter. There was still smoke wafting into the wind further ahead. Master. Rei Cao spoke up, clutching her sword. I know, I felt it as soon as we entered the city. It was a familiar feeling, one I hadn't felt in quite a while. Hoo! It sounded like Drake just opened his eyes as something caught his attention. I feel something familiar, but I can't quite place it. There is a servant ahead. Jean summoned forth her servant attire and jumped from the wagon. Rei Cao and I both disembarked. I quickly unlatched the horse and gave it a soft slap on the rear. It didn't take much for the animal to turn tail and bolt in the opposite direction. Its instincts were definitely acting up. More than one. Jean whispered again. I see, so this is why she was acting more erratic all of the sudden. A woman casually walked out from the shadows of the burnt building. She had long purple hair, and wore a white dress with red trimmings, and honestly, it was rather revealing. The most eye-catching thing about her was the massive cross staff she held over her shoulder. The holy feeling she gave off was unmistakable, but that wasn't what caught my attention. My dragon bits were reacting. A dragon slayer. Ha, that's why I felt nostalgic. It's that turtle. The stupid turtle that couldn't fly. Driag let out a laugh. And that was all the hint I needed. Saint Martha. I spoke. Her steps paused and she looked at me, blinking. I don't know how you guessed that, but you are correct. Be careful, her saint graph is all messed up. I can barely see her stats and her class is reading as Berserker Rider. Jean stated. The name Saint Martha tilted her head, looking at Jean. She was right to be wary of you. I thought her mad ramblings nonsense, and it foolish to send me here on a whim, but she was correct. A saint siding with this dragon witch. Rei Cao stepped forward. You are too lucid to be consumed by madness. Are you unable to control your actions? She let out a small sigh. I'm compelled to follow her orders, the leash I wear is pulling at me as we speak. Either defeat me and prove you can fight the dragon witch. If you can't overcome me, then you have no hope to face her and the monster she commands. That sounds ominous. I replied. But I have a question if you don't mind. What I can answer is limited. Why are you wearing that? Pardon. Was it common to show off your assets in that era? Was it Jesus's tastes? If so, have a newfound respect for the Son of God. The cut on her dress was so high that I can see her legs in their entirety, and her chest looked like it was going to pop out if she moved too suddenly. Honestly, it seems like a valid question. Considering what some of the church claimed as uniforms, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Will. Jean groaned. I had this strange desire to beat you up even before you spoke, but it seems that feeling intensified. Her expression didn't change, but for some reason, I felt like she was going to make good on that threat. You would target a master. I reeled back in faux horror. I thought you were supposed to be a saint. It's okay, I'll make sure you live. She raised her dainty little fist up. I'm actually very fragile. It's okay, the Lord will have mercy. She sounded rather warm and reassuring, oddly enough. Probably. That doesn't sound convincing. The Lord works in mysterious ways. She said, still rather expressionlessly. However, she swung her staff and the building she was nearby collapsed from the force of it. Jean, I choose you. I pushed her forward. It doesn't matter who fights me. Saint Martha relaxed. Together or one by one, if you can't even beat me, it doesn't matter in the end. They. A loud roar resounded and buildings began collapsing as something clearly barreled through them, making its way towards us. Another servant. Jean whispered. So he's here as well. Saint Martha didn't elaborate on who he was. The dragon which summoned him in a frenzy most recently, and he is even more uncontrollable than the others, she twisted. It came flying out of the third story of a building, crashing onto the ground with a hint of concern. Covered in an inky malevolent aura, wrapped up in the armor of a knight. I recognized him. And I felt anger swelling up. Well, I was going to poke you some more to see what else I could get out of you, but I changed my mind. I stared at the new servant who appeared. What? Jean blurted out. How can a servant be a berserker? I'll crack him open and find out. I summoned forth Mirage into my hand. Ray Cow, handle the lewd saintess. Jean, you pick up any other servant that comes by. I think there's an assassin lurking nearby. I vaguely sensed something lurking in the shadows, but I wasn't entirely sure. As you command, Master. Ray Cow answered immediately. But what about? I ignored any protest and moved with a burst of shunpo, grabbing the head of the berserk knight that felt more like a rabid animal, and I threw him through several dilapidated buildings. The knight threw off the rubble I had buried him under and merely roared in defiance, not hesitating at all as it grabbed two pieces of wood and red vein-like patterns crawled up them. He leapt up, swinging those pieces of wood down upon me, and I raised my sword up to block. My sword should have sliced through those burnt pieces of rubble without any meaningful resistance, yet, they were contending with my weapon in durability. Strength far beyond what should be normal. I noted, moving with another burst of shunpo to avoid his wide-arcing swings. He followed up, combining the almost comically large swings due to the nature of the weapons he wielded into his movements to the point where they were sweeping at spots he predicted I would appear. There was skill hidden under that madness. But I already knew that. Again, I met those pieces of wood with Mirage, attempting to cut through them, but failed to do so once again. Not merely enhanced, but turned into noble phantasms. I whispered. The knight roared again, stomping on the ground, sending out a shock wave and through one of the wood pieces. I brought up Mirage to deflect it, and to my surprise, it crumbled and shattered upon my blade. I was genuinely taken back for a moment, that he slipped through my perception and grabbed the remaining piece of wood and swung it with both hands. Bakud number 9, Seiki. I cast, and the piece of wood turned noble phantasm collided with the repulsive force, sending the rebel flying from the knight's hands, and once it got far enough it shattered from the ensuing force. The mad knight barely reacted, instead he slammed his fist into the ground, cratering the surrounding area for dozens of meters. He then swung that same fist at me, presumably, his gauntlet turned into a noble phantasm, and his strength enhanced to an absurd degree for a servant. I held my hand up, and caught it. I felt the force flow through my body, but I gritted my teeth and bared with it, my aura flaring to match the intensity. The shockwave sent anything in the surroundings that remained scattering to the four winds. Is that all you have, Lancelot du Lac? I let out a roar, shifting my grip to grab his gauntlet. For the first time, his movements stumbled. As if something sparked in acknowledgement behind that mist of madness that consumed him. Regardless, I grabbed him and threw him into the wall of this small cavern he had created from his rampage. The knight climbed back to his feet and roared again, but it felt different, like it was more targeted than just a roar of madness. His body lanked and he looked ready to go another round, but I found myself annoyed. I searched through my ring and found a sword of good quality and tossed it onto the ground in front of him. As much as you are undeserving of the title, I will not allow one of Artoria's knights to meet their end empty-handed. The mad knight slowly knelt down and picked up the blade, the corrupted veins soaked into the weapon. And now, I'm going to feel a lot less guilty about beating the ever-loving crap out of you. Non-canon Omake, the mysterious red-headed woman, Part 2. My screams muffled as I further pushed my head into something rather soft. I don't honestly know what I was pressed against, I sort of blacked out amidst Drake's laughter. You're giving me some mixed signals here. My father, mother, the woman I slept with ran her fingers through my hair, which normally would be rather relaxing, but I didn't know how I was supposed to feel at the moment. I think I should be pissed off that your reaction to having S*X with me is that you start screaming. But you're also groping me while doing it into my thighs, so, yeah. I did have my hands caressing her butt and legs. They sort of just did them on their own. Wanna talk about it? She offered. Right, talk about it. Like two grown-ups, we can discuss this without any misunderstandings. You're my father. I blurted out. Nailed it. Drake responded. Not the weirdest roleplay I've ever heard about, but I wouldn't be against giving it a go. Parallel world. Man back home, woman here. I *ked my father. I don't know what came over me, but I was swinging my arms around wildly while I explained. What? You're my father. No, I got that, but what? You're my father. What? I fell to this world by accident. You're an alternate, female version of my father. She opened her mouth to respond again, but slowly closed it. I am not equipped to handle this conversation. You're my son. Yes. I just *ked my son. Yes. One moment. She calmly got out of bed, fully naked. She didn't even bother putting clothes on as she walked out the door, leaving it wide open. A few moments later, I heard something that sounds an awfully lot like a scream. And I admit, I was concerned that something happened. I jumped out of bed and rushed out the door, only to see my father with her face buried in the lap of Venelana, as she screamed. Hey, that's where you get it from. *K off. He he he. Oh, you must be the man that Ira brought home. Venelana looked over to me with a warm smile. And I then realized that I was too fully nude and standing completely at attention. Would you happen to know why she's acting this way? She just mumbled something about her son, then began screaming into my lap. She stopped for a moment. Apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. Venelana Gremery, Ray Shara's mother. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. Was it just a habit to put on my most charming smile? I don't know, but she eyed a certain part of my biology quite intently. I'm actually your grandson. Pardon. She blinked in surprise. Once again, I stared up at the ceiling, sort of out of it. This time, my father joined me. We both were rather silent as we stared up blankly at the ceiling, half covered by the sheets. I can't believe we did it again. She spoke. Yeah. I think it was wonderful. Venelana chimed in, and I rolled to my other side to see her happily resting her head on the accompanying pillow. I haven't had S*X like that in far too long. I *ked my mother. Ray Shara said quietly. Welcome to my world. Was it really that bad for you too? Venelana asked. I don't think I've lost my touch. It's worse because that was the best S*X I've ever had. Ray Shara nearly began to cry. Oh, stop being a baby. It was just S*X. Venelana chided her. You're my mother. We're devils. You're my mother. That didn't stop you from putting your tongue in my mouth. Much less what you had been doing to my other holes not long before. I should thank Grafia, she's apparently been good practice for you. Ah. Besides, you apparently just had S*X with your son. She glanced at me. Which I still am trying to understand how you could have a son without knowing. But he does have your eyes and that same hair. Ah. I was the one who screamed this time. Maybe we should invite Grafia to join in next time? It's been a while since I've had her between my legs. And she's basically like a daughter to me, it would be fun to have both my daughters together. Mother. Oh, stop being such prude. We literally just had S*X, you need to get over these small things, Ira. Wait, isn't Rias your daughter? I pointed out. That's what you're taking away from this. Ray Shara squawked. Oh, Rias is far too young and inexperienced for me to have this type of relationship with. Venelana responded. Grafia though, that girl is very dutiful. But I'm sure you already know that, she tells me sometimes how she spends hours under your desk on a stressful day. This isn't happening. Ray Shara whined. I've already decided that this is a dream, so I've stopped caring. I said simply. You both are definitely mother and son. Venelana rolled her eyes. I don't understand the problem with a little family fun. It's not like anyone was hurt. Not until I kill myself. I get dibs first. She quickly denied. In fact, I'm going to take a breather. Rei-Shara pushed herself out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. How about another round? Venelana rolled to her side, looking at me. All right. It's like a train wreck, but every time a train crashes, the conductor gets out, finds another train, and rides it into the wreckage again. Ah! Both Venelana and I were startled by the genuine scream coming from the bathroom. Rei-Shara practically skid out of it, looking shocked and confused. What's wrong, dear? Venelana sat up on the bed. I'm pregnant. She screamed. Congratulations. Venelana also was taken back by the sudden announcement. But frankly, I had a much different reaction. My father shared my sentiment. Ha 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 ha, Drake roared in laughter again. This is the best day of my life. Chapter 434, Chapter 393. The Berserk Knight picked up the sword and held it to the side, growls rumbling from within his armor. I leveled Mirage towards him. Come. He let out another vibrating roar and charged, shattering the earth with each of his malevolent steps. He swung the sword in his hand in a wide arc, foregoing any sense of skill. I twisted my wrist and quickly jabbed the tip of my blade at his wrist, removing any power he had behind the blow as he had to reorientate his grip just to keep the blade within his grasp. However, he didn't stop and instead lowered his shoulder and attempted to run me over. That's not going to work. I hissed in annoyance, lowering the center of my gravity and took it head on. My aura flared as he collided with me, and I felt my footing slip slightly, but I didn't budge from my spot. It was a close thing as his strength right now was about the same as mine. A feat worth acknowledging if nothing else. Without the addition of any other weapons or abilities, he was matching my pure strength. Aura, reinforcement, and general enhancements from everything I've passively picked up. A berserker indeed. He grabbed the wrist holding my sword and tried to lash out at me again, but I simply grabbed his own sword arm. The Berserk Knight flailed wildly, growling with each erratic movement, trying to break free. Finally, he simply tried slamming his armored head into mine. I did blink in surprise as his head smashed into my aura, but I quickly recovered and returned the favor. The stupidity of the action wasn't lost on me, but I allowed myself this moment to lower myself to his level. Truthfully, I think the only other people I would hate from Artoria's past more than him were Guinevere and Morgan. And her former wife was by a very slim margin. Morgan didn't even need to be mentioned, however. The knight stumbled back a couple steps, but resumed his attack. Almost like he was falling forward, his sword moved from overhead in a full arc. I took a half step to the side, letting the blade cleave a large chasm out of the ground at the spot I had been standing. I slashed at his chest, my blade finding resistance against his armor. I had to put a significant amount of force to push through the wafting curse that enveloped him and to dig into his armor before I felt it connecting with his flesh. A large cut opened up along his midsection as bleed seeped outward. However, I frowned in response. Even as a berserker, his skill shouldn't have been downgraded this far. His movements were so predictable, sure there was a shadow of something left behind, but it was a far cry from someone acknowledged as the most skilled knight. Was it a side effect of his summoner forcing another sequence of a berserker Saint Graph overlaid on top of his own? He was certainly stronger, physically, than his normal berserker self if my memories of the Fourth Holy Grail War were anything to go by. Even Artoria couldn't casually bring the same amount of strength in each movement without utilizing a good chunk of magical energy to compensate. He immediately tried to swipe his sword out again, but I merely took a step back with Shunpo, to avoid the strike and the following frenzy of slashes at my person. He roared, leaping up at me, but once more, I took another step with Shunpo, appearing in front of him and drove my blade through his chest. Or rather, I attempted to, I got partway through him before he grabbed my sword with his own hand, and ignored his wound in favor of swinging his sword down. I gathered my aura to deflect it, avoiding any true damage, but he managed to tear out a good chunk, and even tearing part of my holy shroud up. I opted to lash out with my leg, kicking him free from my attempt at impalement and sent him tumbling across the ground. It pisses me off. I flicked the blood off the tip of my blade. Even Artoria acknowledged you as the better swordsman. She had nothing but praise for your skill, and this is what you give me. The berserker ignored the wounds on his body and stood back up, roaring in fury. I could feel the vibrations through the air. Well, I guess I'd take a page out of Achilles' book. If he was going to ignore his own damage to try and reciprocate, I simply wouldn't give him the chance. I moved, dispersed air and lightning arcing across the ground in my wake. His head slowly turned to barely keep up, but my blade was already grinding across his right side, slicing into his armor. It was a shallow cut, but I didn't dwell on it. His blade only met empty air as I kicked off the spot again, moving to his other side. I dragged Mirage down, tearing into his left arm, and again, he moved to lash out at the spot I was in a moment before disappearing. I gathered my Ryoko and lightning and with a thunderclap, I felt myself accelerate even further. Mirage dug into his back, and before he could turn around, I stabbed through his right thigh. Not allowing him to fall to the ground, my knee connected with the side of his helmet, sending him rolling across the ground. I continued, turning into a streak of lightning, slashing all over his body without giving him the chance to respond. The small wounds *mulat to the point where blood was covering his black armor. I wonder how she would react if she saw this trash you became? She forgave you, you know. I said, sending 5 birds at him with a flick of my wrist. Lancelot trembled, his legs looked like they were starting to get weak from my constant attacks. He barely moved to deflect my attack. She still forgave you of any blame and took it all on herself. He almost fell forward, but stabbed his sword into the ground to hold himself up. I gave him a moment to catch his breath because I had another purpose for trying to rile him up. Nothing. I questioned, and he didn't even react. I guess I expected too much. I guess I'll have to tell Artoria that she was wrong, you were never worthy of her respect. Again, there was nothing, so I gave up. Let's just end this. There was no point in dragging it out since he was lacking his true skill and his enhanced stats definitely didn't make up for that fact. I moved again, my Mirage slashed through the air, aiming at his neck, but it stopped. I raised an eyebrow because it didn't budge an inch. Lancelot was holding my wrist, catching my arm. Arthur. For the first time, Lancelot spoke. It was distorted and sounded painful to hear, but he forced out a word under the effects of double mad enhancement. So you are in there somewhere. I looked into the glowing eyes of his helmet. That's good, because you don't get to get off that easily. I clenched my free hand and swung at his armored-covered face. His head snapped back and he was forced back half a step, but he barely reacted otherwise. A low growl was all that I got from him. The blade in his hand swiped upward. It was notably crisper than his earlier movements. It lacked the wide arcs and immense strength forced into it. I dropped Mirage out of the hand he was still clutching tightly, and caught it with my other, bringing it up to block his attack. He immediately twisted his wrist the moment they connected and shifted to a stab. I was forced to tilt my own blade to deflect it to the side. Sparks flew, and with a roar, he pushed forward, releasing my hand and used his body to shift me off balance. I was forced back a step and he pressed his new advantage, lashing out with sharp slashes at any opening I had. I met each of his attacks with a parry, regaining my own initiative and returning each strike with one of my own. The flurry of blows sent off shockwaves, the clashing of steel was the only thing to be heard in the abandoned city. And with each moment that passed, Lancelot's movements gradually became quicker and more precise. When he parried my attack, it took less and less of his own physical strength to achieve and instead his reactions were becoming gentler ironically. He was no longer throwing around his significant strength but opting for consistency and forcing openings by dragging me to defend certain ways. It was still far from what I would expect of someone who claimed superiority over Artoria, but this was a massive improvement from mere minutes ago. And I felt like he would continue to improve if this continued. But it was enough for my purposes. Berserkers generally had poor magic resistance. I gathered lightning around my feet, and stomped. With a thunderclap, all the lightning was discharged and Lancelot took the brunt of it. The armored knight lurched and was sent flying backwards. I caught up to him by moving with Shunpo. With the magic circle spinning around my hand, I poured in perhaps more magical energy than needed, but I was erring on the side of caution. Lightning strike! I cast, calling upon a summoned bolt of lightning to drop from the sky. The berserker was hit head-on, the bolt of lightning large enough that he disappeared completely within the light of the attack for the brief moment it actualized. Steam and smoke simmered off of him and his body rocked back and forth, his arms limp and his sword dropping to the ground. He was already pretty hurt, and continued pushing on, so I wasn't surprised when he collapsed to the ground without moving. Might have been harder if he wasn't conceptually aligned to be more susceptible to lightning as an element due to his relation to water. Knight of the Lake was more than just a title in his case. Regardless, I didn't care to think about it any longer. I grabbed his leg and began dragging him back to where the others were. Let's see if we can't remove the mad enhancement on him between the three of us. Jean POV. Shouldn't we go help him? Master can handle it himself. Minamoto no Reika replied, focusing on Saint Martha instead. Master implied that there may be another servant, I will handle this woman. But, that knight was dual classes. His stats were all wrong. I know he fought servants before. Master recently fought my father and walked away unscathed. She said dismissively. Your father? I tilted my head in questioning until realization set in. The Grail filled my mind with knowledge on who she was and who her father was. Oh! How strong was he now? I remember him fighting multiple servants before and being awed that he was capable of that, but... You sure you don't want to fight me together? Saint Martha asked politely. I am enough. Reikao replied. Saint Martha sighed helplessly at Reikao's insistence. I have to go all out when I encounter a servant, so I apologize ahead of time. She stated, raising her hand forward. A miracle! She declared, and her magical energy surged. O Trake Drake who knew naught of love, like a star. The shadow behind her distorted and two massive eyes shone within it. The ground rumbled as a massive leg stepped outwards, and a roar accompanied it that collapsed the nearby buildings. Tarask. Saint Martha named the beast. A dragon. Why was a dragon slayer able to summon a dragon? That shouldn't be correct, right? Why would Saint Martha be able to summon the dragons she defeated instead of having a noble phantasm to fight against dragons? And why did it look like it was part turtle? It even had a massive shell on its back. Impressive beast. Reikao said, making me snap my head towards her as she wasn't disturbed at all. I suppose I will be slaying another dragon today. What's happened to her since the last time we met? Saint Martha didn't reply, instead, she leaped up into the air, reeling back her cross-shaped staff and slapped the dragon with it. The dragon recoiled into its shell, and fire was let loose from the hole where its head retreated as it spun at high speeds, shooting towards Reikao. I think we were both utterly shocked at the means of attack that we sort of both just stood there. Reikao did eventually move and I was forced to as well. She shot off as the creature's spike shell tore through the surroundings, spinning through the streets full of half-destroyed buildings and bouncing around until it came flying back at high speeds. Saint Martha didn't stay put and watch, she was already colliding with Reikao, both of whom clashed weapons right in the middle of the street. I was surprised to see the Saintess not lose out in terms of strength. I could see her ridiculous stats, but to see someone who shouldn't have had much combat experience in life match Minamoto no Reikao was odd. The dragon's body reappeared, and its head was still spewing flames outward as its legs now carried it through the falling buildings towards us once more. I hesitated slightly before moving myself. I used my banner to smack the dragon as hard as I could. It barely moved, more like it was nudged to the side gently in comparison. However, it turned its head towards me in anger. Please don't attack me. I asked politely. I think that made it even angrier because the flames suddenly spewed forth from its mouth again. I ducked and dashed to the side to avoid the worst of it, but the heat was intense, enough that I felt threatened even through my magic resistance. All I saw was a purple blur as Reikao slammed into its side, making it fly into another building, the rubble collapsing on it. You don't need to interfere. She stated, looking back towards Saint Martha who was running at her. I want to help. I declared. I wasn't the regulator of a Grail war, that meant that I could fight too. And I wanted to help Wilhelm and Berserker. She smiled. The dragon would be difficult to deal with on my own. I feel as if it is about the strength of the one I fought previously, and during that encounter, I had someone to aid me. I may not be as good a fighter, but you can count on me. Then I will leave my back to you. The Tarask burst through the rubble, and Martha ran down the street on the other end. Reikao looked at me and then to the dragon, and I got the hint. We both broke up towards our own foes, and I moved towards Martha. Please forgive me, Lord. I quietly prayed as I attempted to fight one of his favored. You will not defeat the dragon witch with that lacking resolve. Martha shouted, and she punched towards me. I brought up my banner to block, but it was heavy. I almost fell over just from the strength behind her attack. Was this because she was a dual class? Her mad enhancement was ranked B++ that I could see with my ability. Yet she was so lucid, it didn't make sense. She stomped on the ground and shattered the earth beneath us and continued to swing her fists at me, each one strong enough to send that massive dragon flying like before. Why are you punching me? Don't you have a weapon? I squeaked out, ducking below one of her fists. Are you implying that I should use the Lord's cross as a weapon? She looked at me with mild amusement despite the fact that she continued trying to kill me. That's not what I meant. I swung my banner at her, but she blocked it with her arm easily. Hee, you're quite cute. Saint Martha smiled, summoning her staff from its astralized state. It's the first time I'm fighting another saint, please show me everything you have. Strangely, I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of her. I felt weird about fighting her, someone who I revered, but her words were oddly encouraging despite the strange circ misstances. I will defeat you. I lifted my banner up, accepting her challenge. Martha continued to smile, and she reeled her arm back and threw her staff like a spear. I moved out of the way of the obvious attack, confused at her actions, but I realized the folly of that only as she ran past me. I jerked my head back to see Rei Cao in the air, dodging out of the way of the dragon's breath, and the staff sailing through the air at her. She deflected it away, but Martha jumped off of the dragon's head, and caught the staff in the air, swinging it towards Rei Cao. Wilhelm's servant managed to block it time, but she shot to the ground, with the dragon spinning again, threatening to run her over with its spiked shell. I looked down at my own banner, and looked up at the oncoming dragon. If Martha did it, then it shouldn't be blasphemous, right? I didn't think about it again, and copied her, throwing my banner with all my strength at the oncoming dragon. The holy power around my banner collided with the rampaging beast, and it halted his advance, stunning it in place. Rei Cao grabbed my banner and retreated back to me, gratitude shined on her face even if no words were spoken. Impressive. Saint Martha landed on the dragon's head, making the beast whine. She was being very mean to her dragon. You were able to wound the Tarask. Saint Martha stated, pointing down to cuts running at random points on its body. I didn't think I would meet an enemy in this place that was able to pierce through its mighty defenses. Perhaps there is hope if you are able to do this much. Ruler. Rei Cao spoke, gripping her blade with her lightning flowing around her. Get ready, we will end this fight by slaying the dragon. Are you able to? Martha tilted her head. The small cuts you've made are nowhere near enough. Leave it to me. I stepped in front of her, guessing what she wanted me to do. Martha leapt into the air again. Then let's see if you're able. She shouted, swinging her staff down and hitting the Tarask, sending it flying at high speeds in our direction again. Our Lord is with us. My banner unfurled. O flag of mine, protect our comrades, I planted it into the ground, standing unwavering in front of the rampaging dragon with destructive fire spewing in all directions. Luminosite eternal. The spinning dragon collided with my barrier, but I had faith that it would stand. If you command it so, then I Rei Cao shall become an Oni. I felt the magical energy fluctuate as her noble phantasm was invoked. Ox King Storm call the inescapable net of heaven. 4 purple lightning bolts fell from the sky, materializing 4 copies of her, each wielding a different weapon. The one holding a bow shot an arrow of wind at the dragon, dispersing its flames. The spear was like water, flowing through the defenses of the dragon, piercing deep into its hide, forcing the beast to roar in pain. There was another with a sword covered in flame that attacked from the front, blinding the beasts even if the heat was ineffectual to a dragon. The 4th was a golden axe that carried with it the weight of the earth, smashing down on its armored back, cracking the shell beneath. Lastly, Rei Cao herself summoned divine lighting, it wrapped around her blade and she swung it. I waited in anticipation, but I nearly fell over once I saw it miss. The large discharge of lightning went right past the dragon, and even the disastrous beast nearly squawked in confusion. I turned back to look at Rei Cao, but she too was no longer there. It was only when the dragon slumped to the ground and dissipated that I realized what happened. Looking forward, I could see Rei Cao with her sword impaled through Saint Martha, the remnants of the lightning arcing across the ground. Berserker! I ran up to them as she pulled her sword free. What happened? What a silly trick I fell for! Martha chuckled with blood leaking from her mouth. It is obvious to remove the dragon by defeating the summoner. Rei Cao simply replied. I simply used my noble phantasm as a distraction and hid inside it to strike you without the beast's interference. How clever! She hid inside that burst of lightning and followed along it to reach Martha without her noticing. I guess it doesn't matter, a defeat is a defeat. You would have probably beaten me either way. I only needed a few exchanges to see how strong you were, it was merely a matter of how long it took. The Saintess slumped. I disobeyed her orders a few days ago and hid away the dragon slayer that resided here. That's why I was forced to burn the town away. She forced me to attack after learning about his existence. Who's the dragon witch? I asked. I can't say, I'm sorry. She smiled helplessly. Something happened about a day ago, and she suddenly became more erratic. She tightened the leash around us out of paranoia. Her hand started to turn into mana and drift away in the wind. She turned to Rei Cao. Thank you for defeating me. I didn't want to do this, to hurt all those people. I would have liked to fight you properly. Rei Cao smiled wryly. I'm not really much of a fighter. She waved her remaining hand dismissively. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It must have been difficult to be forced to hurt so many people against your will. Saint Martha looked at me and laughed happily despite her disappearing. You are a sweet girl, come here. She held her arm out and pulled me into a hug. I was surprised, but I didn't feel any malicious intent. Don't let your faith waver with what you see. Believe in yourself no matter what, all right? I will do as you say. I didn't know what she was talking about. She laughed again as her body mostly disappeared, her remaining hand cupped my cheek. He would have adored you. She spoke one last time before finally returning to the throne of heroes. I only caught the end of that. Were you two fighting a giant turtle? Wilhelm's voice entered our ears as we turned around to see him dragging the unconscious body of the servant he disappeared fighting earlier. Master. Rei Cao smiled brightly, going over to greet him. Are you hurt? She inspected every inch of him. I'm fine, I'm fine. He reassured her. It's funny, actually. He was less dangerous because of the additional madness added on. It sort of covered his actual skill as he was just throwing around raw power most of the time. You know who this is? I can't see their name, it's hiding from my ability even as a ruler. I asked. I just happened to see him before. Wilhelm stated. He's Lancelot du Lac. Oh. Rei Cao's expression changed and she didn't have a kind look in her eyes as she stared down at him. Why did you bring him here? I asked in confusion. I'm glad you asked. He clapped his hands. We're going to conduct an experiment and attempt to remove his mad enhancement. What? I blinked. Don't worry, he volunteered. Why did that make it sound worse? And worst case, he dies. Wilhelm shrugged. Nothing of value would be lost. Master, are you saying that because of Artoria? Actually, I was saying that because he's French. I don't know why, but I felt the sudden desire to hit him with my banner. Chapter 435, Chapter 394. Master, when you removed my madness, it required Grandfather and the Grail to accomplish. Rei Cao gently reminded me as if I was about to do something foolish. Joke's on her, because this was probably a step past that. Can you really save him? Jean questioned. Maybe. I honestly wasn't too sure of it myself. I have an idea with all of us assembled here. I have several tools available, every one of them by themselves or even paired would probably fail, but together with your status as ruler and Rei Cao's noble phantasm, I think we may have a shot. Either way, he had to be taken care of. He was a berserker servant with another berserker Saint Graf layered on top of his own and he was working for the enemy. We couldn't just haul him around with us forever and keep him sedated. Did your grandfather not say it was immensely difficult even with his own hand and the Grail though? Rei Cao seemed somewhat skeptical. I do not recall exactly, but I think he equated it to surgery with a chainsaw. That sounds about right. I nodded. We have neither of those here. Rei Cao added. That's also correct. What is your plan? Rei Cao asked. We're going to metaphysically bludgeon him until he stops being a berserker. Would it not be kinder to simply put him out of his misery? Jean asked. Master, perhaps you should consider when the Saintess is opting for a mercy kill. Rei Cao agreed. Geez, why are you both so bloodthirsty? I am not. Jean huffed. Your plan just seems. Let me ask you this, in all seriousness. I put a hand on her shoulder. What exactly do we have to lose? Would it hurt him? She looked down at the unmoving servant. He's a double berserker. I would honestly be surprised if he wasn't experiencing excruciating pain on a mental level by just existing in that state. Master, Do you truly believe you can succeed, or are you simply angry at him on Artoria's behalf and want him to suffer? Rei Cao asked. 95% of the former. I answered honestly. As much as I wanted him to experience how much Artoria suffered, this wasn't how I would go about it. But I freely admit I wouldn't be upset at any pain or unpleasantness that may arise. Tell me what you need me to do. Rei Cao nodded. Your Mystery Slayer ability, I think we can utilize it here. I pointed towards the black mist that was pulsing around him. That misty substance is tied to his summoning as a berserker and should be a passive noble phantasm in its own right. Not in a way that we can simply disperse it and he'll be fine and dandy, but enough that attacking it may put pressure on his madness. We're trying to reach below his mad enhancement. His madness is different than mine. Rei Cao noted. Yet, his is more of a curse than a mental influence. And his madness should be much lesser in rank. In that, it was something added on due to his actions later in life and crystallized by story and legend. Rei Cao, in comparison, had a warped view her entire life, and that was merely displayed through the status of mad enhancement. And Jean, how good are you at removing curses? She was a saintess, by virtue of her existence she should have some manner of dispelling for evil statuses on her servant sheet. I can handle some things, but this is... She paused. I don't have any confidence in this, Will. Removing someone's mad enhancement, that's far beyond what I'm comfortable saying I can do. That's fine, I just need you to try your best, I don't expect you to do everything yourself. Alright, I'll trust you. She gave a warm smile. I won't betray your trust. I returned a similar one. Now, what I need everyone to do first is get naked. I said with a completely serious face. Can I retract my words? Jean asked. Nope. I quickly denied. Jean puffed up, smacking my shoulder. Master Rei Cao giggled. If you want me to get naked, you don't need to make up a reason. No stripping. Jean squeaked out. It's crucial for this to succeed. I delivered evenly. It is not. She huffed, turning a light shade of red. Right. I want to say yes, but it would honestly be distracting. I probably wouldn't be able to focus and would have just stared the entire time. I was honest with my reply. Didn't say something like that. She covered her face. Alright. The last thing we need is another lewd saintess running around. Though, considering the outfit you have when not in your servant attire, that may be too late. It's not my fault. Jean whined. I didn't choose that clothing. Big G did, which makes it even more suspicious considering what Martha was wearing. I looked over to Rei Cao. I wanted her in something similar now. A schoolgirl uniform for Rei Cao. Or maybe a teacher. Regardless, I was getting sidetracked. Anyways, let's not lose ourselves in Jean's deviancy. We need to focus and try to remove his mad enhancement. A question, Master? Rei Cao interjected. Yes. Why do you desire to free him of his shackles beyond any moral quandary? I may not need another servant, but there are others who would benefit from him. We were already told that Chaldea arrived, so I didn't need to overly explain that again. Call me a worrywart, but I would feel more comfortable if I could give them another servant after experiencing the hand behind the curtain here. And my dislike for Lancelot aside, he was a top-tier servant, comparable to Artoria. Jean mentioned that several more servants appeared, so that means they had successfully summoned them back at Chaldea, but more could never hurt. I took out a stack of talismans and went through them, mulling over the best way to go about this. Taking a dozen or so into my hand, I began placing them on the unconscious knight's body. He's going to wake up and most likely rampage as soon as we start. I will not allow him to act as he pleases. Rei Cao stated. Well, that was partly the role I had for her regardless. I pricked my finger, letting blood seep out, and pushed it against the top of his helmet over his head and drew a Thurasaz rune. The symbol of obstacles and overcoming difficulties. Over his heart, I drew a Uraz rune, that which determined willpower while also inherently holding the power of soul shaping and spiritual progress. And then I linked them with a Kanaz rune for spiritual guidance and painful healing. It wasn't quite a runic sentence for a spell, but rather to draw upon their base characteristics to make our actions flow properly. And I used my own blood as a catalyst to set the runes to fight against his magic resistance. Get into position. Jean slowly knelt down and moved Lancelot's head onto her lap as she carefully placed her hands on top of his helmet. I'm ready. Begin. I ordered, and Jean closed her eyes and began to pray. A baptism rite. I felt my devil nature bubble to the surface in annoyance. The words she began to speak were grating on me, but my own divinity swelled up to calm me down. The servant however began twitching, the sockets on his helmet flashed brightly as it was obvious he was now awake. Stab him in the stomach. Rei Cao didn't question my order and her blade immediately shot down, impaling him through his midsection. The knight let out a painful roar while Jean continued to hold his head steady and chant. There was even a holy power that became visible as it seeped into him, however, he was still struggling even with the previous wounds I gave him and Rei Cao's sword sticking out of his stomach. Left arm, then right arm. I said again, watching that black mist of his shift around. If I was correct, it wasn't a noble phantasm specific to her berserker class, but rather one of his passive noble phantasms that became warped due to his madness. Therefore, cutting through it with her mystery slayer would have elicited a response, which is what I wanted. I wanted his mad enhancement to flare up. Cleave away any chunks of this mist that you can. I stated, as she pulled her blade free from his arm. Will, this isn't working. Jean stated. Anything I do, any progress I make just gets undone a moment later. My turn then, just keep going. I replied, putting my hand over his heart, pushing down to ease his thrashing. Probably the key point of why I wanted to attempt this little experiment. If I didn't know the Thursday or rather, the bits that I did know, then I wouldn't have any confidence doing this. If he was a regular berserker, I could probably just have Jean cleanse his mind and make him lucid enough to operate normally. But how he was now, well, this dragon witch added another layer of berserker to him as a weapon. So what better method than to disarm it? Zun weapon. Hall hand. Aik defeated. The three words that made up the shout to disarm an opponent. The thing is, dragon words aren't a perfect translation to human languages. For starters, dragons don't have hands. So why would there be a dragon word specifically for a limb that they don't possess? I have no doubt that this word is the closest approximation to what a hand is, but that was probably more of a meaning added on over time as various races become more predominant. Rather, it means something along the lines of grasp in context. What someone is possessing, they are holding. If someone was swinging at me with a sword in their mouths, I was fairly sure that the shout would work just as well. And what was this madness of his but a weapon in his possession? The dragon witch certainly made it into a weapon through her meddling. And I suppose it's ironic that I would be using the words of a dragon to undo her works. Zunhal Aik I spoke, altering the world as the strange syllables left my mouth. Intent was vastly important in using a system of divine words like the Thursday And speaking the words, I added what I wanted through my intent, thus targeting Lancelot. His torso jerked and he made a strange gurgling noise amidst his usual roars. It didn't work. There was an obvious reaction, but he was still trashing about as Rei Cao restrained him as best as she could while doing what I asked. Zunhal Aik. I shouted again. Once more, his body jerked and he let out another strange noise, but continued his erratic movements again. Rei Cao, stab him through the rune I put above his heart. In for a penny, in for a pound as they say. Master. Trust me. She nodded, and quickly stabbed right through his armor, piercing into his heart from above. The knight wailed and continued to fight against her, but it was obvious his strength was failing quickly. Perhaps, we just need a push from the other end? I placed a hand on my own chest, calling upon Artoria's sheath, retrieving it from within myself. Strangely, he became almost placid when presented with it, but I didn't dwell too much on his new attitude, and quickly inserted it into him so he wouldn't die. A servant's mad enhancement was, natural, as weird as it was to say. It was something intrinsic to their summoning, a core part of their makeup. Which is why it needed the Grail to remove Rei Cao's originally. What happened here, I can only summarize that Martha's and Lancelot's additions were added after the fact, thus making them something foreign. Avalon repelled foreign invasions of nearly any kind. And it would keep him alive as I had Rei Cao stab him through the heart on purpose. I'm making progress. Jean blurted out. It's getting a lot easier now, I think something's giving. One more time then. Zunhal Aik. I poured my intent and power into the divine words and a wave of energy swept up around him. Something invisible also rippled around him, and like a burst of air, it popped and exploded outwards all around us. Lancelot didn't move, and the malice around him subsequently began to lessen at a visible rate. His passive noble phantasm also looked like it was flickering on and off before fading entirely. The true form of his armor appeared from underneath the wafting aura of hate. Jean slowly set him down on the ground and took a step back while Rei Kao retrieved her sword and also stood back. Master, did you succeed? Rei Kao asked softly. That would depend on Jean's efforts. I don't know. I think I managed to push it down for now. She sounded unsure. And I couldn't blame her, it's not like there was an instruction manual for this sort of thing. A temporary lucidity was fine too, because we can just keep his sanity with a checkup every time he starts to descend again. The main concern was whether his secondary madness would take hold, but we could keep an eye on that too. We all stilled as he moved. Slowly, and quietly, he climbed to his feet. It was awkward movements, denoting how weary he must have been after both fighting and our little operation, and even his legs shook just to stand properly. Gradually, his hands moved up to his helmet, and he began sliding it off, revealing a pale face underneath. You could objectively call him handsome, and I think nearly everyone would agree. He had lavender hair that flowed down to his shoulder, sharp eyes and a well-shaped jawline. However, something was wrong. He lacked the same kind of radiance you would expect. There was almost a shadow that hung over his head, and a hint of despair and sadness that marred his face. I punched him. His head planted into the ground, sliding a few feet before he came to an abrupt stop and just slumped down, unmoving. Wah! Jean exclaimed, rather confused and shocked at my sudden action. Did you get it out of your system, Master? Rei Kao hummed. Yeah, I think I'm good now. I certainly felt better. Why you? Jean pointed at me and then to him. I think it's time for a reunion. It was strange how much better a mood I was suddenly in. On a side note, I'm reminded of how annoying it was to work with the Thursday I considered myself talented on most magics, but using dragon words was something I don't think I'll ever have much talent for. If not for Drake, I would probably barely know a word or two. Why don't we go find my wayward familiar? I miss that little rabbit. Oh, the other sane test told us about a dragon slayer here. Perhaps we should acquire them as well? They were not allied with this dragon witch from the words spoken. Rei Kao replied. A dragon slayer. I blinked. Well, that would have been nice to know a few minutes ago. I looked at the prone body of Lancelot. I guess more servants are always better, but I may not have gone through the trouble if we could have just grabbed another servant so easily, oh well. I simply shrugged. All right, let's go find this supposed dragon slayer, then we go meet up with some old friends. Almost as if on cue, the knight pushed himself up to roll over, staring at the sky. Am I in hell? He spoke, perhaps to no one in particular. Well, this is France, so depends on your perspective, I guess. He looked at me through his groggy eyes. The memories are confusing. He held his head. I am Lancelot du Lac, Knight of the Light. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Lancelot. I held my hand up and he happily took it as I pulled him up to his feet. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, the new Queen of Camelot. Pardon. He stared at me blankly. Chapter 436, Chapter 395. Watching the confusion on his face was amusing. Frankly, I would be content to let him think whatever outlandish ideas were currently bouncing around his head, but I decided to take pity on him. Probably due to the gentle nudging by Rei Kao. She was giving me that you had your fun look and I didn't want to upset her. Don't overthink it. It's just a joke between Artoria and I said simply. Something told me that he didn't understand, but that wasn't the thing he focused on. You know my king's true name? His eyes widened. Do you not remember anything from when we fought? I. He clutched his head. It's too blurry, I do not recall anything other than the sensations. I supposed that made sense. He was basically on autopilot at that point. And he's no Hercules who can overcome their madness through sheer will. Lancelot let out a low growl as that malevolent mist began to seep out once more. All of us were ready to react, but a faint light pushed it away, allowing him to settle down. What? He even sounded confused. Looks like Avalon is doing its job. I mused. Avalon. Lancelot once more blurted out in utter shock. Are you sure he's going to be okay? Jean asked. And should we not be worried about the Dragon Witch taking control of him? I'm fairly sure that the Dragon Witch doesn't have the basic servant-master relationship. I don't think she has any command seals. Based on the evidence I've seen thus far, I'm guessing that the berserker additions to each servant act as a substitute to force them to bend to her will. Now that the additional berserker overlay had been suppressed, perhaps even removed from him, then he should be free from her control. I summarized. Should the normal madness not be present though? Ray Cow questioned. We merely removed the extra portion. A servant's mad enhancement should not be so easily removed. No, that's still there. Which is why I'm not entirely sure one way or another on his berserker status completely. But I would guess that it was also suppressed due to everything we did, as it is more akin to a curse. And it was probably a rather low-ranking one at that in comparison to other servants. Even Avalon couldn't suppress it forever. His basic abilities from his servant container would rear their ugly head eventually. Avalon was many things, but something that could alter one's Saint Graph was not one of them. Anyways, let's go find this dragon slayer so we can get going. I turned to Jean. Can you sense a servant nearby? It's faint, but I think I can feel one further into the city. Jean furrowed her brow. Halt! Lancelot slid out in front of us. I demand answers. His eyes turned serious. Why do you possess my king's sacred sheath? Why do you know my king's true name? Technically, you're the one with the sheath at the moment. I pointed out. I will not hear your jests any longer. He held his hand up and summoned a very particular weapon. It was blackened, even pulsating with a hint of malevolence, but that wasn't enough to hide what it truly was. The sister sword to Excalibur. Erendite, one of 3 swords of the planet. It even had fairy letters denoting it as a divine construct spoken in the same breath as Excalibur. That wasn't all, I could feel it targeting my dragon aspect. The blade was also one that slayed dragons. How knightly of you, to draw your weapon on the people who saved you. I didn't particularly react to the fact that he was pointing a divine construct in my face. In fact, I took a step forward until it was mere inches away and pushed it to the side with my finger. I could tell he wavered once I mentioned that, as he still had some amount of pride left in his knighthood. Master, you should tell him. Ray Cow gently nudged me again. It will save us further annoyance. I know, I'm just not that pleased with his attitude. I frowned. I can understand, Master. But think of how Artoria would wish you to behave to her former comrade. Ah, that's a critical hit, Ray Cow. She doesn't owe him anything. I grunted. Why does he deserve to know anything? I share your feelings, but it is not our place to judge that. Ray Cow again gently guided me. You know very well how she would desire you to hold yourself in this situation. You're right. I sighed, relenting. I was being intentionally abrasive with him, and I was fully aware of that. He just grated on me for some reason, even when he wasn't demanding answers from me. I took out my kaleidophone and messed with it until I found a set of pictures and flipped it over for him to see. Lancelot's eyes widened once more as he narrowed in on the device, his sword practically falling to the ground as he took steps forward to really look at what I was showing him. I flipped through several of them, most of which were rather mundane. Me and her in various settings, her laughing or smiling as I took the pictures. Though, they got progressively more intimate, and I finished onto the last one where it was both of us kissing. She is someone I love dearly. It was all the explanation I would give him on the matter as I put the device away. He was speechless, which I couldn't blame him for. If I were in his shoes, I suppose I would feel the same way. His memories of Artoria were probably full of the emotionless king that put themselves up on the pedestal as some sort of idol. And here I just showed him a bright and happy Artoria expressing herself more in a few pictures than he had probably seen in his entire life, and dropped the bomb on him that we were in love. Jean, why don't you lead the way? I changed the subject as the atmosphere turned rather awkward. Leave it to me. Jean happily accepted the change. I glanced at Lancelot, but he didn't speak, just silently following along as he stared at me every so often. Whatever, I would be civil, but I wouldn't like him. It should be around here. Jean looked every which way. It's faint, I don't think this servant is at full strength. They should be within a few blocks of here, but I can't pinpoint any further. The best option would be for us to split up and search every building. I'll check. You think she may have hit him in that destroyed church over there? I pointed towards said collapsed church. It was still somewhat recognizable even if the roof caved in and half the walls were destroyed. You know, 'cause she's a saint and everything. I spoke again. I will check, Master. Ray Cow volunteered and walked over. Well, that was easy. I hummed. But we haven't found them. Jean blinked in confusion. Please, like she would have hid him anywhere but the church. What's that supposed to mean? I'm saying that as someone of a certain faith, she's predictable. We are not. Alright, then hypothetically speaking, if you were to hide someone in this area, where would you hide them, I asked. She looked away, not meeting my gaze. Master, I found something. Ray Cow called out. I looked at her smugly, and she puffed up with a huff. Let's go find our mysterious dragon slayer. I gave her a gentle nudge, much to her chagrin. Walking over some debris, we came to what Ray Cow was referring to, a latch that opened up to the church's basement, and it was obvious someone was down there. I hoped down first, and I immediately recognized the figure tied up below. His eyes looked heavy, and there were obvious wounds across his body. Fatigue was present in every breath he took as he looked like he was on his last legs. I did not expect to see a familiar face in my final moments. He spoke, if haggardly. You remember me? I asked in surprise. Strange, is it not? He chuckled, but it turned to coughs. Have you come to finish me off? Why would I do that? I shot him an amused look, and even he found it funny considering the grin on his face despite the situation. Even if we parted as enemies, I would like to think it was on good terms. A dragon slayer friendly with a dragon. I believe this is the start of a joke. Ray Cow and Jean jumped down, and recognition flashed across his face again. Ruler and Berserker. Siegfried. Ray Cow smiled softly. Saber. Jean greeted, a small smile as well. What happened to you? I don't know. He admitted, choking out a cough. Hold up, let's get you settled before questioning. I walked over to untie him, but I felt like he could have done that himself at any moment. It was only when I got close that I realized he was cursed quite heavily. How much magical energy do you have left? Not much. He smiled wryly. If you had not come, I may have lasted another few days. Well, you're in luck. I took out a few dust crystals, and basically shoved them into his arms. You should be able to absorb some from those, but it wouldn't do much due to the curses on you. I paused, turning to Jean. Need you again over here, penniless saintess. Don't call me that. She squeaked out with a small stomp of her foot, but she quickly turned her attention to Siegfried. This should be easier than Lancelot. She knelt down next to him and began praying. It was actually rather interesting watching her work. I can admit to not being too knowledgeable about the Church's mysteries, even if the baptism rite was one of the most common and widespread mysteries of the Church, it held certain unfathomableness to it that those without faith just couldn't understand. The curses were lifted one by one and his pale complexion began dissipating quickly. If I had to summarize, I'd say the curses were eating away at his reserves of magical energy and he was having to sustain himself by burning his own vitality. It would take a bit for him to be back at 100% even if we gave him a steady supply of magical energy. We quietly waited for probably about an hour before Jean finished up. The Dragon Slayer stood up, shakily, but he caught his breath after being captured for so long. Thank you, ruler. Siegfried said sincerely. I don't need thanks, Saber. Jean smiled brightly. I did not believe it when I heard about this dragon witch that the common folk whispered about. And now I know for a fact that those tales were false. He took a deep breath, and a dust crystal shattered in his hand as the magical energy inside of it was taken in. How long until you recover? I asked. I am unsure, perhaps in a day or two and I will be in optimal condition to fight. I do not know why I was summoned without a Grail war, but there is something calling out to me. A duty that I must fulfill no matter what. We're glad to have you, Saber. Ray Cow smiled. I am also pleased to battle alongside you all against any foe that may appear. But, do you perhaps know what is going on? I only know that I was summoned and tried my best to defend this city, but I failed. Were the enemy servants that strong? Siegfried shook his head. I feel as though I could have handled the ones that appeared, or I may not have lost in the worst case. They were wrong, I do not know how, but I felt it when fighting them. But they used the people as a hostage to force my surrender. To answer your question, this is a singularity. Someone meddled with the correct course of history and humanity in the future has been burned away. At the moment we need to rectify this point in the timeline, which is being propped up presumably through the use of a holy grail. I briefly explained. Siegfried awkwardly scratched his cheek. I admit to not fully understanding, however, my sword will be yours. Don't be too hasty, I think your sword would be best served under someone else. There is a group fighting against the incineration of humanity and I'm just a small part. But they could make use of any servants that they can get their hands on. Siegfried nodded immediately. If you speak on their behalf, and if their cause is so righteous, I would not have anything against lending whatever aid I am able. I pat this pauldron. Good, because we're going to find them next. Lancelot stood almost protectively outside as we climbed out of the hole. He still hadn't said anything, but I didn't particularly care to talk with him either. At this point, he should understand why I didn't like him very much. It's good to see the sun again. Siegfried held a hand over his eyes and he looked at everything. Though there was an obvious melancholy as he surveyed the surroundings. I was wondering if we would be approached by an assassin servant as I was fairly certain there was one creeping around while we dealt with the other servants, but they never appeared. Did you deal with all the undead? He asked. Pardon? Undead? I blinked. You do not know. He tilted his head. I encountered many while defending the city. Odd. Was all I could muster in response. But I eyed the horizon and noticed something flying our way. But we did encounter quite a few wyverns. Everyone else followed my gaze. Ah, I also encountered some of those. They were not too strong, but they were difficult to deal with as they kept to the air and attacked from a distance. Siegfried commented. They were coming in quick, and I had a good idea. So, Ray Cow, quick question. Yes. My servant replied. Your riding skill doesn't apply to dragons, but wyverns aren't technically dragons. Are you thinking of doing what I think you are, Will? Jean hesitantly asked. Listen, it's pretty far away and I don't want to walk. We can find horses. Jean countered. But can they fly? Will, no. Will, yes. I summoned the gauntlet onto my hand. Drake, you know what I want, right? Leave it to me. I took a deep breath as they got closer and with Drake's help, I roared. Wyverns were called dragon keen, but compared to their greater cousins they were much lower on the proverbial totem pole. Just Drake's mere roar sent them into a frightened state and about half of them fell to the ground in the confusion. This is a new experience for me. Siegfried stated, pulling on the rope wrapped around the wyvern he sat upon. I never thought I would ride one of the dragon blood beasts. Don't compare us to these things. They're barely better than mindless beasts. Drake replied from within my gauntlet. I will take your word for it, great dragon. Siegfried politely replied. I held my hands around Ray Cow's waist as she pulled on the makeshift reins, or basically just ropes we tied around their mouths. Frankly, it was difficult to get them to obey, perhaps due to having two riders with the nature of a dragon slayer. But Drake's presence was actually enough to get them to fall in line. Wyverns and other dragon blood species bowed their heads to true dragons. I don't like this. Jean cried out, clutching her makeshift reins tightly. It's just like riding a horse. I reassured her over the whipping whines. It's nothing like riding a horse. I admit I was feeling pretty gleeful while doing this. The childish part of me was genuinely having fun riding on this wyvern. And Ray Cow's riding was handling it pretty well. Lancelot struggled slightly, but he kept his wyvern on a straight path which was basically all we needed. Jean pointed out the direction, and I could vaguely identify Sir Wiggles there as well. And flying was significantly faster. Hell, it would have only been a few-hour ride, but with wyverns it's probably a third, maybe a fourth of that. Dipping over the cloud, and back under, it didn't take long for us to be able to see our destination far into the distance. Particularly so because there was another swarm of wyverns high above laying fire breaths down below. Shall I prepare a gift for our reunion? I asked, to no one in particular. But I began gathering lightning and bringing together the clouds. The sky above slowly started to darken, but the mindless beasts didn't seem to pay it any heed as we got closer. And upon closer inspection, there were many other people there. It looked like a complete army was trying their best to fend off the attack alongside some magic being shot up and I could make out the vague outline of a few faces through my reinforced eyes. 2 magic circles spun in either of my hands, and I clapped, pushing them together, actualizing the same spell I used against those hollows back in Karakara town. They could have probably handled it without much issues, but what kind of team leader would I be if I didn't help my subordinates? Lightning storm. My lightning dropped from the sky. It wasn't as powerful as the last time, but it did its job to cull the numbers enough that the remaining ones began to scatter. I did have to be careful about the people below. How do we land? Jean asked. That is a good question. I replied. Rei-Cow. Rei-Cow didn't respond, instead, she slapped the wyvern atop the head, and it immediately went to do a dive bomb. Well, dramatic entrance it was then. I held on to Rei-Cow tightly and she smiled happily as we descended quickly. She pulled up on the reins just as we were about to hit the ground, instead making the wyvern fall more angled. We hit the ground hard, but the beast took the brunt of it, completely incapacitated and buried under quite a bit of dirt as it made a new hole into the ground, but we weren't much worse for wear. I dusted myself off, helping Rei-Cow up while I was at it. There were many eyes now staring at us. And quite a few of them I recognized, but I don't think they properly processed my arrival. I was about to open my mouth, but 3 more loud thumps echoed out, and my companions now joined us. Siegfried perhaps had the most grace, but he awkwardly had to step out of a crater himself. Jean dizzily stepped out and looked shaken at her experience. While Lancelot silently climbed up from his former mount, wobbling to his feet. I'm back. Rat. Mash, with her very identifiable hair color, pushed through the crowd, and launched towards Lancelot, punching him in the face, sending him flying away. Well, alrighty then. I chose to ignore that, and instead focus on the bolt of lightning zipping through the air, landing in my arms. Welcome back, Sir Wiggles. Canon make, father-daughter bonding time. Yasaka POV. The feeling of finishing the last bit of work for the day was indescribable. Stretching my arms and just letting my head fall onto my now empty desk, allowing myself a moment to rest. Soma, where's Kunu? I called out, not bothering to even open my eyes. The princess is with the young lord, Lady Yasaka. I felt Soma appear through the use of his sacred gear into the room. They aren't getting up to trouble, I hope. Well, a little bit of trouble was fine. The last I checked, the young lord requested some painting supplies. Oh. I picked my head up. That could be something completely mundane, or I should fear for the mansion. I better check in before doing anything else. Take me to them, please. Soma bowed and I pulled myself out of the chair I had been sitting in for the past several hours, rubbing my poor butt. I needed to get myself a more comfortable chair. Well, let's see what those 2 troublemakers are up to and how much of a mess I need to clean up. I silently followed behind Soma as the mist of dimension lost surrounded us. A moment later, a window opened up into a room on the other side of the mansion. Wilhelm looked up very briefly and I knew for a fact that he noticed us but didn't say anything. Can I paint it yellow? You can paint it whatever color you want. I'm going to do mine like on the box. But that's boring. Kunu replied. I'm gonna paint fireballs on the shoulders. Were those Gundams? Like those models that you put together then paint? What about some foxtails on the back? He chuckled. I wanna do a dragon instead. Dragons are cool too. Make it a dragon Gundam. Like Drake. I think Drake will like that a lot. I'm not very good at painting though. Kunu's ears flattened and she eyed the model in front of her father. Wah? Dad, you're so good at it, it looks exactly like the box. You think so? How did you get so good? Have you done this before? Nope, this is my first time. But I've always wanted to do one since I was a kid. He chuckled. Why didn't you? She questioned. Well, we didn't have much money when I was a kid. Your grandmother did the best she could, but she had to focus on essentials. He explained. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. He stopped to rub her head. I'm happy that I get to do this with you. Do you miss Grandma? I'll always miss her. She was the best mom I could have asked for. And I know for a fact that she would love you just like I do. He leaned over to kiss her forehead. Kunu smiled happily. I love you, Daddy. And I love you too, my little fox. Why was my heart beating so erratically? Why was it that seeing him and Kunu like this made me feel this way? My precious little fox, you're not the only one it seems. I needed to message the others, because he's all mine tonight. Chapter 437, Chapter 396. Yasaka POV. Send these reports to Nurarihayan. I handed a clipped bundle of papers over and I didn't even see who took them. What's my next appointment? You have a 2 o'clock with the druids, Lady Yasaka. I also had another bundle of papers pushed into my hands, and I looked up and furrowed my brow, trying to recall who this girl was. Three Tails, ah, right, she's the granddaughter of Granny Sufu, she started earlier this week. Where has my head been? It feels like I've just been dealing with one issue after another. Adding on to the Indra fiasco which has just been running me wild. If I didn't know that Wilhelm was perhaps dealing with something even worse, I would have dragged him by his ear to help me settle many of these issues. What are these, dear? I barely glanced at the doc*ments she handed me. We had another merchant come over and offer their inventory. She replied. And why am I hearing about this? I gave explicit orders on what to purchase and what not to. The merchant was offering his wares for an exorbitant fee, and my orders were to accept things within 50% of their inflated prices, did I not? They are 55%, Lady Yasaka. Going by the proper costs elsewhere, that is. I resisted the urge to slap my forehead. That's good enough, take them. I tossed the papers back to her with a sigh. We weren't exactly hurting on money at the moment. Sure, we weren't flush with it either, but it could certainly have been much worse. Send word that this is the absolute limit. Give them an inch and they'd take a mile. Next I'll hear about them raising prices by another 1 or 2%. Walk and talk. I told her as we began walking through the hallways. Have we received that next shipment of iron? She fumbled through some papers. Here it is, Lady Yasaka. She handed it over. I schemed it and scowled, crumpling it up and tossing it to the ground. Of course they mess up the order. Because simple iron is apparently difficult to get right. Calm yourself, Yasaka, no point in getting angry, still a million more things to do today. Send it back and demand a refund. If they refuse, then blacklist them and make sure you publicly shame them. I'm not going to play these games. They probably thought they could just unload some of their stock. If I wanted an iron of mixed composition, then I would have asked for that. We turned the corner, and nearly ran into someone who was in just as much of a hurry as we were. His clothing would have looked utterly out of place in different circumstances, but we had welcomed these foreigners into our home per Hades' goodwill, and Wilhelm's bargaining. I apologize, Lady Yasaka, I didn't mean to startle you. The man apologized good-naturedly for the near collision. Odysseus, you seem to be in a hurry. Are you looking for me? One of the people that Hades sent over to help train up my people. His eyes brightened. Yes, I'm glad to have caught you. I wish to inform you that my time here has ended and my replacement has arrived. Right, that was today. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. No need to fret, my lady. He said with a rather charming smile. If I wasn't taken, I may have entertained him. While my replacement is not exactly the most charming and polite, he is without a doubt a master of warfare. And who receives such a glowing approval from the great Odysseus? I questioned. That would be King Agamemnon. Ah, yes, I know of him. I said curtly. Despite his reputation, I give my word that he will teach what needs to be taught. The ghost of the Greek hero promised. In matters of true warfare, I would say that he is a better teacher than I am. Excuse me if I find that hard to believe. Odysseus chuckled. It's true. I was praised and remembered for my cunning mind, which I will not deny. But Agamemnon conquered across all of Greece not by accident. I did what I could to instill tactics that may be beneficial to your unique variety of upcoming war, but he will teach them the steps that one must take as soldiers in arms. I will be skeptically optimistic. His reputation still left a bit to be desired. Thank you for the warning and reminder. It was my pleasure to be of service. He politely bowed. My time here has been pleasant and I thank you for your hospitality. Truly, the pleasure was all mine. Your assistance has been extremely helpful. As per our agreement, please enjoy the day and have fun before departing. My only word of warning is that everything be consensual. I emphasized. I will keep everyone in line, Lady Yasaka. He smiled again. Good. Unfortunately, I have another meeting to attend to. Thank you for everything, Odysseus. I will pass on my praise to Hades. He bowed again and departed. Druids then. I verbally nudged my assistant who was looking rather star-struck. Why yes, Lady Yasaka, right this way. She gestured and I continued walking. It wasn't hard to find them, they had a rather unique scent. Very earthy, not in a bad way, but their presence invigorated any area they stayed in long enough. As I opened the door to the room I presumed I would be meeting them in, I saw the wrinkled face of their leader, sitting cross-legged, meditating. Archdruid Rolhadeld. I did my best to pronounce his name, but winced even as the syllables left my mouth. One of his eyes cracked open and the corners of his lips raised accordingly. Lady Yasaka. He greeted with a gentle and weathered tone, but there was an obvious hint of amusement there. I mispronounced it again, didn't I? You were closer. He stated with a small chuckle. Would you believe me if I said I was practicing in front of the mirror yesterday? His laughter only increased. I take no offense. I am aware that different cultures have difficulty with certain names and such. He pulled himself to his feet, slowly and steadily, using an old staff as support. I'm far too old to care about those trifling matters. He waved it off politely. Shall we get down to business? Please. I said with full sincerity. The quicker I finished here, the quicker I could move on to my next task for the day. How is the training coming along? Ah, it is most peculiar. I admit I did not have much interest in this side of the world and was content to stay at home among the hills of my forefathers. However, after seeing the culture woven around your use of Toki and Senjutsu, I have this feeling in my chest that I have missed out on an opportunity in my youth. He specifically used the words we were used to. I would almost call it an inherent talent amongst those you presented to me. Their progress, I would not quite label it as genius, but there is a notable and steady progress every day, and that is for the majority of those who learn under my druids. Some good news then, I'm shocked. He chuckled in clear humor. Then you will be pleased that I bring further good news. You're going to spoil me. Please tell me something that I can ride through the next few days of utter exhaustion and fatigue. The project you requested, with those unique plants you presented, they have bore fruit. He paused for a moment. Figuratively, of course. They are not fruit-bearing plants. You managed something already. I couldn't help my eyes widen in shock. Wilhelm wasn't confident in getting something set up before the war started. The notes provided allowed us to skip much experimentation on our part. He nodded. I fear it would have taken us several more months if there was not such in-depth notation on failures and successes in growing these exotic plants. And what about accelerating their growth? I asked again, as it was one of our points of desire. All those plants from Skyrim taking hold in the soil here was huge, but getting them to grow quicker through magical means, that would be a league or two above in potential. We had some failures. He rubbed his chin. But we finally succeeded once I enlisted the help of the Rune Witch. Skathik? Did she help as well? Why didn't she say anything? Once we established the needs, we merely required the help of more traditional magicians. The young lady from Albion that keeps her ancestor's namesake was more than happy to assist. Ah, Le Fay Pendragon. She had been staying around here much longer since everything happened and Arthur was here as well. Only good news? Nothing you are going to spring on me that makes this all pointless? I asked skeptically. Again, he just chuckled, like an elder humoring a youngling. I merely wished to relay the good news. I will be returning to my duties. He unceremoniously said his goodbyes and returned to wherever I presumed his druids were at the moment. But I didn't care, because this was news worth celebrating. Lady Yasaka. Soma appeared from the mist of his sacred gear. I bring word that Sir Mordred has returned. I know that tone, what happened? She has gotten into an argument with King Agamemnon. Of course, it's always something. Wilhelm POV. Wilhelm. Dragon Witch. Mash. I don't know what happened. Another shrill cry from the cute eggplant. Jean. Jill. More shouting and screaming, but I sort of tuned that out as I just stood back and pet my familiar for the first time in quite a while. Sir Wiggles deserved all the pets after doing such a good job keeping them all safe. But there seemed to be a lot to unpack all of the sudden. However, I was happy to see them. Yup, everything seemed good, until a white-haired missile shot out of the group. Someone I certainly did not expect came rocketing into me. You idiot! Olga's voice raised above everyone else's as tiny fists began to rain down on me. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I'm sorry. I flinched as her fists didn't stop. You better be. She huffed, finally relenting. She trembled slightly before regaining her composure. Welcome back. B team leader, reporting for duty. I smiled warmly. And that hat looks good on you. I admired my former hat sitting atop her head. Idiot! She whispered again. Boss! Samuel was next, running up with the entire group this time. Funny enough, everyone seemed to ignore the fact that Lancelot was punched just moments prior, except for an embarrassed and blushing Mash. Ritsuko was right behind her, looking rather happy as well. Not to mention both Pierre and Hinako were at their side. Hinako tried to look distant, but I could see her mouth twitch upwards, trying to hold back a smile. There were some other familiar faces, but they weren't the ones I knew from my time at Chaldea. Medea, for instance, was standing nearby, looking at me with trepidation. Cu Culane gave me a smirk and a nod. And she was standing behind Mash, glancing at me. Artoria, I said softly. The same Artoria from before. Her skin was paler, her hair was also a shade lighter, and her eyes were not the same vibrant green. It was precisely the Artoria I was forced to fight in Fuyuki in the previous singularity. Suddenly, many feelings I had previously gotten over had come flowing to the surface. There were many things I wanted to say. Don't speak my name as if we are familiar. She scoffed, crossing her arms. Ouch! Don't listen to her. Cu Culane chimed in. She'd been wanting to see you again ever since she was summoned. Anyone just needs to mention you and she gets weak in the knee. The distinct malevolent energy I remembered tore through the spot that Cu was in a moment before as he hopped out of the way with a bark of laughter. A furious Artoria was holding her blackened Excalibur, threatening him with it. Stop messing around! Olga barked at them in anger. Artoria huffed, dismissing her weapon while Cu just chuckled, and casually threw his arms up behind his head as if nothing happened. If this is how they normally act, I feel bad for Olga having to deal with it. Jean, is that you? A man I didn't know approached, donned in armor that was obviously well used if the scorch marks were anything to go by. Jean, who had quietly been at my side, retreated behind me. Literally hiding behind me so as to not be seen by the man. I'm sorry, you are? I asked. He blinked, looking at me, somewhat confused but also on guard. They, soldiers all around, were also staring our way, as if waiting for him to make a move. They were all worried, scared, and exhausted from the looks of it, but they were ready to fight if the need arose. I am Gilda Rice, Baron and Knight serving as companion in arms to Jeanne d'Arc. He stood proud, but refocused on the head of blonde hair that was having a difficult time hiding her entire silhouette behind me. It must be God's will. He took a few steps forward, looking ecstatic. The true Saintess has returned, and with her by our side, we will retake France from this witch. I could feel her grabbing at the cloth on my back. I felt bad, I truly did, but I couldn't just literally stand between them. Jean knew it, I knew it, and she was going to have to confront Jill. He was her comrade and dear friend in life, he must be over the moon that she's alive apparently, but now she has to crush his hopes and happiness. Gee Jill. Jean strained a smile as she peeked over my shoulder. She grabbed my hand for emotional support, and I didn't tease her despite the ease in the situation. I gave her a reassuring squeeze and she hesitantly stepped out, looking at her friend. Progress, at least. I was fairly sure I was going to have to get the rope again. We should give them some space. Do you have somewhere we can talk privately? I whispered to Olga. Sure. She nodded as we slipped away amongst the awkwardness of the reunion. Bounded fields active. Mash, you're up. Olga stated. Yes, Director. Mash nodded, her shield apparently connecting to a ley line below us as a projection appeared. Director, do you read us? Roman's familiar voice rang out as his face became clearer. We read you, Roman. Olga nodded. Great. Link is established, we can see you too. I'm getting some strange readings. Lots of servants are around you that we didn't detect before. Are there any? Roman. Olga sighed. Stop, and look. Roman blinked, then looked around the tent we were set up in. Finally, his eyes landed on me and I gave him a little wave. Hey Roman. Wilhelm. He blurted out. Director. Roman, if you're going to point out to me that our B team leader is back, I know. Are right. He awkwardly shrunk back even behind the screen. It's good to see you again, Wilhelm. He changed tunes quickly. We thought the worst after what happened. You were so angry after Saber died, and then you went after Lev. Thank you, Roman. I unconsciously glanced at Saber and, was she blushing? I quickly looked away because I felt like I would follow suit if I continued. I have some questions of my own. I paused, looking at Olga. Like, if you're a soul again, I'm going to be pissed off because I'm not entirely sure how to save you again. Don't be an idiot. Olga huffed with a tinge of embarrassment. Whatever you did to me, it made it so I could survive a rayshift. Really? I raised an eyebrow. That was unintentional, I was just focused on saving you. But now that I think about it, with your aura awakened, it would provide the correct shielding for the process, but even that. Spare us your magic talk, we already got enough of it from Da Vinci back in Chaldea. Hinako crossed her arms. She's right, it's not important right now. Olga agreed. We need to debrief each other. You've been gone a while. Introductions then. I held a hand up to Rei Kao. This is my servant, Minamoto no Rei Kao, I brought her from my home. Hello. Rei Kao smiled politely. I'm not even surprised anymore. Hinako sighed. Who were the other servants you brought with you, besides, the obvious? Well, obviously Jean d'Arc was present. The Dragon Witch. Roman cut in. Damn it, Roman, wait for the entire explanation before you freak out. Olga growled. Sorry. That's interesting, actually. I found her because I was checking up on her mom, thinking things may have been bad that way. When I found her, she was in a pitiable state. Her saint graph was all messed up and even her memories were distorted. From what we were able to piece together after fixing her was that someone summoned her then cannibalized part of her saint graph. Presumably, this dragon witch is running around with pieces of Jean. Wait, you healed her saint graph? The distinct voice of Da Vinci reached our ears. Stop hacking the signal. Olga nearly screamed. In a manner of speaking. I nodded. But, saint graph alteration, the sheer power needed, combined with the tools. She nearly went off on a tangent, so I stepped in. It's not what you're thinking. And it wasn't technically me who did it. But later, Castor. Olga cut her off. We have more important things to deal with in the immediate time frame. Like getting everyone up to speed. I took that as a cue to keep going. I brought Jean with me, ruler class. She can sense the location of other servants, though large distances makes it a bit less accurate. The knight waiting outside is Siegfried, he was being held secretly in Lyon. We just got back from there, Saint Martha and a couple other servants were walking among the destroyed remains of the town. Lyon. Pierre spoke up. The soldiers were marching to Lyon before we arrived. If not for the attack of the dragons. Wyverns. I corrected. Huge difference. He nodded. Wyverns, we would have followed. You say Lyon is free? Free, rebel, burned to the ground nearly. Jean is probably relaying the news herself, but yet, the servants there were taken care of. That'll save us an annoying walk. See, you mused. Now we can focus on the actual threat. This dragon witch, yet. Wait, there's one more servant you brought. Olga pointed out. You mean the one that Mash punched in the face? I didn't mean to. She squeaked out, flaring up red in embarrassment. Yeah, why did you do that, Mash? Ritsuka asked. Didn't know the lass had it in her. More fire than I've seen in her normal training. See, you added. Mash did what? Roman squawked in surprise. I'm sorry. She was nearly in tears. Good thing he was still outside. I'm not complaining. I shrugged. He's Lancelot. Saber said curtly, drawing everyone's eyes her way. Mash carries the spirit of Galahad. The conflict is understandable. How does that make sense to randomly attack him? Roman questioned. That does answer quite a few questions. Especially about the adorable cinnamon roll over there. It does. Roman blinked. Artoria told me. I scratched my head awkwardly. My Artoria told me about her time ruling. Galahad and Lancelot had a very strained relationship. I glanced at Saber, but she simply closed her eyes, not reacting. I didn't know how to act around her and it was eating at me. If she is the demi-servant of Galahad, it makes sense that some of his anger would bleed over if he really hates him that much. Hinako shrugged. Speaking of, I hope she's not just learning about this now. I asked. No, senpai. Saber has been helping me train. Mash smiled brightly. I learned the name of my noble phantasm too. That's good then. There's something you should know about him, and by extension, the other enemy servant I encountered. Thanks to Jean, we were able to find out that their Saint Graphs were meddled with. Martha's class was Rider Berserker, and Lancelot is a Berserker. How is that possible? Olga scowled. I can tell you from personal experience that a Grail can alter a servant's Saint Graph. We're currently working under the theory that this dragon witch is forcing the Berserker status over the servants she summons, and it also acts as a sort of leash, forcing them to obey her. That makes sense if you said that Saint Martha was listening to her orders. Da Vinci chimed in. How curious, I want to see for myself. You can get readings from Lancelot. We were able to either seal away or remove the additional madness, but he's still pretty messed up. How were you able to remove mad enhancement? Roman's eyes widened. That's the defining characteristic of the Berserker class. I would also like to know. Olga added. Luck, and the combination of plenty of factors. And the fact that Lancelot's madness behaved more like a curse. I replied. One of the components I used was Avalon, which is inside of him at the moment, suppressing his normal mad enhancement. But I feel like it's just a stopgap measure. I turned to Hinako. That being said, you don't have a servant yet, right? You want me to form a contract with him? She raised an eyebrow. Temporary, for now. He'll disappear after the singularity is finished. But he's going to be a heavy drain, and you can probably handle it better than everyone else here, even if the systems in Chaldea are handling most of the burden. Fine, I'll do it. She shrugged. Speaking of systems, how is Chaldea doing? Manageable. Olga slumped her shoulders. The resources you left behind were invaluable. Our food supplies would have run out, and we wouldn't have been able to perform any servant summonings due to the generators having been destroyed previously. I brought some more with me, so I'll be able to help out there. As expect from the person I appointed to be team leader. Olga nodded with a hint of pride. I really wanted to pet her head, but I feel like she would react aggressively if I did. Don't forget our latest servant as well. Roman spoke up. Am I supposed to introduce myself? Medea was in the back, looking a bit bored with this whole talk. There's no need. I held a hand up, politely declining. You guys sure lucked out. A caster servant was perhaps the second worst class to summon considering your current composition, but Medea is one of the most reliable you could have managed. Any kind of wind she had was immediately taken out of her sails. She nearly fumbled over herself as I guessed her name. Do you know me? I'm not native to this world line, I have a Medea back home that I'm good friends with. Seeing her mouth open from beneath her cowl, only to close again in confusion. I find that hard to believe. I can show you pictures later. She even made the clothes I'm wearing. I looked down at the thing covering my body. Not the holy shroud. But anyways, she's getting married soon and I am invited, so do with that what you will. Medea just stared at me with mouth open, seemingly unable to formulate a response. Enough with the polite chit-chat, we need to get down to business. Olga finally asserted her authority to end the conversation and steer it towards the main issue. What happened to you? That's a long story, I'll try to summarize it. I took a deep breath. I was stupid and angry, so I blindly chased after Lef after. I glanced at Artoria again, who peeked an eye open, only to scowl and turn away when ours met. I stepped into a place outside of time and space. After talking to Gramps, he told me that it was most likely Solomon's workshop. Solomon. The one from the Bible. The king of magecraft. Several of them blurted out at once. Yes, yes, and yes. I swatted at the projected image of both Da Vinci and Roman to get them to calm down. Lef was subservient to someone they're claiming to be Solomon, but we're highly doubtful that it's actually him. It's most likely one of the famous demons associated with him. Regardless, I fought him and... You fought Solomon in his workshop. Olga cut me off. Of all the idiotic things you could have done. Even if you're a magician, you walked into his workshop. Master has been fully aware of how foolish he was. Reika responded in my stead, making me want to slump back in embarrassment. However, he was consumed by grief and anger, and his decision reflected this. Olga scowled, crossing her arms. Did you at least take care of that traitor? She asked, seething. I hit him with an attack that forced the concept of destruction onto him. But Solomon, I added air quotes, was able to undo it. I guess I can't fault you then, Olga said quietly. And you lost? Hinako asked. Even with everything? She emphasized that last word. I used my authority even. I nodded. Wait, authority? Da Vinci asked. What's an authority? Ritsuka asked, the others around him sharing the same sentiment. You're a divine spirit, Olga blurted out. That's what I've been assuming, Hinako stated. How is a divine spirit alive in this era? Roman asked. Not a divine spirit. I quickly cut off that train of thought. And to share with the rest of the class, since their tutelage most likely hasn't reached that point. An authority, in this case, is the ability of a divine spirit to alter the world. You can think of Zeus and his ability to command lightning. You had something like that and you still lost, boss? Samuel asked. Yet. I didn't hide it. You saw that ring of light in the sky. Hard to miss. Olga snorted. Our systems were unable to scan it. That's all the magical energy that's being gathered by burning away the human order. I dropped that big bombshell on them. That makes sense. Da Vinci was the first to comment. We were only able to tell that it was something unfathomable in power, and that it was too massive to truly scan at the moment. Yet, it's made up of beams of light, each one of them equal to a high-level noble phantasm in output, more or less. When I was fighting him, he pulled on it, hitting me with a fraction of its power, and I nearly died. If it wasn't for several lucky coincidences, and having Avalon with me, I would be dead. Strangely, the most abrupt response was a nearly palpable feeling of anger filling the tent. And it was from Saber of all people. The outward expression of emotion ceased nearly as quickly as it had descended, but the servant merely scowled again. I care not for this meeting. Call me when there is a fight to be had. She didn't wait for anyone to respond and marched right out of the tent. That was weird. Roman seemingly spoke the thoughts on everyone's minds. That lass. See, you sighed. She's going to have a difficult time. Master, I will go make sure that she does not cause any fights. Ray Cow stated. Lancelot is still outside. That would probably be best, thank you, Ray Cow. I have no idea how this Artoria would react to Lancelot. She's completely different from what I've come to know about my own Artoria. She quickly followed after the blackened Artoria. Is that why you haven't come back until now? Olga whispered. You've been recovering. I recovered in a few days, but no. I was worried that if I popped back over, he would simply destroy Chaldea. I'm currently hiding from his sight. I pulled on my holy shroud. This is helping a bit. And I even had help from Gramps and the Blue to sneak back into this world line undetected. I'd double check with see you later, see if he can't divine if I am actually unnoticed right now. His Odin parts might be able to look into that without causing any issues. At least we know who's responsible now, right? Ritsuka asked. It would have been worse if we didn't find out until later. Usually this kind of naive optimism would be annoying, but I agree with the kid. Medea was the one who spoke up. I don't know much about Solomon, my foundation doesn't come from your modern magecraft. But now we actually have time to think of proper countermeasures. I'm assuming that your magecraft was utterly useless, boyo. She glanced at me. He broke down everything I did with just a glance and countered it. I nodded. What about your runes? You asked. Didn't have a chance to really use them. It's not like I revealed all my cards in that short exchange. I still have a few tricks, and in the time I was away, I picked up a few more things that will be extremely useful. We can work with this. Roman looked uncharacteristically resolved. This fake Solomon, whoever it really is, now that we know, we can fight him. Ho ho, I get to test my genius against the most exalted magus in history. Da Vinci sounded rather amused. Olga, who looked rather defeated as I kept dropping bombs, did perk up a little. Even adopting a little smile. We need more information. For now, however, we should focus on solving this singularity. You obviously have more information than us. All right, I'll start from the very beginning. I nodded, and everyone leaned in as I began from when I first arrived in the singularity in full detail. Chapter 438, Chapter 397. Ray Cow POV. Master didn't need me for his reunion. Instead I was interested in these people he had spoke so highly of, but I knew where I would best be put to use. I would not help on the technicalities of this singularity, but corralling unruly servants was something I was more than capable of. It seemed my suspicions were founded as Lancelot and the dark reflection of Artoria were staring at one another. My king! Lancelot immediately collapsed to his knees in front of the darkened saber. She stared at him silently. Lancelot waiting, each moment was excruciating for the knight as Saber silently judged him. I am not your king. Saber said simply. I believe her dismissal did more emotional damage than anything she could have done with her sword. The anguish on Lancelot's face was enough to even make me feel something despite sharing a similar sentiment to Master. I held a strong dislike for this man who brought so much pain to Master's other woman. Even if I made sure to limit how much he expressed his distaste, I did not feel any pity for him previously. But you. I am the tyrant of knights. Saber replied, in clear disdain. The ideals you fought for were not mine. Do not presume to speak to me as if your existence means anything to me. Your lover, he spoke. Barely with enough time to blink, I stepped to interfere, because Saber had her fist reeled back, ready to attack him. I grabbed hold of her gauntlet, not letting her budge. She glared at me. Remove your hand. You have a much fierier temper than the Artoria I know. I did not. However, that only seemed to set her off further. The mana around her erupted, and I had seen it enough to know it was her mana burst skill. In response, I activated my own, my lightning answering my call as we fought, neither budging. Eventually, she scoffed, dismissing her mana burst. With a jerk from her, I let go of her arm. It seems her anger subsided enough that she wasn't going to lash out any longer. Instead of attacking him, she instead reached down, and pulled him up by his armor until her face was even with his. Do not bother me again. I admit to feeling the slightest bit of pity for him now. There is a misunderstanding here, Lancelot. Lancelot looked at me and he was still confused, as no one had properly explained things to him thus far. I just mentally shrugged as it was not my duty. I will take my leave. He said dejectedly. He wasn't a fool, he could at least understand that the situation was not what he had assumed, merely the details escaped him. Halt! Saber commanded as he was about to turn around. She did not give him a chance to respond, she grabbed him again, jerking him forward and put her hand on his chest. I was going to question what she was doing until a familiar light manifested. Avalon was pulled from him, and she held it protectively in her grasp. Now, leave my sight! She demanded. Lancelot, with slumped shoulders, didn't argue and disappeared amongst the array of tents around us. Master put that inside of him intentionally. I voiced. Her nostrils flared as if she were about to lash out at me, but she calmed herself. It will return to where it belongs. Are you going to take possession of it? I questioned. No. She scoffed angrily. He will resume possession of it as he is supposed to. If he is foolish enough to nearly die, then he is not allowed to walk around without it. And why do you get to decide that? I have more of a say than you do. She growled. You, a servant. I am also his woman. I interrupted, watching all the anger she was working up with immediately dissipate into nothingness as she blinked at my abrupt declaration. Amusing, you still have similar mannerisms as the Artoria I know. She has that same look when she gets confused about something. What do you want? She finally grit out. Are you not going to ask me for clarification? I tilted my head. Why would I care? She huffed, turning her nose up. Very well, if you do not wish to know, I will not bore you. She twitched slightly in annoyance. Was it a lie? That he said he loved her? It was not. I smiled, knowing that she couldn't help herself. They are very cute together. But you said. Yes. I returned. Why can he not be with both of us? Rather, what makes you think it's only us? I hummed, watching her try and understand what I was insinuating. Master is going to be upset that you took the sheath from Lancelot. He will most likely revert to his berserker state soon. I do not care. Saber grunted. He is a fool, and obviously requires extra protection. Strangely, that is something I think we can both agree on. Master often does foolish things that end up going wrong. But very rarely is it also something dangerous as well. Why? She asked. Pardon? Why what? I asked for clarification. She looked at me with obvious confusion and an array of emotions that seemed utterly foreign to her. I was hated throughout my life, a tyrant that used forced submission to all my foes. I did not hold back my blade and attempted to slay him just as I did everyone else. So why was my death mourned by him and tears shed? Why did he do something as foolish as he did due to grief? I don't understand. I am not her, I am a vile and oppressive tyrant. So why? It is the same reason that Master accepted an ONI like me without a second thought. I felt myself relating to her very much. You did not answer my question. She frowned. Why have you sought me out? To mock me. I merely wished to inform you of a few things. What you desire to do with it is your choice. My interference ended here. But if you want to know, you can ask the person directly. If someone told me that there was a corrupted version of Artoria, I would not believe them. And I would especially not believe that this corrupted version of her would be shy. Because that was all I could perceive once I brought up the notion of her talking to Master herself. Wilhelm POV. You disappeared rather quickly. I walked up to see you who was sitting on a rock, carving runes into some stones he had laying around. After we started talking about the details, I didn't even notice when you slipped away. All that crap doesn't matter to me. Castor shrugged dismissively. Or you already know, right? I questioned, eyeing him. Solomon, that is. After the whole singularity talk, we backtracked to him and everything he was involved in, that was when you up and vanished. Hey! He threw his head back to look up at me. I was up front when I said I knew things I wasn't gonna be telling you. That you were. I nodded. Scoot over. I nudged him to the side as I sat down on the large rock as well, taking up a few of them unused stones and helped him out. It's good you're back though. The kids could use the morale boost. They've been holding it together, but it's a pretty shitty thing all around. Really? I'm questioning if I should have even come back so soon. You shouldn't have. He said as a matter of fact. Well, thanks for making me feel guilty. I snorted. But are you Fu * king with me or serious? I see what you're doing, you know. The holy shroud, and shit. It's cute, but won't work for long. He began to explain, still carving his runes. We're already teetering on a knife's edge. Yeah, I get that. I sighed, looking at the stone in my hand. I Fu * ked up pretty bad before, walked right into the dragon's lair, as it were. I was so far over my head that I'm lucky to be alive. But you know that too. Yeah. He just nodded. If I used everything I had, do you think I would have stood a chance? Honestly? I'm not omnipotent or anything, I mean, I know a thing or two I shouldn't, but, you want me to be honest. I already know the answer, but just say it. I waved it off. Nah. What do people say in the future? You would have been wrecked. I'm more confused how you even know something like that rather than the cryptic bullshit you're spewing left and right. He chuckled to himself, decidedly not answering. Odin is Fu * king bullshit. Time is more a suggestion to powerful enough divine spirits. Odin was more than capable of looking into the future for fun at any time he desired. Hence, YCU was here in the first place most likely. How about how I am now? What do my chances look like? He paused, turning his gaze to me. It was different from his normal, the almost lazy look he normally had. It was now filled with something indescribable as he peered at me with more than what his presumed title would suggest. You're stronger than before. Some new things you got recently, yet? You would still lose. Thought so. But, you did close the gap a bit. Progress is good. It is. Will it matter? I don't know. He shrugged. Once you entered the equation, things turned messy. Which is why you being here makes things difficult. I couldn't just leave them on their own. I know. He turned back to me, that ancient gaze of his returning back to his normal one. Instead he adopted a rather warm smile. You're a good kid. Would have been fast friends during my life if you were around. Hey. Could have double-teamed that bitch together. He shot me a cock grin. Fu * ku. I kicked him, rather awkwardly considering we were sitting next to each other. You modern folk. He shrugged helplessly. Don't know why you're kicking up a fuss. It'd have been considered brotherly bonding in my time for a pair of siblings to share one of their wives. Alright Mr. Any hole is a goal. I snorted again. Skathik is mine, don't get any ideas. Ha! He laughed mirthfully. That bitch actually settling down with a man. I still don't know if I believe it. He shook his head. How's she doing? Good. She's been exploring a bunch, going to a few different worlds, having fun just living. MMM. He nodded, not commenting further. I wanted to ask, by the way. I mean, you pretty much confirmed it, but I figured I would clarify. I'm still unnoticed, right? Probably. Right, I'm filled with confidence now. Even Odin in his prime would be cautious against him. See, you looked at me seriously. So me saying probably does hold a lot of merit to it. All right, all right. I put my arms up in surrender as he was half glaring at me, and I think that was his Odin bits being peeved that I was questioning him. Got a random question for you that's been bugging me. I might not answer. Does Odin know Izanami? He blinked, looking at me in confusion. Japan's death goddess? Why would you think they know each other? Just because they existed within the same time frame, it doesn't mean they interacted. Especially with the distance between worshippers and such. He paused. Hey, I do have a small impression of her. For some reason, I think Odin and her had some small conflict or something. I told you before, I'm not entirely him, so I'm only getting some impressions here. That's funny, I guess even in this world, Odin and Izzy have that kind of relationship. Why'd you ask? He questioned. Odin in my birth world, he and Izanami have a sort of antagonistic relationship where they constantly snipe at one another. I briefly explained. Oh, I just brought it up cause I'm dating Izanami back home. I don't even care anymore. He threw his hands up. You get a bunch of girls, and that bitch slaps me around for even thinking about another one when I was near her. Jealousy is an ugly look. Screw you. He pouted. Is it a bad time to say that Skathik told me she loves me? I asked. I kind of hate you right now. I know, and I welcome it. No wonder she settled for you. You're both absolute cunts. That's for the sharing comment from before. Yeah, I got that. He snorted. By the way, I've been teaching the farm boy some druidism and runecraft. I noticed the staff, but we were focused on the bigger stuff. He has talent in that sort of thing. I was mildly surprised. It's not something popular in the modern era. Wouldn't be surprised if his origin has something to do with it, as just being a farm boy isn't enough. Definitely helps, as he's closer to the earth and all that, but he has some alright talent there. Just said something cause I want you to teach him a few things with runes if you get the chance. Looks up to you a bit, I think it'd help if you gave him a pointer or two. Kind of funny considering you're more knowledgeable on runecraft than me. But it was an easy enough request. Do you think we'll have enough time? I'm worried that the wrong pair of eyes may fall on me and cut my visit short. His gaze is not on this singularity, so you don't have to worry about abruptly getting a visit or anything like that. He assured me, head suddenly turning back towards where everyone was gathered. Something's going on. I noticed it as soon as he said something. People began running around with a purpose. And a saintess coming towards me with haste. Will. Jean yelled as she got closer. She's coming. Who? I questioned. Jean grabbed my hand, pulling me back towards where all the tents were set up, weaving through them as she pointed over towards the horizon. I reinforced my eyes, and even still, they were barely dots in the sky, but they nearly blotted out the sun. I could feel it as soon as she got close. Jean whispered. I don't know why, but I have this connection and I can sense her. It's the dragon witch, she's coming. Phrasing. Knee. She puffed up, hitting my shoulder with her tiny fists. Well, I guess it's finally time to see who exactly it was going around using Jean's identity. Chapter 439, Chapter 398. Odin POV, DXD. A drink, a fight, and a lady for the night. I chorused, blessing this dead realm with my beautiful singing voice. 'Tis all I need in life. We have arrived, Lord Odin. The ferryman of the dead Charon informed me. No shit, Skelly boy. I leapt off the boat. I'm not actually a skeleton. Then eat some more. You're all skin and bones. Tell Hades that just because he has an aesthetic, doesn't mean he should abuse his subordinates. Please do not come back. He pushed off the shore, moving back across the waters of the river Styx. Bah! I spat. Damn brats, always so stuck up. They needed to learn to loosen up a little, life was short, even for gods. One moment, you have everything in your grasp, a happiness that can't be described, then the next moment, you're only filled with regrets. I took a deep breath. Hades! I roared to every corner of this bleak place. I calmly waited a moment until a swirl of darkness swept me up and carried me along much more quickly than if I moved by myself. Odin! Top Skull Boy greeted me as his power deposited me right in front of his throne. Persephone! I looked at the only thing worth my attention. You're as lovely as ever. Thank you, Lord Odin. She strained a smile. Ha, she's already swooning. Hades sighed, covering his face. Everyone, leave us. He waved his hand, dismissing all the people in the room. Why did you just come the normal way? He asked as everyone left. I didn't want to walk. I shrugged. Of course. He drawled. And why are you here? He started again before I could get a word in. And if it is some variation of singling out my wife for a jest, I will be upset. This is why the brats up on the mountain don't like you. Can't take a joke. I will take your words under the consideration that they deserve. Why couldn't it have been Zeus that I teamed up with? I signed, leaning on my walking stick/spear. I'd already have Aphrodite bouncing on my... Yes, we get it. Hades growled. Why are you here, Odin? Did you know that Zeus and Hera tried swinging for a few decades a while back? Before Zeus got too jealous that his wife was banging other guys. But that was fun, your sister really knows how to handle a man. Odin, I'm losing my patience. Fine, fine. I rolled my eyes. Young uns these days, way too serious I say. Anyways, just wanted to come talk about a few things. Thanks for stepping in with Indra, by the way. I appreciate you for that. Hades raised an eyebrow. I didn't even have you on my mind when I did so. Even so, thought I'd at least give you my thanks. The brat is someone important to me, don't want anything to happen to him. And that cougar of his doesn't deserve Indra's brand of bullshit. You are aware that I'm going to tell Izanami how you refer to her, yes? Bah, I'll say it to her face the next time I see her. Of course you will. Hades sighed again. Izanami is someone we like, Odin. Your thanks is unnecessary. Persephone spoke up in his place. And Wilhelm is in an agreement with us, it's only natural. That and I look forward to hosting the new couple for dinner. Ha, that cougar was gonna be so embarrassed, I'm almost jealous that I won't be there. I should apologize to the brat, I talked a big game about distracting Indra, but it wasn't nearly as long as I thought it'd be. It was never a sure thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Indra used the whole thing as an excuse to release some steam by treading on what he perceives as his lessers. Hades replied. Sounds like that cunt. I nodded. Still, I'll do something for him later as an apology. But that's not why I wanted to come over here to bother you. I think I found the location of a few of those items you both were looking for. Figured I'd give you a heads up. That is very appreciated, Odin. Hades sounded sincere. I did actually like him more than his siblings despite how much I like to give him a hard time. I've been chasing down a few rumors, and I'm only really sure on one at the moment. The nails? I asked. How did you know? He was surprised. It was the easiest one to find. Hades grumbled, making me just laugh in response. I've merely been surveilling the owner thus far. Do you have any insight? 2 things. I held up corresponding fingers. First, it seems like the original was cannibalized by the system left by the biblical god and turned into a sacred gear. Which is why it went missing for so long. Hades visibly got annoyed. Of course it did. That damn system has been going haywire ever since he died. Well, you're gonna get more upset. 'Cause it's not just a sacred gear, it's easily a Longinus level from what I've gathered. And this is precisely why I originally joined that ridiculous organization. Eventually, things will spiral out beyond our control. Yeah, I'm starting to see your point. Some lass with a grudge got a hold of such a thing by sheer chance, and she's already began destabilizing the mortal government in her area and taking over the mortal businesses with its power. While I don't care much about the mortals before they die, I agree that it's not something to ignore. Hades nodded in agreement. Why haven't you stepped in if you already figured all this out? Second point. I noted. I was curious as to how she got so good at using this new Longinus of hers without anyone noticing. That is a fair point. Hades stroked his chin. Outside interference. Of the worst kind. Probably that same group you were talking about, cause I think there's an evil god possessing her and twisting her perceptions. I wasn't entirely sure, as I didn't want to alert anyone, but I've been at the game long enough to pick some things up. I will need to rethink my approach then. Hades grumbled. What were you going to do before? I was a little curious. Buy her off. Yeah, you would. Hades huffed in annoyance. She is a human magician. I have ACC*mulat knowledge she couldn't fathom. And I have riches that the supposed royal family she was cast out of couldn't even hope to dream about. It would have been simple to form a contract and have her enter my employment. I'm not against hiring talent at any level or profession. She might be thankful if you free her. If she is possessed, and not willingly doing a soul shuffle with said evil god. I shrugged again. In either case, if she is doing naughty things with her sacred gear, at least you don't have to feel bad about taking it from a human. True. Hades mused. My pride wouldn't let me take something without giving something equal in return. But if she is misusing it to cause trouble, I would not care. I think I know where that Shroud of Turin is, and the cross made an appearance a year or so ago. I don't know where it is now, but I got info on who used it. I appreciate the notice, Odin. But what do you want in return for this help? What makes you think I want anything? Hades deadpanned, but didn't answer. Fine, I want a favor. Speak. I need you to take care of my Valkyrie for a little while. An odd request, but not one I would disregard. Might I ask why? I unbuttoned my shirt, pulling it open. Hades stood up from his throne, eyes widened. Odin. Yeah, thought you'd recognize the energy this gave off. I ran my hand down a deep cut on my chest. I had runes drawn on my body to heal and begin dispelling the energy, but it was slow going. You fought my father. Hades stated. Yup. I hummed. Honestly, it looks worse than it is. His annoying power of time is what's making it difficult to heal properly. That and his damn scythe, what a stupid weapon. Who uses a scythe? Pick a proper weapon, stupid bastard. How? Hades asked. My father is powerful, but I would not give him good chances against you, All-Father. Bah! I huffed in annoyance. Bastard ambushed me with that other one of his fellows. The son bastard that also broke out with him some time ago. I'd have been fine, but they used my Valkyrie to distract me. Maybe it's cause I'm old and retired now, but I fell for such a stupid trick. I will go with you and hunt him down. Hades stated. I owe you that much. It would only cause problems. Those bastards are hiding somewhere within the realms of Yggdrasil. If you started poking around, it'd only escalate the already tense atmosphere among Asgard. Don't worry, he didn't escape unscathed. Though I don't think gouging his heart out was gonna slow him down for very long. But I ain't a bitch that gets hit without getting some in of my own. This is distressing news. Hades sighed. My father is active in the Norse territory, and he even has his weapon once more. It had disappeared eons ago, yet the moment he resurfaces, it's back in his hand. It is what it is. It'll make a good trophy after I bring you his head though. Hades snorted with laughter. I will look after your Valkyrie, Odin. You don't have to worry about her. Thanks, Boneboy. I'd ask one of my sons to, but Asgard isn't the safest at the moment. Despite my confidence, I wouldn't be a very good war god if I just went chasing after them without a second thought. This whole thing basically screams trap. No, I would wait for a little bit, because that brat was going to be coming to my neck of the woods soon anyways. I'd feel a lot better if I had someone strong enough to throw down with Indra watching my back. And I actually had a few good excuses to let him move around without my own brats kicking up a fuss, unlike Hades. Wilhelm POV. The normal soldiers were scrambling to ready themselves as we marched through the camp to meet up with the others. Olga and the rest were gathered around as we approached. Good, you're here. She eyed me in approval. Roman, what's the situation? We're detecting 9, no now it's 12 servants converging on your location. He replied through the projection. That was a lot of servants to fight. I wasn't honestly sure how many I could handle comfortably. And a servant's noble phantasm almost always deserved respect. I can sense the same, however, only the 9 you mentioned appear to be coming from the direction of those wyverns. Jean added. There are 3 more moving from the northeast. We have no way to tell if they're enemies or not. Olga bit her thumb. Assume the worst, hope for the best. Logical. Medea hummed. However, there is still the matter of the hundreds of wyverns flying towards us. With the amount of servants that appeared to be involved, we wouldn't have time to protect the humans. I could handle them, but I was trying to go under the radar for the most part. That kind of power needed to take out. How many wyverns is that? I held a hand up over my eyes to block the sun. Between 1,600 and 1,700. Saber said bluntly. I glanced at her, meeting her gaze briefly, and she frowned, turning away. It is common for those experienced in battle to be able to estimate numbers at a glance. She's right. Cu chimed in. I'd give it closer to 1,600, but it doesn't really make a difference. Still way more than should be possible. To the point where if this many turned up in my time, or the witches, it'd be freckin' weird. Don't call me that. Medea hissed. But he's right. Wyverns sometimes gather into groups around nests with an alpha or whatever you want to call it. But these kinds of numbers are absurd. I wonder how they compare to what you're familiar with. I asked. It's not like I went out of my way to hunt them during my life. Medea crossed her arms. But they seem weaker. I was just assuming it was due to the age and regression of mystery, but now that you mention it, I wouldn't be surprised if the dragon witch was just making clones via the Grail and throwing caution to the wind. That is something possible through a device like the Grail. Roman idly mused. The more I hear about this thing, the more stupid I feel it is. Medea shook her head. Regardless, we now have to deal with a phantasmal species nearing 2,000 in number that would take a skilled magus to put down one with time and effort. Olga redirected the conversation back to the main point. How much time do you think we have? I asked again, glancing at the swarm of black dots in the distance. Between 10 and 15 minutes, probably. Cu estimated. They might slow down as they start getting closer, so maybe a few minutes more. Jean, what's going on with the soldiers? I turned to our resident saintess. Did you fill them in on everything? And no. She shook her head. It was hard to settle just my presence, I hadn't had the opportunity. And there's no way they can run away. We're not going to leave them, right? Samuel asked. They wouldn't stand a chance. This place is already burning around us, farmer boy. Cu snorted. Ya think one more instance is gonna matter? Yes. He said resolutely. Cu chuckled. Good, I like that attitude. He spun my spear. I ain't one to run from a fight. I won't abandon my friends. Jean agreed. I suppose this is what we trained for. Olga sighed. We have enough people to handle the servants. She paused, glancing at Hinako. Yeah, I can handle 1, 2 maybe if you don't expect me to win. She grumbled. I won't be able to command my own if I'm busy. She jabbed her thumb towards Lancelot at the side. I can handle a few as well. I made sure to clarify. Are you sir? No. Saber interrupted Roman. Everyone just sort of went quiet and stared at the stoic Saber, not offering anything additional, simply denying my input. I assure you, I can handle myself with a few servants. I tried to be gentle in rebuffing her as I didn't quite know what was going on with her at the moment. She scowled deeply, somehow producing Artoria's sheath as it appeared into her hands with a burst of light, and she threw it at me. I fumbled to catch it due to the abrupt action, and she simply walked away. Women. Cu shook his head. What was that? Hinako raised an eyebrow. I said, what's our plan? Cu corrected himself. We need to keep the fighting away from the people here. Olga announced. They may have other ideas. Hinako noted. It's their home, you think they're just gonna be okay with a bunch of outsiders coming in and telling them to sit tight? Thankfully, we have someone they trust implicitly. I turned to look at Jean. I'll speak to them. Jean muttered. All right, everyone, this is what we're going to do. Olga began laying out the plan. Jean did manage to convince the soldiers to allow us the opportunity first. It took some quick words on her part, but she got them to agree, in no little part to Gil's actions. Hey Pierre? I asked. Oui? Yes. He answered. It's funny, I noticed that my magical devil ability to understand languages gets messed up sometimes if people switch between languages in their speech. It doesn't exactly throw me off, but I don't quite hear things as I should sometimes. Must be nice, visiting home again. France is burning. He deadpanned. You mean it wasn't like this originally? I feigned shock. I got a few snickers around me, but mostly a grumbling from Pierre and a Jean looking rather puffed up in indignation. A small joke to ease any tension they might be having. Siegfried was contracted with Ritsuka, due to his absurd servant compatibility. While Hinako had Lancelot, and the others were rather obvious. Lancelot also hadn't gone full berserker yet, so that was a bonus. Any last-minute advice, boss? Samuel asked. This is a bit different than the simulations. Stay together, don't be afraid to use command seals. If you see an opening to push for a kill on a servant, take it. I replied. I would also be doing my best to protect them, but I had the feeling that I wouldn't always be around, so they needed their own experience in matters such as these. My insertion into this singularity was already rocky, I couldn't guarantee I could be in the next one or stick around. Let's give them a greeting. Olga stated, turning to Ritsuka. Fujimaru, you're up. Ristuka clenched his hand, a command seal lightening up. Saber, with this command seal, use your noble phantasm. The baleful magical energy swirled around the darkened Artoria as she raised her blade up high. Hammer of the Vile King, overturn the Aurora, consume the light Excalibur Morgan. The dark Excalibur released its fury. The usual holy and memorizing attack still had an effect despite looking so malefic. I didn't get to see its capabilities in this capacity the last time as I was on the receiving end of it. But there was a different sort of beauty to be held in this version. The army of wyverns, and presumably servants were still a distance away, but this blade had by far enough power to reach them and clear a good chunk away before they even reached. No. Siegfried blurted out, clutching his heart. A roar shook the world following his outburst. It came bursting through the clouds, carrying a similar mark as Siegfried across its chest, but with scales and wings of black and red. A massive dragon appeared in the path of the noble phantasm and opened its mighty jaw. The amount of magical energy it gathered in that moment was just as palpable as the amount Saber used to release her noble phantasm. It let loose its breath, colliding with the blast in the sky. The sun that was setting on the horizon was dimmed at the burst of power that illuminated every corner of France in the transcendent light. The power of a dragon's breath, and Excalibur, neither one over the other, but that in itself was a loss for us. Is that a dragon? Olga shouted. Fafnir. Siegfried answered the question that was on everyone's mind. Yeah, I suppose that is what Martha was talking about. That thing is stronger than the Fafnir I know. Drake chimed in as well. Joy. Just its presence alone is a few magnitudes higher than the dragon Martha controlled. Just as everyone was processing the Fu*K-off dragon that just negated one of the strongest noble phantasms present, it opened its mouth again. It could seemingly pull the needed magical energy from the atmosphere as its wings glowed with an ethereal light, only to be dwarfed by the magnitude of magical energy gathered between its jaws. It literally shook the landmass with the sheer density of power released. Each breath, seemingly a noble phantasm in of itself. Bakud number 81, Danku. I quickly chanted, the Hogyaku thrumming inside of me as I shifted what I had into Ryutsu. A large shield materialized in front of us as the breath attack slammed into it. I was about to call out, but someone beat me to it. Mash! Ritsuka yelled. My barrier was cracking and breaking away under the strain. A spell that I was confident could stop one Suzanu's attacks and still stay standing. Mash leapt next to me and slammed her shield onto the ground. Lord Camelot! She declared, activating her own noble phantasm. White walls began to rise up from the ground as my shield shattered. Pristine and protective in nature, the dragon's breath collided with them, but they didn't waver an iota. Mash struggled, she braced herself and held her shield with all her strength, but it held without any semblance of breaking. And that was why I always give noble phantasms the respect they deserve, because I wasn't even sure I could break that defense with everything I had. Dragon Slayer, go slay your dragon. Hinako pointed to the flying calamity. I am unable. Siegfried admitted. I have yet to fully recover. Great. Olga grumbled. Get ready for battle. She stated, as the walls of the white city of Camelot receded. My noble phantasm can't do shit to that thing. See you revealed. Maybe throw a few punches, but it won't do much to a dragon of that scale. I can keep it busy for a time. Siegfried stated. But if it stays in the air, it's pointless. Medea. I called out, retrieving my staff of Magnus from my ring and tossed it to her. She caught it questioningly, then her eyes widened. Did you just hand me a divine construct? Keep the wyverns at bay. She looked at the staff in her hands. Yeah, I can do that. She glanced at Pierre. Master, be ready to give me a command seal if I call for it. I'll trust you. Pierre nodded. Medea hesitated for a moment, before shooting up into the air. I poked Sir Wiggled on the forehead, and he zipped over, landing in Olga's arms. My Ryotsa soared to the sky. Wall of iron sand, tower formed from hate, forge molten iron and neatly finish in silence. Medea held the staff up and used one of her signature spells. The amount of spell circles that appeared in the air was beyond the need to count. Mu alpha chi alpha epsilon kappa tau eta gamma alpha alpha. She chanted her divine words, actualizing magic from the bygone era, amplified many times over by the power of the staff of Magnus. Rain of light. Fafnir opened its massive maw again, about to let loose another breath attack, but I finished my own spell. Bakud number 75, Gaku Tekken. 5 incredibly tall and thick pillars manifested far up into the sky, connected simply by a chain as they slammed down onto the back of the mighty dragon, disrupting its attack, and sent it hurling into the ground. Medea's own spell filled the sky with purple light. Every single one of those beams of light was the equivalent of a modern magus chanting for 30 seconds using a high-speed aria. And there were more than enough for every single wyvern still flying towards us. But it wouldn't be that simple. One in particular flew faster, someone riding on top of it. The outline of whom, I could vaguely recognize as they pulled back the string of their bow. Blackthorn-like projectiles shot forth, sniping every beam of light it could. Granted, there were far too many for this archer to manage on her own as wyverns began falling out of the sky, pieces of flesh and bodies seared and destroyed upon impact, but she did enough to keep a good chunk of their forces from simply being routed right then and there. Atalanta. Medea blurted out in shock. I recognized her too, but she looked different. Her normal greenish fur was now white and black, with a noticeable bleakness to her. No doubt, she was a berserker just like the others we've seen. Medea floated downwards, an obvious choice as just being up by herself as a caster would make her an easy target. She looked at me, then back at the staff. I'll marry you if you give me this. I was honestly unsure of what to say in response. But I was definitely going to tease my Medea about this later. Fafnir roared, breaking free of my binding spell with particular ease. Siegfried was about to move, as was Ray Cow, but I held my hand up. Quiet, my dragon. A woman landed next to Fafnir, hopping down from a wyvern amongst the pack. The dragon, Fafnir was cowled at her words. Except for the white hair, pale skin, and black armor, she was the spitting image of Jean. The wyverns waited above, the servants as well. They were ready to attack at a moment's notice. The dragon witch swept her gaze around. She landed on Jean, then turned her nose up, almost mockingly. Then she looked at me and her expression changed drastically. You. Hi. I offered. You. She held her hand up, pointing at me. But. No, you? Why are you here? She looked pained for a moment as if she was having trouble articulating. Everyone else sort of looked at me. I have no idea what's going on. I said with complete honesty. Why did she seem to recognize me? Who are you? Jean stepped forward, demanding from her pale counterpart. Why are you doing this? Why are you pretending to be me? Pretending to be you? The dragon witch growled. I'm the real Jean Dark. You're the fake. What? Jean looked aghast. No, I'm Jean. No, I am. And I'll carve the word fake into your body and hang it up on my castle walls for everyone to see. The dragon witch scowled. Well, that just proves you're the fake. I commented. Everyone knows that the real Jan can't read or write. I pointed out. Will. Jean squawked. Kill him. The dragon witch intoned. And everything went to hell. Chapter 440, Chapter 399. In the blink of an eye, there were many different attacks landing on my person. The familiar blackthorns fired by what looked like a berserker Atalanta. Some very unpleasant-looking fleshy tentacles that sprouted from the ground. Amidst them were also a bunch of stakes that gave me another familiar feeling. And, a large iron maid connected to a chain was swung down overhead. I, of course, chose the most logical course of action and ran. The ground literally erupted with combined attacks in my wake. It took a burst of shunpo for me to get even a moment of breathing room before someone I was familiar with made their proper introduction. His hair was a mess, and his armor grotesque and bloodstained, but I recognized him all the same. "We meet again," he bellowed, slamming into the ground from the wyvern he jumped off of. He wasted no time, lunging at me with fangs bared. There was none of that previous grace nor martial prowess, even from someone who claimed leadership over martial might. No, he was more like a rabid beast, swiping at me with his clawed gauntlets, letting his stakes jut out from his own body to eke out any advantage. "You remember me too?" I couldn't help but blurt out as I dodged to the side, letting a hail of arrows dipped in malefic energy from Atalanta pass by me. I spared the briefest of moments to glance towards the others and saw that they had engaged the other servants and wyverns. Specifically, Fafnir was being preoccupied, which was rather important. How could I forget the one who destroyed my hopes and dreams? He cackled, oddly contradictory of the fact that he was trying to kill me. "Would it help if I apologized?" I asked, shunpoing away. "I admit it would make me feel better," he rather calmly replied, gouging out a chunk of the ground, and threw it at me. I wasn't stupid. I snapped my fingers, compressing air at a fine point right in front of what was essentially a giant dirt boulder, making it burst, revealing dozens of stakes following. With Mirage in my hand, I flicked my wrist, matching each one with my own birds. Vlad came barreling through the collision of energies, gauntlet claws trying to grab at me. I deflected each swipe, flying off at each failed attack of his. I would feel better if I took my pound of flesh instead. "You're oddly lucid for being controlled. Are you even controlled?" I asked, ducking under another swipe as he gouged the ground from the force and magical energy dispelled. His wide grin twisted into a snarl. "Do you think I want to be manifested this way? That petulant child forced me into the state I despise the most. It eats at my mind, my will, and my desires. I enjoy the wanton slaughter, the blood, the corpses that I leave in my wake. I relish in the carnage." I slammed my knee into his armored torso, sending him skipping across the ground. "Doesn't sound much different than how you lived your life, Impaler," he hissed, standing back up. "I accept my sins fully. I did what I thought required to protect my people and my home. Not falling to pleasure and gratification by inflicting horrors upon the undeserving." He roared, releasing an impressive amount of magical energy. Stakes shot up from the ground everywhere, like a tidal wave with him at the focal point. The concept of being impaled, not just normal stakes. It was rather annoying and something I wasn't too keen on testing myself on. "Fuss ro da!" I roared in response, the invisible force rippling out, blowing away everything in its path, even the stakes he sent my way, creating a rather large safe space in my direction. Vlad braced himself at the obvious attack coming his way, but he was still blown away. However, there was a small unforeseen side effect of using the dragon language. Fafnir spun its head around nearly instantaneously, glaring right at me with an odd look in its eyes. It was nearly ignoring the servants it was battling as it roared in challenge. "You basically declared yourself a proper dragon even if it doesn't understand the words, it could recognize the draconic nature of what you did," Drake stated. "It doesn't seem like that guy has much of his sense right now, so it's moving on flimsy orders and mostly acting on instinct if I had to guess." It opened its mouth, a ridiculous amount of magical energy gathered in its jaw as it aimed at me. My immediate reaction was to redirect the breath attack back at it with the use of the kaleidoscope, but just as I was about to do the required actions, the realization of where I was set in. Using the kaleidoscope in this situation was perhaps a bad idea considering that I'm technically hiding. Instead, I went to dodge, only for that Iron Maiden from before to come swinging down on me from a servant that just materialized. It didn't do any damage, but all I could now see was the destructive breath filling my vision. I quickly used the Hagyako to shift what I had into aura and braced myself. My aura fluctuated violently, and it was painful, but I endured. It wasn't quite as strong as the one used to offset Excalibur, but it was certainly not pleasant by any means. Oh! What snapped me out of my momentary self-pity, was a rage-induced roar, following but a large amount of magical energy discharged right in Fafnir's face. Surprisingly, it wasn't Rei Kao. I don't think I've ever seen Artoria's face twisted in anger that much before. "Will, are you okay?" Jean slid to my side, looking at me in concern. "Get back here you fake bitch!" The other Jean followed after her, wreathed in some menacing flames. "I'm good," I reassured her. "Hurt like hell, but no major damage done. My aura took a huge hit though." Would not be good to take that if my aura broke, or even do it again and let my aura tank the damage any further. Let me fix that. The servant from before reappeared swinging that Iron Maiden again, but more than anything, she was dressed like she just walked out of a S*X dungeon. Like, complete leather bondage gear barely covering her important bits. The thing was, she had like half a dress on, covering only her sides for some reason, but that just means it was intentional. I was honestly surprised she wasn't using a whip, but I guess a literal Iron Maiden was a step beyond that. Hey Jean, your dark twin hired a stripper. I pointed out as I deflected the massive chunk of metal. Wah! Jean made a strange noise as she registered what I just said. You can't say that about people. How uncouth. The woman brought out a staff, mace, weapon thing and just licked it very suggestively. Well, you shouldn't assume. Jean blushed a little. Oh, I'm going to enjoy your virgin blood. Joke's on you, she was already touched by the devil. I retorted. Will. A hail of stakes landed on the ground and Jean and I both jumped to the sides to avoid them. Ruler, we meet again. Vlad rejoined the fray, as Jean did her best to block his attacks. Would you kindly put me out of this misery? I despise taking orders from that fake reflection of you. Hey! The fake Jean shouted in indignation. I'm the real one. As real as me being a vampire. He shouted back, though the little argument didn't seem to do anything to stop Vlad's rampaging. Bastard, how dare you! The darker Jean spat out angrily. You're not allowed to speak anymore. She hissed. Vlad, who was attacking Jean, his mouth clamped tight, enough that it looked like it hurt. How do you expect him to activate his noble phantasm if he can't speak? I asked. Darker Jean looked surprised by my response, her eyes widened and she hesitated for a second. Like I would need his help. He's just a stupid vampire. She swung her own darker banner, sending a wave of flames at my Jean. I turned back to the other servant I was fighting. Since you made sure to point out that Jean was a virgin, does that mean EMO Jean over there is also a virgin? Shut up! Shut up! The dark Jean squawked. You're not allowed to talk either. She commanded towards her. Methinks that there is something off about this dark Jean, because that was very idiotic of her. I mean, I wasn't not going to exploit it, but still. It was worth noting as strange. Jean can be simple in how she handled things, but she was a soldier, she had experience in battle and combat. Telling your soldiers to basically not use their strongest weapons for no reason was utterly idiotic. I annoyedly used a burst of shunpo to appear next to the stripper servant, avoiding another swing of her Iron Maiden. She wasn't particularly skilled, but her physical abilities were begrudgingly impressive the way she swung around that lump of metal. Servant bullshit combined with whatever mad enhancement she presumably had, powering her enough that I didn't want to take that thing to the face. Right, it was time to put an end to her. I was cautious of how much strength I brought to bear for the moment, but I couldn't just idle around while people I knew were having difficulties fighting. Just a glance to the side, I saw several other enemy servants as well as Fafnir still alive. This servant didn't strike me as particularly battle-hardened. Even so, respect should be given to noble phantasms even if the servant themselves were lacking. And there was no telling when Dark Jean would reverse her decision. Thus, no point in dragging out a fight with some unknown servant I care nothing about. I'd hazard a guess that you're into some rope play. Let me show you why Jean is the patron saint of bondage. Knee. Jean screamed, slapping Vlad across the face with her banner. Bakud number 4, Hainwa. I cast quickly. Bakud number 4, Hainwa. Bakud number 4, Hainwa. Bakud number 4, Hainwa. Bakud number 4, Hainwa. Truthfully, I was curious to the extent that random servants were susceptible to my kid. A bigger sample size beyond the servants I knew was appreciated. 2 birds, 1 stone. The female servant was immediately tied up by the first ethereal rope, but broke it quickly. The second wrapped around her and she nearly broke free in another instant until the second fell on her, then the third, and the fourth. I was using kid, my spiritual arts, because I figured it would be something completely foreign enough not to be noticed. Thus, I felt fine going big as it were. My Ryutsua shot up and I held a finger extended, pointing at the servant. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. She broke free of the spiritual ropes and I moved. Quick bursts of shunpo to avoid her attacks. Grow numb and fickler. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill the soil and know your own powerlessness. A dark aura enveloped me. This was not my first time casting this kid, but it was the first time truly using it on an enemy. Had 90, Kurohitsuji. Black material began to emerge from the ground, forming into the shape of walls as it climbed up around the servant who only had a moment of panic before her body was completely covered. Taking the final form of an enclosed box, as the name implied, black coffin. Then, a dozen or so spears in the shape of crosses materialized in the air and pierced into it. The coffin dissipated, revealing a woman barely standing, and blood spraying from various parts on her body. She collapsed to the ground a moment later. I grabbed Mirage, hovering over her, and she didn't seem to have any fight left, however. Did you get off on that? She just smiled euphorically. Goodbye. I stabbed her through the heart, ending her summons. I felt icky now. I really hoped that her response was a result of her mad enhancement forced on her. Anyways, let's repress this memory. Instead, I focused on the dark Jean who was, not helping Vlad fight Jean, instead she was happily watching from the side. Otherwise, Ray Cow, Lancelot, Saber and Siegfried were handling Fafnir, relatively speaking. Hinako and Cu were handling a bunch of wyverns and what I would assume to be a saber servant. Medea was in the air having a battle with Atalanta on wyvern back. And she was doing a good job of sniping wyverns when she could. Mash was fighting another servant with a strange-looking sword. She looked to be doing fine, and was protecting the others, so I instead turned back towards the darker Jean. I could at least give it a try? Hey there, Jean. I arrived a few feet from her. Oh, it's you. She seemed utterly dismissive, which was not what I was expecting. You wanna help me kill the fake? Kill the fake? I questioned. Yeah, that bitch, going around pretending to be me. Obviously I'm the real one, you know that. Did she forget what happened earlier? Do I? She snorted. Of course, she stopped, like she kept trying to say something but couldn't quite. You and I were. What happened to you, Jean? There was obviously something wrong with her. What do you mean what happened? She threw her hand out. I want revenge, that's what happened. They betrayed me, burned me after everything I did. So, I came back and burned them too. That's understandable that you were upset after dying so horrifically. See, I knew you would understand. She actually smiled. The same way that my Jean did, making me feel a twinge of guilt in my heart. If you just came right back after dying, how do you know me? Don't be stupid, we met in the Grail WA. She stopped again. If anything, I would compare it to a computer getting an error. Grail War, Grail War. What Grail War? But there was a Grail War. I remember, but how was that? I wasn't there. She clutched her head and screamed. Jill? Jill? Something's wrong, Jill. I can't. Get away from my Jean. Another person jumped down from a wyvern high above. Except, I didn't notice this person. I jumped back because I felt something dangerous. Like my instincts were screaming at me about something I wasn't quite sure about. Fleshy appendages burst out from the ground, and I now know who sent those ones earlier. They were, like marine creatures, some form of squid, but distorted and wrong. They didn't belong. As a literal half-devil, they made my skin crawl with their wrongness. Reikau! I shouted out, knowing who exactly was responsible. I didn't even need to look over to know that Reikau immediately came to my aid. My other swords shot out of my ring, cleaving those monstrosities into pieces as I shot towards the new servant that had joined the fray. I recognized him, though not from meeting him in person. He was a participant of the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, and the reason that Zelretch nearly interfered. Not even the potential manifestation of an evil god made Zelretch move, but this servant did. I moved as fast as I could, turning into a streak of lightning, and I saw Reikau as well, her purple lightning enveloping her as her sword was pointing right at his forehead. He raised a book up, and a shield enveloped him and the dark Jean, completely blocking both Reikau and I. Priority, book or servant need to die. I quickly sent over our mental ink. Yes, master. Reikau replied. The book was utterly disgusting, even to my devil nature. It nauseated everything about me, every aspect, and I could even feel Drake's disgust. It had writing on the front, and as someone who could magically understand every human language and had the knowledge of many more, it was utterly indecipherable. Because that book was a foo * king linked to an outer god. I liked to joke about Meridia being my eldritch girlfriend, which was true to a degree. But this book was a true link to an entity that was at the very least on par with her, and much less amicable. It needed to die, he needed to die. Jill, what's happening to me? Jean looked up to the caster's servant. The fallen and deranged future version of the soldier we had met earlier that was still living. There is nothing wrong with you, Jean. You are perfect. He reassured her, the shield around them starting to crack. It's the fault of these pests. His bugged eyes turned our way. I will remove them for you. He held his arms up and the space around him twisted in an unnatural way. I couldn't understand what was happening, but a void opened up, an area bereft of normal space, and massive tentacles shot out. Ray Cow and I dodged, our blades tearing through the unnatural appendages, but they were seemingly never ending. Get ready, I'll give you an opening. I sent towards Ray Cow, taking a deep breath. Zunhal Aik! I roared, amidst the tsunami of tentacles. The book in his hand was flung up into the air and the tentacles, as if having their strings cut, just stopped. Ray Cow was already moving, with a thunderclap, she arrived in front of the book, and sliced it in half. There was an unnatural wailing that made nearly everyone cover their ears in horror. Wyverns dropped from the sky, and even Fafnir roared in fury upon hearing it. Ray Cow became stunned, being at the epicenter of it, giving the caster's servant a second to grab the two pieces of his book with a furious look. Jill, the mad caster, held up his hand in annoyance, and then it appeared, the golden chalice. The unmistakable power that emanated off it made it so no one could actually question what is one. He was the one holding the grail. Let us return, my beloved Jean. We will deal with them later. He said softly towards the dark Jean who was, not having a good time from the looks of it. They all began to glow, and the other servants, even Fafnir, disappeared. The sheer power needed to teleport that many people in such a way. That wasn't a simple teleportation circle like from my birth world, the space here didn't work the same way. Will. The real Jean walked over, a little tousled, but otherwise unharmed. What's going on, was that Jill? It appears so. And he had the grail. Yup. I nodded in annoyance. I'm guessing that the dragon witch is not the source of our concerns. No, that book of his was far more dangerous than the fake Jean running around. Hell, I would call it magnitudes more dangerous than even Fafnir, and he was holding off 4 powerful servants. Suddenly, Jean's head jerked to the side. More servants are coming. She grabbed her banner, ready for battle again. 3 more servants appeared from their astralized form, led by a woman with white hair and a rather bubbly aura about her. Marie Antoinette is here to help. She declared proudly. You're late. I presume they came because of the fighting? Well, it seems obvious they aren't on the Dragon Witch's side, that's good at least. Apparently, the woman wasn't even fazed, instead she took one look at Jean and ran up to her smiling happily. Oh, you must be Jean. Kaya, you're so pretty, I'm Marie. I feel like we're going to be the best of friends. Jean's confused response was rather telling of what she understood about what was going on. I ignored her, and looked at her companions. One had long hair with colorful clothes, perhaps even flamboyant in a sense. And he held a conductor's baton in his hand. The other, well, I immediately guessed his identity. He had long red hair, copper-colored armor in the design of a knight, and a white tunic over top. Not to mention the Dragon Slayer properties he practically radiated. But his sword, well, it was one I was familiar with. I held out my hand, letting Ascalon enter my grasp as I walked over to him. I held my sword up, and he too blinked in confusion, holding up his identical sword. Wanna touch swords? I asked. Chapter 441, Chapter 400. Olga Marie Animusphere POV. Things were going bad, and then they went worse. It was already a horrible situation with half of France literally burning or having been burnt down the ground. Then we figured out how many enemy servants there were, nearly a dozen. And if that wasn't bad enough, the name Dragon Witch wasn't in reference to the literal army of wyverns. I could feel the dragon pulling the insane amounts of mana from the air to use its breath attack as it tied with Saber's noble phantasm. Fafnir, that was what Siegfried claimed it was. I almost thought we were lucky that we had the dragon's mythological weakness, until I was informed that our dragon slayer had barely recovered. Then Wilhelm did something to ground the dragon. I didn't even feel the magical energy in his spell. Oh, and that was after he gave Castor a damn divine construct like it was a random mystic code. And to top all of this ridiculousness off, he decided to taunt the dragon witch to her face. I watched in anxiety as the dragon let loose a breath attack at him and he took it head on. I knew he was strong, but still, it was hard to see. I was heavily relieved to see him apparently unscathed from the attack. And then he continued to mock the dragon witch. I was fuming. I knew he was doing it on purpose, drawing her undivided attention onto himself. But I couldn't call him out on it or get angry at the moment. He obviously had a plan, and I knew he could handle the servants that appeared to engage him. I trusted him not to do anything stupid and get himself killed. However, it seemed like I wasn't the only one that was upset. Saber lashed out with pure anger towards the dragon, and I decidedly choose not to comment. Wilhelm's servant, Siegfried, Saber, and Lancelot all attacked Fafnir. And the dragon showed no visible signs of struggling under their assault. I did not remain distracted for long. The wyverns that still filled the sky made sure of that as I could feel the heat from so many readying their breath. Epsilon Sigma Tau Alpha Epsilon Kappa Tau Eta Chi Nu Omicron Castor Media held up the staff immediately, casting words I couldn't understand, but a powerful spell actualized. A shield-colored lavender appeared overhead, runic symbols and images unknown to me filled every corner of it. The breaths fell down onto it, but it held firm against the onslaught of wyvern. Damn, that's a nice staff. Castor Cu whistled. Can see why you offered your hand for it. Never thought I'd see a staff in this age better than mine, let alone my teacher's. I think even Circe would have thrown herself at him if she could get this staff in return. Medea commented. Half the effort, 10 times the results. What kind of ridiculous thing did you hand over, Schweinorg? What are you gonna do if he takes you up on your offer? Cu cracked a smile. She shrugged. Probably just kill him in his sleep. Damn, what a cold bitch. I'd at least make sure he went to sleep happy. She smiled maliciously. Cu just laughed. Enough chit-chat. I announced. We need to. Castor Cu slammed his staff on the ground, and massive roots sprang up to cover us. Arrows made of magical energy fell down, tearing them apart, but protecting us, if barely. There was an archer sitting on one of the wyverns up in the air. First things first Medea, can you handle Archer? Pierre spoke up before I could. I was about to admonish him, but that is exactly the same order I would have given. I can keep her busy. Medea nodded. And take out any wyverns if you get the opportunity. Will do, master. She flew up into the sky. Good job, Pierre. Well, this puts me in a rather bad spot. Cu hummed. Hey lass, guard my master and the others. He glanced back at Mash. Yes. Mash held her shield up. As much as I want to take a crack at that dragon, my magic ain't gonna do much unless I whip out the big stuff, and I'd just be getting in the way at that point. I could understand his sentiments. I wasn't sure I even had any magecraft capable of harming a dragon through their insane magic resistance. Besides, those 4 servants were keeping it busy for now and not losing it seemed. Well, looks like my opponent is here. Cu Culane looked forward and a rather well-dressed man, woman, person walked calmly our way. I shall be your opponent. The strange servant declared. It was odd, the person didn't seem hostile, yet there was a faint bloodlust regardless. Introductions. Cu asked. Do you really think that's going to? Chevalier d'Ian, Knight of the White Lily. The servant introduced themselves without hesitation. Work. Haha. Cu chuckled at my expense. Don't underestimate a servant's pettiness, lass. It's obvious this person isn't working under their own will. You speak the truth. He nodded darkly. This bloodlust is not mine, it clouds my mind. Once we begin, I will not be able to hold myself back. I do not choose this path of my own will, but I shall fight with the intent to kill. I wouldn't have it any other way. Cu barked with a wide grin. Cu Culane, unfortunately summoned as a caster, but I'm up for a fight regardless. The Hound of Ulster, you honor me. The servant held their rapier in front of themselves. Please give me a good death. Know that unless I am commanded, I will not utilize my noble phantasm. En garde. He stepped forward with the speed of a being beyond humans, and Cu responded, swinging his staff to block the thin blade. This is getting more and more ridiculous. The transmitter started beeping too. Roman, what is it? I answered. Director, we picked up some insane readings. What's going on? Roman's face appeared on the small projection above my wrist. There's a dragon, Roman. Dragon. Da Vinci's face appeared separate from his. Does it have a name? Fafnir. I responded. I'll pull up the information we have. Here it is. Fafnir isn't a natural-born dragon, but a curse that is derived from the concept of greed. Such that both Sigurd and Siegfried both slayed the dragon Fafnir in their legends. The legends say that Fafnir has nearly impenetrable armor. I looked at the dragon who barely had a scratch on him after getting hit by 4 servants. I am aware, Roman. I couldn't expect any more than that. It's not like we have perfect records from things that took place so long ago in myths and legends. Roman, how are the generators holding up? Do we have enough for multiple, simultaneous noble phantasm activations? It was best to prepare to defeat the dragon now. The generators are holding well enough even if we have only these few up. We have enough in the reserves for the reshift that we can shift everything into supporting the servants available. Roman relayed. Best to err on the side of caution. Let the masters use up their own magical energy first before the fate system handles the burden. I decided after a moment. One of them could restore their own reserves after a day or so of rest. And it felt like if we didn't win in this encounter, it would become prolonged enough that such a concern was unneeded. Fujimaru, can Siegfried release his noble phantasm? He said that he can, but it'll take him out of the fight. Ritsuka took a moment to respond, presumably after asking. Hinako, go aid CU. I quickly decided. She was hovering near us protectively like Mash was. He's going to hate it. He can file his complaints without HR department. I snorted. He wasn't looking like he was in a favorable position. Samuel, I'm giving you free rein. If you see an opening, use a command seal to end the fight with his noble phantasm. Yes, ma'am. He quickly nodded. I looked up, and Medea was doing a phenomenal job of keeping the wyverns preoccupied and the archer, even if it didn't look like she was gaining any advantage, it was the best possible situation for us. The dragon witch herself was, just watching the real Jeanne d'Arc and Wilhelm fight with the other servants. If she didn't wish to participate, that was fine. I aimed my hand up and fired off a few Gandra shots, hitting one wyvern. It was taken by surprise and lost its flight rather quickly in the confusion and plummeted to the ground. Roman, did you get any readings from that? I was watching, Director. If I use the same amount of power, calculate the shots needed to defeat a singular wyvern. Wilhelm mentioned that they should be lower than traditional wyverns, as odd as that was to consider. With the same output, you would need 3 shots, landing center mass. Perhaps less if you hit them in a vital. Roman replied back rather quickly. Suboptimal. I clicked my tongue. I will run out of magical energy far before I make a dent. However, I could snipe any that got ideas about us down here instead of focusing on another servant. I nearly fell over when the dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. It looked like Siegfried got a good hit in on it. Fujimaru, prepare to. Director. Mash yelled. I blinked, noticing something out of the corner of my eye, as a blade was coming right for my neck. Mash, by the power of this command seal. It happened so quickly, but I could see the sparks fly, and the sound of steel clashing with Mash standing over me, her shield deflecting an oddly shaped sword. I quickly regained my composure. Mash, assassin protocols. I shouted, ducking and rolling to the side. It wasn't the time to worry about my appearance as I did the best I could to get away from them. Despite my reservations, Mash performed admirably. She used her large shield to push the assassin servant away from us and force him to keep a distance. A strategy we devised for her, simply become a wall between us and an assassin. The servant didn't appear like an assassin, but looks can be deceiving. He held a large, oddly shaped blade. Mash and him began exchanging blows. The sword of his lashing out against her shield. Mash didn't need to do much to keep him at bay as his attacks never came close to harming her. In fact, he seemed to be relying more on his pure strength than anything. Wide, open arcs, I was no swordsman, but that seemed odd even to me. Almost like a pendulum as he continued his swings and, then it made sense. Ritsuka, command Mash. He's aiming. I saw, Director. Fujimaru cut me off. Mash, he's aiming for your head. Mash quickly changed up her pattern. Once she was informed, she was weaving between strikes. Then dodged and caught him in some awkward spots. Every so often, her shield would land on him, causing some amount of damage. The tide further turned as a root sprung up out of the ground and wrapped up the assassin servant's foot. Both him and Mash were surprised by the sudden turn of events, but Mash was quicker and her shield smashed into his face, sending him flying. I glanced at Caster Cu, but he was still preoccupied with his fight. Instead, I looked towards Samuel. He had a hand on one of Cu Culane's roots that he himself had summoned earlier. Ah, there was some magic left in this, thought I'd use it to help. He looked embarrassed. Well done. I gave him a brief word of praise. They all had been taking the initiative lately, their training was paying off in spades. I was genuinely surprised at how far they've come in the meant time, even if they still had further to go. I surveyed the battlefield again as Mash was putting the assassin on the defensive at this point. Roman, quickly, scan Wilhelm and report. I reinforced my eyes to see clearly what he was doing. I could hear it, even over the battlefield's chaos, it sounded like Japanese, but I wasn't an expert. He was chanting something, and it was long. I'm getting some strange readings. Roman confirmed. Oh wow, those are weird. Da Vinci chimed in. There's no magical energy present, but there is an unknown phenomena occurring. How is there no magical energy? I'm seeing an unnatural occurrence with my own eyes. There has to be magical energy. I could literally see the energy around him conglomerate into a solid color. And whatever spell he cast actualized, trapping the servant he was fighting. Some kind of black box that had stakes stabbed into the side. I had no idea what was happening, but as soon as it unraveled the servant was utterly defeated. Nope, nada. Whatever he did, it was not magecraft or magic. Tell him to give me an explanation after the fight is over, I want to see it again. Caster cheerfully chirped. Wonderful. More things I just had no knowledge for. How many lines of an aria count was that? It was strong enough to take out a servant, so it had to be at least an A-rank spell. Whoa whoa. Roman squeaked from his side of the projection. Something's going on, be careful. These readings, it's like the singularity is being torn open in a small scale. What? There was nothing like that. Just battles going on, a new caster joined the fight it seems, and Wilhelm engaged him. Summoning some kind of tentacle construct, But otherwise. A deafening scream silenced the battlefield. It was wrong. It didn't belong. Every fiber of my being told me to eliminate whatever it came from. I had to cover my ears, but even so, I felt my aura vibrate in nausea at the sound. I felt my head wobble and I nearly fell over. Eyes, tentacles, like something massive was looking at me from the other side of a mirror. I only regained my senses with Sir Wiggles jumped onto my head. A tiny jolt from his lightning cleared away the foreign feeling. I wasn't the only one who felt that. Wyverns fell from the sky like flies. The others, they were having trouble climbing to their feet. And the enemy servants, they were glowing bright and they simply disappeared a moment later, along with the massive dragon. Director, what just happened? Roman called out. I don't know. Well, that was a nasty surprise. Ruined my fight too. Cu grumbled, walking over. Been a while since I've felt something like that. You know what that was? I questioned him. Something that doesn't belong. Medea floated down. I was barely paying attention to the source, but it's a taboo that shouldn't be touched by humans. Something from the age of gods. Medea snorted. Not even Hecate herself would willingly touch the source of that. I don't know too much, but it's something from outside. Something that the gods themselves actively denied access to our world. Yup, things got a bit more complicated. Cu nodded. Something like that popped up in my homeland once. One of the few times I saw Pop serious about something. His father was the god of light, Lug. Medea said even the Greek gods were critical of the source. Don't even bother asking for details. Hinako scoffed, cleaning blood off herself from where her wounds were healing. I'm pretty sure I recognized what it was as it originated from my part of the world a long time ago. A spellbook that shouldn't exist, from a person whose name I refuse to even mention. If I saw it in any other CIRC misstance, I'd been forced to take action. Humans these days, I think you call them outer gods. Why did that sound familiar? Jean Dark, the Dragon Witch POV. Jill. Jean, what's wrong? I looked around. Why were we back at the castle? Why are we here? Why aren't we fighting that fake and those others? A temporary retreat. Jill reassured. Your book. I looked at the book he always carried, it was cut in half. Fear not, Jean. He held up the cup and it glowed bright, and the book began to mend. But something weird happened, and the faces on the cover changed, and I think I heard some crying. As soon as it was fixed, it split apart again, lightning jumping between the two halves. His face twisted, and he looked really mad before he returned to normal. Divinity. Something wrong, Jill? Only a small hindrance. Nothing will be able to stop our goals. The two sides opened up and tentacles jumped between both sides, pulling the edges together, and binding them. It will have to do. Goals? What were our goals again, Jill? Why, to show that this is a godless world. He swept his arms around. To prove that there is no God. Right, thanks Jill. It made sense. If there was a God, why did I burn? That made a lot of sense. Of course, that's what we were doing. And getting revenge, that was important too. But why, did something feel wrong? Why was there a pain in my chest? I didn't understand, I wasn't hurt, so why did my chest hurt so much? My head was feeling funny too. Gills, I'm confused. What bothers you, my Jean? He asked in concern. I don't know, but I feel confused. I keep remembering things, but then I forget them. But I know things that aren't true. That person, why was he familiar? Why is it that I know him? He was simply beguiling you, Jean. There's no need to pay him any heed. I will remove the pest the next time we meet. A Grail War. Two side, and then, why was that guy with red hair so vivid? Wait. Jill, did we ever do a Grail War? I asked my closest friend. A Grail War. He tilted his head. Why would we fight a war for something we already possess, my dear Jean? Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. But why does it feel like I know him so well? I was happy when he came to me, and not that fake. I scoffed. Do you think the fake me is confusing him? I don't want to fight my friend again. Your friend? He looked at me strangely. Oh yeah. I couldn't help but smile. We fought together. In the Grail War that I was a ruler of. He even summoned that cow of his. Annoying bitch that she was. But he's here again. We should go get him, I'm sure he'd help us if we just told him what we were doing. That fake Jean must have done something, that's why he was on her side. I'll just have to show him the truth. Hey, when did the war happen? Didn't Jill say that there was no Grail War? Maybe he's just mistaken, it must have been a hard few days. Taking over Orleans, burning the country down, yeah, that must be it. Are you feeling unwell, Jean? Jill asked. I don't know. I still felt it. There's something painful in my chest, Jill. Ever since I saw him on that fake's side, it started hurting. Is something wrong with me, Jill? He would know, he knows everything that's been happening. Nothing you need to trouble yourself with, my dear Jean. He held up the golden cup and it began to glow. Why don't you take a rest? A nap? I felt my eyes getting heavy. Precisely. I saw his warm smile before my eyes closed. When you wake up, all will be better. I'll listen to you, Jill, you're the best. You stood by me when no one else did. Of course, of course. Don't trouble yourself with anything confusing, let me handle the troublesome matters. So tired all of the sudden. He's right, a nap will be nice. What's the plan to deal with the fake and those others? I think we lost one of our servants. I yawned, finding the ground comfy. I will prepare something special. We have plenty of living materials left in the dungeons that I can use. He laughed. That's good. And then he can come back to my side, not that fake. Then everything will be good again. Non-canon make what really happens in Wilhelm's soul. Finding out that a bunch of other entities took up residence in my soul, what else was there to do? Alright, I'm going to roll a perception check. I stated, tossing my dice. 12? 12? Muse Tengay paused, looking down at some papers. You notice that the cave is oddly dry despite the heavy rains you suffered the last few nights. But that is all. I would like to cast Glimpse of Evil. Meridia spoke, clutching her own dice. You cast Glimpse of Evil, giving you sight beyond your own. Any evil creature within 40 yards is known to you. However, nothing appears. Muse Tenge replied. Enough with this. Odin slammed his fist on the table. The great berserker Grimmer isn't a coward. I rush into the cave with my battle axe, ready for battle. Afu *k, I realized what's going on. Drake covered his face with his claw. Roll for me. Muse Tenge ordered. Odin, the great All-Father threw his dice. 1. He said quietly. Muse Tenge nearly laughed. With a blind fury, you rush into the cave as something didn't quite feel right, you were on edge. Your boisterous roar as you charged forward awakened something. Something ancient opened a single eye, its red iris illuminating the cave with a soft blaze. You then realize what monster you have awoken as flames spew from its nostrils, revealing what hid in the darkness. You find a dragon, in all its glory staring down at you. Oh god damn it! I threw my arms up. Wait, how did Meridia not detect that? I would too like to know. Meridia asked. Most dragons aren't evil. Drake shrugged. Drake is right, dragons are more natural calamities than evil entities. With exceptions, of course. But you no more call a wolf evil for hunting a deer, than a dragon does hunting to satiate its own stomach. Muse Tenge clarified. Joy, the one-eyed bastard woke it up. Meridia drawled. I can handle this. Odin huffed. Grimmer is a hero worthy of Valhalla. A mere dragon cannot defeat him. Do I have an action or does the beast wish to start combat? He asked towards our vaunted dungeon master. The dragon, waking up after so long, is confused as to your presence. It does not attack immediately, and silently stares at you. Muse Tenge elaborated. All right, we have a chance. I tapped the table impatiently. Whatever you do. I attack the beast with my axe. Odin roared, cutting off Meridia. You idiot! She spat out. Roll. Muse Tenge smiled. 4. Odin whispered. We're *****. I sighed. You swing your mighty axe with such fury and ferocity that songs would have been spoken of your prowess, had you not deemed to do so against a dragon. Your axe collided with the dragon's mighty scales and snaps, leaving no damage done to the beast. However, what would have been a peaceful and amicable dragon, is now utterly furious. Roll for initiative. You damn fool! Meridia scowled. Wait. Drake held up his claw. You have an action before combat, Drake. Muse Tenge asked. I am a dragon king. He puffed up proudly. I attempt to seduce the dragon. You're lucky that I already decided that the dragon was female. Muse Tenge grumbled. Roll. He sighed. And give me your best attempt. If you say something good, I'll give you an extra point on your roll. Driag cleared his throat. I'm sorry for intruding on your lair, great dragoness. I understand if my friend here enraged you enough to burn us all alive. I do not ask for forgiveness, only that you grant this poor dragon king one act of mercy. Let me gaze upon your beautiful scales for even a moment longer, and I will be content with whatever end comes for me. Not bad. I had to acknowledge. Who do you think you're talking to? I've been laying down dragon's cess before you were even born. Drake looking confident, he clutched his dice between his claws and tossed them onto the table. 3. The dragon's name is apparently Tiamat, negating any chance at your seduction. Muse Tenge replied. Dick. Drake pouted. Right then, there goes that, can I roll another perception check? Muse Tenge shrugged. Go ahead. 11. I stated, looking at the dice I just rolled. It's a dragon. Muse Tenge stated. Well, we're right ****, aren't we? I did say ancient dragon. Muse Tenge reiterated. Do you have a plan, Wilhelm? Meridia asked. Die horribly. We could run while the one-eyed fool attempts to fight it. Meridia offered. I will slay the beast. Odin slammed his fist on the table. With what weapon? Meridia countered. I'm working on it. The god scowled. All right, I have a plan. I clapped my hands. I would like to make an action before combat. Muse Tenge gestured for me to continue. This is the last action, then we roll for initiative, choose wisely. I attempt to seduce the dragon. Oh come on. Muse Tenge sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Proceed, same as Drake. Really, brat? Why do you think you are going to succeed where I failed? Drake scoffed. No faith. I shook my head, juggling the 20-sided dice in my hand. Swiggeety swoody, I'm coming for that dragon booty. I threw it across the table. 18. Thank God, it's not enough. Muse Tenge sighed in exasperation. The dragon. Wait. Meridia groaned. I would like to make it known that I do this with as much hate I could possibly possess. I cast Divine Radiance on him, giving him a +2 to his charisma roll. Woo! I cheered. Damn it, fine. Muse Tenge threw his hands up. The dragon is swooned by your mastery of the common language and falls heads over heels for you. That's bullshit. Drake huffed. It's called charm, Drake. Ever heard of it? I said smugly. I also attempt to seduce the dragon. Odin spoke up. Why? Muse Tenge groaned. I won't be outdone by a brat. This beast needs a real man. Roll. Muse Tenge seethed. Chapter 442, Chapter 401. Why can't things just be simple? Roman bemoaned. Yes, why can't our little time-traveling adventure to save humanity be simple? Medea's voice dripped with sarcasm. Be glad that the woman over there has some manner of divinity. She held her finger up pointing at Ray Cow. Otherwise something as simple as just cutting it in half wouldn't have mattered much. I was ready to respond with something similar myself, but I was rather preoccupied with something else. Foo, foo. A certain furry animal jumped up to my shoulder, looking right at me inquisitively. I didn't even know it was here in the first place, and it suddenly just showed up. Oh, foo. Where have you been? You disappeared as soon as we came. Mash cooed to the small animal. I tried to ignore the dangerous beast as best as I could, while it did its best to get me to not ignore it, with its little paw poking me constantly. Everyone else seemingly didn't even care to acknowledge it. I envied them. Olga bit her lip, looking pensive. Does that mean the book is dealt with? We don't have to worry about it. Medea shrugged. I can't give a guaranteed answer unless I get a better look at it. It's not like that sort of thing follows the logic we're used to. Even compared to my time, it's something utterly incomprehensible. Say to jers quelque chose. Pierre rubbed the bridge of his nose. Hope for the good, prepare for the bad, yes. It's pointless to speculate. Medea frowned. My master is right. Best to assume that disgusting thing is still around. Regardless, I'm not needed here. I'm going to harvest some of those wyvern corpses, then get myself some of the meat the soldiers are cooking. She began to walk away. Tell the other servants to eat some too, it's packed full of magical energy and should help relieve a bit of the burden on our summoners. And it's pretty tasty. I think you're forgetting something. I commented. Medea swung my staff over her shoulder. Nope. She ignored me and walked away. If I wasn't friends with the other Medea, I wouldn't have ignored it, but I know her enough that it won't be an issue to get it back when I did actually need it again. I'm gonna follow her lead. See, you spoke up as well. Haven't tasted wyvern much even during my life. No problem, thanks for all your help so far, Castor. Samuel smiled. Just doing my job, farm boy. CU flicked his hand in a mock salute and also disappeared back towards the camp of the soldiers. You all aren't able to take all those wyverns back, right? I pondered for a moment. There's hundreds of them, even if we pieced them out perfectly, we wouldn't have enough room to store the materials. Why? Olga asked. I just wanted a few myself. Shall I go retrieve them for you, master? Ray Cow questioned. If you wouldn't mind. Leave it to me. Ray Cow smiled brightly, leaning over she gave me a quick kiss on the lips and trotted off towards the literal piles of dragonkins. Ray Cow was the best, always helping me when I needed it. What? I looked around as everyone was staring at me. You and your servant, really? Hinako snorted. Sorry, are you going to give me a hard time for that? What's that supposed to mean? She pursed her lips. You know exactly what it means. It's not the same. Literally the exact same. He was my husband. And I'll most likely marry Ray Cow in the future. I countered. Hinako harumphed, crossing her arms. Didn't you say something about Skathak already? Castor wouldn't shut up about it. Then something about Saber, and now your servant? You're just a horn dog. Bite me, vampire girl. I am not a vampire. She hissed. You stupid horny brat. You come from an era where the emperor had like a basil lion concubines. A literal imperial harem. Are you really giving me shit for having multiple women? I raised a questioning eyebrow. Hey, concubine you. I'm just asking because she's a servant. Hinako huffed. What's wrong with her being a servant? Servants aren't exactly supposed to stick around long. Her tone dropped a bit. Was she saying that because of me, or for herself? According to who? Pretty much every rule, both mundane, magical, and the world's. Da Vinci chimed in. Why is my love life so interesting? I sighed. We haven't exactly covered servant-master relationships as a possibility, to be honest. Da Vinci responded, humming to herself. The director dismissed them as something unlikely and unneeded. That is not what I said. Olga grumbled. But clearly I was wrong. Well, that seems like a clear oversight then. Do you mind answering some questions? We have a severe lack of data on this point. Do you and your servant? Not the time, Castor. Olga hissed. What? It's important. I was just going to ask about the conditions that led to them like this. The Castor servant pouted on her projected screen. I shook my head in exasperation. Through the dream cycle, Raikau knows me better than anyone, just as I know her to the same degree. It's not strange that something would come out from that. All my high points, all my low points. Raikau knew them all in vivid detail. Just as I knew all the good and bad across her own life. It was a relationship difficult to put into words, a trust that was beyond unbreakable at this point. Is it really weird? Ritsuka asked. Servants are people too. My parents raised me that as long as two people love each other, it ain't no one else's business. Samuel also spoke up. Maybe I should give them other lessons as well. Now that I think about it, they're basically in the same boat that Goto was. Maybe we should prepare for contingencies. Olga said quietly, glancing at the other masters. You all seem like a fun group. The newly arrived Marie Antoinette just smiled happily as she and her companions stood nearby. Olga quickly reorientated herself back to director mode. Thank you for coming to our aid. We are Finus Chaldea, an organization built to protect the continuation of the human order. We arrived in this singularity recently to resolve the mess with this dragon witch. Singularity. Marie tilted her head. Olga nodded and continued. A consequence of interference in the normal flow of time. History was altered, the normal records have no mention of this dragon witch. The repercussions are far-reaching, thus we are tasked with setting history correct. Oh my, that sounds horrible. Marie covered her mouth. Of course, we'll help you as best as we can. Wonderful. Olga brightened up. We could use all the help we can get. Marie Antoinette will assist you in saving France. The French monarch declared. And my friends will help. Saint George next to her chuckled. It would be my honor to assist in such an honorable venture. He bowed his head slightly. Another dragon slayer is more than welcomed. Olga thanked him. Yes, we were able to glimpse the beast before it escaped. A terrible foe, that I will gladly raise my sword to. The holy dragon slayer patted his chest plate. Speaking of swords, however. He glanced at me. I am surprised to see that my sword made it to another's hands. Everyone turned to look at me. How did you get your hands on a noble phantasm, Schweinorg? Olga asked. I thought they were supposed to be impossible to exist in our era. Roman exclaimed. There's only one Magus family that has a noble phantasm, and that's a whole can of worms. But for another one to exist in our time period, that's phenomenal. Well, it's sort of the other way around actually. It's not that I inherited his sword down the line, it's that he got his hands on mine. I revealed. Pardon. St. George blinked. Forgive me if I am unclear, but your implication is that you come from a period in the future, far beyond when I have lived. That's correct. But my sword came from the person who collected all the prototypes of noble phantasms. I flicked my wrist, letting Ascalon appear once more. I handed it over to him to let him feel for himself. Notice the difference? I do, yes. I noticed it previously, I assumed it was due to, well. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. My lack of faith. I offered. I did not wish to be rude. I waved it off. You're right, more or less. But my sword is only an anti-dragon weapon. Yours gained the holy attributes it possesses is due to your nature as a saint and when you were canonized by the church. Mine was a degree stronger, but his was holy. So it sort of evened out in the end. Anyways, we're getting off topic. Oh, I haven't introduced my other friend. Marie clapped her hands. Allow me, Your Majesty. The other man next to her gave an elegant bow. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, at your service. Mozart. Roman exclaimed. But you're a caster servant. That is correct. I did experiment a bit with magecraft in my music. He chuckled. I may not be a fighter, but please allow me to use my music to aid you in your quest. Would it be rude if I asked you for an autograph? I coughed into my fist. I know someone who constantly regrets missing your last performance. Mozart looked at me in surprise. I would be delighted. Venelana was going to be so happy later. She mentioned before that she missed his last performance before his abrupt death. One of her favorite musicians. Later. Olga nudged me with a look of annoyance. Right, right. I cleared my throat. The priority is the Dragon Witch, which may or may not be an alternate version of Jeanne d'Arc. Still not entirely sure, but it's immaterial for now. Alas, we too are in the dark about this woman. Mozart sighed. Until your arrival, we have been on the back foot, constantly moving to avoid detection by her many servants. They're one down now, and we're 3 more up. Hinako noted. We should easily be able to take the fight to them. And the dragon? Pierre asked. Difficile d'ignorer le grand dragon. We are ignoring the biggest problem. Oh, a fellow countryman. Marie's eyes lit up. It's so nice to see one of my subjects helping protect France. Pierre actually blushed a little. Je fais mon devoir, votre majesté. It is merely my job, your majesty. Pierre awkwardly bowed. Marie giggled, patting him on the head. Oh, you're so cute. How is Siegfried, Ritsuka? I asked. He's doing better. I am here. Siegfried materialized next to his master. Apologies for not participating, I was assisting the soldiers and caster with dissecting the wyverns. It's no problem, Saber. Ritsuka smiled. We just wanted to know how you're doing. I regret to say that I am still not fully recovered. The curse sunk deep into me, but I am getting better. If I am given a day or two, I believe I will be ready to fight my old foe once more. He earnestly replied. And what's your opinion on Fafnir? Olga asked. Coming from the expert, is there anything we should know? My old foe is weaker than I remember. Siegfried replied. Weaker? Samuel whispered. How strong was he before then? It is hard to describe. Perhaps, weaker is not the correct word. My old foe lacks the intelligence that made him truly dangerous. It feels as if his mind is clouded, and he only relies on instinct. During the fight when I was alive, Fafnir spoke and calculated his attacks. This one I do not believe is capable. Interesting. The dragon I fought did not speak to me at all. I believed it was capable, but it looked down upon me even until the end. St. George rubbed his chin. Siegfried turned to look at his apparent peer. I am Siegfried, wandering knight of the Netherlands. He tapped his armor with his fist. Georgios. He returned the same greeting. I am hailed as a saint after death, but I was a simple knight seeking honor through faith. They both seemed to silently evaluate one another before smiling warmly. I am confident then, if I am to fight alongside St. George, and Sir Lancelot once more. I believe our combined experience facing dragons will prevail. Siegfried stated. Then we'll leave it to you. Olga looked relieved. And where is Lancelot? I looked at Hinako. Sulking somewhere. He's barely been speaking, and not because his madness is back. Hinako replied. I should probably go talk to him at some point. That merely leaves the hordes of those other flying monsters, and the army of undead corpses. Mozart quipped. Undead. Hinako furrowed her brow. We haven't encountered any necromancy so far. I've heard mention by some people I've passed about corpses walking around and attacking, but I also didn't see any when I went to Lyon. I added to what she said. Curious. Mozart tapped his cheek. Perhaps the magics that held them together unraveled. I find it unlikely that we would be so lucky. Olga snorted. Martha did let slip that the dragon witch had become more erratic a few days ago, before I arrived at Lyon. Perhaps they were, recalled to Orleans. That was the theory I was working under. So we're most likely going to have to get through hundreds if not thousands of zombies to reach the dragon witch? Samuel asked. And do these zombies have the same weakness that I'm guessing? Probably. Fire works well, holy stuff is best. Do enough damage and the magics unravel easily. But a good hit to the noggin usually works best. Mundane people actually got it fairly accurate with most basic zombies. Luckily, we have an army ourselves. Roman added. The soldiers. Olga frowned. You want to use them. They will participate regardless of your will. Marie proclaimed proudly. They are proud children of France, they will not sit by while their home suffers. They will march. It is a matter of if they work with us or not. She had a very bubbly personality. Randomly, I think she and Jin would get along well. I don't like bringing in random people like this. Olga bit her thumb. But dealing with a large swath of zombies, that should be something they're capable of. We also have our own Jeanne d'Arc, she can rally them herself. Where is she? Roman blinked, looking around from behind his projection. I'll go find her. I volunteered, poking the highly dangerous beast off my shoulder. Because I had a pretty good idea of what was going on. I had to wander around a little bit, but I finally found her. A little head of blonde hair peeking out above a large rock about a minute or so walk from camp. I knew my Jeanne senses were tingling. Will. Jeanne looked up. She was sitting behind the rock, legs pulled up, staring out into the night sky. Figured you were hiding somewhere. I plopped down next to her. Wasn't hiding. Jeanne mumbled as she buried her head into her legs. Really? N. She grunted. Then how come no one could find you? I quirked a smile. If I was hiding, how did you find me? She countered, looking rather amused at her own response. Touché. I acknowledged. You should know, however, that I can sense a Jeanne within 100 feet at any time. You're lying. She puffed up. Am I? Am I really? Yes. I miss when you were easy to fool. I was never easy to fool. Do you really want to argue with me? I raised an eyebrow. I have examples. Nay. She hit my shoulder lightly. All right, all right. I nudged her with my shoulder. Then why were you totally not hiding, but keeping your distance and not letting anyone see where you were? She looked away. Okay, I was hiding. She said softly. I'm scared to see Jill. That's normal. But, it's wrong. I'm being a coward. You were going to talk to him eventually. I pointed out. How do you know? She looked at me in confusion. Because you're Jeanne. I said simply. I'm not here to convince you to go talk to him. I'm just here to support you. I wish I was as confident as you. Confident? I actually laughed. Jeanne, you rode off to war as a teenager because a voice in your head told you to. Do you really think you're not a confident woman? There's a difference between being a coward and experiencing emotional turmoil. It wasn't a voice in my head. She puffed up again. He really spoke to me. She said with a pout. I know people don't believe me, but he did. I wouldn't have been as confident if he was there with me every step of the way. Hey, I thought it was more like directions and what to do. Did you really have conversations with Big G? Conversations? She repeated, looking thoughtful. Not really. I guess we did a few times. But I could feel it when he was specifically looking at me. Sometimes he would say a word or two, sometimes I would just talk to him and I could feel him listening. Do you not feel or hear him anymore? I asked. I don't have the same feeling anymore, no. She shook her head. Does that make you afraid? Jeanne seemed to ponder my question. No. I know he's always listening. But it was nice, knowing that I was being watched so closely. Do you think it's because I did something wrong? She was just like me, Will. The Dragon Witch, everything about her was so similar. She's not you. How can you be sure? Again, because you're Jeanne. That's not an answer. She huffed adorably. I disagree. You're doing that thing again. She pouted. What thing? Where you're being mean by being nice. I'm being honest. Maybe only mildly teasing her. I never told you about Artoria, did I? King Arthur. She looked at me. Yup. Her real name is Artoria Pendragon. My grandfather's student, Rin Tosaka, and her teamed up in their own Grail War. They won, and she stuck around afterwards, accompanying Rin. I met her when I went to the clock tower at some point. I'm not going to say I fell in love at first sight, but I admired her a lot. I asked her out pretty quickly, wanting to get to know her better. And, well, things just moved forward from there. That sounds sweet. Her expression softened. I love her very much. I could feel the warmness in my heart as I thought about her. This is the second singularity we've been to. The first one, there was no dragon witch. Instead, it was the saber you've seen earlier. A version of Artoria that held onto the Grail as the world burned around her. What happened? She whispered. I killed her. I said, looking up at the sky. I wasn't left with any other choice, so I drove my blade through her heart. She wasn't my Artoria, I know that. Even still, she was so similar that it hurt either way. And you told me what came afterwards. She quietly added. The demon, yet. I nodded. Not my finest moment. She's different than the one you know, right? Yet. I didn't deny it. If I had to guess, she's a fringe possibility. An Artoria that took a different path, and ended on bleaker terms. And you think the Dragon Witch is the same? Actually no. I bluntly denied. What? Jean, I genuinely don't think you're capable of being evil. I replied pointedly. There was something significantly wrong with that pale copy of yours. I think the idea is similar, but she isn't you in the same sense. It makes me happy that you think so highly of me. Jean whispered, looking slightly red. Have you talked to Saber yet? Not exactly. Will. Jean looked at me with disappointment. Sorry, Miss hiding from Jill, are you going to lecture me? Nay. She puffed up once more. I pulled on her braid, making her give a cute yelp. Meanie. She huffed. You should talk to her. I don't know what to say. I sighed. I want to hug her and tell her that everything is fine, but she's not the Artoria I know. She's not my Artoria, and she pretty much said just that. I just want her to be happy. I smiled wryly. What exactly was I supposed to say to her at this point? Every time we met, it was just awkward. You know what might help? No. She didn't even hear me out before rejecting me. You don't even know what I was going to say. I can guess. She wailed, hiding her face. You have that same look and tone when you say something embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. I don't believe you. 2 words. No. Booty shorts. Knee. She started slapping my shoulder again. How is that supposed to help? Morale boost. I offered. I'd be much more willing to march into battle if Jean d'Arc was showing off her legs and butt. Stop. She covered her reddening face. I would die if they saw me wearing that. I have pictures. No, I forbid it. She squeaked. Why do you have pictures? Why wouldn't I? I countered. I think you don't realize how beautiful you are. What are you saying? Embarrassed Jean is cute Jean. She made some more strange sounds, hiding her face further. Do you really think I look nice? She asked, rather muffled from where she was hiding her head in her legs. I am many things, but a liar is not one of them. I replied. Later. Pardon. When no one else is around, I don't mind wearing those clothes later for you. She refused to look in my direction. She was honestly adorable. Do you want a hug? I offered. Yes, thank you. She nodded, leaning over as I wrapped my arms around her. Thank you, again, Wilhelm. You're always helping me. Feeling better now? Yes. She smiled brightly. I'm going to talk to Jill. You were right, I was being silly. He's my friend, the truth is going to hurt, but it would hurt more if I didn't say anything. I can't help what Jill turned into, but he will always be my friend. Do you want me to come with? I knew the answer, but I wanted to offer regardless. She shook her head. This is something I need to do, but thank you. She stood up, looking a lot more resolved than before. Good luck, I said before she nodded my way with thanks, and moved towards the camp. I stood up myself, brushing off the dirt I had gotten on me. I was about to head back as well, until a servant appeared in front of me from their astralized state. Saber looked at me expressionlessly. Were you listening? If so, it's going to be much more awkward now. She held up her hand, her darkened Excalibur materialized and she pointed it right at me. And now, I was confused. Chapter 443, Chapter 402. Jin POV. Personal potions for a person's preferences. I shook my head at the title and put it in a pile to the side. In my experience, the alliteration just meant the book was sub-par and needed something to grab attention. Frashun's Fires, that could be interesting. A quick skim of the first few pages carried a much more serious tone than the previous one. A history of spells and their uses. I perked up reading the title. Urug. I'm taking a book home to copy. I hollered across the library. There was no one studying or anything in here at the moment, so it was fine. What book? His head peeked around a bookcase. A history of spells and their uses. I replied. Edition. I quickly turned it over to check. First edition. I found another one of those yesterday, we should already have the 3, just keep it. He waved it off, going back to whatever it is he was doing. Neat. I hugged the book happily. What was that about? Medea snuck up on me. I nearly jumped. How are you so sneaky? Yufu. Hug. Of course, dear. Medea held out her arms and I happily hugged her. Hugs are nice. Have you been taking books home? She asked me, moving towards one of the nearby tables. I joined her, sliding into the opposite chair. I mostly just take one home to copy and bring it back. I'm in charge of Wilhelm's library and all that stuff, so I like to keep growing it. Do you all consider anything over 3 excessive? Personally, I could barely make an argument for 2. But your lover is a hoarder if I've ever seen one, is it just something you took from him? Oh, Wilhelm is definitely a hoarder. You should see some of the stuff I've had to sort and organize back home. And that's not even getting into what he keeps in his ring. What's the strangest thing he keeps there? Medea leaned in. The strangest? I tapped my chin. Probably the random troll head. Just, a random dismembered troll head. Medea blinked. Yup. I giggled. Men. She shook her head. I swear, my hubby is the same way. If I don't get after him he'll not throw anything away because he swears he'll find a use for it down the road. It was like pulling teeth trying to get him to buy new clothes now that we have more money. Why don't you just make new ones? He's not much into what I do for styles. Hubby just wants something plain and functional. Medea rolled her eyes. It makes him happy, so I'm not going to argue. He looks good in anything, so it's not a hill I'm going to die on. True, you do make much more elegant designs. I agreed. Maybe I should get something new made. I looked down at my blue dress. I don't actually have many clothes, this was just something that was made with me, so it's always been there when I needed it. Beyond some XY stuff, or some bikinis, I don't really have many outfits. Clothes shopping was never something that overly piqued my interest though. And if it weren't for going out, or people other than Wilhelm or my sisters coming and going from the house, I would stay naked the entire time. By the way, I've never seen you with a ponytail before, it looks good. That is a travesty, and we'll have to fix it. She let out a long sigh, touching on her hair as I mentioned it. Does it look bad? She asked, almost shyly. Why would you ever think it looks bad? Maybe I'm being silly. It's just, I haven't done this since I was a girl. I was feeling a tad self-conscious. I quickly took a hair tie and pulled my own hair back into a ponytail. Now we match. Gah. You're just so adorable. Medea reached over the table, pulling me into another hug. If you weren't already taken, I would have adopted you. Can't breathe. I squeaked out, her grip was really tight. You don't breathe. She snorted. You made that clear when you started talking about things I don't want to hear that you get up to with that brat. I blew her a raspberry. I don't understand how you can be so pure and sincere, and yet be such a lewd and lascivious woman. Why not? I like S**X, and I like Wilhelm. Why would I care about that being known? When you know the total sum of depravity that happened on Remnant, I guess certain social norms seemed silly. You would fit well with my people. She snorted again, falling back into her seat. I could do without your gods, thank you. Believe me, I feel the same way. Even Hecate screwed me over on more than one occasion and she was my teacher's teacher. Even in the end, I think only Hestia still answered my prayers. Maybe it was out of pity, but my hearth was always a bit warmer when I wasn't feeling too well. I would give you another hug, but I fear for my life. You cheeky brat. She giggled, reaching over to pinch my cheek. I'm technically older than you. Ahoy. I am. I puffed up indignantly, but ignored her attempts at intentionally getting a reaction out of me. How have you been, Medea? I haven't seen you around since you made the clothes for Wilhelm's party. Oh. I've been doing well. Just bouncing around doing this or that. Actually, I just got out of a nice lecture with the Archmage and a few others. A lecture, really? I'm surprised you still go to classes. I would have thought you would have been an expert in all the stuff here by now. I've been taking it slow. She waved her hand flippantly. But you're mostly right. The magic at this college isn't particularly difficult when you get down to it. But mostly I've been focusing my effort on the more native aspects of what there is to learn here. Specifically, the lecture I just mentioned, it was a bit abrupt, but we discussed the nature of soul gems. Oh? Anything interesting? Funny you should mention that. She looked rather proud of herself. You know that project I was working on for the brat? Those wands. I nodded. Right, well, I hit a bit of a snag and I was discussing it with the Archmage. On a side note, it's surprising I could meet someone I consider a peer here. He is a brilliant man. I've talked to him at length about magic and all that and he keeps up easily. Right, so, ran into a little logistics problem. Thought I could just brute force through it, make enough, it wouldn't be a big deal and all that. But it was harder to shatter and use the pieces of a soul stone than I initially thought. The amount we would need to get would just be too absurd. Understandable. I nodded along. And when I was talking to the Archmage, he brought up the thought about what happens when the soul is supposed to return if it's used up in another world. Obviously, we already accounted for this, but his question brought up a back and forth about some random things, then finally we got to a rather interesting thought. What if we simply remove the soul before shattering it? Wouldn't that depower the soul stone? The whole idea is that the soul is a battery for whatever you want to use the soul stone for. That's what I originally thought too. I admit I hadn't put much research into the subject beyond figuring out if they were as nasty as their name implies. Which they weren't, otherwise I wouldn't be working with them. But I digress, basically we found a method to remove the soul beforehand, and it had an interesting effect. Do tell. I spare you the technicals, I have them written down so you can look at them later. I appreciate it. She smiled and continued. We basically supercharged the soul stone, squeezing out the soul juice then forcibly sent the soul on its way. This method technically drains away at the soul's vitality, for lack of a better word. However, it does recover in time, before it recycles through the natural order. And frankly, it enters the cycle faster than if it would be returned after it's used through the original method. And what benefits are there to this method you discovered? Well, if there was no actual harm done, then I had nothing bad to say about her choice in wording. For simpler souls, like that of a squirrel or something, there's hardly a difference. But if you use something bigger, like say a troll, well, you can get a lot more juice out of it than the original method. I see where you're going with this then. That means that with a more powerful soul, you can fracture the soul gem into smaller pieces and still retain the same power, so to speak. Less effort overall. Precisely. The ritual was a bit annoying to get right, but the Archmage was helpful. We tested it on a troll, which is why I used them as an example. And I'd say that with a single troll's soul, we can create anywhere from 400 to 600 of those things. Oh wow, that's some good progress. Impressive. That will cut down on time significantly. Not to mention that trolls are an invasive species and hostile to every other living being in its territory. That was just a singular test, to prove the theory. But anything sufficiently strong would do. What about that other super secret project you're working on? That. She raised a finger up. Is my little secret for now. You can see it when I'm done. No. You can't tease me with it and not show me. Media. Go shopping with me and maybe I'll give you a hint. She smirked. I'm willing to make this sacrifice. You cheeky brat. She pulled on my cheek again. Wilhelm POV. I admit that Excalibur being held up, level with my neck did not instill a sense of comfort. I think she was waiting for me to react, possibly violently to her sudden appearance and threat. I could see, very faintly, the marks of confusion as I didn't move to her provocation. No, I just stared at her. Frankly, I had no idea what game she was playing, but I wasn't going to participate. And I think she realized that because she took a step forward and gripped her sword with both hands, staring at me with an angry frown. Guessing her thoughts was impossible. But it seemed like she was fighting with herself about something and couldn't make up her mind. Suddenly, she swung at me. Not as fast as she could have, and honestly, it felt slow. No, she intentionally gave me time to react, but I still didn't. Her blade rested against my neck. Once more, her brow furrowed in annoyance. I'm not going to fight you, I stated, meeting her gaze. That only served to elicit further disapproval as her frown twisted back into a scowl. Defend yourself. I refuse. You cannot refuse. She scoffed. Then cut me down. I held my arms open, welcoming her. Her arm shook and she let out a shout of anger, withdrawing her blade. Why are you so? She growled, seemingly unable to find the correct words. Why are you trying to fight me? Her head snapped back towards me and again, she just looked furious for some reason. Because you are a fool. That explains everything. I deadpanned. If you are hurt then you will have no choice but to stay back. She declared. If I must remove a leg, then I will. Avalon will heal you in time. That was, equal parts morbid and sweet, kind of. Artoria, are you worried about me? I asked. Do not speak in a familiar tone to me. She growled, pointedly not answering my question. Now, defend yourself. Wouldn't it be antithetical to your desire if I defended myself? I raised an eyebrow. Be quiet. Kind of cute, honestly. She moved fast, much faster than before, but still, I didn't feel like I was in any actual danger. Her blade was in the same spot again, even if it now pricked my skin and drew blood. I have killed for far less insults than what you speak. What makes you think it's an insult? What else could such words possibly be? She huffed angrily. You should be grateful that merely a leg is all the recompose I will take. I sighed, pushing away her sword with my finger. She was being stubborn, and refused to budge. Artoria. I looked at her and she just hardened her expression. Instead, I grabbed her blade firmly. Artoria. I said more firmly. I told you not to. She jerked her blade free, and my blood splashed along its edge. She was silent as she stared at my palm that now had a rather deep cut into it, I could even see the bone. Heal yourself. She spoke softly. Ow. Wow, that edge just went right through my skin. I've always made it a point not to be slashed by Artoria's sword, but damn if it wasn't a clean cut. Heal yourself. Artoria repeated, raising her voice. Wasn't this what you wanted? I held my palm up for her to see. It certainly hurt, I wouldn't deny that. But it was far from some kind of debilitating wound. Avalon would have healed it up in moments, but I was intentionally holding that back. Which, was an odd feeling, sort of like holding my breath. I demand that you heal yourself. She shouted. I was taken back by her show of emotion. She very quickly regained her composure, but for a brief moment she looked rather distraught. Before I could react, however, she glowed, her armor was dismissed. She wore a striking black dress, a far contrast to my Artoria's own attire beneath her armor, but I barely had time to focus on that. Rather, she grabbed hold of the hem of her dress as if she was about to rip it off, her thought process obvious at this point. Stop. I grabbed her hand. Look, it's not a big deal, it's healing up. I showed her as I allowed Avalon to begin mending the minor wound. She scoffed, jerking her hand out of my grasp and taking a few steps away. Well, things certainly turned awkward again. I walked over to the big rock from before and plopped my butt right onto it. The other Artoria stared at me for a few moments out of the corner of her eye. I thought she may just up and walk away, astralizing and being done with it. Instead, she sort of walked so that she gave me a wide berth and then, as if measuring the distance, also sat down on the other side of the rock. Again, it was kind of cute. It wasn't a particularly large rock, enough to sit a few people. I could lean over and touch her from where I was sitting, which just made it all the more cute that she was acting this way. "That's a nice dress, black looks good on you." I decided to break the awkward silence. "Stop speaking nonsense," she shot back sharply. "I wasn't. I am not the one you know." She cut me off. "Do not treat me as if I am." "Oh, was I doing that? I'm sorry if I was projecting my own Artoria onto you, that wasn't what I intended. You are your own person, and I didn't want you to feel otherwise. I sincerely apologize." She looked me over for a moment before turning her head away again. Good. Great, I really didn't know what to say now. And I felt like she was expecting something from me and I had no idea what. "Do you still want to cut my leg off?" I couldn't quite see her face, but for some reason, I was imagining her puffing up like my Artoria did when I explicitly poke her the right way. "Such action would be futile since you possess Avalon." She was dismissed. "I could take Avalon out." "Absolutely not," she hissed, squashing that train of thought immediately. "If I discover that you handed Avalon over to someone else, I will kill them and force it back into you in a way that is much less pleasant," she threatened. "I'm not weak," I responded. "It does not matter. I even beat you, if you would recall." "Shut up," she huffed. "I allowed you victory." "Ahoy! Was that what you call allowing me victory?" "Yes. We also called it pity." "Oh, Artoria has some jokes, does she?" "I do not jest. If you require a laugh, simply seek out that knight you brought with you." She crossed her arms. "Ouch!" I winced. "I almost feel bad for Lancelot now." "I suppose someone must." She snorted. "Do you hate him?" I asked. "There is no hate," she responded rather quickly. "Hate is reserved for those that have wronged me. It was inevitable, I was a tyrant, my end was already written in the stars. Regardless of how I tried to prologue it, I was doomed to failure. There is no purpose in hating those who only played their roles as they were fated to." "Artoria! Do not pity me," she rasped. "I would ask you not to, please," she said with a whisper. "You're a stronger person than I am. I don't know if I would be able to simply let go of everything if I were in her shoes. Do not make fun of me. I wasn't. I do not suffer fools and liars." She glared my way. "Am I a fool then?" I asked. "Yes," she shot back without skipping a beat. "Okay, maybe I'll give you that. But am I a liar?" "Yes," she said again. "And that, I dispute. When have I lied?" She looked off to the side. "Your words to the saintess." She pushed up off the rock. "No one wishes for my happiness." Her words carried even as she astralized. And I now know what it felt like for someone to carve out pieces of my heart. Chapter 444, Chapter 403. So this is where everyone is. I walked over towards the small campfire with all the Chaldea people sitting around it. "Hey boss!" Samuel smiled. "Salad." Pierre flipped his hand up in acknowledgement. "Senpai." Mash waved, and Ritsuka followed, however, he was holding Fu and didn't move to interrupt the petting he was giving. Olga perked up, but kept a rather even look about her, nodding towards me. "Did you get bored of flirting with the servants?" Hinako casually threw out as I sat down on what looked like a log opposite her. "I'm glad we're friends," I shot back. She rolled her eyes, but didn't deny it. She could pretend all she wants, but she knew we're friends. "Anyways, where are all the servants?" I glanced at Mash. "Besides our cute shielder." "Senpai." Mash squeaked. I wanted to give her head pats. "Around." Hinako shrugged. "Not much for us and them to be doing right now, so they're just up and about I guess. If you want I can ask. Was just curious since I saw you all sitting around." I also shrugged. The new servants were getting acquainted with the camp. I think that Marie Antoinette was doing rounds and boosting morale for the soldiers. Olga replied. Without prompting, Sir Wiggles hopped off my shoulder and landed in Olga's arms. She didn't even react to the ball of fluff, and merely started giving him attention like she was used to it. I'm pretty sure Sir Wiggles liked her. Anyways. This feels like a company-sponsored camping trip. You should make brochures when you get back, Director. You can advertise about all the exciting places that you send your employees. The mood was rather somber, all things considered, but I heard some stifled laughs around us. My pa always did say that traveling the world was a good benefit for work. Farm Boy mused. Did he also give advice on how to avoid being eaten by dragons? Ritsuka asked. Dragons? No, but he did say something about bears, and I think it still applies. He shook his head. How could that kind of advice ever be applicable? Olga asked. He said that you don't have to outrun the bear, you just gotta outrun the person next to you. Olga face-palmed, but I could clearly see her lips twitching upwards. Advice to live by. I nodded sagely. It is not. Olga huffed. That is horrible advice. I think the director is just saying that because she would be the slowest. Ritsuka said quietly. I'm the one who signs your paychecks. Don't you dare get any ideas. She squawked. J'ai avisably que nous cédions pays. Pierre snorted. How do you say, I forget about the pay? You forgot you were getting paid for this. Olga blinked. Oui. He nodded. Did you all forget that you're hired employees? Olga looked around. To be fair, I don't really care about the money. Hinako shrugged nonchalantly. I guess having some paper trails and a legal source of money makes things easier, but I've stocked things away over the years to survive without working for another few centuries if I wanted. I've been more focused on the fact that the world ended and we're time traveling to save it. Ritsuka added. That too. Hinako agreed. I have nowhere to spend my money. Mash softly spoke. Pretty much all of that. Samuel chuckled. Wait, do we get overtime and stuff? Yes. Olga groaned. Hazard pay, overtime. Did none of you read your contracts? Her face then slowly twisted to one of horror. Oh my god, we're going to be broke by the time this is over. I'm going to have to pay that out for everyone. Olga's head fell into her hands. That's a big oof. Look at the bright side. What's the bright side? Olga asked. If we lose, then you don't have to pay. She kicked me. You deserved that. Hinako noted. Fine, fine. I got something that will make you feel better. Is it a sizable donation to Chaldea's budget? Olga perked up. Actually, it's a bag of marshmallows. I said, producing said bag from my storage. I held it up, shaking it a little. Just, give it to me. Olga huffed, snatching the bag out of my hands. She ripped it open and shoved a few into her mouth. WMDH yet VH Michelle Woes. What's my favorite color? I blinked. I think she asked where the bathroom is. Samuel responded. Non. Pierre shook his head. Directress demanded, where the mayonnaise is. The director asked if we're insured. Ritsuka chimed in. Oh my god, you people are idiots. Hinako sighed. Olga, in response, just threw marshmallows at all of us. I asked why you have marshmallows, and you know that. Olga vented, pointedly throwing another one at me. I snatched it out of the air, poking it playfully. My daughter loves them, so I tend to keep a bag on me. Whoa. Back up. Hinako interjected. You're a father. No, I'm a mother. I deadpanned. Boss is a daughter. Samuel asked. Surprising. Senpai doesn't seem like the type. Why did you not mark anywhere on your forms that you have a daughter? Olga huffed again. Is it really that surprising? I swear, everyone always reacts the same way. I'm a good father. Are you? Are you really? Hinako questioned. Fu *k if I know. I barely know what I'm doing most of the time, but Yasaka tells me I'm doing a good job and she's the mom, so I just believe her. I admitted. My pa says something similar. Samuel nodded. You're probably a good dad then if you say something like that. Olga let out a long sigh. As interesting as this is to learn, you know those questions were on the forms for a reason. Probably. I nodded. Did you even answer any of them right? I scratched my head because I genuinely didn't know the answer to that question. His name. Ritsuka offered. Wait. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic there or not. I responded. Ritsuka chuckled, and looked away. Age? Hinako offered. Birthplace? Pierre asked, straining for the right words. About that. It seems I need to amend my words. Olga snorted. Some of you are getting paid, while others are going to have their contracts voided due to fraud. Technically, it isn't fraud because there are no more countries, thus the original laws don't exist anymore. You're an idiot. Olga rolled her eyes, throwing another marshmallow at me. But you made me realize something. Nothing, just an argument when I inevitably get called in front of the association and the UN to explain why we broke the rules. She waved it off. You don't have to overly worry about the association. I can't promise much with the UN, but as far as the association goes, you're not alone. I reassured her. I could only imagine the blowback she's going to receive when they try to blame the mess on someone, and she's an easy target. No doubt they're going to want to quickly dismantle Chaldea once everything is finished and sweep everything under the rug. Thanks, Schweinorg. She mumbled, hiding a smile, pushing her face into Sir Wiggles. Cute. Speaking of cute. Mash, is something wrong? I noticed her poking the marshmallow in her hand. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to. No. She quickly shook her head. I've just, never had one before, it was squishy so I was curious. Roman sheltered you way too much. Hinako sighed. Come here, I'll show you something good. She patted the seat next to her. Mash blinked, and slowly moved over to sit next to her teammate. Hinako looked around for a moment, and found a stick on the ground. After wiping it off quickly, she handed it over to Mash. Put it on the end, then hold it over the fire. It was fun watching Mash stumble through something that was simple to me, but was utterly foreign to her. What do I do? She suddenly squeaked as it caught fire. It's all right, just blow it out. Hinako helped her move it up and Mash quickly blew out the flames, revealing a charred-looking treat at the end. Some people like to slow cook them, but I like to just get it done fast. Go ahead and try it. Mash's face lit up as she bit into it. It's good. Hinako had a warm smile on her face as she watched the younger girl eat her treat. I'm surprised you know something so mundane. I commented. What's that supposed to mean? Hinako questioned. Honestly, thought you were like one of those people that hides away from civilization and only comes out every few decades. I'm aware of human civilization. Hinako rolled her eyes. Just because I don't interact with humans much doesn't mean I'm hiding away from everything. I do have some places to stay outside major human living areas, but I have several homes scattered around various cities that I bounce between. I just keep to myself mostly. So you're a neat. I am not a neat. She puffed up. There's nothing wrong with being a neat. Are you talking from experience? She quipped back. Well, I was sort of one for a while. I don't know if it counts, but I was basically a shut-in during my high school days. I rubbed my chin. But I know a goddess who's sort of a neat. I'm ignoring that second part. Also dating her. Super ignoring it now. She snorted. But I don't believe you. About the goddess. Obviously, but the first part. What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion. What's a neat? Samuel asked. There's an actual definition to it, but it's more so slang now for someone who sort of holds up in their home all the time and doesn't really work or do anything productive. Ritsuka sort of explained. Think, unemployed, sits on their computer every day, doesn't cook, barely cleans, that sort of thing. I getcha. Samuel nodded. Yeah, I agree with her, boss. I don't believe that either. Really? Out of everything I've said, that's what you don't believe. I was honestly at a loss for words. Why is that so unbelievable? You don't seem. Pierre rolled his hand, finding the words. Come unperdent, I know French. I cut him off. And I wasn't a loser. I translated. I don't know, I was a loner pretty much. I didn't have any friends, a few acquaintances. I was in the theater club, but that's about it. After school and club, I basically went home and sat on my computer until I went to bed. Rinse and repeat. There was a bit more to it than that, but it's not really important. Why are you all looking at me like that? I asked. I feel like you're lying to me, but you also sound really sincere. Hinako stated. Which is the opposite of how I pictured you when younger. How did you picture me? Not that. Boss, you always seem so confident and prepared. Just weird to hear that you weren't that always. Samuel chimed in. A round of nods seemingly had them in agreement. I don't know if I should feel flattered or not. Wait. Hinako suddenly blurted out. You went to human school. Yes. Why? Why is that weird? Samuel asked. It's mandatory in America. France as well. Pierre added. Japan too. Ritsuka also joined. But you're not human. She threw out. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this to you way back when I first came to Chaldea. And I thought you were lying. I'm pretty sure half the stuff that came out of your mouth back then was a lie. I'm with her, Schweinorg. Olga crossed her arms. That's not. I still have all your ments that say differently. I withdraw. I wisely decided to not argue that point. But yet, I went to school. Technically, I didn't finish up my last year, so I'm a dropout. Oh joy, I hired a high school dropout as the leader of B team. Olga said dryly. I'm mentally making a note that you apparently lied about your education as well. The thumbs up I gave her did not seem to be well received. That's not the point. Hinako interrupted. Why were you going to human school? You're focusing on the human part a lot. I pointed out. Yet? Well, it's weird. She defended herself. Why? Samuel asked. What do you mean why? She furrowed her brow. I don't see a problem with it. He shrugged. I wanna say it doesn't matter what you are, but I know that there are some strange things out there. If something big and scary tried to go to school, I ain't dense enough to not know that would be a bad idea. But otherwise, I don't got a problem with non-humans. I only learned about you lot recently, but before I knew you weren't human, ma'am, I already thought you were a kind woman. That didn't change after everything else. Hinako, funnily enough, was just speechless. She genuinely was not used to humans just not caring that she wasn't human. Which I obviously found hilarious in this CIRC misstance as she just sputtered to respond. If it makes you feel better, I only found out that I was half human right around the time I quit school. Your life sounds exhausting. Hinako finally settled. You're not wrong. But I also wouldn't trade places with anyone. But there are upsides. I mused, pushing a few sticks into the ground around the fire, putting a marshmallow onto each of them so they slowly began to cook. Your harem. I never said I had a harem. Please. She rolled her eyes. Hey, I'm just saying I never said it. I chuckled. Is that something normal for people on this side of the world? Ritsuka asked. It's not abnormal. No one's going to really say anything. Olga pursed her lips. Most families only care about strengthening their family lines. Boss, how many? Nope. I cut in. If we're going to talk about my love life, then we're talking about everyone's love life. I am not a part of this conversation. Olga quickly rejected. And the director volunteered for this company-sponsored bonding. I hate you. She grumbled. I do not have time for any dalliances. Boring. I booed her, but didn't push if she didn't want to. What about you, farm boy? You got a cowgirl waiting for you back home. Just cause I work on a farm doesn't mean all of them stereotypes apply, boss. Samuel looked at me in exasperation. So no cowgirl. Nah, we separated when we both went off to college. He didn't deny the cowgirl, ha. Pierre. Jaid couverture Tate Marie. He grumbled. Oof, yet. Finding out someone is married is not the best way to end a relationship. Felt a little bad for him there. Fujimaru. No, no. Ritsuka quickly shook his head. And what about you, little Miss Cinnamon Roll? Anyone at Chaldea caught your eye? I turned towards Mash. Me. Mash suddenly cried out, surprised that I was focusing on her. Don't bully her, you bastard. Hinako pulled the cute girl closer as if to protect her from me. You all are boring. Forget magic lessons, strategy meetings, or anything like that. What I need to do is to teach you all how to pick up girls, or boys. Right, how's that going with you and Saber, hey? Hinako countered. Leave it to the vampire to go right for the jugular. I am not a vampire. She hissed. Okay, Grandma. I will end you. Is something wrong with Saber? Ritsuka asked. I haven't seen her in a while. She's not really the most sociable, but she's usually around. That's complicated. I have no idea what's going on there. I said with full honesty. Actually, how did you know there was something wrong, Hinako? My senses are pretty good. I'd be surprised if the servants didn't pick up something happening a little while ago. She snorted. That's embarrassing. I muttered. Just out of curiosity, how does she act back at Chaldea? Well. Ritsuka scratched his head. Foo, foo. The little monster jumped out of his arms, and made some gestures, as if that explained everything. Foo, foo. Have you gotten him fixed yet? I asked towards Mash. Foo. The little furry thing leapt at me, but Sir Wiggles intercepted. We all just kinda stared as both small animals rolled around on the ground, sort of, fighting, if it could be described that way. I think they're friends. Mash smiled. Sure, let's go with that. I smiled wryly. Ritsuka chuckled. Saber, well, she's not bad. That's a polite way to say it. Olga snorted. She's a menace. Director, she isn't that bad. Ritsuka awkwardly coughed. She's a bit blunt, and maybe abrasive. But she's helpful in her own way. She was training both Mash and I for a while. If it wasn't for her, Mash wouldn't have picked up her noble phantasm so quickly. Mash nodded vigorously, but I don't think she'd have a bad word to say about anyone ever. Her and Cu get into fights a lot. Samuel noted. Medea too. Pierre added. And I get constant complaints from the cafeteria staff. Olga also confirmed. She's reliable. Ritsuka quickly shared. She's rough around the edges, but she's never been harmful. Even when we got hurt during training, it wasn't ever anything over the line, I guess. Ritsuka looked thoughtful. I trust her. He finally voiced, as if to finalize his own opinion. Yo, I heard someone talking about me. Cu walked over, plopping down next to Samuel. What's this you got, farm boy? He grabbed one of the sticks with a marshmallow on it and took a bite. Not bad. Master Reikau appeared too, sliding down next to me. I knew that look, she wanted some attention. I was happy to oblige as I leaned over and claimed her lips for a quick kiss and she snuggled up next to me. Will. Jean ran over soon after, looking like someone kicked her puppy. I assumed she got done talking to her friend and everything that entailed. I quickly grabbed one of the marshmallows that was about done, and stuffed it into her mouth. Ish good. She barely muffled the sounds through eating. As if on cue, most of the other servants started coming on over. I hope I'm not interrupting. Siegfried quietly arrived, despite the bulky armor he was wearing. Nonsense, you're always welcome. It was Marie who answered apparently. As she skipped over with her little posse of servants. Your Highness, I believe his words were directed towards those he was imposing upon. Mozart gently corrected. Nope. It's fine. They're all good people, so it doesn't matter. She cheerfully ignored him. Oh, what are these? Can I have one? She was obviously talking about the snack I had prepared. Feel free. I offered. Your Highness, please allow me. Pierre quickly grabbed some for her, offering them very politely. Oh, what a gentleman, Marie cooed. Is Lancelot around? I asked, mostly towards Hinako. He's listening. Hinako nodded. Lancelot, get over here. I said simply. The knight materialized, looking noticeably unsure of himself. Pull up a seat next to the fire. For the first time, it felt like he relaxed in my presence, despite still being utterly silent and keeping somewhat of a distance. Not much of a hearth, but the atmosphere seems nice. Medea hummed, leaning on Pierre's head. Will the gentleman get me one too? She laughed. Nous pouvons utiliser les bâtons dans vos fesses pour en faire plus, Pierre grumbled. I can understand French as a servant, you know. Medea glowered. I know. Pierre shot back. Medea stared at him for a moment before giggling to herself, relaxing somewhat and sitting down next to him. Thank you, master. She replied after receiving her share. Lastly, Artoria materialized a few feet away. She glanced my way, and our eyes met briefly. She scoffed, turning her head away. Rather, she focused her eyes down on something in particular, and if nothing else, this was proof that she was Artoria despite the differences. I grabbed a stick with a few marshmallows on it and held it up in her direction. Humph! Was all she gave as she snatched it out of my hand. However, she didn't retreat a distance away again. She stood, closer than normal, even if she still kept me at arm's reach. I honestly had no idea what to do or how to handle Saber. At the moment, I was just going to keep doing what I was doing. This was not what I expected, but I am pleasantly surprised. St. George looked happy as he stood next to Marie. It reminds me of the times my companions and I traveled together. And our band may grow tomorrow as well. Grow? I questioned. You weren't here when we talked about it. Olga chimed in. Marie and the others ran into a couple other servants not bound to anyone. They have a rough idea where they're at, and we're going to attempt to recruit them tomorrow before moving on to Orleans. I nodded, not needing any more explanation than that. More servants were good. I feel a bout of inspiration coming on. Mozart moved his fingers almost unconsciously. Maybe I should have expected it, but he materialized a piano. Presumably, it was his weapon of choice as a caster. Allow me to fill this late evening with a song to raise everyone's spirits. I would certainly not say no to a performance by Mozart. It's funny, despite what should be a very stressful situation, everyone was enjoying themselves. I had Reika resting her head on my shoulder, and just peacefully listened to an unnamed song by a famous composer while waiting for the sun to rise. Things may get much more complicated and hectic come tomorrow, but for now, everyone was content to let the peaceful evening last as long as possible. Chapter 445, Chapter 404. Every performance. I wouldn't say every performance, there is the obvious one I mentioned to you before that she missed. But call it a good 90% of your live performances that she caught. As long as they were advertised, she tried to make time to see them. Mozart stroked his chin as we walked along the dirt road. I wish I could have met this fan in person. I would have gladly given her my thanks for her support. After my death, I look back and realize that all the faces in the crowds tended to blend together unless they were noteworthy. I brushed elbows with the aristocrats and the affluent, but I suppose I lost sight that there were many not in those categories who also appreciated my performances just as much. She definitely checks those boxes, but she probably didn't sit around with the humans. I clarified. Oh? A non-human fan? That's even more extraordinary. I admit I have met one or two that were not human or at least not fully, but they were particularly rare. He chuckled. Speaking of rare, you actually used magecraft in your performances. It was not every day that someone got to talk to such a famous musician. Oh yes. He nodded vigorously. None of that nonsense that you're probably thinking. I didn't trick or force people to like my music. That was not my first assumption. I know your fame is well earned. Apologies, I feel as though it's something that needs to be addressed whenever the topic is brought up. But I dabbled in the magical arts to enhance my own music. To touch on melodies there were not possible through the mundane. To invoke feelings when the masses heard the music I produced. One of my few spells I developed was a sympathetic magnification of passion. You let people feel it more, is what you're saying. He smiled brightly. When people listened to my live performances, their hearts opened themselves. He held up a hand. However, that was not a means to cheat. He clarified. I did not have control of what emotions were invoked, only that they were fluid and excitable. If you detested my works, you would not be swayed regardless of what I wished to convey. No, anyone who listened got an honest performance from me and I only desired to make their experience match my own aspirations. How respectable. He could have easily cheated the crowds through magecraft, but he opted to instead reach for a higher level and bring to life his passion for others. Speaking of it was a nice idle chit-chat while we walked to our destination. We sort of split into two quick teams. Olga and the others were marching with the remnants of the French army towards Orleans, while myself, Reikau, Jean, Ritsuka, Mash and Mozart were heading to what was once Tyres, as he said it wasn't much but burnt rubble any longer. Oh, there was one last person coming along. A very stoic Saber was keeping a few feet distance from me at any time. But she insisted on coming, citing something about protecting her master. There was a little game between us as we began this small journey. Every so often, she would glance at me, and I would smile her way, which she responded with a scoff and a head turn. Jean tagged along because we were looking for servants, so that was obvious. I went this way, because between Olga and I, we were basically the leaders present. And Mozart was coming because he actually met the servants in question. And with that in mind. So, you've been kind of quiet about these servants we're tracking down. When Marie told you to follow along, you made a face like you sucked a lemon. The jovial and happy artist had his face twist back into a scowl. She is someone I cannot coexist with, he said as a matter of fact with no follow-up. I didn't know who she was. Should I be worried? They are no threat. He harumphed. All right then, grumpy Mozart is grumpy. How close are we, Jean? A few minutes? I think the town is up ahead, and the feeling of servants is getting stronger. Jean stated. A ruler can pinpoint servants so easily? Ritsuka asked. Is it something all ruler servants can do, or just Jean? It's an ability of every ruler. Jean smiled, happy to respond. I don't actually know if it's stronger or weaker though. If I had to guess, I think Jean's variation is stronger. Why do you say that? Ritsuka asked. Well, she has a skill that allows her to get nudges from Big G when she needs to go somewhere or know something, so I would be surprised if her servant tracker isn't better. It doesn't work that way. Jean squeaked. Big G. Mozart blinked. Senpai, do you mean the Abrahamic god? Ruler talks to God. Ritsuka exclaimed. Yes. I answered for all of them. Jean smacked my shoulder. I told you not to talk about him like that. It's affectionate. I retorted. It is not and you know it. Seeing her puff up was always cute. If he doesn't like it, he can smite me. Knee. She kept hitting my shoulder with her petite fists. An immutable source of direction. Would it not be more convenient to strap her to a plank of wood and have her point any way we desire? Perhaps seeking a method to defeat any foes. Saber oddly spoke up. Like a holy compass. I offered. No. Jean quickly rejected that. Not again. Again. Saber looked at her. She has certain preferences when it comes to rope. Ray Cow added. Jean squawked in embarrassment, covering her face. I am not surprised to hear such a thing from the French. Saber snorted. Hey! Jean shouted back. I do not agree with the harsh sentiment. However, I would be lying if I did not acknowledge the truth in her words. Mozart hummed. Nay. Oh dear, you should keep away from Marie when it involves any paramours, she will have no boundaries when it comes to asking you about your inclinations and activities that take place privately. His lips twitched as he looked at the sputtering Jean. She really seems the type. I could believe that completely. Wonderful woman, but zero respect for personal boundaries. Mozart nodded sagely. Ah, that reminds me. I turned to our cute little eggplant. Mash, I wanted to ask. You got your noble phantasm and everything, you have the spirit of Galahad. Was that hard? She seemed significantly more confident than when I saw her in the previous singularity. It's funny, despite the reprieve of last night, it's been kind of hectic and I hadn't had the chance to ask. Saber helped me. Mash nodded. Did she threaten Galahad? I joked. Yes. Mash said softly. I found myself looking at Saber. He disobeyed my orders. She looked a tiny bit embarrassed for some reason. May I ask for elaboration? No. Saber said sternly. Galahad refused to listen to her. Ritsuka said awkwardly. Somehow, he talked through Mash, then they got into an argument and he hasn't come up since. I glanced at Artoria again. She scowled. He refused to obey me, citing that I am not his king. You gave Mash all her information out of spite, didn't you? Ever so slightly, she turned a shade of red and refused to look my way. Funnily enough, I heard Mash scoff. Rather uncharacteristically at that. Everyone seemed to agree with me as we stared at her. She covered her mouth, eyes widened. I am sorry, I didn't mean. Do you have something to say, coward? Saber snarled. Though it was obvious she wasn't directing her words towards Mash. Mash's eyes glazed over, like you could tell she wasn't herself as she locked eyes with Saber. If you start a fight, we're going to have a problem. I looked at Mash rather than Saber. Either sit in the front seat, or watch from the back, you don't get to flip-flop. Mash turned their attention towards me, frowning. Switch back with Mash. She's actually useful. The presence behind Mash's eyes stared for a long moment before her more gentle look returned. What happened? Galahad was being his normal self. Saber snorted, turning back away. Is something wrong? Mash looked around confused. Galahad isn't the most well-liked among several of his peers. I admit I didn't know everything, but I knew enough from second-hand stories to form half an opinion. The other half formed by the fact that he's apparently aware and sitting in the back of Mash's head decidedly not helping. Wasn't Galahad supposed to be a good knight? Ritsuka asked. Ah, my young friend. That there lies a problem. What does one consider a good knight? Mozart asked. You know his history. I quirked an eyebrow. I'm sure the throne gave you some information, but the nuance shouldn't be common knowledge. There is no need, I can take a guess or two based on what I know. He hummed. What's bad about him? Ritsuka asked again. He glanced at Saber and she was being decisively quiet. Mordred called him, and I quote, a holier-than-thou cunt. I replied rather pointedly, snapping my head back to Mash because she faltered for just a moment, and I think her roommate wanted to retort, but I glared enough that whatever they wanted to add was pushed back down, allowing Mash to keep driving. You know Mordred? Saber asked. She's living back home. I confirmed. Her words ring true. Saber's tone was rather evenly. So he wasn't a good knight? Ritsuka said in confusion. Let me give you a very abridged version. Galahad was obsessed with being the perfect knight. Don't mistake that for strongest or most skillful. I'm talking about the codes of chivalry and all that. You say a bad word? Galahad would be on you about being proper. You slack off for even a moment? A knight must always strive for excellence. That kind of thing where he's technically correct, but really grates on everyone around him as he forces them to be held to the standard he sets. Mordred told me many more stories, but I was keeping it brief. I could see how that would be annoying. Ritsuka admitted. They're only human, they can't help but want to relax sometimes. Therein lies the problem. Not even Artoria demanded perfection every single moment of the day. She held her knights to a certain standard, to represent what they strove for, but they were human-ish. There were non-humans in Camelot. But you get what I'm saying. It wasn't even jealousy, though Mordred admitted there was some of that. Anyways, that was what he built his whole personality around, the idea of being the perfect knight, and it grated on everyone around him. And to top it off, there's the whole mess with the Holy Grail, which probably made him rather hated among his fellow knights. Like the one we're trying to recover. Ritsuka tilted his head. No, the real one. The Cup of Christ. The actual relic from the religion. I responded. He was sent on the quest to recover it with a couple others. Oh, did they fail? Ritsuka questioned again. He wasn't the only one listening. Mash seemingly was learning all of this information firsthand too. Is that why everyone's mad at him? Nope, he succeeded. Do you know what he did when he got his hands on the Grail? He ran away. Saber finished for us. He saw the inevitable fall and destruction of Camelot, and he chose to run away and leave everyone else behind. That is why I call him a coward. I didn't correct her, because she was right. Even my Artoria told the story in a more flowery way. At the end of the day, he abandoned his comrades, and wanted to go to heaven instead. He sipped from the Grail and was whisked away to heaven. Or so the stories go. I'm sure you can guess what truths there are to that statement at this point. I left it at that. The mood turned rather somber after that. We are here. Saber declared, perhaps to shift the subject away from what we were just talking about, as it was obvious we had arrived. Any heads up on what to look for, Mozart? I asked. If you hear something akin to cats being skinned alive then recorded and played backwards, we are close. I hesitantly decide to ignore the implication of what you just said. I envy your ignorance. I sense 2 servants further into the town. Jean confirmed. Master, Mash, be prepared for combat. Saber demanded of them. Rei Cao, for her part, was already in combat mode. Perhaps this is a bad time to mention that I have yet to form a contract. Mozart mused. That would have been nice to know sooner. But Ritsuka here can handle. I declined his offer previously. Mozart interrupted me. Truthfully, I had hoped you would form a contract with me. Any particular reason why? Call it a musician's instinct. I feel as though my playing with my noble phantasm would be more fulfilling if you were my master. Dare I ask what your noble phantasm is? It is quite a demonic tune. He laughed. Reikao? I asked, sending through our mental link. I don't mind, master. Reikao replied. I quite like him. Well, if she's okay with it, I'll allow it. Drake also chimed in. Thanks for your input, Drake. I don't mind doing a temporary contract. We'll handle it after our business with these two servants is over. I nodded. It's unlikely he would need to participate in any battles with these two, and I would like to have a moment to figure out how a temporary contract would work since I wasn't really hooked up to Chaldea's systems. Regardless, I heard something that sent a shiver down my spine. And I most certainly wasn't the only one. Yes, there it is. The sound of my arch-nemesis. The bane of my existence. Mozart's nostrils flared. I know you can hear me, you she-demon. Cease your murdering of the musical language. Have you not done enough? What did you call me, you grumpy old pig? A smallish girl practically kicked open a dilapidated house, walking outside. She had long pink hair, 2 horns on her head, and a tail swinging out from a large skirt. Oh ho ho ho, his words are uncouth, but that doesn't detract from their truthfulness. Another woman joined, holding a fan in front of her face. She had long bluish hair, also having horns on her head, but she instead wore a matching blue kimono. Really, more? Drake asked with a sigh. I shared the sentiment. Is it just me, or do the majority of the servants here either have relations to dragons or France? What would an old hag like you know? How unladylike. Not that I would expect anything less from a bearded lizard like you. Unladylike? I'll show you. She took a deep breath, and screamed. Everyone had to cover their ears, the sound waves literally shattered stone and wood around the area. Oh, not bad. Drake commented, despite the horrid sound penetrating my ears. Fu *k off, Drake. No seriously, she's not bad. I think she had dragon lungs, because she's using a tone that most things can't really understand. If you want to be pedantic, you could call it dragon sound. I don't even know anymore. Reikao. Saber. Ritsuka also added. The two servants didn't need any more invitation as the blue-haired woman was ignited in a worrisome flame. The two servants weren't expecting the sudden attack, but they were volatile, so I didn't feel bad about suddenly engaging them. Rather to have them pacified to figure out where to go from there. Both our servants were quick, and the other two unknown servants were not in any way prepared due to their bickering. Reikao went after the pink-haired one, slamming into her rather hard, sending her rolling onto the ground. Saber used the flat of her blade to swing at the blue-haired one, smacking her hard across the face, likewise sending her tumbling away. Neither, however, let up. Before the two servants could recover, Reikao and Saber were both holding their blades up to their necks. Should we help? Jean asked. Oh, I think Saber wanted to hit something, better let them have their fill. I shook my head. Oh my, they are quite ruthless and efficient. Mozart noted. Wait. I surrender. The pink-haired one whined. Such a brute. The blue-haired one huffed, seemingly following her friend's lead. Wonderful. I clapped my hands, walking up. Now. Eo, the piggy is talking to us. The pink-haired one reeled back. Reikao pushed her blade firmer. Wah? I didn't mean it. He's not a piggy. Anyways. I ignored her. Servants generally had quirks of their own. Greetings, we're here on behalf of Finest Chaldea, trying to resolve this singularity and protect the world. To summarize, we're here to defeat the Dragon Witch. We are preparing to siege her place of power, and you two are aligned with neither side. I'm not forcing you to come with us, but if you do disagree with our generous employment opportunity, I expect you to stay far away. Reikao and Saber let up a bit as the two servants stood motionlessly. They shared a look between each other, and it was more of a shrug than anything that they came to an agreement. Yeah, sure, whatever. The pink-haired one agreed. Maybe I can find my Ankin if I go with you. This tadpole has been less than helpful. Bitch. Lizard. Enough. Saber hissed, and the two straightened up. Oh wow, she has a powerful dragon aura. It is impressive. The Asian one held her fan in front of her face. All right, which piggy am I doing a contract with? State your names. Saber grunted. Ugh, fine. You have the honor of standing before the amazing, stupendous, extravagant idol, Elizabeth Bathory. You can grovel at my feet at your leisure. The pink-haired one introduced herself. How inelegant. The other slapped her fan shut. I am Kiyoheim. I'm looking for my Ankin. I would be most grateful if you could point me in his direction. Master, I have a strange feeling with that one. I desire that you not become intimate with her. Ray Cow sent through our link. You know, for some reason, my instincts are screaming at me to stay the hell away, and only after she named herself did I understand why. There's sticking your dick in crazy, and then there's sticking your dick in a crazy dragon. Nope X100. Ritsuka will be delighted to form a contract with you both. I pushed him forward. I would. He blinked. You would. I nodded. I would. He smiled towards the two servants. I could tell they were going to be a handful. Your sacrifice will be remembered, Ritsuka Fujimaru. We're going to fight that dragon witch or whatever. Elizabeth waved her hand flippantly. I ran into another me once. Did you piggies see her at all? Hey, some things were starting to make sense now. White hair, dressed like she walked out of AS*X dungeon. Used an Iron Maiden as a weapon for some god-awful reason. Yup. I looked the servant right in the eyes. Yeah, I killed her. Meep. Now that this little side errand was settled, let's head on back. The trek back was a lot less pleasant than the one there. I was starting to wonder if these two servants were worth the hassle. But the other part of me that was actually scared wanted any backup plans that I could get. After getting my ass handed to me, I didn't want to rush into any engagement without stacking the deck in my favor as much as possible. Thankfully, Orleans wasn't too far away. And it was easy to find where everyone was. The army was gathered, several thousand troops in total, which honestly was going to be extremely helpful. Having to wade through tens of thousands of mindless undead was not something any of us wanted to waste too much time on. Director. I greeted as everyone gathered around. Are these our two new servants? Olga glanced behind me. You, piggy, look somewhere else. Elizabeth made a noise of disgust. Olga twitched. Wonderful. You didn't have to spend an extended period of time with them. I rolled my eyes. Anyways, better than nothing it seems. Agreed. She sighed. Ruler, we need you at the front. Your friends were waiting for your arrival. Jean. The one I recognized as the still living and sane Jill was also present as he looked at her in relief. Jill Jean smiled warmly. Is everyone ready? Everyone's ready to fight. Marie pumped her fist. Despite the situation, Jill found himself smiling. We are prepared to take back Orleans and save France. What's the avenue of attack? Are we waiting until night, or are we making a direct move and just brute forcing our way inside? I asked. I was many things, but honestly, a commander of large armies was not one of them. I don't think I would be bad, but I wasn't like the ones around me that could move large swathes of people like they were their hands and legs. We will call on them to surrender. Jill stated. Pardon. We will approach, and call out the dragon witch for her surrender. Jill reiterated. Do you really expect them to surrender? No. He said without a second thought. But from what I was told and understand, this fake, is not a strategic-minded individual. If they are angered and leave the safety of their fortifications, I would be remiss to not take the advantage. Smart. Jean, will you join me? Jill asked. I will stand with you always, Jill. Jean agreed. Good, and your group? He turned to us. Chaldeans. He stated, as if repeating a foreign word. For whom of you will stand with us upon the edge of enemy lands? Olga and I shared a look. Call it, Shwinorg. She gave me authority. Olga, myself, Saber, Ray Cow, Medea. I listed off. Mash will be open and standing near Ritsuka, Pierre, Hinako, and Samuel. Everyone else, astralize and stand nearby. Especially don't want to show off Marie and her people right away, and Elizabeth and Kiyoheim if possible, but they were less important. No one argued, about a dozen servants astralized all at once, which was quite the sight. Though, I grabbed Lancelot right before he could disappear. I pulled him close so we were staring face to face. Rather than moping, live up to her belief in you. Protect them. He surprisingly adopted a rather resolute look and nodded. That was nice of you, Master. Ray Cow commented. His attitude was pissing me off. I dismissed it. Let us go. Jill ordered. He clutched his blade on his hip. Nervousness was obvious, and I doubted anyone would fault him. At this particular moment, he was but an ordinary man. We took the short steps to the walls of Orleans. This day and age, especially after a warring period of 100 years, there was a wall that surrounded the city. Stop! Medea commanded. You noticed it too? I asked. I would be an amateur not to sense it. Medea grunted. We're in front of a boundary line, I don't recognize the feel of it. It feels disgusting. We cannot advance further. Not without potential detriment. Unless you want to start immediately. I offered. No. Jalal shook his head. This is enough. He took a deep breath. I call upon the Dragon Witch. He practically roared, his voice carrying rather far, and the silence before and after the echoes was deafening in of itself. Submit yourself to righteous judgment. If you surrender and repent for your sins, we will allow you a swift and merciful meeting with the Lord to accept your punishment. There was silence for a beat and two. That was until the massive gate shook, and slowly began to open. It wasn't the Dragon Witch that appeared, but someone else. His bulging eyes and malignant aura was a dead giveaway. Jill looked at his horrific reflection. Ah, I wondered who had such a smooth and impressive voice. I could feel my heart beat at the mere words. And seeing you up close, truly, you cut a dashing figure. The caster servant version, no Bluebeard was the name he was known by at this point. Bluebeard admired his still living self. Monster! Jill whispered. Tut tut, my handsome friend. Your words hurt yourself. Bluebeard chuckled as he walked up to the very edge of the boundary until we were in distance to plainly speak. Jill. Jean looked at him. Bluebeard twitched. You are not real. A fake, sent here to diminish our goals. I will not be fooled, the real Jean sits comfortably upon her proper throne. Will your blasphemies never end? Jill growled. Never. Bluebeard countered. My blasphemies will continue. He held his arms up. I will drag this whole country into depravity to show that I was right. With Jean by my side, we will show that God does not exist. A godless country, spitting in the face of that hypocritical doctrine. Is that your motivation? Jill stood there shocked. For such a ridiculous goal. He stepped forward, drawing his blade. You committed these atrocities for such an ignorant reason. He tried to slash forward, but it was Medea who pulled him back. Bluebeard didn't react, his grin growing horrifically large as a barrier sprang up just in time, separating us completely. No, in fact, it sprang up over what appeared to be the entirety of Orleans. Rejoice, for you shall see the fruition of our efforts. You will join us when you see that it is futile. No God will save you, because no God exists. Bluebeard laughed. I heard the words, but they took a back seat to what I was currently seeing. In the barrier, the energy pulsed and faces appeared. Ones twisted in anger and pain, children, adults, young and old, they came and went across the barrier's surface. Can the Grail support a bounded field around the entirety of the city? Olga exclaimed. The sheer amount of power, it would continuously drain the Grail's supply. And this is no normal bounded field. Yet, it looked particularly strong. And I wasn't sure Orleans was situated upon a ley line, which left one obvious avenue available. Not if he isn't using solely the Grail. What? Human sacrifices are rather potent. Medea whispered. Bluebeard didn't confirm, but the maniac look on his face said it all. Come, I welcome you. Our subjects were so kind to offer their assistance in protecting our godless country from invaders. Attack, barge in, I'm sure they wouldn't mind the teensy bit of effort that will be needed to hold you back. Translation, any attack we make on the barrier will drain the life force of whatever prisoners they have currently. Medea scoffed. Yes, yes. He tapped his fingers together. Struggle, please. I will enjoy watching it. Especially after my dear book was damaged so heinously. His tone was filled with bitterness. I will watch alongside my dear Jean as you gradually lose hope. He turned around and left, laughing all the while. Monster, that monster. Jill shouted. How could I become that? I refuse. I would rather kill myself. Jill. Jean placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever you become in the future, right now, at this moment, you are my friend and comrade. Jill grit his teeth and his knuckles turned white from the grip on his sword. Please, tell me what I need to do. We need to break the barrier. Medea said outright. It's not something I recognize. Even you don't recognize it. Olga looked at her. Not like that. The idea behind it isn't anything new. But it's using that thing of his, I'm sure of it. So, don't expect me to unravel it the normal way. We're going to have to break through. And condemn how many people? Jean whispered. We just need to destroy enough of it at once, push through without giving it a chance to regenerate using the people inside. Medea bit her thumb. And that's possible? Olga asked. With several noble phantasms, probably. My sword is available. Saber showed no hesitation. And despite her admittance as a tyrant, I knew her well enough to know this was far beyond what she considered acceptable. I looked at the many faces that appeared, flashing across the malignant energy in front of us. It wasn't often I got angry like this. I rarely got mad enough that I was the metaphorical frothing at the mouth. But a true anger that rose up from my stomach that in my younger days would have made me throw caution to the wind. Bluebeard wanted to prove God didn't exist? Well, let's do the opposite. You know, I've said it plenty of times so far, but you all have been very polite and haven't asked me directly. I said I wasn't fully human, but I never said what I was. I touched upon the Hogyaku, shifting everything I had to demonic energy. The barrier simply needed to be destroyed in a way that it couldn't regenerate. I was more than happy to oblige. Let me show you. Chapter 446, Chapter 405. Demonic power erupted from within me. It was different than before, not in the sense that the effects differed, but that I didn't hold myself back when I called it forth. There was no testing the waters this time, no need to be hesitant to make sure nothing bad happened. Skathak had helped me enough that I was comfortable opening the damn floodgate, so to speak. There was a slight sense of euphoria. The general concept of devils was one drenched in the spectrum of desires, thus making the transformation one of enjoyment. That wasn't to say I was going to suddenly change, nor that I was going to lose myself. Perhaps I would lean towards certain ways unconsciously, but I was still fully myself. Horns pushed out from my forehead. A tail sprang out from behind me. I could feel my nails get sharp and even my eyes shifted to accommodate my heritage. My wings, well, I didn't quite need them right now. It wasn't like the first time where it was a surprise, I could more or less control things now. My wings were always a part of me, if I didn't want them to come out, they would stay withdrawn. I hesitated for a brief moment to look at the others, but finally I glanced their way. Rei Cao gave me a reassuring smile, while Jean barely even reacted. The expressions of the others, I suppose they were to be expected. Medea looked at me curiously, Saber's eyes widened a smidge, and Olga, well, her mouth was opened as she stared at me. Jill, he took a hesitant step backwards, genuinely terrified by what he saw. I couldn't blame him. By his entire worldview, I was the epitome of the enemy to his core belief. Jean put a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his fear-entrenched silence. Wilhelm, are you? She asked. I'll bring down the barrier. Boyo, don't know what you're going to do, but if you want to do it cleanly, it's gotta be big enough that it falls apart and simply doesn't regenerate. Medea reminded me. I just have to destroy it. I turned back towards the flashes of faces across the bounded field positioned in front. I'm fairly good at that. My initial thought was to take out the sword of destruction, but I didn't need it. My demonic energy swelled up, the large pool inside of me that I had yet to use. And with it, my bloodline power was called forward. It started small, the uncharacteristic crackling of my power of destruction ignited at my fingertips. Then, I did something I hadn't done before. I activated my semblance. My arms were gone. Instead, what replaced them was pure destruction. Similar to how I usually coated my arms in lightning, now, they were destruction incarnate. I admit, wielding this much of my bloodline was unfamiliar, but I remembered Venelana's words, combined with the training I had thus far. Shape it, but don't restrict it. A small space between my palms, it began to gather, shaped. I compressed it, but allowed it to dance around. Compress, compress, compress. And I clapped my hands together. Venelana showed me it a few times now, and I was nothing if not studious. Gamma Alpha Alpha Epsilon Sigma Tau Alpha Epsilon Kappa Tau Eta, Medea shouted suddenly, and the makings of her own shield sprang up between me and them. How did she do it again? Oh yes! Extinction Star! I let it out. It bloomed brilliantly, in the form of a four-pointed star. It was as if the barrier wasn't even there. The destruction tore away at it without resistance. It was not in the barrier's nature to be impenetrable, but to be resistant and mendable. The swath of destruction was large enough, that even past the barrier, the walls of Orleans were consumed as well, the large gate that towered over us reduced to nothingness as my star illuminated the sky with its blackened hue. It lasted for a split second before collapsing into itself, almost like a singularity in nature, leaving behind but a large empty area devoid of any matter. The barrier itself imploded under the strain. Having a chunk just utterly destroyed on a level that was not mendable left it without a means to continue operating based on its pre-designed formula. The quietness persisted for a heartbeat. No one seemed to want to say anything in this small reprieve. No, the source to break the eerie silence that followed wasn't anyone from my side. They started to appear. Shambling corpses, making a mockery of an army. Calling it a loose formation would be generous. But they were numerous. The now open streets of Orleans were barely visible with their numbers. The thousands upon thousands of lives lost due to Bluebeard's idiotic desire. However, that didn't seem to be the end of it. Something felt off. The walking corpses, that is to say, something was wrong with them. A little warning next time. Medea huffed, dismissing her shielding spell. I nearly didn't get that out in time. Apologies, I don't have much practice using my demonic heritage in this state. I gave an awkward smile. Schwinorg. Olga whispered. Why you? Ah, that was one thing I was a little afraid of. It must be quite the surprise to find out that I am a literal demon. Thankfully, someone else read the mood fairly well. The white blur landed onto her head quickly, making the director yelp in surprise. Sir Wiggles did his job beautifully. I held my hand up, producing my staff of Magnus, and tossed it over to Medea. She caught it happily, nearly hugging it. Medea, would you please snipe one of the zombies in the front? I want to confirm something. Medea blinked, then shrugged. Barely a true spell, a cantrip by her standards, a small ball of energy fired off without even the need for an incantation. It collided with a zombie at the forefront, disintegrating a large portion of its body. That would have been the end of it, but instead, tentacles burst out, wrapping it up and pulling free what hid beneath. Of course. Medea grumbled. Those abominations are hiding in the corpses. Wonderful. That meant, they all had to be dealt with. There was no knowing if simply killing Bluebeard would do anything to stop them existing already. They were something that had to be removed, there was no way about it. Mozart. I called out, the musician appeared next to me rather quickly. You have a large audience. The musician began to cackle. What an audience it is! I knew my instincts were not incorrect, I have chosen my master well. A demonic tune for a demonic master. He held his arms wide open, his conductor's baton appearing in his hand. Please enjoy. It is time for a public performance. Prepare to listen. To the sound of a demon. Requiem for death. He declared, his noble phantasm activating. His noble phantasm was rather interesting. It wasn't merely a large-scale damaging ability, but rather, it operated sort of like a curse. They were attacked physically by the sound, but they were also cursed in a way that attacked their physical abilities. If the enemy couldn't resist, their strength, speed, and stamina would drastically lower. Figures appeared all around us, golden silhouettes of angels holding their instruments, an orchestra to announce the coming of death. The music erupted. Hundreds of zombies were immediately taken into the caress of the tones. Their outer shells were destroyed nearly instantaneously. The things living inside of them burst out once their hiding spot was gone, the tentacled monstrosities. They too were assaulted by Mozart's performance. Many of them too fell under the onslaught of his demonic tune. But frankly, there were an absurd number of enemies. If I recall, your longest performance was 33 minutes. Care to take a crack at that record? Mozart chuckled and waved his baton as if to signify his agreement. Still, the number of targets he could hit was limited. I took a step forward, but Jean grabbed onto my sleeve. Where are you going? She asked. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to rip the head off that bastard. She frowned, hesitating for a moment, but something seemed to win over. Not alone. Olga Marie Animus Fear POV. Did I appoint a demon as the leader of B Team? The show of magic that he did was, well, impressive may be an understatement. But I already knew he was a magician, so I didn't dwell on that aspect too much. Taking a moment to acknowledge my situation, I am the director of an organization, attempting to return the world from destruction by traveling to the past to apparently fight the king of magecraft with the help of legendary heroes. And I have taken all of that in stride, yet, at this moment, I found myself out of my depth. Lef. It was Lef all over again. That's what he said before? Lef was some sort of demon? How was this any different? Was I being manipulated the entire time? Was I just a fool again? Servants incoming. The ruler servant informed everyone, but I felt myself hardly focusing. As idiotic as it was, I was unsure of how to act. There were more wyverns in the sky, but at this point, I doubt anyone was surprised. They came flooding out of the central area of the city. Gamma Alpha Alpha Epsilon Sigma Tau Alpha Epsilon Kappa Tau Eta Castor chanted again, and once more, a shield appeared overhead, blocking arrows covered in magical energy, presumably from the archer. Though, after wielding the apparent divine construct, her shield was much larger than before. Mozart's noble phantasm still played, killing off those things by the dozens, but there were still so many, I couldn't even count them all. Director, I'm going to go ahead. I'll leave everything to you here, all right? I blinked as Schweinorg turned to look at me. He had horns. There was a tail behind him. Even his eyes looked different. Demon. It was a joke, wasn't it? I put my trust in a demon, again. But it didn't feel the same. He said that, and it felt sincere. I unclenched my fists, not even realizing how tightly my nails were digging into my palms. I grabbed the rabbit off of my head, taking him into my arms. Of course. I breathed in. I'll handle everything here. You can take care of that dragon witch and that other one. I'm going to. The ruler servant declared. Jean? You can't that demon. Jill nearly pulled her back, trying to stand protectively in front of her. He's my friend, Jill. Her words were few, but they apparently were enough to disarm him of his directed disgust. But, he was deceiving. I always knew. She said softly, maybe even bashfully. A demon and a saintess are friends. What even has my life turned into? I would laugh if the situation wasn't so ridiculous. Trust me, Jill. She smiled brightly. Lead our troops like you always did. Let me go with him to handle the dragon witch. There was no more room for a peaceful talk, as a roar shook the entire city. The massive dragon rose high up into the sky, and the other servants came barreling down the streets. If she was a saintess trusting a demon, why was I hesitating? Schweinorg never let me down, he's been supporting me ever since we first met. Even through the deceit, he's been nothing but helpful. I'll deal with the association and church later. At this point, I no longer cared. Dragon Slayers! I called out. The servants appeared quickly. I grabbed the gob-smacked Jill by his chest plate, jerking him down so we were eye level. He was still unfocused on the real issue, so I gave him a crisp slap across the face. You can either have an existential crisis of faith, or you can rally your troops and help the demon that's trying to save your country. What's it going to be, abandon your country or sit here like a blubbering buffoon? Why was everyone staring at me? Why yes. Jill said absent-mindedly. Yes. He grabbed his sword, holding it up into the air. Soldiers, forward. He pointed towards the oncoming hordes of monsters. The random thought now occurred to me. He had been teasing the saintess with comments like touched by the devil since they arrived. God damn it, Schweinorg. I'm going to find a cross to beat you over the head with if I make it out of this with my sanity intact. But that was much less of a concern than the giant dragon overhead with its large mouth open about to spew a breath attack. Marie! I shouted. You're up. Whew! The French queen appeared spectacularly. Then let me show everyone my love for France. The lovable brilliance for eternity. Come forth, Crystal Palace. She held her arms wide open, and beautiful sculptures and crystalline figures burst out of the ground. They all formed into a singular existence, a palace that superimposed itself onto the surroundings. I felt power flow through me. It almost felt like I had cast a reinforcement on myself. My physical capabilities were enhanced to a higher degree than would have been possible by my own effort. And it was not just me. An army of soldiers all received the blessing from her noble phantasm. Not just that, this crystal palace stood tall as the dragon's breath landed upon its delicate-looking exterior. "Look at this, Miss Shielder." Marie held her arm out, pointing at the dragon. "My love for France is boundless, so too is my palace that shelters my fellow countrymen. It will not fall, because my heart will never waver." Was she speaking to Mash? Mash looked on with sparkling eyes, taking a defensive position near the other masters. It sounded flowery and ridiculous in all honesty, but it didn't fall under the attack by the dragon. The pause after its attack was enough that the dragon slayers then moved. "Marie!" A roar erupted from within the groups of undead. A servant jumped out, the one I recognized as having the strange-looking sword. "Charles?" Marie's eyes widened. "Wait, the man who executed you?" I blurted out, recognizing the name after she seemingly knew the servant. "Charles? It's so good to see you again." The French monarch waved happily. "Don't greet the person who cut off your head," I shouted. "Tee-hee. Oh, someone set the stage for me. The music is dumb, but I can fix that with some vocals." Elizabeth Bathory was holding a microphone. "If you dare to start singing, I will turn my noble phantasm on you." Mozart screamed. My, what disgusting creatures." Kiyohime joined in, waving that fan of hers, producing a blue flame that tore through dozens of disgusting tentacled monsters. "Ritsuka, command your servants. Samuel, use you to help Marie. Pierre, support Medea." I quickly shouted out my commands. "Hinako, Mash, there are enemy servants missing, try to find them." Everyone moved. A chaotic display of discipline. "Schweinorg, I can handle it here," I informed my B-team leader. "Take your servant, and ruler. Hopefully, things will settle down if the Dragon Witch is defeated, but regardless, we'll take the slower route and march through the streets to take care of all these things properly. Then I'll leave it to you." He smiled. "And we are going to have a long talk about everything when you get back, do you hear me?" I grabbed his collar, pulling him down as well. "You're going to be telling me what all this," I gestured to his new features, "is about. My father is Satan. Don't just drop that on me when you're about to leave, you bastard." I kicked him away with an annoyed huff. "We'll talk later, let's fix this singularity." So what? Was he joking? Or wasn't he? Did it matter? Frankly, I found myself not caring any longer. Fafnir fell from the sky with Lancelot's sword stabbed in the side. It crashed down into the main street, crushing plenty of abominations, and whipping its body around. Many more were just turned to pulp by the sheer force of its body movements. I had to hold my arms up to shield my eyes from the shockwave and dirt that was kicked up as my hair whipped around. "I will go too," Saber stated. "No, you're staying here." Her face twisted back into a snarl, and I felt like she was about to swing her sword at me. "I will. You listen here, you abrasive and angry bitch." I had lost all my patience. "I am dealing with too much right now to also deal with your bullcrap. There are enemy servants unaccounted for, and we are up against a literal army of undead, wyverns, servants, and eldritch monstrosities in addition to a legendary dragon. Either stay here to help, or throw yourself on your own sword and save me the headache. The only reason I do not cut you down is because you hold that rabbit in your arms." She scoffed. "Shut up." She opened her mouth briefly and closed it again, sort of blinking with confusion. Eventually, she scowled, and clutched her sword tight, looking towards Schweinorg. "You are not allowed to die," she grunted, moving towards Ritsuka. "Go, Schweinorg. I can handle this fight. After that, I completely believe you." He chuckled. "Thank you, Director." "Shut up, I'm pissed at you right now." I huffed in annoyance again. But the same as she said. I'm going to be even angrier if something happens. Wilhelm POV. I've never seen Olga lose her cool like that. It was kind of hot. Especially with even Saber sort of lowering her head to her. I'm getting distracted though. I was still very angry at a certain bastard hiding in Orleans. The human soldiers were buffed to all hell by that noble phantasm of Marie's. I was a bit disappointed that my magic resistance prevented it from helping me. Jean and Rei Cao, however, benefited from it, as was everyone else. Let's go, I stated, moving with a burst of shunpo. Ray Kao and Jean followed behind me. I jumped right into the middle of the enemy's lines, if they could be called that. I let my destruction soar outward, destroying anything in my path as I cut a bloody swath through the hordes of enemies, moving towards the large castle set up in the center of the city. Ray Kao was on my left, her mana burst turning into a large burst of lightning, her blade slicing through enemies like a scythe through wheat. These things couldn't even dream about holding her back unless they all tried to converge on her at once. Jean was, well, she didn't enjoy this experience, that was for sure. It seemed like for every zombie she killed she mourned what happened to them. Even with her banner piercing through them with the ease as one would expect, and her holy light burning away any of the corruptive influence, her face was one of melancholy. We hopped up onto the nearby building, and only getting a large field of vision did it put into perspective how many people were actually killed by their hands. The streets of Orleans from north to south, east to west, were filled with shambling corpses and other monstrosities. It just further pissed me off. I suppose I should be thankful that Bluebeard was a mix of crazy and idiotic. Otherwise, he could have done way more damage by using this kind of thing strategically. Especially now that Ray Kao managed to damage his book like she did. That thing was monstrously dangerous if left alone, and he was backed into a corner. Regardless, I didn't care to think too deeply on the what-ifs. I was much too pissed right now. They didn't deserve this. Just random people living their lives, turned into meat suits for zombies and eldritch monsters. And it made me annoyed that the closer we got to that palace set up in the center of Orleans, the fewer things there were to take my anger out on. I grabbed one tentacled monster in particular, and just ripped its appendages off because there didn't seem to be any further ahead. You came. A voice shouted from atop the walls. He jumped down right as the words reached our ears, crashing hastily into the ground. Amidst the unsettled dust, he burst out, hand clawing at my throat. Amusing, amusing. He laughed. Why is it that you look this way? I stepped forward and grabbed his arm, my destruction still present and it sunk into his gauntlets. Half-devil. I said simply. Ha ha ha. Of course, why not? He merely laughed heartily. Everything else of mine has been stepped on, why should my faith be any different? I felt pity for him. He was aware enough to know how far he had currently fallen, but had no way to stop it. And the last thing he'd probably wanted was the literal antithesis to his faith to be his end. Ray Kao. I called out. A purple bolt of lightning slammed into him, sending him into the wall of the palace. He pulled himself free, barely phased, looking ready to go again. I am to stop anyone from entering. Ray Kao held her blade up at him, noting his obvious insinuation. If you do not slay me, I will enter the palace, Impaler. Despite the madness there was a look of genuineness in his eyes. Then we shall fight to the end. Let me give you an honorable death. Ray Kao easily guessed my desire, because that's something I wouldn't have been able to give him. Thank you, Ray Kao. I turned, and left it to her. Come on, Jean. Right. She glanced at Ray Kao and Vlad, with a nod, and we moved towards the entrance of the palace. Immediately pushing the doors open, those creatures burst out from the walls. Large appendages, shooting at either of us. Jean's banner danced through the air, piercing through them as they came, and I went with a much less elegant route. I merely shot through the corridor with my destruction pulsing around my arms and ripping apart anything that stood in my way. Welcome, welcome. As we kicked the next door off its hinges, Jill appeared again, standing at the top of a flight of stairs, overlooking a ball area. His bulging eyes moved unnaturally before focusing on us, specifically on me. You practice wonderful magecraft. What a blasphemous act, to take that kind of form. Yes, yes, you see now, don't you? Do you wish to join us? Jean was rather fond of you. Simply kill that one next to you and offer her up, then the real Jean would be more than happy to have you at her side. We can defile this godless world together. Jill? Why are you doing this? He twitched violently at her words. You have no power over me. You are not my Jean. He declared. Jill. Quiet. It's funny, I had time to contemplate your actions, your motivation. I stepped in, knowing it was pointless on Jean's part, even if she would have to continue trying regardless. She would never give up on Jill, even after everything. Even knowing his story was already written, she would try to save him. That's because she's a good person. However, I wasn't. Yes. He seemed pleased. Have you decided? He tapped his fingers eagerly. Will. Jean tilted her head. There was a fundamental flaw with your logic. Your desire to disprove God's existence, yet, presumably, you're committing heinous acts, and unspeakable atrocities in the thought that if God isn't stopping you, then he must not exist. I began walking up the stairs. You understand. I knew we would find a like-minded person. Oh, what wonderful fun we'll have together. If you give me that woman who cut my book in half, I will happily forgive you. Water under the bridge, as they say. You missed the part where I called a flaw in your logic. He twitched slightly. And what flaw would that be? It's always been the job of hell to punish the sinners, Gilda Rice. Wings sprouted from my back and I shot up to where he was standing looking down from the railing. He nearly stumbled backwards, but that book of his appeared in his hand. Oh, it had seen much better days. It looked like it was barely being held together, and even fraying at the edges. Especially as he cast a hasty shielding spell, it visibly sheared apart portions of the pages. Magecraft. I laughed, pushing on his shield, my destruction eating away at it. Do you think I'm using something like that? Please, allow me to introduce myself. I said, sending his body hurling back, rolling across the ground, his shield shattering. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, son of Lucifer. Nice to meet you. It was hard to tell his reaction, to read his expression as his face was warped in a disgusting way. His eyes rolled around, almost unable to truly focus. I walked towards him again. He quickly stood up, and parts of his book flayed once more as another shield sprang up quickly. The eldritch magecraft came to his aid before I could grip his throat. It's funny, isn't it, Jill? I'm no angel, I'm certainly not God. I'm completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. But that in of itself proves you wrong, doesn't it? Lies. He shouted. There is no God. Instead of attacking, I dropped something at his feet. Blackened wings fell to the floor with a soft sound. Never seen fallen angel wings before, Jill? I asked. He took a step back. I tore those out of Kokabeel when he did something equally stupid. I pressed my hand against his barrier. Why aren't you saying anything, Jill? Stay back. He trembled. Is that fear I hear in your voice? I tilted my head. Not from me. No, you're scared of something else. You're scared that your motivation, your ideals could possibly be wrong. I understand your skepticism, I really do. So let me give you a more in-depth look. I pushed through his barrier, rather, I destroyed everything in the path of my hand and I grabbed onto his arm. A noise of pain was expected, but when I started to pull I did not expect the scream. Servants felt pain and I knew this. What I didn't know was that for all the atrocities he committed, he would scream like that from getting his arm torn off. He recovered quickly, credit where it was due, he was a servant. I even held it up for him to see as I disintegrated every bit of it. No, no, no. He scrambled, the book he held fell into two parts. Whatever bullshit he used to hold together, came undone already. He nearly fell over trying to juggle the two pieces. Instead, magical energy filled the room, and the Grail was revealed once more. Heal me. Heal my book. Stop him. He commanded from the object. It trembled in his hand, multiple effects going off simultaneously. The book attempted to mend, but something about it didn't get the memo as any repairs to it were immediately broken down and it further deteriorated. The stump of his arm bubbled and his flesh tried to knit itself back together, but it grew back into an amalgamation of flesh rather than an arm. I was tempted to tear it off again, but it looked rather uncomfortable as was. Then the Grail tried to stop me. Oh, it was a scary artifact. I knew I was playing with my food, but that didn't mean I was at his mercy for him pulling that out. The Grail was powerful, but like most powerful weapons, the user was often the weakness. The Grail attempted to stop me by sealing me. The broad application of its function, the imprecise use left much to be desired. I flexed my demonic power, letting my destruction erupt around me as the focal point. The spells the Grail attempted to commandeer me to achieve the task required were utterly destroyed. Funnily enough, he chose the most logical course of action. He attempted to flee. Pushing open several large doors, he shot off further into the palace. Will. Jean grabbed me from behind as I was about to chase after him. Please stop. I know he's your old friend, Jean. But... No, what you're doing. I know he has to be stopped, I've come to terms with that. But you're taking pleasure in tormenting him. I don't like seeing you like this. I felt a lot of my anger simmer down. It was hard to keep it up when Jean was literally holding onto me like this for my sake. Maybe I got carried away. I let out a long breath, allowing myself to relax. Fine, let's go do this properly. He most likely ran towards the fake Jean. Let's end this for good. Together. She looked at me. Together. I agreed. This time, she grabbed me and pulled me forward, taking the lead. Right, she probably had a better claim to ending this than I did. The important thing was resolving the singularity and retrieving the Grail, I shouldn't lose sight of that. It was fairly easy to track down where Jill ran, a literal trail of blood and open doors had us moving further into the palace. She's close, I can feel her. Jean said softly. I will handle. She came to an abrupt stop as we walked through the final set of doors. What appeared to be a makeshift throne room, rather than something of intentional design. But that wasn't the most eye-catching thing currently within our sight. No. That was Jill impaled upon the fake Jean's sword as she ripped it free from his heart. The Grail fell to the ground at her feet, and she picked it up. Chapter 447, Chapter 406. Olga Marie Animus Fear POV. Things were not as bad as they could have been. Marie's noble phantasm was extraordinarily helpful. The hordes of undead that poured out of the city were being culled at the choke point of where Schweinorg destroyed the gate. And the soldiers themselves were more than capable of handling a few measly undead with their newfound strength. The other monstrosities were a different matter. It wasn't nearly as clean, but I would say they were winning. Mozart's noble phantasm was also something of a godsend in the situation. How he was able to keep it active this long was another question entirely. How much magical energy did Schweinorg have that even a temporary contract with the famous musician let him do something like this? Even still, we were heavily outnumbered and a few stray monsters made it from around the other sides. A Gandra of mine exploded the head of a tentacled monster and I clicked my tongue to realize that about a dozen more were coming from the vacant side, bursting out from a small opening in the walled city. I wasn't the only one either. Pierre grabbed a weapon and was standing near the soldiers. I wanted to chastise him about how he was basically on the front lines as a master, but, under these CIRC* misstances, it didn't seem particularly negative. Samuel was casting spells, slowly, but concisely from where he was. They were barely better than a novice, but they were having a better effect than if he joined his other teammate on the front line. Ritsuko was coordinating his several servants and that was basically it, but that in of itself was a feat worth praising. Hinako, handle those. I commanded, pointing towards the ones coming up from the side. Fine. She grumbled, but followed my orders. My eyes dashed around, and they landed on Marie fighting off her apparent killer in life. Thankfully, you arrived in time to help out. I frowned, seeing those things tear a hole through the stone walls in another section and start spilling out. Mozart. A little preoccupied here, mademoiselle. There was sweat dripping down his forehead. That's the problem, stop using your noble phantasm on the ones at the front, their bodies are piling up and slowing down their advance, making them mindlessly force other routes. I responded. They're eventually going to swarm around us if they can't come from the front. I do not have an ounce of knowledge in warfare, so I shall bow to your expertise. He waved his baton and then jerked it to the side, like a screeching sound across the battlefield. If I deactivate my noble phantasm, reactivating it again will be more difficult. Where do you need me? Help Marie. I directed him to the side. They weren't having trouble, but neither Marie nor Cu were front-line fighters. And it would be very bad if Marie were to fall here and we lost the effect of her noble phantasm. With pleasure. Mozart grinned, his noble phantasm focusing entirely on the enemy servant. Then it's my turn to shine, Elizabeth Bathory stood up in front. No, go plug that newest hole. I cut her off. No, I want to. So help me, if you don't listen to me right now, I will have Mozart use his noble phantasm on you. I would not abide by her attitude during a situation like this. Fine. She huffed, trotting over to the hole in the way where a small stream of eldritch horrors were forcing themselves through. She slowly made her way there as if it didn't matter. And you? I jerked my head towards the Asian servant, Kiyohime as her name was. You have ranged attacks, go assist Medea. I pointed up to where Medea and the enemy archer were having a battle above. The fact that a caster's servant was meeting one of the 3 knight classes head-on in a fight without any preparation was utterly ridiculous, but it was best to not rely on hope there when we had free servants. Fine. She also shrugged, hopping towards the edge of the wall and using her inhuman strength to scale it rather easily to get high up as they were. The soldiers were switching lines, needing to watch their stamina. Those 2 troublesome servants were handling their tasks, even if they were simple. Enemy servants? Archer being engaged. Lancer nowhere to be seen. Caster retreated into the city and Schweinorg pursued. The servant that Marie is fighting was presumably assassin, all that left was Saber, which is where Mash won. It was bearable. For a conflict of this scale, it was contained. The only real chaotic element, relatively speaking, was the massive dragon that burst through several buildings and crushed 100 or so monsters right at the front of the entrance. A large swath of dark energy spewed forth as Saber laid into the mighty beast, almost entirely ignoring the battlefield. The others were quick as well: Lancelot, St. George, and Siegfried. 3 dragon slayers, and King Arthur were fighting one of the most famous dragons from myth and keeping it at bay. Their blades dug into its scales, tiny wounds began appearing. Even so, the dragon whipped its body around and flung the servants to the side. Its claws raking the ground beneath it, and while it was boon that those monsters were killed under its rampage, I would much rather deal with an army of mindless monsters than a damn dragon that strong. Saber's blade filled with that blackened hue as she swung it in front of the monster. Seemingly a good hit because the sheer roar of fury that resounded afterwards made my ears rattle. And it was enough that the dragon was willing to use a breath attack on the ground, right in front of Saber, who was in no way able to dodge at that range. Ritsuka, switch Saber, and mash. I used magecraft to project my voice. I could see the seal on his hand lit up, even if I couldn't hear him. The 2 servants, through the ridiculous magical energy contained with those command seals, were able to warp space and time to switch places. The dragon's breath that would have landed on Saber, and by extension, all of us, was now being warded off by Mash's noble phantasm. The feeling of safety being behind those walls filled me with. And the enemy Saber was now on the back foot with our Saber giving him no quarter. The petite woman was filled with anger from earlier, and she was more than willing to let any enemy around her have it. If the enemy Saber was expecting a proper sword fight, those blasts of magical energy from our Saber quickly disabused him of that notion. I killed all the ones on the side and patched the hole for now. Hinako returned. I collapsed mine cause it was getting annoying. Elizabeth also came trotting back. Hinako, give the left flank some reprieve. I glanced around. Elizabeth, you're on the right. I commanded them again. And while you're there, have Pierre coordinate with Medea, that Archer isn't doing much, but if she stops focusing on Medea for even a few seconds, it's going to be disastrous for the soldiers below. It was a careful balancing act, is what I wanted to say, but the fact that there's still a giant freaking dragon rampaging didn't leave me with any confidence at the moment. Even still. See you, Mozart. Go for the kill. I didn't waste time watching, instead, I moved towards the soldiers full of wounds being brought behind. I didn't have a servant of my own, so my magical energy didn't need to be held in reserve, I may as well provide some healing. Lancelot POV. It was strangely nostalgic. Fighting alongside fellow knights, even if I never knew them in my life. I felt confident to leave my back to them and they to me. Perhaps that is why my madness was bubbling to the surface. My guilt over this, enjoyment was gnawing at my heart. Careful, my friend. The one named St. George grabbed my shoulder, helping me keep steady. The young lady held admirably, let us finish our task. My fight against Fafnir was a long and arduous one. The wandering knight of the Netherlands stepped forward as well. If we do not wish to draw out a battle that will take a day or so, it is best we put everything we have into a final blow. Agreed. The saint patted his chest. I shall use my noble phantasm. If we combine ours, I do not foresee defeat. I apologize, but my noble phantasm is not one to be used so casually. The destruction it wrought does not lose out to Saber's noble phantasm. My king's holy blade? That is a bold claim. I found myself muttering. I apologize if I offend you, I merely wished to cite an example. He had a habit of apologizing. It was my mistake. A noble knight like him should not be apologizing to someone like me. My own noble phantasm contains all of its destruction onto the edge of the blade. Perhaps Sir George and I will be enough to fell it. Perhaps. He acknowledged. I do not wish my pride to blanket my eyes and say that I am needed to finish my old foe. I am more concerned about finishing the fight quickly to assist my old friend who sought the true enemy. The one who revealed themselves as a demonic being. St. George raised an eyebrow. Yes, that was something I was also having trouble thinking about. I admit that is a new development. He awkwardly smiled. However, in a previous conflict where we stood on opposite sides, he faced me honorably. I still did not know how to feel about this new information. I do not believe myself worthy of judging the person for whom my king loves, but I am unsure of how to proceed with this information. My king was not a fool, such a thing would not hide from their eyes. That is to say, they knew, thus are okay with it. Then it is not my place to utter a word in response. I will do as I was told. And if need be, I will protect my king's treasured person. To see that image of my king smiling, I will gladly sacrifice myself to keep it. It is not my place to place judgment either way. St. George hummed. Our goal is just, that is all that matters for now. Agreed. Siegfried nodded. He is recovering, it is time. The dragon suffered a rebound from firing its breath so close to my son's, the young lady's noble phantasm. Galahad made it clear that he wished not to converse in such a way, thus I would force myself to think in these terms. Allow me to lead the charge. George declared, summoning forth his steed. A beautiful horse, with a fire in its eyes, clearly having seen many battles. If need be, Sir Siegfried, please finish him off. I will await your opening. The dragon-blooded knight nodded. I will assist. I gripped my blackened holy sword. The dragon roared challengingly, noticing us once more. George was fast, a rider class through and through. His mount was but a blur as it headed towards the mighty dragon, the blade of his cleaving through scales on its left leg. The dragon whipped its body around, but St. George was too quick. His mount was not one of flesh and blood any longer, it too was beyond human imagination. It was in the air, leaping above the very buildings. I too took the chance to dash to the side, jumping up the still-standing buildings. The dragon flapped its wings, kicking up a whirlwind with but a gesture. It was about to take flight, a point of failure in our plan. Allow me! I yelled, calling forth the magical energy with the bond with my master. Erendite glowed brilliantly, despite the sins I have committed upon the blade. The reflection of the lake appeared, an echo of what it should have been. Oath to my king! I jumped off the building, ascending to the air as the dragon attempted to take off. Breaking all restraints, Erendite overload. The equivalent to my king's noble phantasm released, but contained onto the edge of the blade. Like swinging my blade through mud, the air was cut with a bright light, but that was not my target. My blade fell upon the wing of the mighty creature. Using all my momentum, I cleaved through it. The black wings that eclipsed the sky were down a number as its amputated limb fell before the dragon itself lost its ability to stay afloat and its own momentum was lost. Gravity reasserted itself, and the beast began to fall from the sky. I was about to fall myself, but I found a familiar steed catching me from my own descent. Well done, Sir Lancelot! George laughed, his own blade glowing bright. Let me show you. This is the truth of Ascalon. Thou dragon with sin, bear witness to my own oaths, Ascalon. His blade alighted with a holy presence. The outline of a dragon marked the beast, imprinting on its exposed underbelly. St. George's blade pierced into the center of the marking, the dragon letting out a roar of fury and pain, but he was not done. He pulled his blade free, and slashed in a cross pattern, splitting the dragon's scales in each movement, and even cleaving away its front right forearm. The dragon crashed to the ground, wounded, bloodied. St. George's horse landed gracefully upon the cobblestone road, and immediately shot forward to catch its own rider. The Saint Knight caught the reins with ease, and landed upon the forward spot as I slid back. And as quick as he took his seat, he steered his companion away, for it was one person's turn. The beast was wounded, incapacitated, but not defeated. My old foe! Siegfried appeared in front of the beast. Let all grudges be settled. You did not appear here of your own will, so I shall do this with mercy. His large sword was held high, and a large torrent of power exploded forth, illuminating the surroundings. The evil dragon will fall. The dragon, as in its nature, forced its body upright and gathered what power between its large maw in response. It was enough to destroy much of the city that still remained, yet the dragon-blooded knight did not move in cowardness. He brought his blade down to meet it. Bomoing! The twilight encompassed the dragon's attack, consuming it completely, along with the mighty beast. I could not confirm the death of the dragon with my eyes, but my heart told me that it was defeated for good. The dragon is defeated, but the battle is yet won. St. George smiled. As a knight, these enemies I find abhorrent. He stated, and I followed his gaze towards those walking corpses and things that do not belong. Strangely, I felt myself smiling as well. Then let us see who shall slay more. There was a nostalgic fire in my heart, fighting alongside such people once more. Ray Cow POV. Is that all you have, Berserker? The wild servant nearly stumbled from my last attack, but he was already running at me with those claws of his. My blade clashed with his gauntlets, sparks flying with each encounter. However, his armor began to crack with the exchange of blows, but he seemingly cared not and continued his reckless onslaught. Vlad the Impaler. I had some impression of him from the last war, and this man was nothing like the one I had previously seen. A calm-headed commander he was no longer. Even his skill had devolved into leaning into his enhanced stats and not making use of them. No, he was acting more like a rabid animal, and I only felt pity. I could understand Master's sentiment more now as I experience it for myself. You deserve better than this, I said softly, even as his claws gouged out the walls behind me. Then fight! He roared, holding his arms out, stakes bursting out from his own flesh, as well as the ground all coming at me like a tidal wave. I activated my mana burst, slashing my blade horizontally, bisecting all his stakes with a burst of lightning. He didn't care as he was already swinging his clawed arms at me without pause. Stop pitying me and give me a proper fight, he growled, increasing his ferocity even further. Each wave of his arm sent shockwaves through the stones around us, sundering the earth and cleaving out walls from the castle itself. I found myself pushed back after the quick exchange, even if no damage had been done. I apologize, you are correct. There is no pity on the battlefield. Please allow me to rectify my behavior. I held my blade in a proper stance and my mana burst further intensified. He leapt at me, claw going for my head. I waited until his gauntlet nearly touched my face before I spun and ducked, slashing at his stomach. I drew blood, and his armor was sliced open. He couldn't catch a footing and stumbled, rolling into some rubble. He quickly pushed it away and stood back up, holding his wound with one hand before dismissing it altogether. Yes. He laughed and came at me once more. One clawed hand from the side, the other from the opposite. My shoulder met his chest with the full force of my quickest step. I raised my foot to kick at his attempt to follow up and grab me and flipped back, slipping out of any touch of his, yet my blade danced through his arms, finding his flesh and continuing to *malate wounds. He was unrelenting, uncaring, maniacally focused on me. He pulled stakes up from the ground even with them filling the surroundings. I swept my blade out, slicing off the spear tips and used them as thresholds to avoid the remainder, and he met me, spear piercing towards my heart. I was far too used to my spars with Skathik to allow such an obvious attack to get the better of me. It held no will within the strike, no attempt at follow-up, no calculating maneuver. A simple and direct method of attempting to harm me. I merely had to flick my blade upward, knocking the spear from his grasp completely. And in one solid motion, my sword continued through his arm, severing it from his body. He let out a pained shout, but his willpower was admirable, and still tried his best to inflict damage upon me. I ducked under the swipe of his remaining claw, and my blade found his chest, pushing through his armor. His body slumped, yet there was only a look of appreciation. He grabbed at my blade with his remaining arm and surprisingly, pulled it in to further impress upon his failing body. Was it a worthy fight, Impaler? I asked. He chuckled, blood seeping from his mouth as he did. I would have better fought with my true skill, but it would still have been short of your own. He relaxed, peaceful even. It seems I owe you a debt of gratitude. You and that other one, whatever happened to her? Mordred? I asked, and he nodded. She lives happily at our home. Ah, that's good. He nodded in content. This farce is finally over. I hope we meet again so I can repay this gratitude. Thank you, Berserker, for a noble end even in this state. He closed his eyes and his body regressed into magical energy, drifting into the wind. Goodbye. You are worth remembering, Impaler. But I must now find Master, for I fear something may be wrong. Wilhelm POV. Things had taken an unexpected turn. I was expecting a last hurrah by Jill, maybe doing something immensely stupid like using the Grail to facilitate the summoning of a real nasty monster from the place we don't speak about. Maybe even summon more servants in a panic. But now he's falling to the floor after being stabbed by the Dark Gene. Gene, why? He gasped, confusion and shock written all over his face. The Dark Gene was utterly expressionless as she watched him fade away. And now, she was holding the Grail. Not only that, but for some reason, the book was still lying on the ground. Neither Gene nor I made any sudden moves. I had the impulse to quickly snatch the Grail, but I was hesitant. It was one of those things that I was forced to respect due to the sheer power it held. The fake Gene slowly knelt down and also picked up the 2 flayed pieces of book that still remained. And now I was feeling like something bad was going to happen. I could feel my power of destruction bubbling under the surface, and I was waiting for the right moment to move in. The book in her hand burst into flames. Her flames. She had shown the ability to command fire already, so it was obvious where those came from. She just burned away the remnants of that disgusting thing without a second thought. Will, please let me handle this. Jean stepped forward, clutching her banner. She looked resolute, ready to fight. Are you sure? Please, this is my responsibility. The source stems from me, and I will bear. A golden chalice smacked her on the head, knocking her off her feet. I blinked as Jean twitched on the ground, and the Grail rolled at her feet. I had to do a double take to make sure that it was in fact the Grail, and seeing as the Dark Gene had empty hands, I believe it was safe to assume. I felt like you were going to say something worth me smacking you on the back of the head, but that works too. I looked down at her. What? Jean regained her senses, looking at the Grail on the ground and snatching it up in her arms. Her eyes darted all around as if she was having trouble believing she was holding it. Finally she turned towards the other Jean in the room. Why? The other Jean just scoffed. I would literally rather die than hear your self-righteous dribble. She turned, and walked towards where the throne was. A few steps and her sword fell to the ground. She slowly let herself fall down onto the small stairs that led up to it. I'm confused. Jean whispered. Are you giving up? I admit, this would be a first. Having the enemy just surrender. I'm honestly at a loss of what to do now. It was so much easier when she was definitely the enemy. Why? Jean hesitantly asked. The question I wanted to know too. What do you mean why? The Dark Gene sneered. You hurt so many people. You did all those things and now. Jean herself seemed unsure of how to proceed. I could imagine she hyped herself up for a fight and didn't quite know how to respond to this predicament. Isn't it obvious? She chuckled, and it sounded self-deprecating. All the revenge, it felt so empty. Burning down those bastards who burned me, it was satisfying but it didn't fill the void in me at all. So I kept going. Jill kept promising me everything would work out. I burned, and killed all those bastards who watched me do the same and still nothing. She paused, looking at me. Then you came and these memories suddenly appeared, taunting me. She threw her hands out angrily. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. Why was it that I never felt fulfilled? Why is it that the only time I felt peace in my heart was in those memories? She stood up, walking towards Jean, shouting at her. Why is it, that after my suffering, that he stands by your side? You! She screamed, flames bursting out from her. Why? 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 It's not fair. You realized then? I asked quietly. It's so *King obvious, isn't it? She snapped her head to me. Why would you stand on the other side after everything? It's because that wasn't me, that was her. She jabbed her finger at Jean. I'm just a fake. Something Jill created, not even a proper person. All I got was the anger and hate. I hated them, I still hate them, and the anger never stopped. But then all those memories came and for the first time, I felt something different. Tears were falling down her cheeks, and she quickly turned away from us. I realized it after that fight, why everything was wrong. I'm the fake. You're not fake. Jean whispered. *ku. The darker Jean roared, the flames around her intensified. I'm a fake, you damn bitch. Don't you dare *King pity me. The perfect saintess doesn't hate people. She never gets angry. Of course I'm a goddamn fake. No. Jean countered. You're here right now. You're hurting. A fake person doesn't feel emotion. Screw you. The dark Jean roared again, sending a wave of fire at Jean. I hate everything about you. If you didn't exist. Jean pulled out her banner and slammed it on the ground, activating her noble phantasm, weathering the flames. I'm a fake. No. You stuck-up bitch. The dark Jean was getting angrier, and I felt it not my place to interfere. I'm hatred, I'm anger. That's all I am. I'm evil, I burned down France and everyone I could find. The real Jean d'Arc would never do that. You're not evil. Are you foo asterisk king stupid? Did you see how many people I killed? She laughed maniacally. If you don't stop me, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to kill more and more and I'll never stop. Just end me, a fake that doesn't deserve to live. Then why didn't you hurt mother? The darker Jean hesitated, her eyes widening slightly. I never got the chance. Yes you did. Jean stepped forward once the flames began to die down. You had many opportunities, yet you never did. Shut up. You cared about her still. Shut up. She screamed. You still love her, don't you? I don't. I'm evil. I'm the dragon witch, a fake. I refuse to accept you as fake. Jean continued to walk forward until they were within touching distance of one another. If you were evil, you wouldn't still care about mother. I'm a fake. Not to me. I did horrible things. I will accept you. Jean went to hug her counterpart, and it was shaping up to be a heartwarming moment, but the dark Jean kicked her away before she could get the chance. Wah! Foo asterisk K off. She snorted. Take the foo asterisk king grail and go. If you don't get the foo asterisk K out, I'm gonna start burning you alive. You're such an annoying damn bitch, just looking at you is pissing me off. Despite this, Jean was smiling. Pitiful. It was a single word, but it reverberated through time and space. My heart immediately started beating quicker in my chest. Fear crept up from the lowest parts of my soul, because I recognized the voice. Space was torn asunder, linking 2 points, and it was not by my hand. He stepped out. Garbed in the form of a man, but he was far from it. He looked the same as when he sat upon that throne of his outside of time and space. His presence was suffocating. Solomon. I would not be ashamed to admit, I was foo asterisk king scared. I merely wished to see how this singularity ended as I noted the one I gave the grail had died. To my surprise, there is a face that should not be here. His eyes drilled into me. I thought you were dead and cared not to check. Allow me to rectify my mistake, magician. Master, please move out of the way. Ray Cow sent me a message through our link. I barely had a second to process what she spoke, my feet carrying me before my brain made the conscious decision. I grabbed both Jeans in my arms and used a burst of shunpo to jump out of the way as the hairs on my neck stood up. Say Cross Vatra. Her other noble phantasm, the name reverberated through the stoned halls. The weapon of Indra, coating in that iconic lightning, barreled right towards Solomon, turning everything in its path to ash. The king of magecraft saw it. And with a bored expression, he raised his hand up. I also did not stand still, and the weight of my Zanpakut filled my hand. Reflect Muse Tenge. I immediately activated it. Solomon's eyes, for the briefest of moments, widened as Ray Cow's noble phantasm slammed into him, sending him right back through the tear in space that he entered from. There was absolutely no time to waste. I grabbed the two Jeans before they could utter any kind or response and picked them up under my arms. And I foo asterisk king ran. Because that would not stall him for long. Chapter 448, Chapter 407. I ignored the pain I was in. I didn't have the courtesy of time to contemplate what exactly I did to allow Ray Cow's noble phantasm to hit. It was stupid and dangerous, and I immediately felt the side effects, indicating that I instinctively pulled off some bullshit to let that sequence of events happen. Which perhaps further increased the rebound, but that was a matter for future Wilhelm to consider. Along with worrying about how the enemy would be wary of similar methods for now on. Ray Cow followed as I pushed everything I had into my shunpo. The rooftop I stepped off was reduced to dust from the sheer force I gathered to push forward. The time for subtlety was long gone. And now, I am furious. His voice reverberated. The sky had a small tear open, a void of darkness if you looked at that exact spot. His arm looked mangled, but it healed at ridiculous speeds, and the clothes he wore were mended just as quickly. Whatever damage Reikao had done, it had reached him, but it wasn't enough to stick. Reikao! I shouted, basically throwing the two Jin away. It happened so suddenly, and they surely were utterly confused, but I really didn't even have a second to explain. Reikao didn't argue and she caught my intentions clear, she grabbed the two-handedly. Master! I have a plan. I replied. Take them to where Chaldea is. I had a plan. And that went out the window as soon as what I assumed was Hebrew spell words left the mouth of that thing. Funny, in another situation, I would probably have lost myself in thought regarding the fact that I couldn't innately understand Hebrew. But in this particular instance, my heart was beating way too fast for me to care. And the spherical anomaly that pulsed from the thing as the center rang my danger senses like a bell. With him at the epicenter, it expanded outward, a monochromatic visual indication of utter stillness. As soon as it touched matter, it was reduced to dust. The buildings closest to him posed absolutely no resistance, and no confirmation that there was anything once standing there bar the drifting dust that the wind swept up. My demonic form receded. In this instance, it didn't make much sense to try to fight fire with a different flavor of fire. This wasn't the time to hold back my trump cards. I reached for the opposite end of the spectrum. I slid to a stop on the ground, retrieving the spear. True Longinus, balance breaker. The holy power erupted from me in every direction. It gathered and solidified into a familiar shape. A halo appeared over my head and 12 wings sprouted from my back. My wings flapped, and I gathered the holy power available to me and reeled my arm back, holding the spear and thrust with all the ACC*mulat power. The spear extended, collided with the magical phenomenon that devoured a chunk out of the surroundings already. What? His startled expression accompanied by his confused shout was all the indication I needed to know what happened, as after a brief moment of battle between the two opposing forces, my spear pierced through. And the holy power that swirled around the spear tip was discharged, scattering the errant magical effect and disrupting the spell sequence completely. The bubble of eradication pulsed and melted away from reality. I allowed Whisper to slip out and fly up into the sky, undetected. But that wasn't the end of it. I felt it. My spear connected, the extension of my spear hit something and it felt like trying to push through a solid steel wall. I dropped Muse Tenge from the opposite hand I held the spear, letting it sink into the ground. Instead, I grabbed the spear with both hands, and forced out all the strength I had. My aura bubbled to the surface, lightning crackled around my hands, and even my reinforcement was activated to the fullest extent. With a roar, I adjusted my grip on the spear, and swung it down at the ground, carrying with it the foe I had impaled. The dust had yet to even settle, and I couldn't see him, but I knew he was there. No need to be stealthy, I needed immediate results, thus Strun Bakuo I spoke, summoning storm clouds high above to facilitate the next casting of a spell. Whisper only had to work half as hard to cast the remainder of the spell, barely a blink of an eye and it was completed. Thor's hammer. I finished. My lightning construct pulled itself free from the dark clouds, wielding its mighty hammer to strike down upon him. The words overcame the chaotic nature of our fight, of my thunderous spell. Despite the distance and the ambient noises, I could hear it clearly. A bright light extended upwards, piercing through my spell. It reached high up into the clouds, and then cascaded outwards in all directions, clearing away my storm clouds and any semblance that my spell had existed. Brat, let me out. I can stall him for a bit. Drag. I hesitated. Don't think too much about it, just let me have a go. He responded. I relented, and grabbed the other staff out of my ring and summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. Bex Zizo or Frul Lo. The swords were needed to set up what was essentially a dragon's gate directed purely at Drake inside the boosted gear. Disjinyad Yir Imaradr. Drake's dark scales reflected the sun's light as his fake body materialized in front of me. I'll handle him, go brat. Drake's gruff voice shook the surroundings. I barely saw the silhouette of Solomon, but I forced myself to grab my stuff and shot off back to where everyone else was. Right now, the priority was getting Chaldea out of here. I flew as fast as I could to the front of the city. The monsters and undead were practically cleaned up at this point, so I was thankful for the small mercies there. I saw Rei Kao, and it looked like she just arrived too, because everyone was warily looking at the other Jean, as if ready to pounce. I shot down to the ground amidst the confusion and widening eyes at my appearance. Schwinorg. Olga blurted out, staring at me. And above her hand was a projected image of Roman. Wilhelm? Are those wings, and a halo? Why do you have those? No time, Roman, initiate ray-shifting. I cut him off. Wait, what's going on? Director. I grabbed the grail that Jean was holding onto. The squeak from her was ignored in this CIRC* misstance. I practically shoved it into Olga's hands. Solomon is here, ray-shift them back now. Was that the light show a few minutes ago? Roman blurted out. Olga only needed a second to comprehend what I said. Roman, initiate ray-shifting. Initiating ray-shift retrieval. I need a minute or so, but what about Wilhelm? Roman asked. All the words died in my throat as I looked up. He's here. CU was the one who answered for me. He knew much more about what was going on than even I did. Like the second time he appeared, a tear in the sky above us opened up, however, it was much larger this time, and something looked out from behind it. A large red eye, reminiscent of the one I saw the first time we fought. He stepped through, looking tattered and battered. He clutched his lower abdomen, blood seeped out and I was guessing that was where I stabbed him with the spear. His arm was still somewhat mangled, and his kept appearance was in disarray. Despite this, I didn't think for a second that anything done so far was permanent. He was still keeping up the visage of a man opposed to what he was hiding underneath. Drag. I didn't feel his presence return to the gauntlet yet. I'll hold him off, you guys just focus on returning. I held up the spear towards him. That's him. Olga whispered. I will stay and fight him as well. Saber stated. You can't, I started, but was quickly cut off. Do not tell me what I can and cannot do. She glared. You literally can't. Olga hissed under her breath. Rayshift systems grabs all of us at once. Before she could rebuke, Solomon's presence weighed down on everyone. Chaldea. The king of magecraft spoke, looking down on everyone. Surprisingly, it was Medea who answered him, and not with words. Still holding my staff, she cast her light rain spell. The dozens of condensed beams of magical energy all targeting the man in the sky. A simple one-word response, and a barrier flicked up around him. The dozens of spells landed on it, splashing helplessly upon his shield that didn't waver in the slightest. Amusing. He said curtly. Frankly, everyone looked at her. What? I'm a magic user and have my own pride. She snorted. He can't claim the title of King of Magecraft, and not expect me to take a swing. Boss, what's the plan? Samuel asked. Yes, magician, what is your plan? Solomon apparently found the situation funny. Is this what was rallied together? A group of human mages that have no experience with magecraft, a director that cannot hold a servant contract, and an elemental. He finished, looking at Hinako. I would be insulted if this was not just another expression of humanity's pitiful existence. Frankly, I'm someone who likes simple plans. Stab the bad guy with my spear until he dies seems pretty solid. Talking was fine, talking wasted time. I could keep calm despite my heart beating rapidly in my chest. Yes, your spear. His eyes narrowed and he removed his hand from his abdomen. Something capable of harming me in a way that I cannot analyze. Its name is Gibalg. I said completely straight-faced. Like hell it is. CU scoffed. Perhaps you've heard of it. Demonic spear that curses wounds to be unhealable. No need to look into it further. Something told me that he did not believe me. Ignore the wings and halo. They're just an illusion. I added offhandedly. Do you think I would not recognize the holy power? He snorted. I am Solomon. He waved his arms open. Do you take me for a fool? A beat passed. Yes. And my stalling worked well, because everyone that came from Chaldea began glowing. Rayshift has activated. Roman declared. The effect took hold of them. I expected Solomon to interfere, to do something, but he just stood there, watching. It was a huge relief to see them begin to disappear. Even if Saber was absolutely furious and mouthing many different words to express that. The moment they disappeared, so too did the singularity shake. The world was reaffirming its place on the time axis. Solomon looked at me, and slowly floated to the ground. How curious it is that you care for those lesser species despite not being one of them. I admit, I am surprised to see you living. An intriguing distraction as I watch my plans come to fruition. I looked at Jean, and her counterpart, then at the other servants that were still present. The ones not brought through Chaldea. It was always going to happen this way, they went with the singularity, they knew it, and Chaldea knew it. Well, look at the time. I better get going. You're probably very busy, I'll leave you to it. I was just talking out my ass so I could get closer to Ray Cow and them. Do you intend to flee once more? Shall I then direct my attention to Chaldea? Nothing but gnats, not worth the effort, but you have already forced my presence here, and I detest my time being wasted. Thus, I may as well remove the annoyance that has entered my eyes and recompose. I stiffened at his proclamation. Did you think that Chaldea was safe? That it was beyond my reach? He continued, with a laugh. Foolish and naive thinking. I have willingly turned a blind eye as one would ignore the ants moving between the blades of grass. But you must know what happens when one of those ants bites. I didn't know what to do. Damned if I ran, damned if I didn't. Will. Jean grabbed me. What are you doing? I don't know. I whispered. I need a moment to think. Then we shall give you time. I looked up to see who said that. Lancelot. We would disappear regardless, allow us to assist. Siegfried smiled, standing between us and Solomon. Sir Lancelot is correct. I admit I am very confused on how to feel with you appearing in that form, but my path is obvious. St. George joined him. A musician is always prepared for an encore. Mozart chuckled. I'm not much of a fighter, but count me in too. Marie cheerfully added. I don't really understand what's going on, but he's the one responsible for hurting my country, right? Despite her cheerfulness, there was an edge to her tone. I am Master's servant. Ray Cow said as well. Solomon raised an unimpressed eyebrow. How droll. As if to signal the start, they all moved at the King of Magecraft to engage him. They wouldn't last long, they didn't have a source of magical energy besides Mozart and Ray Cow. I wasn't even sure if they could deploy their noble phantasms in this state, let alone fight an opponent of that caliber. Think. He handled my authority so easily last time. I could summon my tree, but I don't know if that would be enough. Drake wasn't here, even if he was defeated, his spirit should return any time now. Dragon words? Primordial runes? Do I call for help? The spear. I heard Muse Tengay's voice. The spear is reaching out. You can hear it. I asked in confusion. I am a weapon, it is a weapon. Do you find it strange? The spear is the answer. There is one path we have yet to take. I felt a jolt run through me, understanding what he was speaking about. A miracle. Would that be enough? What even was a miracle? I could understand it on some level, but a single word failed to fully extrapolate the depth of its meaning. All right. I felt myself getting more confident. How do we do this? It doesn't have enough strength. Muse Tengay replied. What do you mean it doesn't have enough strength? Use mine. It's... My head jerked up because I heard Marie scream. St. George stumbled back, Solomon pulling his arm out of his chest. It's not that kind of power. Where do you think the holy power comes from? Then use my authority? Use my magical energy, my aura, *k use my demonic power. It's already going to be making use of that. Simply put, it needs more holy power. Then why even bring it up? Where? I stopped. No. Master, what's wrong? Ray Cow grabbed onto me. Absolutely not. It's the only way if you want to save both yourself and Chaldea. Otherwise, you will need to sacrifice one. Not only is she a saintess, she was imbued with his power to repair her Saint Graph. I'm questioning if you're really my Zanpakut spirit right now. My priority is and always will be you. He replied. There's another way. I dismissed him. We will. Jean's hand grabbed onto the spear. What are you doing, Jean? I felt it call to me. She smiled softly. I understand now. Something felt off. I didn't dismiss my balance breaker, rather it felt like it got sucked away. The spear pulled it away itself. Let go of the spear. It's okay, let me do this. Let go of the spear. I said again. I'm sorry. She replied. Jean, this isn't something you can just walk off. I remember the feeling of just using his authority once. And it was considered less burdensome for him than to use a miracle. I know, I can feel what I need to do. She tried to reassure me. Didn't give me a chance to rebuttal, the spear responded to her and the torrent of power held inside was unleashed. It nearly blew me away, I had to force myself to keep my grip on the spear. Like a hurricane made purely of holy power, it radiated out in all directions. Magician? What are you doing? Solomon's voice carried. His eyes focused solely on us now. The casual and almost bored demeanor of his changed. He grabbed Siegfried by the throat and threw him to the side, looking rushed, and he moved towards us. Rei Cao was fine, she was not particularly hurt, but definitely not in a winning spot as she was pulling herself up. I was worried, because I felt like if I let go of the spear, something bad would happen. Even if it went against all my instinct to protect her as much as I could. You will go no further. Lancelot Wobbly stood to his feet, holding his blade up, not looking very good at all. Begone! Solomon scoffed, activating a chantless spell, and a hole was blasted through Lancelot's chest. He spat out blood, nearly tumbling over, but his blade stabbed into the ground to stop himself from falling. The others weren't doing much better, Mozart was the least affected. But his attacks were nearly ignorable in this circ misdance. I would have panicked, if it weren't for the loud roar that resounded across this dissolving world. Drake shot out of the city. In any other situation, his flying would have been comical. But I was genuinely happy to see him. But his fake body was barely held together, practically unraveling at the seams. He didn't do much but fly into Solomon, but I was thankful, nonetheless. The king of magecraft was forced to defend himself. Drake's last hurrah seemingly destroyed what was left of the power sustaining his body, and his spirit quickly returned to the boosted gear. Will, you need to let me. Jean stated. Neither of you will be doing anything. Solomon growled. I do not know what you attempt, but my foresight warns me either way. He flexed his fingers, and I was forced to let go. Reflect Muse Tenge. I quickly drew my Zanpakuh again, deflecting the spell he cast. What is that you hold? He looked at my Zanpakuh, eyes narrowed. Twice now, my predictions were cast aside and the future altered. No matter, I simply need to calculate the interval variance for your temporal. The holy power emanating off Jean and the spear intensified. This time, I was well and truly knocked off my feet, barely stopping myself after rolling a couple times. Jean's entire figure was barely visible. More so in outline, than any discernible features bar her eyes. It was mostly a pure light that enveloped everything in the vicinity. I felt my heart ache and turned back to Solomon, who was in pain. He let out a shout, falling to his knees. His hands began to glow, no, rather the rings on his fingers began glowing, burning his flesh. Only 9 of them glowed. What is this? He roared in anger, starting with his hands, the flesh on his body was disintegrating. Pieces of what was underneath began to show the demon that hid in the flesh. I felt hands wrap around me, Rei Cao, helping me to my feet. Master, we must leave. I didn't want to leave her again. Even Rei Cao knew that something was going to happen. The world came to an eerie silence, then Jean opened her mouth. Yod. Another hand grabbed the spear. Someone I think we all forgot about in the moment, the other Jean grabbed hold of it, and promptly kicked regular Jean away. Jean squawked, as the holy phenomena began to recede. Hey, you're the one responsible, right? The dark Jean looked down at Solomon. Solomon looked pleasantly surprised. That is correct. He pushed himself up, regaining his earlier demeanor. You exist because of me. I was the one who handed the grail to your companion. There was a very pleased undertone to his words, almost smug with his gaze landed on us. And I can assure you that your assistance will be rewarded similarly. This singularity is falling, but it matters not. I will give you another grail for you to use however you see fit. Is that so? She smiled, then too did she cast her gaze on us. But, you said. Jean muttered. I'm just a fake, no matter what you say, that won't change. Those memories forced into my head weren't mine. No, that's not true. Foolish. Solomon snorted. Why do you protest? This is merely human nature. You all betray one another, you all would willingly step upon the corpses of your friends and family just to eke out a minuscule advantage in your worthless existence. I ignored him. Instead, I looked at the other Jean. She smiled, it was a sad smile, not one of revenge or cruelty. But they were my happiest. Solomon's gloating abruptly stopped as too did his face twist into a scowl as his head snapped towards her. What are you doing? Did you know? I'm a fake, through and through. She laughed, pointing the spear at Jean. But a fake made from her. The holy power erupted like a geyser once more. You will not. He moved to stop her, but the abundant holy power stopped him in his tracks. No. Jean screamed, but with Rei Cao's help, I grabbed her and moved towards the only other person still around, Mozart. I quickly opened a portal for us, trusting Muse Tengai in what he said. The world turned a holy white, dyed with the ridiculous amounts of power that was being discharged. I could hear the words spoken, both from her voice and not. YOD. HEH. WAW. HEH. To invoke my name, is to invoke creation. I pushed everyone through and slammed the portal behind us, not daring to look back. The peacefulness of Chaldea's white walls did nothing to stop my heart that was still beating rapidly. There was a moment or two, that I think we all needed to gather our wits. Unfortunately, that was utterly demolished by space tearing asunder. It was not Solomon's method to traverse into the singularity, nor was it something like my own. Rather, it was like someone tore open space with their bare hands and ripped it apart so they could come through. The spear shot out, slamming into the nearby wall. Steam was wafting off of it with errant bits of holy power that evaporated once it flowed too far away from the source. Cracks now ran all along the weapon. It was horrifying to think about how the spear became like that, what transpired that made the vessel what is essentially a divine construct, but also what is housing Big G's dying will, become like that. I forced myself to discard those thoughts. Rather, I had something else to take care of immediately. That was tending to the sobbing saintess with a head buried into my chest. Chapter 449, Chapter 408. Everything happened so fast. I didn't know how I felt myself, but at this moment, I think Jean took precedence. She wasn't crying anymore, but she was still not willing to move and I didn't move to make her. The ray-shifting procedures took a few minutes to properly return the people who used it, so it wasn't too surprising that no one had stormed the room thus far. I just sat there silently rubbing her back, letting her feel comfortable. Rei Cao sat at my side, as we literally were situated on the ground. Mozart was slumped against the wall, looking utterly exhausted. I felt bad that he was the only one I grabbed. I don't know who else survived, maybe Siegfried? But in that moment that I had, he was closest, and I just did what I could. Even that victory still felt like a loss. And I still don't know what happened? Where are we supposed to go from here? You're on limited time. Muse Tengai spoke up in my mind. Enter your inner world, it will be easier to explain. That didn't sound ominous at all. Jean. I whispered. She shifted, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. I'm okay. She said, forcing herself to smile. It's not my first time losing someone. Even if it was my fault. No. I immediately rejected her. I'm the one who let her use the spear. I'm the one who didn't stop her and grabbed you. I'm at fault, not you. If you want to, you can hate me for what happened. Jean was someone who would blame herself, martyr herself if the situation called for it. She was so quick to be willing to sacrifice herself, I would rather she hate me than feel like it was her fault. I couldn't hate you. She spoke softly, adjusting herself so she wasn't leaning on me entirely anymore. Do you know what happened? She asked. The others perked up too. Do you know what happened? She shook her head. I only know that role I was supposed to play. I have a way to find out, give me a moment. I adjusted my posture, so I was sitting cross-legged and put my Zanpakut across my lap. The meditative process that allowed one to sync up with their Zanpakut. I evened my breathing, and cleared my mind of all the stray thoughts I was feeling. I felt the wind gently sway my hair and the taste of salt in the air. I opened my eyes to see the vast ocean extending to the horizon. Where I took Jin on our first date. I muttered. I didn't think this would be a place stored in my soul. If you could recall the stretch of sand and water so quickly, then does that not indicate that it was something you cherish enough to keep close? Muse Tengai stood at the edge of the tide, the water barely missing his feet as it came and went. Yet, seeing Jin experience something like this for the first time was a memory I would always cherish. You have some explaining to do. I wanted to cut right to the chase. You said I'm on a time limit, what does that mean? And how much of said time do I have? Peace. He held his hands up. Inside your soul, you can experience things quicker, as you know. I would say you need to leave this world line within the hour to be safe. I felt my hands ball up. With a shout, I punched the ground. The sand went everywhere, forming a large crater. I was pissed. After everything that happened, I think it was simply the straw that broke the camel's back and I lashed out. Foo *me. I fell to my butt. It's better to release that stress than to keep it bottled up. At least there will be no damage done here. He offered. I'll worry about that later, please just tell me what's going on. First, let me ask you. What is a miracle? He looked out towards the ocean. I'm not quite sure to be honest. Academically, I can point out the definition, but that's rather mundane. And even supposed miracles that were recorded in texts and stories are things that could happen without divine intervention, let alone divine authority. Yet you put your faith in this miracle succeeding. I trust you. I said simply. Thank you for your trust, it was not misplaced. I could vaguely make out the edges of a smile on the corner of his face. To answer, it's difficult. How do you even know all this when I don't? I have spoken with the presence within the spear on a few occasions. He answered. Right, both weapons. I was skeptical. Go on. Do you recall the story of Moses parting the Red Sea? I suppose, though I won't question the validity of it in this situation. But it doesn't seem particularly praiseworthy. I could do that with my authority, as could any god with a similar authority. Hell, I could do it with some time and effort through purely magical means. And I'm pretty sure the same could be said for mundane means, granted that would take much more time and effort. Yes, yet it is recognized as a miracle. And I will tell you that it was in fact a miracle. Sounds contradictory. Yes, but understand the circ misstances. He held a hand up, and the ocean churned. Starting from the place he stood, the water began to separate, a line forming all the way to the horizon. The people of Moses were fleeing from the Egyptians after the biblical God engaged the Egyptian gods. Why did the Egyptian gods that were suffering under his wrath not simply collapse the waves upon his people to spite him? Or a plethora of any other creative ways to end but a few mortal lives? I see your point, it's odd. Regardless of how strong Big G was, it's strange that the Jews of Egypt escaped wholly unscathed. A miracle is not a divine authority, you can even say it's a step further. Divine authority is the allowance of a divine being to change the world, to bend it to their will. Zeus commands the sky, he is allowed to bring about storms, to rain lightning, to alter the weather at his discretion. Amaterasu is the sun, as seen in the past, she can take away Japan's sunlight. I get it, I understand how divine authority works in a general sense. A miracle is a statement of fact. It's telling the world that this is going to happen. Past, present, future, it happened, it's happening, it will happen. Even if something is impossible, it will happen if ordained. It is an action in line with the concept of primordial creation. There is a reason that true magic is compared to miracles. Your method of traversing through world lines, you are not asking for permission, you are telling the world that this is where you are going and it happens. As such, you can recall why Meridia was so surprised when you decided to peek at her. There has to be some downside or some ceiling, otherwise he wouldn't be in the state he's in. Of course, nothing is unbeatable. He shrugged. But I doubt you want to waste the time to discuss that fully. Seeing the state the spear was in, it's not hard to guess that a true miracle wasn't something simply done on a whim. Moses didn't simply part the sea through God's will, did he? No, the true miracle was something more. It was that Moses and his people would escape Egypt unmolested. Why holy power? Why couldn't he take my magical energy? Or my divinity? Well, some of it was taken, but he was not in a state to use a miracle, he needed more holy power and the saintess carried a significant amount with her. Even the other one who rejected God still was a part of the original. But why holy power? I pushed. What do you think holy power is? And not in a general sense, but what separates the Church's holy power from, say, your dawnbreaker? Both are holy, are they not? The intent? I questioned. He shook his head. Many gods have holy abilities. Fire gods with their holy fire, Meridia with her holy light, yet they don't operate at all like holy power, do they? No. I pursed my lips. Holy power, you can consider it derived from the closest approximation to what can be called the essence of creation within the Abrahamic cosmology. You can think of it this way, holy power is equivalent to modern runes when they are compared to primordial runes. As such, the presence within the spear required enough holy power to perform a miracle. Okay. I breathed out. It was a lot of new information to suddenly have dropped on me. Okay, I'm following. It's not groundbreaking. I'm sure I could have deduced this if I had posed the question earlier and was given time to think it over. And I'll give it more thought later, but the mechanics are less important right now. What happened to Solomon? That, I believe I can take a good guess based on the few words exchanged in the last moment. Muse Tenge moved his arm and the ocean collapsed back onto itself. The one we fought was not Solomon. Obviously, I'm just calling him that because it's easy. He's known for his 10 rings, items of great power bestowed by God, and a clairvoyance that allows him to see past, present, and future. If I had to guess, I believe the miracle removed his ever appearing in the singularity from his end. Pardon. I blinked. From his point of view, I do not believe he ever appeared in the singularity. Your presence was erased from his perception, he never decided to see the fall of Jill after he lost the Grail. Thus, he will still not bother with Chaldea. But, that's ridiculous. The causality alone. There is a reason it's called a miracle. So everything that happened to us still happened, but he was essentially removed from all chain of events, his knowledge erased, his vision blurred so to speak. It's not like I expected Goetia to suffer any permanent damage. The presence within the spear didn't have nearly enough juice to pull something like that off, otherwise there'd be no point in me helping it revive. But even still, what he's saying is absurd. If I am correct, then that is a simple approximation of what transpired. He nodded. I put my hands up to hold my head, looking at the ground. That sounds simple on the surface, but if I tried to do something similar with you, I would most likely die. There were too many variables, the casualty alone like I said was far too intertwined. All those people who saw him. A miracle? It sounded grandiose, but to see it with my own eyes was humbling in a way. The rings and the clairvoyance, it used those against him, which made it easier. Yes. He nodded again. Otherwise, it would not have been possible in the state that the spear currently was. We were lucky. Very much so. We need to leave. Unfortunately. I understood now. The miracle was, would it be ironic to call the miracle itself a miracle? The rings of Solomon that the thing was wearing were used against it. The God-given clairvoyance was used against it. To simplify it down to the core, my existence in this singularity was essentially obscured to his knowledge. Which was why I had to leave. The longer I stayed, the more likely it is for him to notice me and realize that something was wrong. If he was made to forget about me, in utterly simplistic terms, if he suddenly was presented a huge reminder by seeing me, then, it's possible whatever happened could unravel and he decides to nuke Chaldea and I couldn't stop him. He'll ignore Chaldea if I'm not around, he made that much clear. I whispered. I have to leave again. Regroup and think of another plan. I took a deep breath. All right, thanks Muse Tenge, I'll head back. I will always be here if you need me. He smiled. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and blinking a few times as now the room was completely filled. Master. Rei Kao hugged me. Rei Kao's presence here was much more soothing than she could probably imagine. How long was I? 10 minutes, give or take. Mozart informed me. It felt like 4 times that inside, good. Schweinorg, you have some explaining to do. Olga demanded. But, it's good you made it back. Her expression softened. Sir Wiggles seemed to agree because he jumped out of her arms and onto my head. Even Fu wasn't giving me a hard time as he sat in Masha's arms. Barely. I took a chance to look around at a lot of faces I hadn't seen in person in a while. Roman, Da Vinci. Ah, it's nice to see you again, in the flesh. Roman chuckled. You may feast your eyes upon perfection again. Da Vinci pushed her chest out. You can thank me at any time. I found myself smiling despite the situation. Even the low growl from Saber was more amusing than not. I have to leave again, soon. We're on a clock. Explain. Olga's eyes narrowed. Right. I pushed myself to my feet. Solomon, and yes I'm just calling him that for simplicity's sake, he appeared after Jill was killed and we retrieved the Grail because he simply wanted to see how the singularity played out and saw me. If I wasn't there, he would have never come and ignored everything. I met Cuyu's eyes in the corner, and the look he gave me was one that understood exactly what I meant by that. What, you're running away because you think he's going to come back? Olga scoffed. He made it clear that I was the reason he even came in the first place. But it has more to do with what happened after. Do it have anything to do with the divine spear impaled in the wall over here? Da Vinci asked, jabbing her thumb at the Longinus. Yes. I admitted. Schweinorg, I have so many questions right now. Olga crossed her arms. I used the spear and with the help of the Abrahamic God, he invoked a miracle. Essentially, it made it so that Solomon never went to the singularity. Basically, it's obscuring my existence for the moment. But, the casualty alone. Da Vinci mumbled. Yeah, I said the same thing. I snorted. It's called a miracle for a reason, as was said to me. Are you an angel, boss? Samuel asked. See, you snorted out some laughter. Nice question, farm boy. Despite the abruptness and humor one could find in that question, a lot of people looked rather eager to hear my response. No, I was just borrowing the power of the spear. I shook my head. And what is that spear? Hinako asked. It's giving me some dangerous feelings. Isn't it obvious? Da Vinci tilted her head. No. Olga huffed. It's the spear of Longinus, isn't it? Roman said, staring at it. Why was there a sort of trepidation look on his face? As in the spear form the Bible? Ritsuka asked. Isn't that one of the most protected artifacts of the church? There's no way that's the spear of destiny, right Schweinorg? Olga asked for clarification. Yes. Olga opened her mouth and closed it slowly. The church is going to crucify me after we finish. Is it a bad time to mention that I'm a half-devil? And I was met with silence. Am I going to hell? Samuel asked. Don't be an idiot. Olga scoffed. He's just joking, right Schweinorg? Father is one of the 4 rulers of hell, my mom was human. Oh my god, you were telling the truth. Hinako's eyes widened. I did tell her jokingly before. The church is going to crucify me. Olga repeated again. Oh, stop whining. Da Vinci rolled her eyes. Besides, he's not bursting into flames by holding that spear, so I think we're fine. If the world has not ended, I would be feeling very different right now. Pierre muttered something more in French that I didn't quite pick up on. If it makes you feel better, I'm actually on good terms with Big G. I offered. Don't call him that. Jean squeaked. It's endearing. You're not using it that way and you know it. She countered. The Archangel Michael invited me to become an angel. I threw out. Nee. I was happy that she wasn't still, like she was before. But I wasn't an idiot and it's obvious she was just suppressing it. As she said, she wasn't new to losing people she cared about. She fought in a bloody war, the people at her side were killed all the time. For real though, I've never actually been to hell. I grew up thinking I was human until a few years ago. And Zelretch is my grandfather adopted, so if you have hesitation, then you should know where he stands. And I wasn't kidding when I said I was on good terms with heaven in general. Holy power doesn't really smite me anymore. I don't know how to feel about this. Olga finally responded. I'm going to bury it deep down until I have time to process it when the world isn't ending. Don't see what the big deal is. See, you leaned against the wall. My old man is a god. The witch hiding over there is descended from a titan or something. Just feels like more of the same really. When you say it like that I feel kind of silly for getting worked up. Samuel scratched his head. Nothing changes. Saber stated, nothing else added. For some reason, that meant a lot to me. The Antichrist is on my payroll. Olga muttered. That's actually some other dumbass. I don't think that soothed her however. Ooh. Can I get some samples? Da Vinci's eyes lit up. Castor, cease. Olga growled. Just a little bit of blood, please. Da Vinci, not now. Roman held her back. But why do you gotta leave, boss? Samuel asked, seemingly ignoring them. Chaldea sort of obscures Chaldea as a whole from forms of clairvoyance, but it's not perfect. If he sees me, he'll decide to destroy Chaldea. He threatened to do that before when I was about to run. Which meant we were forced to fight, and well, as you can see, the spear is cracked beyond all hell. Olga let out a long sigh. I'm frustrated by your reasoning, but I can't argue against it. It can't be helped. See, you agreed. No point if we just get blown up before we can get going. You said he was ignoring us, we need to ride that out as long as possible. Hard to argue when literal God intervened to make this happen. Olga groaned. This isn't for good, Schweinorg. I am ordering you to prepare for your return. You're the leader of B team. She was still wearing my hat, which was very cute, and I couldn't help myself. I pushed it down a little on her head. She let out a cute squeak and flailed her arms in my direction. When will you be back? Ritsuka asked. Things were pretty hectic, and I can't imagine them without you. I don't know, I need to talk to Zelretch and figure out the next course of action. But you guys would have been able to handle this singularity without me, you did everything perfectly. I trust you all to handle the singularities if I'm not here. We'll make do. Hinako crossed her arms. We're in a better position than if you weren't here at all. I'd probably be dead, same with the others. We actually know who we're up against with an idea of what to do. I was thankful for her easing the atmosphere. I'm not just leaving without doing anything. I made sure Olga's stocked up on supplies. I said, pointing to her hat. And these are for you guys. I produced a few books, handing them to Samuel since he was closest. A bunch of spells, some of them I created, some of them just ones I came across. It's filled with my notes and step-by-step instructions. You're just handing him the secrets to your mysteries. Olga gawked. You can look at them too, I don't mind. I shrugged. It's mostly things on the lower end of the spectrum, but useful nonetheless. Thanks, boss. Samuel was quick to offer his thanks. And I guess I should turn Mozart over to you guys. I glanced at the musician. Now that I think about it, how exactly would you switch his contract to Chaldea? Roman looked thoughtful. I don't know if we can. I don't think we've ever considered this possibility. Temporary contracts within the singularity are one thing, but we never anticipated that a servant from a singularity would be brought back. Well, I suppose I could rework some of the core systems. Add a redundancy protocol to attach to any servant with a sequence to check. Absolutely not. Olga cut off Da Vinci. You are not messing with the summon system when it's already being held together with what is basically duct tape. It's not that bad. Da Vinci whined. This is giving me some idea I want to test, Director. Actually, I had to duct tape a few things this morning. Roman awkwardly shuffled in spot. I react my statement. Da Vinci coughed. Well, you have a choice then, Mozart. You can fade and hope to be summoned, or you can come with me. I offered. Mozart raised an eyebrow. To descend into the bowls of hell itself. His eyes practically sparkled. How insidious. I feel the beginnings of inspiration. Well, I guess that settles that. Wait. What about me? Jean asked. You don't get a choice, you're coming with me. But. Nope. I yanked her braid. You have no excuses this time. We're going to have such a wonderful time together, Ray Cow cooed, wrapping up the Saintess in a tight hug. So many wonderful new things to teach you. Ray Cow has the right idea. I refuse to leave her again. It's best we leave sooner rather than later. I hated it, I hated having to leave again and leave things up to chance in some aspects. And I would like my staff back. Medea was in the back and I heard her click her tongue. Was hoping you would forget. Really? I asked dryly. Was worth a shot. She tossed it to me and I happily put it away before pulling the Longinus free from the wall. It felt so weak. I would worry about that once I got home. We'll handle everything until you get back, boss. Samuel smiled. Yes, senpai. We'll be ready when you get back. Mash nodded vigorously. It was not the best CIRC misstances to say goodbye, and it was clear that there was a degree of stress and uncertainty, but I suppose it couldn't be helped. I was about to say my final goodbye, but Saber's petite hand grabbed at my collar, pulling me down until I was eye level. She stared into my eyes for several moments. You will return. Of course. I smiled. I will protect them until you do so. She released me. It puts me at ease knowing you will. She twitched slightly. Yes, as it should. She turned away. I will await your return and you will be thankful next we meet. Take care of yourself. See, you walked up, patting my shoulder. I'll do my best to watch the kids. Got any last-minute advice? He tapped his chin. 6th. He said rather cryptically. At least by then. He leaned in with a whisper for only me to hear. I nodded, only guessing at what he meant by that. He silently handed me my spear without any hesitation. Anyone would just be dragging it off. I opened up a portal while I felt we were still safe and the others hesitantly walked through followed by Ray Cow. One last smiled and nod, and I followed behind, leaving them to the unknown. Solomon POV. Something was wrong. I sat upon the throne of time, silence permeating the void around me, yet, I felt something amiss. Why was there this phantom feeling so suddenly? ROM, report. Calculations within 0.00047% error margin. Good. Barbados, report. Beginning final preparations, no anomalies. Gremory, report. Removing all traces of subject F118. Acceptable. Even still, why does this strange sensation still permeate? Was I anxious? The thought made me scowl before I squashed it. What force could possibly force such a human emotion upon me? The thought was utterly ridiculous, and I felt foolish for even considering it. Even so, it would be further foolish to ignore this feeling I was having. Floros, report. The singularity labeled F004 has been removed. Processing source of destruction, Grail has been removed from the time period, counterforce assault expected and observed. Timeline realigned with proper human history. Singularities labeled F005 through F008 noted no anomalies and progress as expected. Designation Singularity F009 suffers further degradation and assimilation by entity labeled Goddess Rongominiad. Observation has been established, any action has been rendered immaterial and further consideration not needed. Evaluation proceeding as normal. Singularity F019. That is enough. I responded, tapping the throne. Everything was proceeding within considerations. The anomaly goddess that appeared in the 7th singularity notwithstanding, but wholly irrelevant. The nature of her weapon made intervention a risk unneeded. Priorities aligned, foreign interference by her was not predicted, but caused no overall concern. However, I was still feeling uneasy and it was beginning to infuriate me. Why was it as if I was unable to recall something important? Ridiculous. Agars, run a diagnostic on the connected hive route. Initiating redundancy protocols and infiltration assertion. Full internal scans completed, no outside interference detected. Request further orders. No need, return to what you were previously doing. Why did it persist? Floros, report on Singularity F004. Resolution achieved by organization designated Chaldea. Traces of rayshift alignment detected, probability of extranormal entity interference, 0.091%. Resolution, destruction of Chaldea would result in an efficiency increase of 1.05%. Request destruction of Chaldea. Ulysses rejects this proposal. Unnecessary to focus on insignificant humans. Furfur agrees with Ulysses. Malphas in agreement. Came in agreement. Eligos in agreement. Buer agrees with Floros. Chaldea poses minuscule risk, effort to remove requires less than a percentage of resources. Logical conclusion, remove uncontrollable factors. Citrai finds Buer's acknowledgement of humans to be disgusting. Vapar in agreement with Citrai. Buer merely wishes to remove annoyances. Paimon agrees with Buer. Bugs should be squashed. IPOs remains neutral. Nabrius thinks that Floros should be remade and memories modified. Anger clouding judgment from loss to humans. Floros argues that he did not lose to humans. Anomaly registered as magician and unknown factor with resonance with us. Relationship with Chaldea. Enough. I ended the argument between my demon pillars. Ignore the humans, we are nearing completion of our goal. Their stomping around matters not. There was nothing there that required my attention. It did not matter if the singularities were fixed, they were merely a means to an end. It would be a simple matter of destroying Chaldea, but the thought of putting forth the effort grated on my mind. Mere insects hopping around without any true understanding of what was occurring. No, I felt disgusted at the idea of them gaining my attention to require destruction in the first place. Merely a single singularity cleared by them. Perhaps the easiest one of them all. There was nothing there that required my attention. Passing amusement, nothing else. There was nothing there that required my attention. Perhaps I would show myself should they provide better entertainment. The last vestiges of humanity, floundering upon the precipice of my true victory. However, there was nothing there that required my attention. What was troubling me? There was nothing there that required my attention. I suppose it was some nonsense if I deemed it too infantile to even devote additional mental power to contemplate. There was nothing there that required my attention. There was nothing there that require_DMY_ATTENT. I_O__and dot. I raised my hand to clutch my head as something strange flashed across my mind, but immediately, the feeling disappeared. Nothing was amiss. Floros, continue with your report regarding Singularity F010. Chapter 450, Interlude 32. Samuel Washington POV. Really gonna have to thank the kid when he gets back. CU said, downing the rest of his beer. Almost makes it worth it to give back my spear if I can get something good to drink like this. Isn't it his spear? I asked. Semantics. Why'd you give it back then? That bitch is probably gonna pop up soon, I just know it. I'm already gonna get my ass kicked when she finds out I was summoned as a caster. But if she sees that I also have her spear, she's gonna kick my ass twice as hard when I inevitably tell her why. Bad breakup? Pierre asked, swirling his bottle. Frankly, I reckon that wasn't a proper thing to ask a man, but see, you didn't seem to mind. You don't know the half of it. He laughed. There's a reason I'm still surprised that the kid managed to tame her, apparently, Frenchie. Maybe it was problems in bed. Pierre retorted. Like hell. She was begging me to bed her in the end. CU puffed up his chest. Every woman I've ever laid with was ruined for any other man. So bad they wish only a woman's company, yes. Ofu *ku. We can ask the boss when he gets back. How ruined is his woman, yes. God damn it, that's one example. Doesn't prove anything. Can ask her when she comes around, like you said. Alright, you're becoming too dangerous to let live. For the sake of my continued existence, I think it's best that we have one less master running around. Tu virtue on s tape. Vas y alors. Pierre stood up. I didn't understand French, but it was pretty easy to guess the universal sigh of bring it on. Ha ha ha, you're alright Frenchie. CU slapped his knee. Come on, guys. Don't fight. Ritsuka tried to be the voice of reason. Ain't really fightin', Ritsuka. I replied. If they'd be wanting to go about it, it'd been looking a lot worse than this. Me and my friends got into much worse when we were just messin' around back home. Farm boy has the right of it. CU grunted. Back in my day, if you couldn't find a good enemy to fight, you'd find your best friend and throw your best insult to get him in a fighting mood. Loser usually bought the drinks after. Expected of an uncivilized place. Pierre sniffed. Virgin. CU shot back. I have had plenty of women. I am more than capable of finding affection. Prove it. How do you expect me to prove it? There are less than a. He stumbled. Probably about 150 staff left. I helped out. Merci. He nodded to me. Majority men. Then go for that witch of yours. Cast toy. Ha ha ha, what's wrong Frenchie? Haven't tamed that witch of yours yet. Yes, please do answer. His servant appeared behind him. Have you tamed me yet, master? I prefer my balls intact. Good answer. Medea laughed. And as the Americans say, I do not stick my dick in crazy. Pierre snorted. You tell her, Frenchie. CU laughed. I just groaned, cause I felt another fight coming on. They were always sniping at each other. Oh please, the literal Celt is going to throw stones? Your escapades are well known, mutt. Never said I agreed, but any shot taken at you is one I'll back up. Charming. She said dryly. Is this what you boys get up to? Talking behind my back and insulting me, Actually, ma'am, I don't think bad of you. I don't put much stock in them stories and whatnot. You've been helpful ever since you were summoned. My ma would have slapped me something fierce if I went around insulting women like she thought I was. Yeah, I don't know what everyone's been on about. I don't know any stories or anything, but you've been really nice. Ritsuka smiled. I'm speechless because I feel like you two couldn't lie if your lives depended on it, which makes it even worse. I think you're a bitch. Pierre unhelpfully added. Medea's eyes landed on her master, her lips twitching. And the honesty is more appreciated than you'd think. She let out a sigh. Scoot over, master. She practically pushed him over and sat down. Didn't think you'd be someone to come slumming it with us, witch. You grabbed one of the beers out of the cooler and tossed it to her. Please, I lived on a boat for years. She caught it and flicked off the cap. This is nothing in comparison to that. If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, but do you need something from us? You haven't made it a secret that you don't like keeping company and prefer your room. I asked. I guess I haven't. She replied after taking a sip. Was just curious to see what a bunch of boys get up to when all alone. Pretty much what I expected. Though, I'd thought you would be more worried about other things. Like what? Ritsuka blinked. Are you serious? He shrugged. Medea raised her hand to rub the bridge of her nose. Everything that happened. The king of magecraft appearing and running roughshod over all of us, maybe? Maybe the fact that your boss is, as he said, a half-devil. Or his casually throwing out divine constructs like they're going out of style. We ain't mages, ma'am. I replied. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Hades, I keep forgetting that you all are literally new to magecraft, not just the idiots in this era who claim to be skilled. They're doing pretty good for being dropped in the deep end. You added. I begrudgingly admit that. She shook her head in exasperation. And you all aren't put off by what you found out about the boyo? That religion based around his race is pretty widespread in your time period. I shrugged. Went to church growing up, but didn't really care much for it. Boss has done good by me so far, so it isn't something I really care about considering everything else that's been happening. It's not really that popular over in Japan. Ritsuka scratched his cheek. Was surprising and everything, but it doesn't really change anything, you know. What about you, master? I've heard you praying sometimes. She asked. Pierre frowned and said something under his breath. Doesn't matter. He shook his head. And I was not, practicing before this. Couldn't fault the man neither. Went on my knees a time or two since the world ended and said a prayer when I was feeling overwhelmed. Just hope he gets back soon. I muttered. Don't count on it, farm boy. You snorted. Things would be bad if he suddenly jumped back here. We're nowhere close to being ready to face that monster again. I'm surprised you're admitting that he's that much of a threat. Isn't it your usual prerogative to jump at him with your stick? Swinging Medea responded. If I could, I would have already. You rolled his eyes. You know how far up shit creek we are. Medea scoffed, but didn't deny it. He blocked my spell far too easily. She grumbled. Didn't really have a chance to get into it properly, but that is not something that fills me with confidence. And I even had the boyo's staff. How bad a spot are we in? I hesitantly asked. You and Medea shared an awkward look. Farm boy, even if this place didn't get blown up like it did originally, even if humanity was still here. With all the most powerful people of your era fighting against him, you'd still be in an uphill fight. As it stands, we ain't got anywhere near that kind of force. He might even be putting it mildly. Medea added. Just means we gotta get better. I replied. You are just adorable. Medea giggled. I like the attitude at least, but don't expect any miracles. You chuckled. We can get started on some more things before the next singularity. Hand me the book behind you. I reached behind me to pick up one of the books that boss left for us and handed it to him. Was looking over the spells boss wrote up. Oh, one of those books he handed over. Medea questioned. Call me mildly interested. You took it, flipping through a few pages. Not bad. A lot of basic shit, but it's good from your standpoint, most of it modified to be easier but lacking in the usual power and whatnot. Hand it over. Medea held her hand out. Ask nicely. I won't teleport you outside into the snow if you hand it over. Bitch please. Pretend to be that good with someone who doesn't know. Medea rolled her eyes. Just hand it over, you mutt. You snorted, tossing her the book. Runecraft. Medea made a noise of disgust. What's that supposed to mean? You grumbled. It means that I stopped caring. She practically tossed the book away. Doubt all of the other books he gave were like this. I'll check them out later. But I don't really care about runecraft, too annoying for me. Good for your brat, though. Yet. Farm boy over here has some talent for it, so I'll try to get a dozen or so spells under his belt by the time the next singularity hits. I've been practicing a lot in my free time. I nodded. Why can't you be like him, master? Medea poked her own master. Why can't you be like him? He countered, pointing at Cu. Oh my, is that you asking for my help? Medea's grin grew wide. I would love to help you. I'm sure. Pierre drawled. All right. Less kidding, it's a pretty crappy situation, that can't be denied. So I'll swallow my pride and teach you something. Pick one thing you want to be good with and I'll help you with that. Pardon? He responded. One thing. No point in rounding you out like the mutt is doing to the budding druid over there. He's not going to master anything fantastical, but he's going to be very well rounded in most situations. You though, I'm going to teach you one thing really well, and you're going to master that by the time we're finished. Medea responded. Not a bad approach. If they're all just average at a bunch of things, that has its own problem. Cu rubbed his chin. So choose, master. Pierre went silent for a few moments. Teach me how do you say? He started gesturing with his hands, but I think I got the meaning. Explode. I offered. Yes. Pierre smiled. Teach me to explode things very well. Medea's eyes widened and her grin grew further. Well, master, I do believe this relationship will become much more enjoyable for me. What about you, Ritsuka? You've been practicing too. I didn't want to keep him out of it either. Well, I've been practicing a little, but I've been focusing on some other stuff. What's more important than practicing your magecraft? I almost said magic. Well, I've been spending time with Mash to get better coordinating with her. He replied. That's true, she's going to need a little extra help there. Cu nodded. And I've been with Saber too. She's intent on training us. He smiled awkwardly. I've also been trying to get her to open up a bit. She's always been a bit stiff, and I wanted her to relax around us. Well, I guess that makes sense too. He has more servants than us, he needs to spend time building that trust. And then I've been seeing Da Vinci too. She's been telling me a lot of interesting things and helping me with. Wait, have you just been spending all your free time with the girls around here? Cu interrupted. I guess. He blinked. Beat him up. Cu commanded. Wait, what? Ritsuka squeaked. Even I feel a little jealous. Medea added. Proceed. Wah. Sorry, Ritsuka, take your punishment. I apologized, but he deserved to get a few shoulder punches. I didn't do anything. You've been flirting with all the women instead of training. Even Pierre grumbled. Deserving of a beating. It wasn't flirting. I promise. Let's go ask Mash, she's a kind girl who wouldn't lie. I offered. She'll tell us all about what you've been doing in private. In private, HMM? What have you been doing to that adorable little girl? Medea's eyes narrowed. Nothing. All right. Cu was somehow the voice of reason. I guess it makes sense in his case. They did say he had stupidly high compatibility with servants. Instead of wasting his time on magecraft, he'd honestly probably be better spent getting more familiar with his servants, since he's probably going to end up with a lot more than you two. Can we still beat him up? Pierre asked. No. Ritsuka vigorously shook his head. I'll allow it. Medea overruled. Did I come at a bad time? Roman peeked his head through the door. Roman. Ritsuka acted like he was saved, for now. There's a bro code, Ritsuka. There will be a reckoning. I just came over to tell you all to gather in the servant summoning room. We're going to attempt a few summons. Ritsuka looked a bit nervous. Probably because everyone was looking at him. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. I fiddled with my hat, but it felt off for some reason. Maybe because my rabbit wasn't with me anymore. His rabbit, not mine. Director, they should be arriving momentarily. They were just cleaning up before coming over. Roman returned. Wonderful. Da Vinci clapped her hands. I can't wait to see if we get the data. Yet. Roman, are you okay? You've been, kind of off since Wilhelm left. Da Vinci looked at him. Yet. Just tired I guess. He awkwardly smiled. Don't worry, I'll get some rest after we wrap up for today. I couldn't blame him, I was utterly exhausted myself. Barely a day after the singularity, and still I just wanted to curl up in my bed and pretend that everything was going to be okay. There was so much to unpack from a single conversation with Schweinorg. He was a half-devil, whatever the hell that meant. Not a demon, specifically a half-devil. If the church found out he even stepped foot here, we'd be burnt down in their righteous anger. Granted, they would have to deal with an army of angry servants with my express approval, but that didn't diminish the threat on their end. Then to come to find out, not only he validates the existence of God, but turns into an angel and talks about him as if they'd had casual conversations. Not to mention the Longinus, one of the church's supposed most holy relics and power weapons just, there. Nearly broken because he did something to save our behinds again. And here I wish this was back in time to when I found out here was merely the grandson of the wizard marshal. Back when things were simple. The thought made me mentally scoff. He was gone, again, that was what mattered in this moment. And he left to protect us. We were too weak to have him by our side in this conflict for the moment. I couldn't argue with him either. We all saw firsthand how Solomon just went right through our teams and could have easily ended us before we ran. And that is to say, he could have even killed Schweinorg, a literal magician who was wielding divine weapons and powers I couldn't even begin to comprehend. It almost felt pointless to continue. Yet, for all the self-depreciating thoughts, the fact that he for some reason thought we could continue without him was motivating. It made me feel embarrassed for even thinking about throwing in the proverbial towel because things got too hard. So, we will press on. It didn't change anything, the world already ended, what's the worst that could happen if we fail? It stays ended? At least there would be no Mages Association to point fingers at me and throw their insults and criticisms. Even after that entire disaster that was Orleans, we were in a mildly better place. We had much more abundant resources because of Schweinorg once more. Enough that we could splurge on luxuries such as alcohol. I wanted to shout in frustration that he included something like that, but giving it more thought, it would be a good morale boost. Things were already teetering, allowing some staff and even servants a moment to unwind and relax with the help of alcoholic substances would go to easing the atmosphere around here. Besides that, and the other plethora of resources that would allow us to press on for many more months with room to spare, we now had one particular item of value. Da Vinci, what are the readings on the Grail? I asked. Everything looks good so far. She threw a thumbs up. No signs of failure? I questioned, skeptically. You don't trust my genius. She looked offended, but I ignored her attitude. I don't trust the Grail that we acquired from a dubious source. All right, that's fair. She grumbled. But the machines I build look to be harnessing the residual power properly without tapping into the underlying mechanisms. Good, that's good. Despite the benefit, I couldn't help but bite my thumb. I did not like using the Grail as a power source, but to deny the usage of it under these CIRC* misstances was the height of foolishness. This was the best use of the object, however. Our power supply had been found wanting, at best. Now, we were in the green, so to speak. Many more of our subsystems were coming back online, and with that, it meant servant summoning was not something to be used sparingly. Now, we could probably try every few days, if we were lucky. And looks like they arrived. I reached over to press the intercom's button. Castor and Castor, you both are on guard duty. And is Saber and Mash present? I'm here, Director. Mash looked out of breath as she ran into the roof looking a bit scuffled as Saber followed in behind her. I would not chide her in this CIRC* misstance as it appears she was busy training. Good, such dedication should be commended and this was short notice anyways. We didn't actually need her shield physically here anymore anyways. We will proceed. Samuel, you will be up first followed by Ritsuka, then Pierre, and lastly Hinako. These will be the only summoning attempts today as we evaluate the new parameters we're operating under. I removed my finger from the intercoms. This wasn't their first time, so I needed not to hold their hands. Samuel went first. Systems look good. Roman monitored. Power supply is steady, no unnatural spikes, no strains on any other systems either. Da Vinci added. Let them proceed as normal then. I breathed out, watching from behind a screen. Energy spikes. Problem. I snapped my head to Roman. No, it's just a servant with a noticeably powerful saint graph being pulled. That's good. I felt myself relax. Don't meddle, let's see how the systems handle it. We were lucky, a servant summoned on the first try. The room was engulfed in the familiar light as their outline appeared amidst the magical phenomenon. Your foxy wife has arrived. The servant declared, a tail swaying behind their back, and fox ears upon their caster servant, Tamamonome is here. Frankly, we all exchanged looks. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Samuel awkwardly greeted. Kaya. My husband's accent is so charming. She is eccentric. Da Vinci blinked. And another caster servant. What's with all the casters? This is starting to get ridiculous. Are we not bothered by her identity? Roman asked, sounding concerned. Roman, the leader of B Team, is literally the son of Satan. I think we're past the point of caring about this sort of thing. I sighed, pressing the intercom button. Prepare for the next summoning. Caster, could you please step back? We're going to summon more servants. Samuel tried his best to wrangle his new servant. Anything for my new hubby. Okay, maybe he'll be able to handle her well. Ritsuka stepped up next. I had expectations for him, his stats as a candidate were utterly absurd. Perhaps the highest in the entire world, I guess that meant more when there still was a world outside these walls. Systems operating properly again, and another spike. Another servant. Even with my expectations, I was surprised. A welcome surprise, but one nonetheless. Everything is still stable. Da Vinci confirmed. Good, just watch then. This time, it was a servant we were familiar with. Berserker Kiyoheim greets her Enkin. The servant from the previous singularity reappeared. A berserker, better than a caster I suppose. Welcome back, berserker. Ritsuka smiled. It must be fate, to reunite with my dear Enkin like this. Please take care of me, husband. All right. Roman. Yes, director. Please get started on the guidelines for master and servant relationships that I asked you about yesterday. I'll get started on it after. Prioritize it, Roman. I have a feeling they're going to need help very soon. I'm cursed, that's the only explanation. Proceed with the next summoning. I stated over the intercoms again. Please stand over here with me, berserker. Ritsuko gestured. Of course, my dear Enkin. She skipped over to his side. Oh, and if you ever lie to me, I'll burn you to a crisp. I'll get on that right after the summonings are finished, director. Thank you, Roman. I strained a smile. It was now Pierre's turn. And I didn't actually know if I wanted this summon to be successful or not. Energy flare up. Here we go. The summoning proceeded without issue. And another familiar face greeted up. Accepting your summons, it's Marie again. Marie Antoinette appeared. I'm so happy to see you all again, and you can count on me. She recalled the singularity. Should that be possible? Is it because we're using the Grail or something else? The normal Grail war was supposed to take in the defeated servants before they returned to the throne. Did something similar happen and we're simply pulling from the stored data, and Samuel was simply a normal summoning? So many questions, and I doubt I would find an answer, nor was it particularly important right now. At least we have a normal one. Roman sighed in relief. And I felt similar. Oh, it looks like you're my master now, cutie, Marie cooed, walking to Pierre's side. I will gladly fight by your side, your highness. Pierre bowed his head. Does God hate us? I asked. I wouldn't be surprised. Roman muttered. Let's get the last one over with. Oh, you too, so dramatic. Da Vinci giggled. She took the opportunity to press the intercom's button. On to the last one, guys. Hinako, you're up. They all stepped to the side and Hinako began. Oh, a massive energy spike. Roman's eyes widened. Wait, the system is struggling, something's wrong. We both glanced over, but Da Vinci even looked panicked and ran over. This isn't right. Wait, what's going on? We're getting a surge of power from outside? Something commandeered the summoning. I ran over and quickly pressed the intercom's button. Prepare for a battle. I quickly called out. There were enough servants present that I wasn't too worried, but they should be prepared for the worst case. All eyes fell on the forming vessel of the oncoming servants, and I think all of us were speechless as she appeared. She seemed to ignore the tension in the summoning room and opened her mouth. Servant Avenger, Jean Dark answers your summons.
Thanks for listening.